This is insane. That Cyclops in front of us could easily turn the Pentagon into ruins with just a casual swipe of his hand. But instead of retreating, the man advanced, picked up an AK-47, and started firing wildly at it. Even more outrageous is that he was carrying an ordinary military backpack, yet he could easily pull out an RPG rocket launcher, and even the little boy nuclear bomb. All of this stemmed from a game called Zone Breakout, which suddenly became a reality. The rules of the world have been completely rewritten, and all existing currencies have disappeared, replaced by Cohen coins that circulate at equivalent value. Anyone can enter the dangerous dark zone, instance, and defy fate in the face of life and death. This man, named Jeang Yang, is a veteran soldier from China. During an overseas rescue operation, he was shot multiple times while protecting hostages and will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Given his condition, if he were in this world, he probably wouldn't even last 3 seconds at the start. But he awakened an SSS-level talent right from the start. King of Guns. As long as you kill an enemy with a certain weapon, the proficiency of that weapon will be permanently increased by 1. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the boss's full gear pack. The reward includes a lightweight safety helmet, a 926 high-grade ammunition pouch, and a field mountaineering backpack. Jeang Yang was stunned. The setup looked impressive, but there wasn't even a gun. He couldn't help but complain, I might as well just give me a full M4 kit. He then shut down the system and rubbed his temples. He knew very well that there were only 2 people in the family now, and their total assets were only 1.2 M. Of that, 1 M was the value of the apartment itself, and the only thing they could actually use was the 0.2 M that they had just taken with them when they evacuated. Just as he was worrying, there was a knock on the door. The sound was exceptionally clear in the small apartment. As Jeang Yang answered, he thought to himself, shouldn't Zhang Qi still be at school at this hour? The door opened, and there stood Zhang Qi. He was looking down, his head bowed, and he seemed utterly listless. Jeang Yang was taken aback and asked, Why are you back so early? Zhang Qi mumbled, I got fired. His words instantly made the air heavy. It turns out that Zhang Qi was in the 6th grade at a private elementary school. Although the tuition wasn't high, it had been over a year in arrears. Jeang Yang dropped out of school and, being under 18, could only do odd jobs, earning just enough to live on, not enough to cover the tuition. Over the years, it was only through his repeated pleading with the school that Zhang Qi had managed to continue his studies. But ultimately, he couldn't hold on any longer. Zhang Qi sat down on the sofa, tossing his backpack aside, feeling utterly drained. Those books had lost their original meaning. Jeang Yang sighed, understanding that the original owner had only risked entering the dark zone because he was desperate. Brother, what do we do now? Zhang Qi's voice was low, his eyes filled with despair. Jeang Yang was silent for a moment before speaking. Studying isn't the only way out. Zhang Qi smiled bitterly. How can we find a job without a diploma? Without a job, we have no money, and we'll be finished sooner or later. Upon hearing the word money, Jeang Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The dark zone. In this world, the exchange rate between Cohen coins and RMB is 10-1. As long as he plays well, he can definitely survive. He immediately said, Brother, you can come to the dark zone with me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi's expression changed. People die in that place. It's like gambling. Who would dare to go? Indeed, many people have died in dungeons over the years, although some have become rich overnight, but they are ultimately only a minority. Jeang Yang, however, remained calm, patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry, your brother understands. As a transmigrator, he not only possessed the practical experience of a veteran, but was also familiar with various tactics and money-making routes, knowing everything from map locations to price fluctuations. Coupled with his SSS-level talent, he was full of confidence. Follow me, down to the dark zone. I'll make you money. His tone was firm. Zhang Qi hesitated. I'm not old enough yet, am I? He raised his wrist. There was no blue halo. This world stipulated that one must be at least 12 years old to enter the dark zone. Zhang Qi hadn't even had his birthday yet. Jeang Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. Isn't today your birthday? Thinking of this, a pang of sadness hit him. The original owner of this body had risked entering the dark zone to prepare a decent birthday gift for his younger brother. The two had grown up in poverty, never even having eaten a cake. Every time they passed a cake shop, Zhang Qi couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. Jeang Yang always remembered that longing. He said softly, "Let's go buy a cake first and give you a proper birthday celebration today." Zhang Qi shook his head. "Don't lie to me. I know our family situation." Jeang Yang smiled. "To tell you the truth, I just came out of the dark zone and made a small profit of 200,000. Zhang Qi was stunned. 200,000? RMB, Cohen coins, which is about 20,000. Jeang Yang said casually, "Let's go buy a cake now." The next moment, the two brothers were standing in a high-end cake shop. The shop was filled with a rich aroma of milk, which whetted the appetite as soon as you entered. The glass display cases were filled with all kinds of cakes, with delicate cream and exquisite fruit decorations. Just looking at them made you imagine how soft and sweet they would taste, making you want to look at them for a few more seconds. Zhang Qi stared at the counter, swallowing hard. "You really want to buy it?" He had only ever dared to look at it from the outside before, never stepping into the store. Jeang Yang, however, was very decisive, pointing directly to the largest and most exquisite cake. "Boss, this one." The cake was covered in yellow and white cream, topped with mango, dragon fruit, and cherries, and priced at 500 renminbi. Zhang Qi quickly advised, "It's too big. Let's just have a small one." He pointed to the 6-inch cake in the corner, which cost only 20 yuan. Although it was simple, it was considered a luxury in his eyes. Jeang Yang waved his hand and laughed. "It's nothing. This little bit of money isn't even enough for a few bullets." He paid directly, inwardly marveling at the value of the Cohen coin in this life. The shopkeeper beamed with joy after receiving the payment and quickly packed the cake up. On the way home, Zhang Qi still felt a little sorry for Jeang Yang. "We're not nouveau riche. This is too wasteful." Jeang Yang, however, said it lightly, "Don't worry. We can earn it back in one game." For Jeang Yang, earning 50,000 Cohen coins in a single game of the ordinary farmer dungeon wasn't difficult, which was equivalent to a month's salary for an average person. Zhang Qi, however, was completely unaware of the earning potential of the Dark Zone dungeon. Back home, the two were starving and immediately started eating the cake. Zhang Qi, with his mouth full of cream, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so delicious." As they ate, the gloom of being fired gradually dissipated. While eating, Jeang Yang said, "Let's download the map after we finish eating. I'll help you make money. You'll never run out." He was already planning his next move. It was already past 9 o'clock at night when they finished eating. Suddenly, blue fingerprint patterns appeared on Zhang Qi's wrist. Jeang Yang glanced at it and whispered, "Looks like you awaken at this time." Zhang Qi clicked on the pattern, and the Dark Zone dungeon interface immediately popped up in front of him. There was no tutorial. It went straight to the main interface, with the inventory and information bar completely empty. He said nervously, "Brother, they said this thing is very dangerous. You can only lose once a week at most, otherwise it will disappear. The school has also repeatedly emphasized that this thing is like gambling with your life." Jeang Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry. Your brother has played over 1,000 games." This reassured Zhang Qi slightly, but he was still a little uneasy. Zhang Qi opened the market, curiously clicking around, and exclaimed, "Bro, why are these potato chips 300 Cohen coins?" While equipping himself, Jeang Yang said, "Wait a minute, let me lend you a set first." He suddenly remembered the equipment pack from the system reward and transferred it to Zhang Qi. He then put on his level 4 armor and helmet and picked up his fully modified AK-74N. Zhang Qi was thrilled to receive the equipment. "This backpack is huge, but there's no gun?" Jeang Yang laughed. "Come on, let's go straight to the next map. This time, I'll let you experience what it's like to be the boss." He decided to start with a regular game to test the waters. Zhang Qi asked in confusion, "What do you mean by boss?" Before he could finish speaking, he added seriously, "I don't want to be the boss. I'll always be my brother's younger brother." Jeang Yang was amused and said, all right, then stick close to me." With everything ready, he pressed the start button. A buzzing sound followed, and the two were instantly teleported into the instance world. Only half a cake remained in the room, and in the corner, an inconspicuous cockroach quietly crawled onto the table. With a whoosh, a blinding beam of light flashed. When Jeang Yang opened his eyes again, he and his younger brother Zhang Qi were already downstairs at a villa. He subconsciously checked the magazine and glanced at the system panel. His AK-74N proficiency was displayed at 65%. He muttered to himself, "Only 65? Seeing this scene for the first time, Zhang Qi couldn't help but look around and whispered, "Brother, what do we do? Is there anyone inside?" Jeang Yang remained calm and told him to climb over the fence to search for supplies, especially coats and second-floor drawers, while he chose to stay outside and set up a supply depot. Zhang Qi nodded and did as instructed, climbing over the low white fence into the villa. Jeang Yang quickly moved to the sandbag in front, crouched down, and aimed at the red house on his right front, which was another spawn point where someone might come. Soon, footsteps approached, and two fully armed special agents came into view. Jeang Yang decisively opened fire, firing bullets in rapid succession, but only managed to knock down one of them. The other was wounded and took cover behind a truck in the middle of the road. At the same time, the system notified him that his proficiency had increased by 1. Jeang Yang's aim faltered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He then realized he hadn't even taken any painkillers. Just as he pulled out his medication, a grenade flew in an arc, and he immediately ducked behind a sandbag. An explosion rang out, but thankfully the sandbag blocked most of the damage. Almost crashed. Jeang Yang cursed under his breath, quickly reaching for a grenade and pulling the pin. He had served in the army for 12 years in his previous life, and throwing grenades had become muscle memory for him. His feel for it returned instantly at this moment. The grenade landed precisely, forcing the enemy to rush out from behind cover. Jeang Yang had already pre-aimed, and with a gunshot, he took them down with a headshot. With a muffled thud, the enemy fell to the ground, and the system notified him again that his proficiency had increased by 1. After the kill, Jeang Yang felt a distinct difference. Holding the AK-74N, countless battle scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, as if he had established some kind of connection with the gun. Looking at the panel, his proficiency had increased to 67%. He tried firing a dozen shots at the corpse, the bullets hitting the same spot with unusually high accuracy. Much more stable indeed. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up, and he became increasingly comfortable with the gun. Just then, Zhang Qi peered out from the second floor and called out, "Brother, are you all right?" Jeang Yang replied, completely fine, but was reminded to speak softly. Only then did he realize that they were communicating through tactical earpieces. Jeang Yang didn't rush to loot the bag. Instead, he returned to the villa. Zhang Qi excitedly handed him a brass key, saying he'd found it in the drawer room and even guessed if it was a key to a certain door. Jeang Yang was stunned upon seeing it. The master guest room key? He was shocked. He'd never even touched something like this in his previous life. His luck was incredible. He quickly put the key away and confirmed its origin. Zhang Qi naively asked if they should try to find the owner, but Jeang Yang laughed and said, "In the dark zone, whoever finds it keeps it. This thing is worth 1,000,000 pit coins." However, he also realized that neither of them had a safe. Zhang Qi was even more surprised when he heard the price, and then asked if they could open the door in front of him. Jeang Yang explained that this was the master bedroom door, and they needed another key, but it wasn't very valuable and could be bought outside. Zhang Qi, however, seriously calculated how many cakes 80,000 could buy. Jeang Yang smiled helplessly and could only explain the value logic of the key simply, telling him that most keys wouldn't result in a loss. Zhang Qi nodded, admiring his brother even more. Jeang Yang was also somewhat proud. After all, he had fought thousands of battles in his previous life and was already very familiar with these things. The two then went downstairs, with Jeang Yang cautiously checking the area first. Having only one life in this life, he was more careful than ever before, only approaching the corpse to search for equipment after confirming it was safe. The two special agents were fairly well equipped, with standard level 4 gear, IND tactical helmets, IND 401 body armor, and an MP5. However, Jeang Yang frowned after checking the bullets. Unfortunately, they're all level 3 rounds. The other person's equipment was clearly more luxurious. A KSS level 4 helmet with a level 3 face mask, a Spartan B-type body armor, and Z038 headphones. The only regret was that the AKM did not have a scope. Jeang Yang glanced at it and chuckled. "A veteran of Counter-Strike, huh?" He casually checked the magazine and found it was also filled with level 3 ammo. In this world, you can only fail once a week, so everyone tries to bring the best equipment, which ironically slows down the overall skill improvement. This is precisely why the special operatives are generally both weak and overweight. For Jeang Yang, who has transmigrated from another world, this is practically an advantageous situation. He handed the spoils to Zhang Qi. "Here, put all of this in your bag." As Zhang Qi packed, he muttered, "Brother, will carrying this much stum my growth?" Jeang Yang chuckled. It's only because you have to memorize a lot of homework that your height will be affected. This is a game. Looking at his younger brother's struggling expression, he added, get used to it slowly. That's just how the world is. Jeang Yang helped him put on the Spartan armor, discarded the heavy AKM and extra magazines, and stuffed the folded MP5 in his bag. It's much lighter now, isn't it? Zhang Qi nodded repeatedly, secretly determined not to hold him back. Just then, a white light flashed from Zhang Qi's body. Jeang Yang was startled, only to see his younger brother excitedly shout, "Brother, I've awakened my Dark Zone talent." Jeang Yang immediately went over, and the two looked at the panel. S-rank talent, absolute blunt wound. The effect is that every first shot in each game will be guaranteed to inflict blunt wound, with the probability decreasing with each subsequent shot. 100% blunt force trauma? Jeang Yang gasped, only one thought remaining in his mind. This kid is invincible. His initial worry vanished instantly, and he was even a little excited. Zhang Qi, however, looked puzzled. What is blunt force trauma? Jeang Yang explained simply that it means the bullet cannot penetrate armor, causing only minimal damage, a very low probability event in actual combat. Then I definitely won't lose any health with my first shot? Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. Then I can block bullets for you. He had barely finished speaking when Jeang Yang smacked him on the head. You're the one being protected. Jeang Yang said sternly. Don't run around, or I won't take you with me anymore. Zhang Qi rubbed his head and nodded dejectedly. Okay. Jeang Yang put the KSS helmet on Zhang Qi's head. Zhang Qi muttered, if I'd known it would hurt this much, I would have worn it sooner. Jeang Yang didn't say anything more and prepared to continue. This game isn't over yet. Next stop, the motel. He organized his supplies, his eyes fixed on the busiest area of the farm, planning to clear his way to the southern blockade line and evacuate. As they approached, Zhang Qi pointed into the distance and said, Brother, there's movement over there. Jeang Yang glanced at it. 2 AI spawn points. He raised his gun and fired a few shots, taking them down instantly. The two crossed the southern wheat field, and Jeang Yang killed 3 more enemies in quick succession, including a sniper who was feigning sleep. At this point, his AK-74 proficiency had increased to 72%, and his handling was becoming increasingly stable. Gunfire erupted near the hotel, and Jeang Yang deduced it was a firefight between Pharaoh and the shotgunner. He circled around to the backyard gap and threw a smoke grenade. Zhang Qi asked, puzzled, why throw a smoke grenade? Jeang Yang explained that this area would be easily exposed by multiple firing positions, and without smoke, it would be easy to be spotted. Although Zhang Qi didn't fully understand, he nodded nonetheless. The two successfully entered the small house in the backyard. After Jeang Yang made his arrangements, he settled Zhang Qi into a small room. Hide behind the white box and don't make a sound. He handed him an MP5 player and a drum kit. If anyone comes in, hide under the bed and shoot their feet. Zhang Qi chuckled. Shoot their toes, got it. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Jeang Yang left the room after confirming everything was all right. Zhang Qi silently prayed. My brother is so strong, he'll be fine. The moment the door closed, Jeang Yang let loose completely. He loaded his level 4 BP rounds, pulled down his mask, and whispered, the hunt begins. Team 1, take cover. Team 2, flank. Gunfire erupted throughout the hotel. The situation was chaotic. Jeang Yang didn't hesitate, choosing to break through from the basement, attempting to avoid a direct firefight. As he approached the basement, he heard the boy band's voice. I've held him off. You guys go around him. Jeang Yang's heart tightened. The voice was too familiar. Ajax, the big boss of the farm, whom he had run into right at the start. A hail of bullets swept out from inside the door. He immediately ducked against the wall, his heart pounding. Ajax and Jackson were extremely skilled fighters, and with their numerical advantage, there was virtually no room for error in this attack. Jeang Yang gripped his AK-74 tightly, quickly assessing the situation. His opponent was also using the same gun and wearing level 4 armor. A direct confrontation was hopeless. He could only rely on skill and timing to slowly whittle down the opponent's strength. He muttered to himself, trying to bolster his courage. Will we win? As if answering his inner voice, he took a deep breath and decided to use a combination of sniping and grenades to gradually dismantle the enemy's formation. He pulled out a pineapple grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it forward. Take cover, grenades. The men's team promptly retreated. Seizing this brief opening, Jeang Yang peeked out, scoped in, and fired several shots. 2 Jacksons fell to the ground, and he immediately ducked back behind the wall. The next second, bullets rained down again, shattering the wall and sending debris flying, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Having tasted success, he repeated the tactic, throwing another grenade. The boy band retreated mechanically once more, and Jeang Yang seized the opportunity to peek out, taking down the remaining enemies one by one, completely clearing the basement. He breathed a sigh of relief, quickly assessed his condition, and replenished his ammunition. Ajax didn't have a backpack, but his ammunition pouch had 2 magazines full of BP rounds, so this was a small windfall. He then silently made his way up to the first floor, listening for sounds to determine that the enemy was in the kitchen. Jeang Yang waited by the door, and the moment he heard the enemy open the box, he burst out. Gunshots rang out, and the man was shot down before he could react, only managing to cry out, "Have mercy, sir." Jeang Yang didn't stop, quickly finishing him off. He glanced at his backpack. It was full of odds and ends, yet 6 slots were empty. Something was clearly wrong. Jeang Yang then opened the high-level weapon crate next to him and froze a second later. A lion. He almost jumped up. A high-level weapon crate shouldn't contain such a large gold item. It was obviously hidden there by the other side. His earlier plea for mercy now seemed much more meaningful. Jeang Yang accepted the loot without hesitation, whispered to the corpse, "I'll keep it safe for you," then hid his backpack and prepared to continue clearing the building. He went to the stairwell and, to avoid being ambushed, threw an M67 round to scout ahead. After the explosion, he peered through the gaps to the second floor, and a bullet grazed his helmet the next moment. They're definitely on the defensive. He quickly locked onto the opponent's position and threw an offensive grenade. However, almost simultaneously, the opponent also threw a stun grenade. The explosion rang out, and Jeang Yang's ears rang instantly, but he still kept his eyes fixed on the stairwell. Just then, a figure rushed down from above and opened fire at point-blank range. Gunfire erupted in the confined space, golden bullets crisscrossed, blood splattered, and the 2 exchanged fire at near-close range, the outcome decided in an instant. Jeang Yang fired 2 shots in quick succession, the bullets hitting his opponent precisely in the head. The man instantly lost his strength and tumbled down the stairs. He looked down at himself and found that he'd been shot in the abdomen and both legs, with 3 areas on his medical panel already completely blackened. Damn it! Fortunately, he had taken painkillers beforehand, which suppressed most of the pain. After confirming that there was no immediate threat on the second floor, Jeang Yang quickly retrieved his standard surgical kit and began treating the injuries. 2.5 minutes later, the surgery was completed, and his body gradually returned to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that the person he had just encountered was using the Pharaoh weapon, and their equipment wasn't bad either. That gunfight had almost ended in a loss for him. Jeang Yang carefully searched the second floor and found the ground littered with the bodies of the man who had killed the special agent. Clearly, that man was the last survivor. The hotel had been completely emptied, and now it was time for the most enjoyable part: looting. He first checked the corpse of the Pharaoh brother, and sure enough, it was a Pharaoh, but the accessories were very meager, and the magazine was still filled with level 3 BPZ bullets. No wonder they could only hit my legs and abdomen. Jeang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This round was won largely because the opponent's bullets were too bad. The opponent's Spartan armor was still at full durability, so Jeang Yang immediately switched to it. As for the KSS-2 helmet, it had been smashed to pieces and was completely unusable. Since the opponent wasn't carrying a backpack, they were clearly hiding nearby and fighting. He turned and went into the adjacent restroom, quickly finding a med field backpack, filling all 28 compartments. Jeang Yang immediately turned on the walkie-talkie. Zhang Qi, all done clearing out, come up to the second floor and loot the backpack." However, there was only silence in the earphones. Jeang Yang's heart sank. Could something have happened to this kid? He immediately dropped his backpack and ran quickly towards the backyard. He quickly checked every possible location, including rooftops, walls, carports, and all the usual checkpoints, but he didn't see a single person. His panic grew with each search, and he finally rushed into the small house, cautiously pushing open the door. Under the bed, Zhang Qi was dozing off, clutching his gun. Jeang Yang was speechless for a moment, then took off his helmet and gave him a good whack on the head. Ouch! Zhang Qi was startled awake, instinctively raising his gun. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was his brother. Brother? Slap! Another slap. You can still sleep on the battlefield? Jeang Yang scolded while hitting him. How can you sleep at your age? Zhang Qi protested, clutching his head. I'm only 12 years old. Jeang Yang sighed, his tone turning serious. Once you're in the dark zone, you have to act like an adult. He then shook his head helplessly. These two brothers were truly cut from the same cloth. All right, get up and loot the bag. Jeang Yang composed himself and led Zhang Qi back upstairs. Seeing the supplies scattered all over the floor, Zhang Qi instantly perked up. Wow, we're rich. Jeang Yang then went to the kitchen to retrieve the backpack he had hidden. Upon opening it, he found only one treasure inside, a golden lion statue. He carried the golden lion back to the second floor. Come on, guess how much it's worth? Zhang Qi excitedly pulled out a small golden leopard. I have one too. It was a small golden leopard worth 20,000. Not bad. Jeang Yang nodded, and the two quickly sorted out all their spoils before retreating towards the southern blockade line. After handing over the Cohen coins, the countdown to evacuation began. Zhang Qi, carrying a bulging backpack, was beaming with excitement. Bro, I've done a great job this time, haven't I? Yeah, you get the most. Go out and see how much you earn. Jeang Yang replied with a smile. I guess 200,000. The golden line alone is 450,000. Then we have 1 million, about 700,000. As the countdown reached 0, red smoke rose, and the two figures gradually disappeared, leaving only Zhang Qi's excited voice echoing in the air. Yay, we can't possibly spend it all. Successful evacuation. The two returned safely to reality. Jeang Yang made 1.3 million yuan in this round, while Zhang Qi made 700,000 yuan. Zhang Qi was overjoyed, jumping around in the living room. Brother, I made 700,000 yuan. His face was full of uncontrollable smiles. Jeang Yang was puzzled. How come I'm earning more? He remembered giving Zhang Qi quite a few good things, including the golden lion statue. Opening his backpack, he found a brass key in the corner, the main guest room key. Jeang Yang then recalled that Zhang Qi had gotten this valuable item at the beginning of the game. More importantly, the kid actually secretly slipped the keys back into his bag. Thinking of this, Jeang Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Although his younger brother was frugal in words, he was very thoughtful. Coming to his senses, Jeang Yang couldn't help but marvel. He'd never even dared to dream of earning so much from a simple hand like this in his previous life. Add to that the golden lion and the key, and this was definitely a big win. Next, he plans to upgrade his weapon, the Pharaoh. He'll put all his supplies up for sale on the market. With the remaining pure currency in his warehouse, he should have about 150,000 left, which should be just enough. Jeang Yang knew very well that to unleash his full potential, he had to master high-difficulty weapons, and the Pharaoh was the strongest and most difficult to control. So he went straight for the top-of-the-line attachments, a 50-round drum magazine, a red dot sight, an adapter, a stock, a foregrip, a laser sight, and a flashlight, all maxed out. The modification is complete, costing a total of 110,000. A fully modified short-barreled Pharaoh is now officially complete. Jeang Yang held the gun, and images of real combat began to appear in his mind. But when he opened the panel, he saw that the proficiency was only 15%. That's too low. He frowned and decided to go to the training ground to practice first. Upon entering the training ground, familiar stationary and moving targets came into view. He adjusted the moving target to a distance of 10 meters and began practicing recoil control. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet trajectories were unpredictable, sometimes hitting the bullseye or 9 times, and sometimes even missing the target entirely. After 10 minutes, he was already slightly tired, but his proficiency had increased to 30%. He practiced for another half hour, but his proficiency level was stuck at 32% and wouldn't increase any further. Although the trajectory had become much more stable, he still hadn't fully mastered it. Jeang Yang sighed. I've almost reached my limit. I still need to practice in real matches to improve my proficiency. Emerging from the training ground, he felt a bit hungry and planned to call Zhang Qi for a late-night snack. Now that they were both relatively well off, a decent meal wouldn't be a problem. Pushing open the door, he found a room unusually quiet. Zhang Qi was already asleep in bed. Jeang Yang smiled, gently tucked the blanket around him, and carefully left the room. That game had indeed been too tiring for a child. He returned to the living room, ate some of the remaining cake, and put the rest in the refrigerator. When he returned to his room, it was already late at night. Neon lights flickered outside the window, and tall buildings stood tall. Jeang Yang gazed at the night view, his expression slightly dazed. "Mom, I'm doing fine now, don't worry," he murmured to himself. Memories of his past life seemed distant at this moment. Lying in bed, he began a plan for the future, buying a bigger house, stockpiling supplies, giving Zhang a better life. Thinking about all this, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jeang Yang woke up to find all the goods in the market sold out. After receiving his Cohen coins, he prepared to continue upgrading his equipment. With nearly 1,000,000 coins, he had more options. However, market prices were outrageously high. Level 5 equipment was twice as expensive as in his previous life. The cheapest level 5 armor cost 200,000, which left him speechless. But considering his own strength, he decided to go all in. Jeang Yang decisively acquired top-tier level 5 equipment, BT-6 heavy armor, 03 heavy helmet, and 926 high-grade ammunition pouches, maxing out all the equipment. The remaining funds were used to replenish grenades, ammunition, and footstep sounders. M62 ammunition was used temporarily, with plans to upgrade to M61s later when resources were more abundant. He then purchased a batch of keys, the master bedroom of the villa, the grain station, the stables, the private residence, and Hotel 201. After the spending spree, only 150,000 remained in the warehouse. However, Zhang still had 700,000, so daily expenses were not a concern for the time being. Jeang Yang looked at his fully equipped gear, his eyes gradually hardening. His only goal now was to increase his pharaoh proficiency and completely master this weapon in actual combat. To maximize this talent, he had to keep grinding through levels in the game. Soon, Jeang Yang made a decision. It's time to increase the difficulty. Since he already had 5 sets of equipment with level 5 ammo, there was no point in playing regular farms anymore. So he chose to go directly into the farm's blockade zone. Once the game started, the scene shifted, and Jeang Yang spawned at stable number 1 near the artificial lake. He excitedly took painkillers and then inserted a red needle. This spot was considered a top-tier gold farming location. As long as the route was smooth, the rewards were usually substantial. He immediately switched to his sword and sped off, heading straight for the second floor of the stables. He knew this route by heart, but as soon as he stepped onto the first floor, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. The stable war god. Jeang Yang instantly became alert. This was one of the most powerful AI opponents in the current version. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, the other person spoke up. "What are you doing?" Before the words were even finished, a shotgun blast had already been fired. Jeang Yang dodged to the side, but the other person's aim was extremely accurate, and 2 more shots came down in quick succession, the firepower as fierce as a continuous spray. Both sides opened fire simultaneously. Jeang Yang took the damage head-on, and the system notified him that his proficiency had increased by 1, but at the cost of losing a leg and an arm. He gritted his teeth, first receiving a regeneration injection, then undergoing surgery to barely stabilize his condition. This intensity is truly outrageous. After treating his injuries, he heard gunshots coming from the direction of the inn, but instead of rushing over, he first activated the safety on the stable. In his experience, this spot had a higher drop rate. The safe was opened, crammed full, and even flashed briefly. It turned out to be shock-resistant hard plastic, batteries, tampered coins, and stamp albums. Jeang Yang was speechless. That's it. Undeterred, he went to the stable storeroom. He rushed upstairs, searching his coat and toolbox, only to find ordinary materials. Finally, he opened a file box and found 3 consecutive desk calendars, which nearly made him lose his composure. Forget it. Let's go for the hotel. Jeang Yang quickly adjusted his mindset, reloaded his gun, and prepared to relocate. He judged that the area towards Nanmai was quiet, and the broken bridge might still be intact, so he decided to take another gamble along the way. Advancing forward, he observed the beacon towers and the broken bridge. Confirming only patrolling drones were present, he threw a smoke grenade directly towards the unprotected point. The white smoke spread rapidly, and he charged into the smoke under fire to activate the safety. The moment the safety was activated, the first 4 bars flashed. A record player plus a memory stick, an SSD, and a graphics card, 2 small gold items in hand. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up. Not bad, not a loss. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he headed towards the hotel. Using smoke to block the windows, he successfully entered through a side door. Finding that the cash register and suitcase hadn't been touched, he decisively went into the drawer room first to loot some more resources. The coat and main unit only yielded ordinary materials, but the drawers were lucky. The first drawer produced perfume, and the second produced a hearing aid, two small purple items in a row, which cheered him up a little. When he opened the last drawer, a single item flashed. Key 201. Jeang Yang was slightly taken aback, then realized, I'm rich. But the next second he frowned, because he didn't have a safe box yet. Just then, he heard footsteps, one in the kitchen on the first floor, and another in room 202 upstairs. Jeang Yang quickly assessed the situation and decided to deal with the target downstairs first, then handle the threat upstairs. Jeang Yang tossed his backpack into the drawer room and headed towards the kitchen. Just as he reached the suitcase, he noticed the other person's footsteps had stopped, clearly indicating they had sensed his approach. Players in this world are extremely cautious about their lives, especially those who dare to enter the restricted area. Almost all of them are veterans and won't engage in gunfights easily. Jeang Yang's aiming failed, so he decisively threw an offensive grenade towards the kitchen. Just as the grenade left his hand, a slight vibration came from the wooden planks above his head. Jeang Yang's expression changed, and he immediately turned around to block the stairwell leading to room 202. His intuition told him that someone was lying in ambush above. He quickly deduced that the two were likely a team and were probably preparing to flank him. He stared at the corner of the stairs, and with the help of the light, he could see the other person's shadow, but he still didn't see them rush out. Trying to block my first move? Jeang Yang sneered at, then I'll play with you. With that, he tossed a smoke grenade at his feet and simultaneously threw a footsteps-making device into the drawer room. White smoke instantly filled the room, but he quietly slipped into the adjacent small room, patiently waiting for his prey to take the bait. Before long, the footsteps-making device indeed came into play. Two enemies rushed towards the drawer room simultaneously, clearly misled. One of them arrogantly shouted, "Such big footsteps, you're not going to hide anymore, huh? Surrender now." The two stood at the doorway, tentatively firing, one an AK and the other a USAS, suppressing the enemy while alternating shots, appearing very cautious. Under the cover of gunfire, Jeang Yang rolled a grenade close to the ground. The sound of pulling the pin was completely masked, and the grenade silently slid to the feet of the two men. Damn it, a grenade! You're in my way. The two men were still in a panic when the explosion rang out. Amid screams, only one man remained, his feet still struggling. The man rushed into the drawer room in a panic, only to find a backpack and a footstep sound-emitting device on the floor. He instantly realized he had been tricked, but it was too late. Jeang Yang, wielding the pharaoh, charged forward. Hearing the commotion, the man immediately fired preemptive shots at the door, the dense bullet holes instantly sealing off the entrance. The USAS's slingshots posed a significant threat, so Jeang Yang dared not charge and head on. Instead, he threw a ricocheting grenade to block the doorway. The grenade bounced and landed near the enemy's feet, forcing him to rush out of the room and attempt a desperate God of War jump. The moment he peeked out, Jeang Yang delivered a precise headshot, sending him sprawling to the ground. The battle ended, and Jeang Yang had successfully taken down both men. That's it. He breathed a sigh of relief and began looting the spoils. The man with the shotgun was wearing full four-piece armor, a KSS helmet, and his ammo pouch and backpack were bulging. Opening the med backpack, Jeang Yang found it filled with miscellaneous items: bellows, filters, blue gunpowder, CPU fans, and various electronic parts. He was somewhat speechless. You pick up everything, but then he thought that Cohen coins were extremely valuable in this world, so even ordinary junk could yield profits. So it seems high risk corresponds to high reward. No wonder everyone carries a huge bag into the map. He casually tossed aside low-value items and continued examining another corpse. The other person was using a Cyclone AK, equipped with a 100-rounder magazine. However, despite the extravagant magazine, it was filled entirely with cheap Level 2 ammunition. After Jeang Yang finished organizing his equipment, gunfire finally came from the direction of the broken bridge. He immediately became alert, loaded his grenades into his magazine, and threw his backpack on the ground, preparing to lightly assess the situation. He went to the second-floor toilet window, which which provided a good vantage point for aiming at the unprotected area. Soon, an enemy appeared in the mirror, circling the unprotected area with a gun, seemingly in a standoff. Jeang Yang didn't rush to fire, but continued to observe patiently. The broken bridge extended towards Nanmai, and there was likely more than one team there. Making a hasty move now would only reveal their position. Shortly after, gunshots rang out from the direction of the beacon tower. The person quickly turned off the anti-tank device and hid in a blind spot on the other side of the vehicle, seemingly preparing to ambush and counterattack. Soon, another special agent arrived from the beacon tower, fully equipped in 4 sets of gear and carrying a long rifle. Jeang Yang was slightly taken aback. This setup clearly indicated a sniper, and he hadn't expected to encounter this kind of fighting style. The sniper was equally cautious, not approaching rashly but instead circling the vehicle to observe. Jeang Yang thought he would notice something amiss, but what happened next left him completely stunned. The two of them moved silently around the car, simultaneously, in the same direction, always staying in each other's blind spots. After a full circle, neither of them noticed the other. Even more absurdly, they simultaneously changed direction and continued circling. Jeang Yang couldn't help but complain that the scene was like a theatrical performance, utterly ridiculous. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and took aim, steadying his breath as he fired. The bullet struck the man squarely in the head, and the 6th man fell to the ground instantly. Meanwhile, the sniper who had circled around from the other side stood frozen in place, his expression complex. Then, he immediately threw on a smoke grenade, preparing to loot the body and, incidentally, activate the free protection feature. Still trying to rob us? Jeang Yang was annoyed. He immediately rushed downstairs and threw 3 grenades into the smoke from behind cover, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Explosions rang out one after another, forcing the enemy to retreat. But the next second, bullets swept in from the direction of the beacon tower. Jeang Yang was shot and quickly retreated back into cover. He then realized that the opposing team's teammates had arrived. 2 figures, one at a distance and the other close in, were approaching, clearly trying to take advantage of his low health to force their way in. Jeang Yang retreated to the 1st floor of the hotel and pre-aimed across the pool table. Soon, one of them rushed in, and he decisively opened fire, knocking him down on the spot. But then a detonating grenade was thrown in, instantly blasting Jeang Yang into serious injury, leaving him with ringing ears. He couldn't help but complain that this grenade-hugging rush tactic was utterly absurd. Fortunately, the enemy didn't immediately charge in, allowing him to use healing items to recover and attempt to move to the 2nd floor. However, another grenade was thrown from upstairs, forcing him to retreat back to the 1st floor. The explosion shook the entire building, and his medical kit was completely depleted. At that moment, the enemy launched another attack, peeking out from the door and firing in short bursts. Jeang Yang crouched on the stairs, exchanging fire with them. After several rounds of bullets, he seized an opportunity, delivering a headshot and eliminating the last enemy. After the battle, he checked his equipment. His level 5 armor was almost destroyed, and his helmet was severely damaged. Although the battle was dangerous, he had ultimately managed to stabilize the situation. After a quick recovery and confirming his safety, Jeang Yang continued looting. A fully modified M4, a partially modified M110, and MP5 dum-dum rounds, all veteran-level gear, increased the pressure on him. He killed 5 people in this round, earning at least 500,000 in loot. He organized his supplies, which weighed 60 kilograms after being packed into a bag, but still didn't rush to leave. He left the backpack on the 1st floor and went to check room 201, which, as expected, had been completely looted. Then he went to the main guest room and found that it hadn't even been opened. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up. There was still a chance to make a big profit this time. He entered the room, staring at the 2 safes with eyes like he was looking at treasure. He opened a regular safe first, only to find paracord and a GPU inside. He was speechless, a huge disappointment. Don't rush, there's one more. He took a deep breath, gave a symbolic bow to the electronic safe, and then solemnly opened it. The cabinet door slowly opened, revealing it crammed full, with one of the 2 items in one compartment gleaming slightly. Holy crap! When the 2 slots of supplies were revealed, Jeang Yang was completely stunned. They were thermal imaging modules. He instantly became excited. He had been worried about getting a golden leopard or a repair manual, but this was a huge windfall. He also casually collected the remaining purple and Cohen coins. Afterward, Jeang Yang searched the main guest room, the coat storage area, and a high-level weapon storage area again to make sure nothing was missed before returning to the first floor to organize his backpack. After a frantic packing spree, all the supplies were finally stuffed to the brim, and the weight reached 69.89 kilograms, almost exceeding the weight limit. Shouldering his large backpack, Jeang Yang arrived at the southern blockade line, preparing to evacuate. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. The air was damp, and a cold wind swept across his face, causing a strange unease to rise within him. Jeang Yang put down his backpack, raised his fully modified M4, and observed the distant sniping position through a 1/4x scope. There was nothing unusual on the other side of the cliffside road. He then glanced at the location of the tractor in the southern wheat field. The grass was equally quiet. Am I overthinking this? Jeang Yang frowned, but still raised his hand and tossed a smoke grenade. White smoke rose, and Jeang Yang submitted 6,000 Cohen coins, officially starting the evacuation countdown. But the next second, gunfire erupted. Bullets struck the iron railings hard, sending sparks flying. The enemy had ambushed them in the hotel's backyard. Basement rats. Jeang Yang quickly took cover behind the truck, using the smoke as cover, and reacted immediately. The footsteps grew closer. The other party was clearly ready to fight to the death. Jeang Yang gripped the Pharaoh gun tightly. His proficiency with it was now quite high, and its close-range suppressive power was astonishing. Enemies rushed out from the gap in the backyard, quickly taking cover behind the broken bridge pillars. A battle was imminent. The opponent fired first, simultaneously throwing a stun grenade. Jeang Yang's ears were ringing, but he remained calm, tossing 2 footsteps sound generators at his feet. Instantly, the surrounding area erupted in chaotic footsteps. The enemy was visibly taken aback. 2 people. Although he quickly realized what was happening, he couldn't pinpoint Jeang Yang's exact location. Jeang Yang seized the opportunity to quickly flank, peek out to lock onto the enemy's side, and decisively open fire. All the bullets hit their mark, instantly leaving the opponent with only a sliver of health, forcing them to cower behind a pillar. Without hesitation, Jeang Yang leaped forward, but upon reaching them, he found the opponent already lying on the ground. Still teammates. Jeang Yang didn't think twice and immediately pulled out his shovel to finish off the enemy. You stinky rat. After dealing with the enemy, he didn't even bother to loot his bag and turn to run. After all, his armor was already destroyed, and dragging it out would only make things more dangerous. Back at the extraction point, backpack on his back, the countdown had only a dozen seconds left. Jeang Yang smoked again, his heart pounding faster as the seconds ticked by. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Rat's teammates were arriving. They were getting closer, less than 10 meters away. Cold sweat beaded on Jeang Yang's forehead as he stared intently at the evacuation countdown. Just a second later, a grenade rolled to his feet. Evacuate. The scene abruptly shifted. The evacuation was successful. They had brought out goods worth 1.03 million. Back in reality, Jeang Yang immediately gasped for breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He was just a second off. Any slower and he would have vomited it all out. This restricted area was indeed dangerous. To run in a Lao Lu at the last moment, and with teammates too, made solo combat incredibly difficult. However, this one successful deal brought in 1 million, which translates to 100,000 renminbi, equivalent to several months or even a year's income for an average person. It's time to improve my life. He looked around his home. The old sofa was peeling, and the table was rickety. This kind of environment should have been replaced long ago. Zhangqi. The next second, the two of them appeared in the most bustling commercial district of Yinqing, standing in front of a large furniture store. Brother, what are you doing here? Zhangqi looked bewildered. Just getting some new stuff replaced at home. Jeang Yang's tone was calm, but noticeably more confident. This was the high-end brand Pai Yanzi, with a grand interior and neatly arranged furniture. The two brothers were immediately awestruck by the ambience upon entering. A saleswoman greeted him with a smile. Hello, how can I help you? Just as Jeang Yang was about to speak, Zhangqi rushed towards a luxurious sofa. Brother, I love this. He threw himself onto the sofa, rubbing his face against the soft surface, his limbs flailing wildly as if swimming. fully enjoying the comfort of the high-quality fabric. It was a long, dark blue sofa covered with light blue cushions. Its lines were simple and smooth, and it could seat up to 5 or 6 people. The overall design was very modern and looked quite high-end. Seeing this, the salesperson simply smiled and introduced, "Your son has excellent taste. This is the newest model this month, the 18th generation of the Blue Swallow series, which focuses on the combination of comfort and fashion." Her tone was professional and fluent as she introduced the color, design, and suitable scenarios, practically portraying the sofa as the soul and core of the entire living room. Zhang, however, became anxious and immediately interrupted. "I'm not his son. I'm his brother." In the salesperson's eyes, he was clearly still just a child. The saleswoman smiled politely and smoothly guided him. "There's a snack area over there. You can go and rest for a bit." She gestured to the self-service counter in the distance. The white counter was piled high with snacks and drinks, and many children were gathered around it, eating and drinking. Zhang's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. "Potato chips?" He rushed over the next second. Jeang Yang was somewhat helpless and could only apologize to the salesperson. "I'm sorry, the child is a bit naive." He knew very well that if something in this kind of store were to be broken, the compensation would be quite expensive. The salesperson, however, didn't seem to care, continuing to smile and recommend the product. "You can take a look and see if you like it." Their attitude seemed to imply the sale was already secured. Just then, Zhang's shout suddenly came from afar. "Holy crap! Cucumber flavor!" Jeang Yang turned around and saw Zhang tilting his head back, shoving an entire bag of potato chips into his mouth. Not missing a single one, his eating manners extremely exaggerated. Jeang Yang's face darkened, and he could only whisper to the salesperson, "I'll go handle this." A moment later, a scream suddenly rang out from inside the shop, startling even the pigeons perched outside into flight. When the two returned to the sofa, Zhang had a large bump on his head, looking like a little gourd-shaped character, standing obediently behind Jeang Yang, not daring to utter a single word. Jeang Yang then asked, "How much is this Azure 18? His tone had returned to calm. The salesperson replied, "The standard version is 1888, the deluxe version is 2888, and customization is also available." "Customization is available?" Zanyang asked, "Somohat surpreset." "Of course. We specialize in personalized designs, and each piece is adjusted based on details to ensure it's as unique as possible," the salesperson explained with a smile. Jeang Yang nodded. "Then let's go with this style." The saleswoman's smile immediately brightened. "Okay, 1888, check out here." Clearly, she was quite satisfied with this order. On the way to pay, Zhang muttered to himself, "Bro, shouldn't we look around more?" He was clearly still eyeing the snacks elsewhere. Jeang Yang interrupted him directly. "Don't say anything more." He was afraid that if they kept shopping, this kid would cause even more trouble. Zhang, however, remained cheeky. "Shooting? You mean shooting a handgun? My friend could do that too." Jeang Yang immediately became alert. "Who taught you this time?" "From Big Fatty, a former classmate," Zhang said innocently. Jeang Yang said speechlessly, "Didn't you drop out of school a long time ago?" After paying, Jeang Yang realized he hadn't bought a table yet. He glanced at Zhang and couldn't help but sigh. "When you're out and about, be careful with your money." Zhang nodded repeatedly, rubbing the bag on his head, but his mind was still preoccupied with the bag of potato chips he'd just received. "Shally, show us the table." "Okay, this way, please." After the deal was done, Shally became noticeably more enthusiastic, jogging ahead in her high heels to lead the way. Upon arriving at the guest seating area, tables of various styles were neatly arranged in a row, ranging from natural wood to European and retro styles, and even a darkroom themed table. Jeang Yang was taken aback. "Isn't this the pool table in the darkroom?" He almost thought he was seeing things. Shally immediately explained, "The Dark Zone is very popular right now, so we've launched related products such as tactical sandboxes and command tables." Jeang Yang was somewhat surprised, not expecting that game elements had already permeated the real-world furniture industry. He suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, "Didn't you say that you didn't have the same leather swallow pattern?" Shally calmly replied, "Indeed, there won't be exactly the same one, but we can make similar styles, and each one will be differentiated in the details." "Okay, then let's go with the frontline fortress." Jeang Yang pointed to the sand table tactical table. This table perfectly recreated the scene of the frontline fortress and even came with a laptop. The screen was playing the Dark Zone documentary, Diamond Rattlesnake, and the comment section was filled with "That's awesome." The salesperson told him the price was $18.88, and Jeang Yang didn't hesitate, scanning the code to buy it immediately. Zhang Qi stared at the computer and whispered, "Can I play this?" Jeang Yang gave him a look, and he immediately shut up. After the transaction was completed, the shop assistant asked Jeang Yang to leave his address for delivery and installation. Jeang Yang wrote, "Room 501, Building 2, Fondo Garden," but he clearly felt the shop assistant, Xiao Li, give him an extra glance. Xiao Li lowered her voice and reminded him, "This area might be slated for demolition. I have a friend who works in the government, and his information is usually quite accurate." Jeang Yang was taken aback. He himself hadn't known about this. Although demolition is generally a good thing, the issue of new housing would arise, since housing prices in Yincheng are not cheap. Jeang Yang nodded his thanks, but in his mind, he was already calculating how to speed up the pace of making money. After leaving the shop, night had already fallen. The streets were brightly lit, and neon lights and car headlights intertwined, making the whole city look exceptionally lively. Walking down the street, Zhang Qi couldn't help but worry. "Brother, where will we get the money to buy a house?" Jeang Yang reached out and rubbed his head, only saying, "We will," before leading him straight to the snack street to fill their stomachs. The food street next to the commercial area was still bustling with activity, lined with stalls and filled with the aroma of various barbecues and snacks. The two brothers weaved through the crowd, and soon their stomachs were growling with enticement. Arriving at the familiar grilled squid stall, Zhang Qi eagerly expressed his desire to eat. Previously, due to limited resources, Zhang Qi could only afford one small skewer at most, but this time he directly said, "Boss, 10 whole skewers, please." The shopkeeper paused for a moment, then laughed and joked that he must have struck it rich. Jeang Yang casually replied that he must have won the lottery. Zhang Qi looked shocked. "Can you finish 10 skewers?" Jeang Yang laughed. "If you can't finish them, I'll cover you. You can eat your fill tonight." Just as the two started eating, a female host was conducting interviews with a cameraman in the food street. After briefly describing the atmosphere, she quickly noticed Zhang Qi, the little guy who was standing at attention. As soon as the camera was pointed at her, the host asked with a smile, "Little friend, what do you like most about this place?" But Zhang Qi stared at her feet first. "Sister, why are you wearing slippers?" The atmosphere on set suddenly became slightly awkward. The host quickly asked the cameraman to cut that part out and asked the question again. This time, Zhang Qi answered seriously, "Squid skewers. Do you want some?" As he spoke, he handed over a skewer, but just as the other person was about to reach for it, he quickly pulled it back, saying, "These cost money. 10 yuan a skewer." The host's smile froze, and he could only awkwardly turn to Jeang Yang. Jeang Yang, still eating, replied, "Asking me is useless. You have to ask the boss." The atmosphere immediately turned tense again. In the end, she could only force a few polite words for the camera before hurriedly leaving. Her expression was clearly not good as she went. Zhang Qi, while munching on squid, asked, "Brother, why is she unhappy?" Jeang Yang laughed and replied, "You made people think they could eat for free, but you still charged them." Zhang Qi snorted, "Such a grown man. All he knows is eating." After saying that, he continued to bury his head and eat heartily, his mouth covered in oil. The night market was brightly lit, bustling with people. Various snacks glistened under the lights, exuding a rich, smoky aroma. The vendors' shouts rose and fell, and the air was filled with the fragrance of food. "Boss, another serving of pig intestines." The customers laughed, and the stall owner responded generously, "No problem. This is my old specialty." The lively atmosphere made people relax without realizing it. The two brothers sat on small stools around a wooden table, eating barbecue. Zhang Qi asked while munching on a skewer, "Brother, aren't you eating your favorite heavenly silkworm potatoes anymore?" Jeang Yang paused for a moment, then shook his head. He did love that, but he used to order it every day because it was cheap and filling. Things were different now. "We're having squid today, all you can eat." He tossed the bamboo skewers onto the table. "Boss, 10 more skewers, please." His tone was relaxed, no longer showing the frugal, tight-fisted feeling he used to have. As he was speaking, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a white figure on the street. The girl in the white dress stood under the streetlight, her long hair gently blowing in the evening breeze, appearing particularly dazzling under the light. "Brother?" Zhang Qi waved his hand to remind him, then secretly glanced over and whispered, "There's a beautiful woman." Jeang Yang replied calmly, "Don't point at people randomly, it's impolite." Zhang Qi persisted, "She's quite pretty. Aren't you tempted?" Jeang Yang denied it outright. Now he only had one goal, to raid the dark zone and make money. "Who taught you all this?" Zhang Yang retorted. Zhang Qi pursed his lips. "I'm not telling you." Jeang Yang frowned. "It's not fatty again, is it?" Zhang Qi shook his head. "It's one-eyed dragon." Jeang Yang was speechless. The name sounded even less plausible. He casually made a couple of sarcastic remarks, which lightened the atmosphere considerably. Just then, a deep engine sound came from behind, and a purple luxury car pulled up in front of the girl in the white dress, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The car's sleek lines looked incredibly sophisticated under the lights, and someone immediately recognized it. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the girl bent down and got into the car. While eating, Zhang Qi asked, "Brother, will we be able to drive this kind of car in the future?" Jeang Yang replied calmly, "Yes, we'll have all these things in the future." He knew very well that as long as he improved his proficiency and could reliably make $1 million evacuation, money would not be a problem at all. Late at night, the two returned home. It was already 2 a.m., and Zhang Qi fell asleep as soon as his head hit the bed. Jeang Yang went back to his room and summoned the Dark Zone panel. He began organizing the supplies he had brought with him and selling them one by one on the market. The market in this world was completely free, and prices fluctuated wildly. Key prices have skyrocketed, with insured keys starting at 100,000. High-end equipment and bullets are also several times more expensive than in his previous life. After dealing with all the supplies, Jeang Yang received another 200,000 Cohen coins, bringing his total cash balance to 450,000 and the warehouse's total value to 2.5 million. Just then, the system notification sounded again. New mission issued. Firearms mastery. The requirement is to raise your proficiency in all 8 types of firearms to over 60%. The mission has a 60-hour time limit. The reward is a mysterious workbench, and failure will result in the deduction of proficiency points and a large amount of Cohen coins, a significant cost. It's finally here. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up, and he instantly became very interested in the reward. His intuition told him that this was definitely a key item. He quickly estimated the time. Completing all 8 types of weapons in 2.5 days was indeed quite challenging, but it was definitely worth the gamble. Except, Jeang Yang confirmed without hesitation. As the countdown began, he fully entered the zone. Since this was just about grinding proficiency, there was no need to enter high difficulty maps. He quickly finalized his route, preparing to use normal maps to improve efficiently. The 8 weapons have been planned: G18C, BM59, FEL, VSES, AX50, P90, USAS, and RPK-16. Let's start with the G18C. Jeang Yang took a deep breath. With the 50-round drum magazine, blue dot laser sight, and G-series rubber sleeve installed, a standard modified G18C was quickly assembled. Jeang Yang then filled the dum-dum magazine to the brim before heading to the training ground to test its feel. He glanced at the system panel. His initial proficiency was only 25%. He first adjusted the target to 10 meters, then pulled the trigger. The muzzle immediately rose wildly, and the recoil far exceeded his expectations. After firing a burst, Jeang Yang felt his arm was a little numb and his body was swaying slightly. He gave a wry smile. The real G18C was indeed not so easy to handle, and he could only continue to practice hard. 10 minutes later, he had basically mastered controlling the 10-meter target. His accuracy was stabilizing, and his proficiency had successfully increased to 50%. This progress greatly boosted Jeang Yang's confidence. Jeang Yang judged that, apart from extreme firearms like the Pharaoh, the other weapons weren't too difficult to adapt to. With his current skill level, he was more than capable of handling close-quarters combat. He removed 5 sets of equipment, replaced them with 4 lighter sets, grabbed 2 50-round drum magazines, and opened a normal farm, ready to test his skills in actual combat. The screen jolted, and he was teleported back into the instance. The familiar inn, fences, and roads came into view, and this spawn point caught his eye, Position 1. This position offers both offensive and defensive advantages, making it ideal for both looting and fighting. Jeang Yang didn't rush to advance. Instead, he first went to counter-engage the enemies who spawned later. He quickly reached the roof of the graveyard house and crouched down in the bushes. Soon, a clear sound of footsteps approached. A flash of light, flickering intermittently, streaked past. Jeang Yang's heart sank slightly. This setup was clearly not that of an ordinary player, but most likely fully equipped. Just as the opponent stopped to drink Red Sun to recover their stamina, Jeang Yang locked onto their position, suddenly peeked out, and unleashed a hail of bullets. The man was shot down before he could react, his drink still in his mouth, completely dazed. Jeang Yang quickly finished him off with a shot, taking him out completely. A heavy 926 backpack fell to the ground. Jeang Yang was slightly taken aback. This setup seemed more like that of a merchant player, which surprised him. Before he could think further, gunfire erupted in the distance. The enemy's teammates had arrived to provide support. Suppressed by long-range fire, Jeang Yang could only retreat quickly behind a mountain. He quickly assessed that there were at least 3 people on the other side, and they were most likely fully equipped. Jeang Yang couldn't help but wonder, was this really an ordinary farm? The enemy's coordination was extremely smooth. One man held the cemetery, while 2 others circled the green belt, forming a triangular encirclement. Jeang Yang was no longer safe in his original spot and could only keep moving around. He first retreated into the shack in the cemetery, but finding it still unstable, he finally ducked into the dilapidated 2-story building. This was originally a classic ambush point, but now it had become his temporary refuge. He quickly inserted endurance and regeneration injections, preparing to withstand this onslaught. Footsteps and shouts could be heard downstairs. The other side was clearly trying to force him to surrender. Jeang Yang calmly assessed that there was at least one more person outside holding a gun at a distance, and he absolutely could not easily expose himself. But the other side quickly lost patience and began to bombard him with grenades. 2 offensive grenades were thrown into the 2nd floor, while bullets outside the 1st floor door continued to penetrate the wall and suppress him, completely blocking his route downstairs. Explosions rang out one after another, and the entire building seemed to shake. Jeang Yang was forced to cower in a corner and take the damage, his ears ringing and his health rapidly declining. The enemy judged that he was low on health and decisively broke through the door to charge in. He held the stairwell tightly, waiting for the moment to arrive. Soon, an enemy blindly rushed up, but before he could even adjust to the dim lighting inside, Jeang Yang swept him down at close range. After taking down one enemy, Jeang Yang immediately threw smoke towards the balcony, attempting to disrupt the sniper's vision and buy himself a last chance to survive. The sniper in the distance frowned slightly, and just as the smoke billowed, a figure suddenly leaped out. Chapter 20 Dual Pistol Style, Extreme Chase. He fired a shot hastily, but missed. Grass. Our gaze now falls upon the cliffside road. Jeang Yang jumped from the sky to the outside of the building, and with his real combat experience, he used a low roll to dissipate the force. Meanwhile, the other enemy was still using the flashlight on his gun to look inside the 1st floor, completely unaware that Jeang Yang had already left the building. I have to say, he looked quite adorable when he was intently staring at the scope. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang attacked and finished off the remaining enemy, leaving only the last one in the distance. Back inside the building, let's load the bullets first. The opponent was likely armed with a sniper rifle. Killing him would save the cost of buying one. The regeneration injection was really effective. Jeang Yang, who had hardly ever received any medication, quickly returned to full health. He then sealed the cigarette and headed towards the farm cemetery. With 3 teammates dead, the enemy shouldn't be able to escape. If he escapes, his 3 teammates won't let him off the hook either. 3 teammates. Where's my equipment? Lone 2. Based on the direction of the gunshots, Jeang Yang roughly deduced that the other party was at the small house in the greenbelt. The hut was also a common sniping spot on the farm in my previous life. M110 snipers are frequently seen there, capable of snipe people who can snipe grain, as well as those evacuating from the stables and the hotel backyard. Its wide field of vision and well-concealed location are top-notch. Jeang Yang arrived at the body of the first person he killed and dropped the last smoke bomb. In this smoke bombing, of course, we need to borrow the other side's equipment. Jeang Yang picked up the enemy's weapon, which turned out to be an RPK that was almost fully modified. 60-round magazine, 2x scope, blue-violet laser, flashlight. Upon opening the magazine, I found level 3 PP ammunition. This, Jeang Yang gasped. Is it really that difficult for you to use better bullets? Just as Jeang Yang was exploring, footsteps could be heard in the distance. They're here. Park D. Jeang Yang was surprised that the other party would attack him directly, but for him, it was undoubtedly a good thing. The other side was clearly a sniper. How dare he do that? Boom! A lightning bolt struck Jeang Yang in the face. It was a snap pop. Before he could react, Jeang Yang was instantly turned into a human stump. Jeang Yang. Graus asterisco. The moment the tinnitus ended, the other person was already within arm's reach. Run. Using the smoke as cover, Jeang Yang simply abandoned his half-damaged RPK-16 and ran into the cemetery. Sizzle sizzle. As Jeang Yang ran, enemy bullets also came from behind the smoke, several shots grazing his toes and bringing with them a cold gust of wind. MP5? Dual wielding. Jeang Yang was stunned, but as one of the 5 villains, he could only flee for his life in a panic. The scene at this moment perfectly complements a piece of background music from Jackie Chan's adventures in his past life. Jackie Chan is running, with the Shadow Legion chasing after him. Upon arriving at the cemetery, he parkour-like vaulted over the railings. The bullet whizzed past me again. Sizzle. Ping ping. Don't run. The other person caught up and saw the afterimage behind the railing. After firing a burst of fire, Jeang Yang crouched down and then slid down the steep wall like a slide. Stop right there. The other person also climbed over the railing and slid down the steep wall. But as soon as he slid down to the figure on his right front, he shrank back again. Sizzle sizzle. It's almost empty again. Keep chasing. Jeang Yang went around in circles and returned to the room next to the cemetery. The other party spotted him, fired a shot, and Jeang Yang fled along the corner of the room. Sizzle sizzle. Stop right there. The enemy was carrying a sniper rifle, so his speed was naturally slower, and the relentless pursuit had left him exhausted. But seeing Jeang Yang fleeing so nervously, he was certain that Jeang Yang was definitely one of the 5 black cripples. So no matter how tired he was, he kept chasing after it relentlessly. Sizzle sizzle. Are you gonna run away, But as soon as he reached the corner, a sharp pain shot through his lower body. His vision went black, and he swayed and collapsed. Proficiency +1. You've got some nerve still chasing me. Jeang Yang took off his stuffy KSS helmet, his forehead already dripping with sweat. He blew away the white smoke from the gun barrel, panting heavily, savoring his hard-won survival. Entering the small room where blue-collar workers' uniforms were hung, Jeang Yang began a long surgery. Click, click. Using a surgical kit for 8 procedures, Jeang Yang's surgery was finally completed. Next up, it's time to loot the crates. Let's take a look at this dual-wielding pro. An MP5 player that costs 20,000 yuan only has a 50-round drum magazine. Judging by its weight, it's practically empty. This young man is pursuing me with great enthusiasm. The sniper rifle is an AR-30 worth 80,000 yuan, equipped with a 2/7x scope. Chapman's bag was empty except for a bottle of water and some biscuits. I'll eat it for you. Jeang Yang was both thirsty and hungry, so he ate it without any hesitation. Let's take a look at another flashlight model. An MPX with a value of 50,000, a 50-round drum magazine, a 1/4x scope, and firing AP.6 level 3 ammunition. Do they even know how to play? As a veteran S1 player, Jeang Yang really wanted to criticize them. It seems that the special agent's awareness of games in this life is still far behind that of the previous life. They have money, but they just don't spend it on bullets. The MPX accessories were disassembled, and some grenades were added. There was also a show-off who had his sword repaired by Jeang Yang on an indoor staircase. It was a P90 worth 50,000 yuan. This is pretty good. It fires foot-cutting rounds. Jeang Yang simply put the gun in his bag. Jeang Yang was carrying a large bag of 926, which was almost full. But there was still one bag belonging to someone who looked like a merchant runner that he hadn't looted yet. Today is a great day to climb the ranks. A great day indeed. Humming a cheerful tune, Jeang Yang arrived at the slope next to the cemetery. Come, let me see. Jeang Yang opened the bulging 926 backpack, his mouth forming an O shape. Holy crap, Ram. The backpack contained only one small purple item, a memory stick. It's not over yet. Besides the vertical row of memory sticks, there are 2 old-fashioned pocket backpacks. When you open the backpacks, there are still old-fashioned backpacks and a row of memory sticks inside. You can't spend it all. You simply can't spend it all. It's over. I can't take it with me. I absolutely can't take it with me. Jeang Yang was worried. Looking at the supplies scattered on the ground, his mouth creased into a wave. Chapter 21 New Teammates, the South Wall. The problem is no longer that they can't spend all the money, but that Jeang Yang simply can't take all these supplies with him. The memory sticks on the ground are valuable, and the high-end accessories and guns in the bag are equally expensive. Furthermore, the 4 old pocket bags in the other party's 926 bag were already full, so it was impossible for them to take them all in this wave. What should we do? Just as Jeang Yang was worrying, his ears twitched, and he noticed a slight movement on the cliffside highway in the distance. Someone's there. He immediately set up his AR-30 and zoomed in on the road leading to the hotel. Upon closer inspection, sure enough, there were people there. A player walked out from the backyard of the hotel, wearing an old-fashioned steel helmet and level 3 armor, with a T-79 and an MP-133 on his back. World War II veteran. If the other person hadn't been holding an entrenching tool, Jeang Yang would have thought he was a bot. Of course, it could also be a disguise. Jeang Yang aimed the scope at the opponent's head and pulled the trigger. Gee, out of bullets. He then realized that the chamber of the AR-30 was empty, and when he took out the magazine, it was also empty. My hair. Jeang Yang was complaining when he saw the other person wiping away tears through the scope. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that his leg appeared to be broken, causing him to walk very slowly and with a limp. Through the scope, the special agent's face was contorted in pain, and he kept rubbing his face with his hands, groaning as he slowly approached the extraction point. This is too tragic. Even Jeang Yang felt a little sorry for the scene. Not only was he wearing a set of shoddy equipment, but he was also physically disabled, yet determined to evacuate. This path is too painful. Let me help you get out of it sooner. Jeang Yang turned around, picked up the RPK-16 with the 2X scope from the ground again, and continued to aim the scope at the opponent's head before pulling the trigger. Click! Click! Is it stuck? What's going on? Jeang Yang was dumbfounded. What day is it today? Forget it. Let's use G-18C. The opponent is getting closer and closer. If we don't kill them soon, they'll discover us. Jeang Yang took out his G-18C and aimed it at the distant enemy from a distance. Without the magnification of the scope, the figure was only the size of a candle. But Jeang Yang could still distinguish the medium-sized hiking backpack filled with trash and the 926 light bullet sling hanging on his chest. Sigh. After aiming for a moment, Jeang Yang put the gun down. I have to admit, he still has some conscience. Looking at the memory sticks scattered all over the floor, a bold idea flashed through Jeang Yang's mind. All right, it seems this is God's will. Jeang Yang tucked the G-18C back into his waistband and sat down on the ground. He pulled out a bottle of concentrated liquor and a bottle of Red Sun from his bag. The special operative wiped the sweat from his brow, looked at his left leg, which was aching terribly with every step, and couldn't help but increase the pressure on his right leg. His mouth was so dry it was about to crack, his head was spinning, and the aches and pains in his body made him suffer every moment. Walk up the slope ahead, and you will reach the evacuation point in another 100 meters. He tried to comfort himself, but when he put force into his left leg, the intense pain from the wound made him lose his balance. If only there were a painkiller. He climbed up the slope in a daze, only to find a concentrated solution on the ground. This is a mirage. He picked up the concentrated sedative from the ground, his dim vision blurring the lines between reality and imagination. Hello. Looking up, he saw a man in the cemetery in front of him, leaning against the white railing, waving to him. Despair appeared on his face, but he had no strength to resist. But the other party didn't hit him. Instead, they took out a can of soda from the altar behind them. Hongyang beverage. Please have a drink. This concentrated shot is for you too. Seeing that the other party was so badly injured, Jeang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Doing good deeds is fine, but don't underestimate human nature. Seeing that the other party was holding an entrenching tool, Jeang Yang wasn't too worried. The AR-30 is out of ammo, and the RPK is jamming. Perhaps these are just God's arrangements. Since I can't take these memory sticks with me anyway, I might as well give them to this scoundrel and consider it a good deed for my birth. After all, he looked rather pitiful. Glug glug. After drinking the concentrated liquor in the red sun, the special envoy felt that half of the vitality he had lost had been restored. My vision returned to bright colors, and my left leg didn't hurt as much anymore. Thank you. His tear stains hadn't faded yet as he bowed deeply to Jeang Yang. Brother, you'd better take care of yourself. Jeang Yang didn't say anything and turned to leave. After all, saving him wasn't her intention. It was all just a series of coincidences. Hey, after hesitating for a moment, the other party finally called out to Jeang Yang. Jeang Yang turned around. Can I play with you? He swallowed hard, as if making a major decision. His gaze towards Jeang Yang was full of expectation. I never owe anyone anything. Give me a chance to repay your kindness. Seeing that Jeang Yang did not reply, he spoke again. Repaying a debt of gratitude? The thought of this word reminded Jeang Yang of his elderly mother from his previous life. She raised him for half his life, yet he didn't even have time to be with her when she passed away. He so desperately hoped that God would give him a chance to repay his debt of gratitude, to go back and see the woman whose hair had turned white overnight and who looked so haggard. Okay, Jeang Yang replied. Why wouldn't you accept a free underling? At worst, it can be used as a free radar and a self-destructing henchman. Thank you. You're the kindest person I've ever met. When Jeang Yang agreed, the other party's mournful face broke into a rare smile, and it was a genuine, heartfelt laugh. It was as if creatures in darkness were seeing the light for the first time, or as if a wandering knight-errant had returned to his homeland. That warm smile dispelled all of Jeang Yang's thoughts about birth. Sigh, I guess I'll just consider it as having a regular teammate. Jeang Yang shook his head and sighed. Thank you, senior. My name is Nanxiang, the Nanxiang that won't turn back until it hits the Nanxiang. What's the name of your dungeon, senior? I'll add you when I get out, the special agent said excitedly, seemingly no longer feeling much pain from his leg injury. My ID is Jeang Yang. Jeang as in bold and flamboyant, and Yang as in sun. Jeang Yang smiled sleepfully. Okay, I'll go evacuate now. I'll add you back after I'm done. There are valuable things all over the ground. Throw away the trash in your bag. Jeang Yang kindly reminded him before leaving. Nanxiang first picked up the scattered memory sticks on the ground, then opened the light blue 926 backpack. As he opened his backpack, his lips gradually formed in O. Chapter 22, Are You Cheating? What are you doing? Sizzle sizzle. Ugh. Proficiency +1. They're fighting again? It never stops. Sizzle sizzle. Eek. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang retreated towards Baimai, killing many G-Gu along the way. Upon opening the system panel, I found that my G18C proficiency had finally reached 61%. Very good. In just one game, 1/8 of the mission was already completed. It seems this system task isn't so difficult after all. There was a chance that an evacuation point leading to the northern mountains was open. Jeang Yang smoked a smoke grenade and then lay down on the ground to evacuate. Pool. Evacuation successful, with 420,000 yuan worth of goods brought out. After all, no goods were delivered, and the enemy's bullets weren't high-level either, so it's already quite good that it brought out this much value. Jeang Yang opened the warehouse and began to organize the items he had brought out. By listing miscellaneous items and collecting Cohen coins from emails, Jeang Yang's pure coins reached 500,000, and the total value of his warehouse reached 2.7 M. Outside the window, the night was deep and quiet. A warm and peaceful scene unfolded. Jeang Yang had been a little sleepy, but after finishing a game, he found he was no longer sleepy. Bye. Just then, a red dot appeared in the friend pop-up window on the dungeon interface. Upon opening the message, I saw that a special task force member named South Wall had requested to add me as a friend. After accepting the friend request, Jeang Yang added him to the team. Hey Yang, I've got my gear all set up. Judging from the tone of his voice coming through the microphone, Nanxiang was very excited. At this moment, Nanxiang was still wearing a level 3 armor and an old-fashioned steel helmet. The gun he was holding was a short-barreled, twin-barreled shotgun that he could have bought from Joel for 1,000 Cohen coins. For a moment, Jeang Yang even wondered if he had been used. He's fully upgraded with his gun and has all the gear, while his opponent is just using a knife-wielding build. It's like he's trying to leech off his opponent and drain him dry. Brother Yang, I came here specifically to repay your kindness. I'll open the key room for you later, and I'll rush in first when we get to dangerous areas, acting as your radar. Nanxiang's simple and sincere words touched Jeang Yang's heart. This made him feel somewhat ashamed. Look at them. How do you feel about the other person? And how did the other party repay you? Jeang Yang sometimes had to admit that he was only half-born from another world. Perhaps his thinking was also influenced by the game environment of his previous life. It seems there's still good people in the world, but I shot them all before I even met them. Okay, I'll get my gear ready, and we'll start in a bit. Now that he was no longer sleepy, Jeang Yang decided to continue grinding the mission. I repaired the RPK-16 and replaced it with level 4 BP ammunition. He had already anticipated this. He was going to wreak havoc on the farm, clear the map in 10 minutes, and then make the south wall so obsessed that it couldn't move, completely worshipping him under his black gold combat pants. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Jeang Yang checked the preparation of the supplies again and again. Smoke bombs, offensive mines, and pineapple mines. Footstep sound generator, Hongyang, a brand of medicine, and effective pain relievers. Both 60-round magazines, including the chamber, were filled with BP rounds. KSS Level 4 helmet, Spartan Level 4 armor, GS2 headphones. 8 surgical kits for bandages, and 3 400 yuan field medical kits. Alright, we need to test the waters at the training ground first. Jeang Yang was about to leave the team when he discovered that the dark zone in this life already had the function of entering the training ground together. Come on, let's go together. Jeang Yang opened the training ground, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the bed. He did not forget his goal, to improve his proficiency with firearms. Opening the system panel, RPK proficiency is currently only 36%. As usual, let's have a fight first. Nanxiang, let me practice shooting for a bit. You can practice on your own too. Practicing here won't consume bullets, Jeang Yang instructed. Okay. Nanxiang picked up the double spray gun and aimed it at the lower body of the humanoid target in the distance. Bang, 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 bang. 10 minutes later. So high. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Jeang Yang found that his proficiency in RPK-16 had reached 52%. This means that he only needs to kill 8 people to complete the light machine gun mission, which is even easier than the G-18C. After leaving the training ground, Jeang Yang, who was in excellent form, was full of confidence. Come on, start it up. Fool. Pressing the match button with a buzz, Jeang Yang and Nanxiang entered the game world. The pine trees stand tall and straight, their lush foliage resembling a giant green umbrella. The pine branches are rough and tough, swaying rhythmically in the breeze, making a rustling sound and leaving shady patches in the green grass. The gray, mottled walls are covered with barbed wire. Surrounded by pine trees and a wall, a red house stands quietly. The house is 2 stories high, with white walls on the top and red walls on the bottom. An unknown, faint smell wafted towards me, carrying a hint of dryness and a touch of gunpowder smoke. Under the shade of the trees, the figures of 4 Special Task Force members with guns gradually came into view. Villa número 2. Seeing the white walls and red houses contrasting against each other, Jeang Yang immediately recognized this as one of the death spots from his previous life. Bro, who are they? Nanxiang, holding dual sprayers, immediately noticed the unfamiliar teammates beside him. Oops, I forgot to turn it off. Jeang Yang slapped his forehead in annoyance. He had forgotten to turn off the backup for his teammates. Jeang Yang never matches with random teammates, because they're good for nothing but grabbing supplies. If you're unlucky, you might even run into Xiaoji. When you open the key room, hit yourself with a pokeball and use the master key to test the drop rate. Rob the insurance. The other 2 agents broke open a tube of concentrate and rushed toward the villa. Brother Yang, hurry, don't let them show off all the good stuff in the villa. No rush, Jeang Yang said, grabbing Nanxiang's body and indicating that they should wait. The 2 didn't even enter the red house. Instead, they squatted behind the wall where they respawned at the start of the game. If there are players spawning at the respawn point on the right, you can run over and just in time to take down the special forces running toward the villa from here. Dee. Sure enough, gunshots rang out in the distance. Besides Chicken Bro's gunshot, there was also the sound of an F-2000 gunshot. Move. Oh crap, I'm down. Swaying, ghost jumping ugh. 2 teammates were eliminated in less than 10 seconds at the start of the game, and another even jumped up and caught a bullet with his head. This wave of attacks gave Nanxiang a straightforward and rapid-fire performance. There really is someone? Nanxiang stared blankly at the scene, feeling incredulous. At this moment, Jeang Yang was like a prophet in his eyes, as if he had foreseen the future. Remembering Jeang Yang's opening line, "I forgot to turn it off," Nanxiang realized something was wrong. "Are you cheating?" Chapter 23. 5 sets of complete gear, sleeping soundly. "That's called consciousness," Jeang Yang said irritably. If it were his own younger brother, he would have punched him in the head. "What do we do now? We're in the open, and the enemy is in the shadows." Nanxiang felt uneasy, fearing that such a tragedy would happen to him. "No, quite the opposite. We are in the dark, and the enemy is in the light." Jeang Yang knew that the other party most likely fired from behind the tank on the other side of the road. They've been camped here since the start of the game, without making a sound. What we really need to determine now is the number of people on the other side. There is a hidden rule in Pronin. Only one team can be at full strength in a single game. Jeang Yang's team was at full strength, while the opposing team had at least 4 players. The next step is simple. Use their location to support your teammate's corpse. The enemy has killed people, so they'll definitely come to loot supplies. "Let's lie in wait here," Jeang Yang instructed the south wall. Nanxiang nodded. "But you shouldn't aim that gun. I'll take care of it." As he watched the other party's double-barreled spray, the idea of a vampire resurfaced in Jeang Yang's mind. "Oh." Nanxiang was quite sensible and obediently lay down on the grass next to him. "I observed the height of the south wall. It seemed to be about the same size as my younger brother. He's probably just a middle school student." Jeang Yang focused his attention and aimed his scope at the corpse in the open space ahead. Footsteps were indeed heard coming from the direction of the warehouse. There were 2 in total. Sizzle. "Hiss hiss hiss. Did you lose your cigarettes?" Zhang Yang frowned. Players who know how to set up positions at the start of the game are truly skilled. Even when there's nothing unusual around, they still use smoke grenades to loot supplies. White smoke quickly spread, enveloping the 2 corpses on the ground. Should we throw a grenade? Or sneak over quietly? 2 special agents were already displaying supplies inside the smoke screen. 2 completely different tactics were also surfacing in Jeang Yang's mind. Let's walk quietly for a while. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Jeang Yang also became a spotted rattlesnake, quietly approaching and sneaking into the red house. I quietly went to the second-floor window, and the view was indeed much better than before. Just as the first cigarette was about to dissipate, the other person lit another one. It can be said that they were extremely cautious. But Jeang Yang had been watching them for a long time, and seizing the opportunity when the smoke cleared up, he fired directly. Bang, bang, bang. One of them collapsed to the ground. It was Maskell's head-shaking stunt. The second plume of smoke spread at the same time, and Jeang Yang decisively fired a thunderbolt into the smoke. Sizzle. Sizzle. Unexpectedly, the other teammate reacted quickly as well. The moment Jeang Yang threw the grenade, an offensive grenade bounced in along the window frame. Jeang Yang quickly left the room and rushed downstairs. South wall fired 2 shots to draw their attention. As the order was given over the tactical headset, grenades on the second floor also thundered. Boom! Dust was shaken down from upstairs. Jeang Yang was flushed, and his nerves were on edge. One of the enemies we just encountered had a level 5 self-contained helmet, and it seemed like he was also equipped with level 5 armor. Otherwise, if you hit your entire upper body, you wouldn't be in a knockdown state. If that person has 5 sets, then his teammates are also very likely to have 5 sets as well. Having been in this world for so long, Jeang Yang has yet to kill an enemy with 5 sets of equipment. Many enemies were even killed by using superior equipment. The RPK's level 4 BP round also has a very low penetration, with a penetration of only 41, and its power is only stronger than the A1 round and 7N31 round. If you were to engage in a close-quarters gunfight with the opponent, your chances of winning would be slim. What I feared most came to pass. Judging from the footsteps, the other person was only a wall away, and knowing that he had been badly injured by the bomb, it seemed that the other side intended to rush in and engage in a gunfight. Sizzle. Anticipating where the opponent would enter, Jeang Yang threw a firecracker towards the door. But the other side was just feinting, perfectly avoiding the blast radius of the firecracker. How is that possible? Jeang Yang didn't have time to think that much before throwing an attack mine toward another entrance. After circling around the outside of the wall and dodging the attack mines, the other party simply entered through the original small door again. Jeang Yang threw out another firecracker. Boom! Dodged it again. Jeang Yang was dumbfounded when he heard the other person's footsteps jumping backward. For a moment, He even suspected that the other person was a professional player. Jeang Yang was already covered in red, so he dared not go out, but the other party suddenly turned around and rushed in with a big leap. USAS with 20-round drum magazine. Seeing the USAS in the other person's hand, Jeang Yang's heart sank, but he didn't hesitate and quickly locked onto the other person's chest and fired. Bang, bang, bang. It's over. Jeang Yang was knocked down by 2 sprays, his vision dimming as he looked up. On his deathbed, a voice echoed in his ears, "I'm coming." Oh my God, the other person didn't expect there was another person in the room, and that the other person had their back to him. Even Jeang Yang didn't notice when Nanxiang came in. Perhaps during the standoff, both of them were too focused on their own things. "I'll save him." Nanxiang used a double shot to punish the severely wounded enemy, then pulled out the syringe meant to heal his teammate and injected it into the dying Jeang Yang. Be gentle. The excruciating pain made Jeang Yang choke, and he almost got stabbed by the wall and died. This pain is indeed unbearable for most people. Even taking a whole can of potent painkillers wouldn't help. But I have to say, Nanxiang did a really cool job. Jeang Yang stood up from the ground, continued the pain relief, and quickly received a regenerative strength injection. How did Panong become like this? At the start, set up positions, use smoke grenades to loot supplies, acquire high-level equipment, and have advanced awareness. The intensity of this battle was no less than that of Jeang Yang's enhanced agricultural seal in his previous life, and perhaps even greater. "Brother Yang, how was my performance? I guess I repaid your kindness, right?" Nanxiang said smugly, quickly showing off the supplies from the USAS Special Detachment. "Wow, 926 composite bulletproof vest, level 5 armor." Nanxiang had never seen level 5 equipment before, and he excitedly held it in his arms. They even have N95 helmets, but no headphones. "This helmet has built-in earphones," Jeang Yang explained to the patient while undergoing surgery, enduring the pain. "You were just lucky just now, but we still owe you a lot. This guy is very strong. In a gunfight at such close range, his USAA is practically invincible. Brother Yang knows so much. Why don't you become my mentor? We can work together as master and apprentice and make money together." Grand clock, commemorative coins, glue gun. Nanxiang frantically flaunted his spoils, wanting nothing more than to search every pocket of the corpse. Dark Zone instances are events that even nations cannot interfere with. So how could there be cheats involved? Jeang Yang's knowledge of so many things in the Dark Zone indicates that he has a wealth of combat experience. If you follow someone like that, you make a lot of money sooner or later. Cooperate? Then you have to prove your worth to me. I only like to cooperate with capable people. Jeang Yang does need teammates, but not the kind of teammates who bring 2 sprays into the game. Chapter 24, Jeang Yang's assessment. An ideal partner, even if not a seasoned veteran with cutting-edge awareness, should at least possess their own unique skills and solid abilities to establish themselves in the shadows. I don't know if I have enough ability, but I know you are a very reliable teammate. I want to play with you not just because you're good, but more importantly, because I feel you genuinely consider me a friend. Even if it's just this one game, that's enough. As Nanxiang spoke, his tone became somewhat melancholic, suggesting that he was also a junior high school student with a story to tell. Those chestnut-colored eyes seemed to traverse endless time and space, recalling scene after scene of unbearable memories. That's not really a reason. As a veteran of countless battles and a seasoned special agent who broke out of the Dark Zone, Jeang Yang was already indifferent to matters of the heart. Aside from his mother from his previous life and his younger brother in this life. Then how can I prove it? Nanxiang still refused to give up. "Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance to be tested. If you pass, we'll make money together. I can guarantee that you'll get half of what I earn." Jeang Yang closed his surgical kit. Having undergone 5 surgeries, he packed another 400 yuan medical kit. "Okay, I'll do my best." Nanxiang really wanted to team up with Jeang Yang, and nodded seriously. The assessment is very simple. Jeang Yang rested his chin on his hands and quickly came up with an idea. "Since you're new here, just give a simple demonstration of the map. The south wall's eyeballs are magnified. Qingtu, you know I'm new here." His voice rose noticeably, as if Jeang Yang was deliberately making things difficult for him. But then he thought about it again, and this was just a test that Jeang Yang had given himself, and it was also just a very basic, ordinary farm. It might be worth a try. Fine, I'll give it a try. Nanxiang gritted his teeth and agreed. That's quite a bold move. Jeang Yang admired Nanxiang even more. Although the boy wasn't strong at the moment, he wasn't someone who couldn't be trained. After training him, I'll have a reliable, regular teammate. This scene reminded him of a novel he had read in his previous life, Breaking Through the Dark Zone. I became the boss of a boy band. The protagonist in the book is able to summon his own male soldiers, gradually leading them to develop their power and eventually becoming the overlord of Camona. I guess you could say I've gained a follower. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Just start from here and kill every real person you encounter along the way. Don't worry about the ones you don't encounter yet. You haven't died this week, have you? Jeang Yang asked, confirming the mission's inherent risks. It's Monday, Nanxiang said nonchalantly. Okay, sure. Go ahead and do it with confidence. If anything goes wrong, I'll make up for any losses in Cohen coins. Jeang Yang patted his chest and made a generous promise. Give me an egg. Nanxiang finished organizing the supplies and prepared to set off. Looking at the nearly fully modified USAS in his hand, he felt both apprehensive and excited. Today, he will use this gun to rewrite his destiny. Jeang Yang went outside the house, made sure no one was around, and started looting the gear of the guy with the autistic head. Still old Lay's boss? SH Mascar 2 helmet. EMTV Samurai Offensive Bulletproof Vest. Fa multifunctional ammo loader. High-spec August. Wow, Jeang Yang exclaimed that he was full. In this world, 5 sets of equipment are worth more than 3 times the price, even more expensive than 6 sets in my previous life. This wave of profits is incredible. No wonder he still fell after one burst of bullets. His head and armor weren't penetrated. In his previous life, Jeang Yang wouldn't have lost any of the durability of these items. After all, they were heavy and not very valuable. But the prices were very different this time, and even though the helmets had lost half their durability, Jeang Yang still put them in his backpack. Thank you for your hard work, 926 big bag. Jeang Yang put away his helmet and began to admire the high-spec August. 3.5x scope, 60-round drum magazine, multifunctional laser pointer, 55.6mm precision smoke suppression. Although it's not fully upgraded, its attributes are almost the same as a fully upgraded one. Both your magazines are filled with A1 rounds. After organizing the supplies, it's time to head to the next stop. Let's go. Let's go check out the villa first. Jeang Yang slung his bag over his shoulder. The enemy came from the warehouse side. I don't know if anyone spawned in the villa or if the security measures were compromised. Upon arriving at the first floor of the villa, the wooden weapon cases showed no signs of having been opened, and the door to the blue-collar workers' room was also closed. It seems the player in position 1 hasn't been eliminated. Brother, there's movement on the high platform. Nanxiang reported through a tactical headset from the villa's courtyard. Go take a look. If it's a bot, leave it to me to clean up. Jeang Yang didn't forget the proficiency task and went to the second floor of the villa. Sure enough, the master bedroom was closed. That's more like it. Jeang Yang unlocked the door as he approached it. Locksmith, Jeang Yang shouted as he pushed open the door and entered. It's so comfortable to run a farm without snipers. In his previous life, Jeang Yang would have had to smoke before daring to open the key room. Okay, now it's time for the beautiful items to be shipped out. Upon entering the room, Jeang Yang went straight to the insurance company. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the insurance company. He started with polite gestures, then used an entrenching tool to chop at the surface of the safe several times. Ping pong. Ping pong. Deliver the goods. After the ceremony, Jeang Yang opened the safety lock. Chip processor. I need a graphics card. Jeang Yang gritted his teeth, then turned on the computer. VAG connection cable and power cord. It's alright, I still have a coat. Jeang Yang's face was ashen as he fumbled for his winter coat. Notebook, lighter. Sigh. Helplessly, Jeang Yang picked up the chip processor and went to meet up with Nanxiang. As expected, there were 2 men on the platform, who were easily defeated by Jeang Yang Hao. We are now only 5 kills away from completing the RPK proficiency requirement. Brother, we found something. With a shift in their gaze, the 2 had arrived at the beacon tower in Namai. In order to give Nanxiang the ability to attack from a distance, Jeang Yang gave him the August. Nanxiang did not disappoint Jeang Yang, and soon found the target in the stable. Dee. Not dead, it's fully armed. It ran into the stables. He reported while checking the magazines by the south wall, puzzled as to why the enemy was still alive after firing a burst. But my bullets were definitely correct. They were high-level level 4 bullets. Chase. Jeang Yang also spotted the enemy, jumped off the beacon tower, and approached them. Here it comes. Nanxiang knew this was a good opportunity to show off, so he imitated some experts, leaping and bounding around, marking his position. How many people are there? Jeang Yang was more concerned about the number of people, in order to prevent any mishaps. Climbing up the small slope, a figure quickly darted into the first floor of the stable. He's inside. While reporting the battle situation, Jeang Yang also took out a grenade. Chapter 25 S-Rank Talent, Exceptional Healing. Sizzle. Bang. Bang. After bombarding the inside of the stable, Jeang Yang approached with a gun. I'll go around to the back. Seeing that Jeang Yang was already at the main gate, Nanxiang also sensibly went around towards the stable warehouse. Unexpectedly, bullets suddenly shot out from the dark window on the second floor. Sizzle, sizzle. I'm collapsing. The moment the south wall collapsed, Jeang Yang rushed downstairs. He didn't see anyone upstairs, so they must have retreated. Sizzle. Jeang Yang immediately pulled the bolt and threw the weapon up to the second floor. Thump thump. In the instant he pulled the plug, he also deduced that there were two people upstairs. Boom! Using the ringing in his ears from the explosion, Jeang Yang immediately rushed up the stairs and began firing pre-aimed shots at the target point. Bang bang. Just then, the head of a special agent peeked out from behind a pillar, perfectly caught the bullet, and fell asleep immediately. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang then walked up and used an S-shaped movement to circle around the pillar. Sure enough, he spotted another rat player crouching behind a wooden crate. Bang 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 bang. Sizzle. Ugh. Proficiency +1. In less than 30 seconds, both people upstairs were dead. Jeang Yang immediately went downstairs and propped up the south wall. I'll be gentle. After the injection was administered, the dying south wall finally regained some color. He collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, as if a stronger gust of wind could have swept him away. Take some painkillers first, then come inside for medication, Jeang Yang briefly instructed. He then went up to the second floor and used the window to gather more information. It was quiet in the direction of the grain, and the stables were deserted, but there were still some gunshots coming from the broken bridge. With only 3 points of proficiency remaining, Jeang Yang decided to finish the task quickly. I'll be right back. You stay here and don't move, Jeang Yang said, loading the bullet and facing the south wall where surgery was being performed. Yes. Nanxiang nodded. Jeang Yang came out of the stable and first took down the sniper god, who was aiming at him from the broken bridge. Bang bang. Proficiency +1. Then we arrived at the hotel's front yard. It never stops day after day. Bang bang. Eek. You dare come here. Bang bang bang. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang opened the system panel, and his proficiency in RPK-16 had finally reached 60%. Mission accomplished. Jeang Yang returned to the stable. The hotel is occupied, and he can most likely take it over. But he's already quite wealthy, so there's no need to take any more risks. Back on the second floor of the stables, the south wall had already displayed all the supplies the two special envoys had received. Oh my god, a fully upgraded M4. Oh my god, a GS2. Ahem. Jeang Yang cleared his throat, and Nanxiang finally snapped out of his daze of fumbling around. Oh, Yang, I've organized everything for you. All the valuables are in this ammunition pouch. Just slip them on. Nanxiang handed a heavy FA multifunction ammunition pouch to Jeang Yang. This made Jeang Yang's original words get stuck in his throat. Let me see. Jeang Yang opened the FA ammunition rack with a stern face. Inside were indeed neatly packed bullets, valuable accessories, and grenades. Well done. Jeang Yang nodded, which was a way of praising Nanxiang. What kind of weapons do they have? An M4 and an MP5. Nanxiang handed over both weapons. Jeang Yang took a look and saw that the M4A1 used M855 bullets. Nanxiang claimed it was fully modified, but it was only partially modified. A modification similar to the M4 full kit. The MP5 has a red dot sight, 250 round drum magazines, a 9mm silencer, and fires dum-dum rounds. Here you go. Jeang Yang tossed the MP5 to Nanxiang and began organizing the remaining supplies. Why don't these two have headphones? He eats with me. Where's the helmet? He eats with me too. After filling 926 sets, Jeang Yang stood up with his bag on his back. On the data panel, my load has reached 68 kilograms, so I can finally leave. Prepare to evacuate. With a shift in their gaze, the two had arrived at the artificial lake. Seeing that they hadn't encountered any players before the evacuation, Nanxiang started to panic. Brother, did I fail the test? He asked timidly. I didn't know that the small window on the second floor could shoot downstairs. I didn't know there were so many spawn points, and sometimes I even fired a whole magazine and the enemy didn't die. Nanxiang lowered his head, feeling very disappointed in himself. I don't know how many more opportunities I'll have, but at least this time, I've lost. Who said you failed? Jeang Yang retorted. But I didn't kill a single special agent, and I even got knocked down. Nanxiang sighed. No matter how he played, he had nothing to do with clearing the map. So what? Even someone as capable as me has fallen down before, Jeang Yang said dismissively. Brother Yang, you mean? Nanxiang's eyes glistened. You've passed. From now on, we'll be fixed teammates, Jeang Yang said calmly. Really? However, let me make this clear from the start. During the battle, you must follow my orders. Jeang Yang frowned, then said seriously. Yay, I passed. Nanxiang couldn't hear the rest of the sentence anymore. He jumped up and down excitedly, running wildly on the path by the artificial lake. I passed. Grandpa, I did it. Seeing the other person excitedly waving an entrenching tool, Jeang Yang chuckled. In fact, Jeang Yang had already accepted this teammate the moment the south wall saved him. Having one more subordinate is a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. Besides, he's a person. They're quite cute. Brother Yang, I have a mission at the artificial lake. I'll go do it. Nanxiang seemed to suddenly remember something and walked towards the small boat on the artificial lake. Inside the boat was an ordinary coat, and outside was a simple toolbox. Just as the south wall touched the small boat, his figure flashed with light. Dark zone talent? Jeang Yang hesitated for a moment before guessing the reason. Zhang Qi flashed, and then his talent was displayed on the dark zone panel. Nanxiang has actually awakened too? Brother Yang, come quick. As the person involved, Nanxiang naturally noticed. Opening the dark zone panel, Jeang Yang also came over. Talent name, Superior Healing. Talent level, S. Talent effect. While healing teammates, restores 33% of the target's total health per second, removes all negative status effects, and restores the maximum health reduced due to surgery, etc. Teammates can heal each other while not downed, and they can also heal themselves. Each person being healed can only have their talent active once per match. S rank. Jeang Yang narrowed his eyes. Is this kid Nanxiang this lucky too? Haha, now Yang Ji will need me too. Nanxiang was happy about his awakening. That's an S rank talent with an extremely low probability of occurrence, and its strength is terrifying. Seeing that Jeang Yang didn't speak for a long time, Nanxiang comforted him. It's okay, brother. Even though I've awakened an S-level talent, I won't look down on you. Jeang Yang was speechless for a moment, pondering whether or not to tell him about his SS-level talent. Considering that this guy rarely gets happy, Jeang Yang decided not to discourage him. Chapter 26, Meeting the One-Eyed Dragon. Let's go, let's evacuate. The evacuation point at the artificial lake was not open, so the two evacuated from the outpost. Pool. Successfully evacuated, bringing with them 400,000 yuan worth of goods. The value of the level 5 armor is somewhat inflated. Jeang Yang estimates its actual value to be around 300,000. The south wall also yielded a value of 250,000. Brother, let's exchange contact information. My QQ number is... Okay, you're this bald Jackson? Jeang Yang found a very unique username with a profile picture of Dick Vincent grinning with red eye effects. Right? Okay, it's added. Brother, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when we play tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Nanxiang logged off. Alright. With a quarter of the task completed, Jeang Yang felt sleepy again. I checked the time, and it was almost 4 o'clock. Jeang Yang tapped randomly on his phone screen, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Brother, wake up. The sun's shining on your ass. Jeang Yang, whose consciousness was hazy, was shaken and rocked by Zhang Qi. I reached for my phone on the pillow and saw that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oops, I overslept. Jeang Yang originally planned to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning to work on the task, but he didn't expect that the 3 alarm clocks would not go off. Bro, why did you send me 3 messages last night? What do 8 o'clock, 8:30, and 8:50 mean? Jeang Yang had no memory of last night. It seemed that after coming out of the dark zone instance, a strong sense of drowsiness had overwhelmed him. As I recall, I also added someone as a friend. Ball Jackson? Isn't that a name from a novel? Shaking his head, Jeang Yang went to the bathroom to wash up. Brother, there's a dinner party tonight. Why don't you come with me? A dinner party? Your elementary school friends. No, it's an old flame of mine. Old flame. Jeang Yang chuckled, spilling mouthwash all over the mirror. When did you talk about it? How come I didn't know? It's a man. Zhang Qi corrected. A man? Come here. Jeang Yang gestured for Zhang Qi to come over. What's wrong? Zhang Qi approached. Thump. Taps head. Ouch. That's called a childhood friend. Jeang Yang shook his aching hand and continued brushing his teeth in an annoyed tone. Will my younger brother learn to speak properly? Whether it was Zhang Yang's imagination or not, after Zhang Qi gained a blunt injury talent, the hand that tapped his forehead hurt a lot more. Brother, my childhood friend is the one-eye guy I told you about before. He's no ordinary person. He has an S-rank talent in the dark zone. S-level talent? Zhang Yang's right hand, which was brushing his teeth, gradually slowed down. Are S-level talents so common now? I don't think I've ever seen a talent below S-rank before. He was my best friend when I was in lower grades. It's a pity that something happened to his family later, and he dropped out of school. We haven't been in contact since. But today I suddenly found that he was online on QQ, so I contacted him. Then what? Then we talked about the dark zone, and I told him that I had also dropped out of school and was making a living from it. I initially thought he would look down on the job, but guess what? Glug glug. What's wrong? Spitting out the tap water, Jeang Yang began to wash his face. He plays in the dark zone too. And then you found out that the other party had awakened S-level talents. So you arranged to meet in person today? Yes, Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. We've decided to form an alliance and participate in the dark zone dungeon competition together. A competition? Jeang Yang rubbed his eyes through the towel. How come we didn't know there was a competition in the dark zone? Don't worry, brother. Even though you don't have great talent, you're my brother, and we won't abandon you. It was that phrase again, and Jeang Yang had a sense of déjà vu. Should I tell my bro about my SSS level talent? Never mind, we'll talk about it later. After quickly getting dressed, the two brothers went out. Where did you agree to meet? As Jeang Yang walked down the street, his stomach rumbled. A small shop next to Vincent's department store. Vincent department store? Zhang Yang's eyes were uneven, one big and one small. That store was originally called Swallow Department Store, but it changed its name in recent years because the dark area has become very popular, Zhang Qi explained. Oh, the meeting place is actually a convenience store. How fitting for you elementary school students. Jeang Yang said, both amused and exasperated. In TV dramas, the meeting always takes place in a coffee shop or at least a restaurant. Meeting him at the convenience store was truly an eye-opener for Jeang Yang. You don't understand. That's where our bond was formed. Zhang Qi said dismissively, quickening his pace as they approached the convenience store. Arriving at the entrance of Vincent Department Store, just around the corner is Yan'an Elementary School, where Zhang Qi used to attend. Across from the elementary school gate was the convenience store where he and the one-eyed man had arranged to meet. There's a large plaque above the door that reads, Yan'an Stationery, and below the plaque are 4 smaller characters that read, come and get it. What does this mean? Zhang Yang Asked, Buzlet. You have to read it backwards. Zhang Qi was used to it, and his eyes darted around to find his friend. One-eyed dragon, over here. Give it to me, please. Zhang Yang Laoget. Are all stationery stores this good at creating gimmicks these days? Zhang Qi beckoned Jeang Yang over, and he and another friend of about the same age were already sitting around a wooden table. Brother, this is One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon, this is my brother. Zhang Qi sat between the two and introduced them generously. Jeang Yang felt like he had just given an introduction, but it also seemed like he hadn't. He then saw what the one-eyed dragon looked like and realized that the one-eyed dragon did not have only one eye. On the contrary, he looked quite fair-skinned and somewhat familiar. One-eyed dragon is probably just his nickname. One-eyed dragon, why haven't you contacted me in so long? It's been so long since we last saw each other. Zhang Qi hugged one-eyed dragon tightly, as if Xiong had met Xiongda after a long separation. My phone was confiscated back then, and I only got a new phone this year, the one-eyed man explained. What exactly happened to your family back then? Why did you drop out of school without any explanation? This question had been weighing on Zhang Qi's mind for several years. My parents died in the army. I went back to my hometown to take care of my seriously ill grandmother. Just recently, my grandmother also passed away. The one-eyed man lowered his head and spoke sadly. Sigh, it's so tragic. Zhang Qi was also an orphan, so he could empathize with the situation more than the average person. I didn't finish my studies, and I don't have any skills. All I have is a pension left by my family. Plus, I'm too old to work, so I want to run the Dark Zone. One-eyed Dragon continued. So that's how it is. I have admired my father since I was a child, and I often fantasize about going to the battlefield to fight and protect my country. But the environment in the Dark Zone is not good, and I have rarely managed to escape from the instance successfully. The one-eyed man seemed to recall many sad memories and lowered his head in dejection. But luckily I met a good guy last night. He was very strong, and he took me and Fatty to safety. Oh, sure. Fatty's leaving means you have to treat me to spicy strips. Zhang Qi joked. He's such a kind person. He gave me so many supplies. Later, I not only recognized him as my mentor, but I also added him on QQ. The one-eyed man was facing the sky at a 45-degree angle, and his smile resembled that of Wang Yusheng after venting his anger. No wonder I saw you were online on QQ. Zhang Qi suddenly realized. So sending red envelopes wasn't the only way to bring missing persons back to life. But Jeang Yang, who was standing to the side, couldn't sit still any longer. Wait a minute, this plot seems familiar. Chapter 27, The Grand Gold Cup Supplies Competition. They gave me supplies, recognized me as their mentor, and even added me on QQ. Isn't this exactly what happened to me last night? Jeang Yang racked his brains, hesitated for a moment, and then tentatively asked, What time did you play the Dark Zone dungeon last night? I don't remember. I only know that I went to sleep around 4 a.m., the one-eyed man said, resting his chin on his hand as he recalled. Let me tell you, my master is truly amazing. Bald Jackson. Jeang Yang interrupted, tentatively asking, How did you know my QQ name? Do you also watch boy band leaders? I not only know your QQ name, I also know your Dark Zone name. Jeang Yang shook his head. What small world. Brother, you know him? Zhang Qi was now completely bewildered. My brother actually cheated on me and started an affair with my lover. Zhang Qi looked completely bewildered. Let's get to know each other again. Jeang Yang looked at the one-eyed man and politely extended his right hand. My name is Jeang Yang. Zhang as in bold and flamboyant, and Yang as in sun. At first, he was just guessing, but when the timing matched up, he had no choice but to believe it. A one-eyed man is a wall. The sun's Yang. Master. Nanxiang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His brother's older brother was actually his master. He hadn't taken Zhang Qi's claim of having a very capable older brother seriously at first. Can anyone be stronger than my master? But unexpectedly, Zhang Qi's brother turned out to be Jeang Yang. Stop saying anything. Treat me. Oh no. I'll treat you. I'll treat you today. Nanxiang was so excited he was incoherent, shouting to the shop owner, Boss, 2 bottles of Coke, 1 bottle of Sprite, and 2 packs of scallions. I like a small bottle of Coke. With a shift in their gaze, the three of them found themselves inside a fast food restaurant. Sitting at the table, Zhang Qi and Jeang Yang were showing off their food, while Nanxiang was drinking soda and eating a scallion. You should eat some too. 1 scallion won't fill you up. Zhang Qishuan took a bite of lychee meat, then stuck his chopsticks into a braised egg. Okay, right away. Nanxiang nodded, then picked up the whole bag of scallions, looked up, and inhaled them rapidly. Hey, what kind of competition did you say we were going to have? Jeang Yang suddenly remembered the important matter, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said the battle was over. Oh, I forgot. It's the big golden cup. Zhang Qizai suddenly remembered after Jeang Yang pointed out. The big golden cup. Zhang Yang lo get buzlet. If the golden cup is small gold, then would the big golden cup be considered large gold? The Grand Golden Cup is an official tournament organized by the Dark Zone. It starts with each prefecture-level city and advances through the rounds, with the highest possible ranking being the national finals. Zhang Qi explained. The competition rules are also very simple. It is based on the normal looting and evacuation strategy, and the total value of the materials taken out by the registered teams in the map is calculated. Killing a special agent is worth an additional 50,000. The team with the highest total value in the final tally advances to the next round. Of course, the value of all participating teams is also ranked. Even if you don't advance, you'll still receive the corresponding rewards based on your ranking. Zhang Qi seemed to have done his research beforehand and was very familiar with the rules of the competition. Each person is worth 50,000. Isn't this a big winner's resource competition? Jeang Yang stroked his chin. This Grand Gold Cup competition is not just similar to the previous life's big winner resources competition. It's practically identical. What kind of rewards are there? Regardless of everything else, Jeang Yang cared most about the rewards. After all, our house is about to be demolished, and buying a new house will definitely require a lot of money. The reward is very generous. You can open the panel and check it out in the life section. I remember there was a master key and some full packs and stuff. I think there was also a safe. Zhang Qi added, safety box. Jeang Yang automatically ignored the first two rewards, but the safety box was indeed tempting. So, in this life, the only way to obtain the safety box is through competition. Jeang Yang quickly pressed the blue circle on his right wrist and searched on the dark area panel that appeared in front of him. Open the lifestyle section, search for Golden Cup competition, then scroll down. Found it. Jeang Yang scrolled to the bottom and finally found the reward details. City level awards. Champion, 7-time trial card for a 4-slot security box, 1x permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 15x universal keys, 5x level 5 full gear packs of your choice, for million Cohen coins. Runner-up, 3-time trial card for a 4-slot security box, 1x permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 10x universal keys, 2x level 5 full gear packs of your choice, 2 million Cohen coins. Third place, 1-time trial card for a 4-slot security box, 1x permanent weapon skin pack of your choice, 5x universal keys, 1x level 5 full gear pack of your choice, 1 million Cohen coins. The safety box has only been open for 7 days. Wait, 7 times? Jeang Yang's eyes widened slightly. If each game counts as one instance, that would be too unfair, wouldn't it? But then I thought, the dark zone in this world only allows 1 death per week. If it's a 7A trial card, a normal person can only use it once or twice. After all, the purpose of the safe box is to help eliminated special agents bring back the valuable items inside. If it hadn't been phased out, the safety box wouldn't have been very useful anymore. Let's take a look at the other rewards. This weapon skin selection pack is pretty good. Jeang Yang opened the weapon skin selection pack, which contained various weapon skins from the Dark Zone in his previous life, which he could choose freely. Golden H4, Forestman FAL, Racing M4A1, Black Gold International M4A1. Thinking of the exorbitant price of skin in his previous life, Jeang Yang couldn't help but feel a longing for it. This version of the Dark Zone doesn't have a pay-to-win system, so presumably those skins can only be obtained through this channel. Moreover, this is only the lowest level city-level reward. The rewards at the provincial and national levels will definitely be much more generous. There might even be a permanent safe box. In addition to the rewards of those rare items, there are also millions of pure coins. Jeang Yang became interested. Since the reward was good, he decided to sign up. But when Jeang Yang clicked the registration button below, he froze on the spot. Registration fee, 500,000 Cohen coins per person. One, 10,000, 10,000, 100,000. Jeang Yang couldn't believe it. The registration fee for just one person was 500,000 Cohen coins. Officials, you should just go and blow up the irrigation canals. This way you can make money even faster. Chapter 28, White Dove Capital. Brother, the prizes for this competition are generous, but the fees are also very high. Zhang Qi gasped when he saw the registration fee. They only have 1 or 2 million in savings right now. After paying the registration fee, they can basically declare bankruptcy. There's basically no need to look at the top few in the prize money. These kinds of competitions have always been monopolized by those clubs. However, the person next to him poured cold water on the situation. He seemed to know more about these events than the Zhang brothers. Oh, but his words piqued Jeang Yang's interest. Could you tell me more about the club? Jeang Yang has only been in this world for a short time, and the original host had no concept of it. He was genuinely curious about what the club that had served as an escort in his previous life would be like in this one. All right. With his master speaking, Nanxiang, as the disciple, naturally began to explain. It all started when the Dark Zone dungeon first appeared in this world. Upon waking up, everyone had blue fingerprint marks on their arms, indicating they were linked to their own Dark Zone panel. Many people have also stumbled into the dungeon world by accident. As more and more people died in the instance, The Dark Zone instance was also considered taboo and banned by all governments. But Blue Focus's authority always rests with the individual, and the government has no right to interfere. The investigation into the appearance of the Dark Zone instance has also made no progress. Some people say this is a world created by aliens using advanced technology, and humans are just pets kept by a higher civilization. Some people say this is a sign of the revival of spiritual energy, and that those who awaken their Dark Zone talents can cultivate immortality. There are many different opinions, but no reasonable explanation. And the government's inability to do anything has allowed the Dark Zone to gradually influence the world. Those who are desperate in real life and seek illicit gains are the first to discover the lucrative opportunities in the shadows. They gradually mastered the knowledge system and equipment system in the Dark Zone and began to try out the map to earn Cohen coins. Using the mechanism that allows Cohen coins to be exchanged for real currency, one can get rich. Gradually, everyone got used to the appearance of Dark Zone dungeons. Those who don't like Dark Zone dungeons can stay out of trouble as long as they don't enter the map. And those poor people who owe huge gambling debts and have nowhere else to turn can also try their luck in the Dark Zone and make a fortune. Sometime after the Dark Zone dungeon came to this world, events similar to the Grand Chalice began to emerge. At that time, the public had thoroughly understood the various characteristics of the Dark Zone instance, and after repeated setbacks, the government also realized the reality and gave up its control over the Dark Zone instance. Because of the Dark Zone's powerful money-making ability, it has also attracted the covetous eyes of many investors. They seized this opportunity, spending a lot of money to recruit thugs from the underworld and form a dedicated club. The club's members are highly trained and have exceptional awareness. Many of them are even former mercenaries or veterans. Their daily work consists of training, and then they participate in Dark Zone dungeon activities. Ordinary people are definitely no match for them, and the rewards from these events often end up in the hands of the capital behind them. I see, Jeang Yang nodded, feeling a greater understanding of the world. Special forces, mercenaries, veterans. Jeang Yang himself was a soldier, so he naturally understood the significance of these words. If you look at it that way, their chances of winning are almost zero. Are there any professional clubs in Yen City? That's for sure, after all. Yen City is so big. Nanxiang nodded. I only know one the top club in our city, White Dove. Nanxiang looked somewhat serious when he said those two words. People usually refer to them as White Dove Capital. White Dove Capital, Jeang Yang murmured, suddenly feeling immense pressure. He hadn't expected the Dark Zone tournament to be so prestigious in this life. However, Jeang Yang is not without his advantages. He himself is a former soldier and has the advanced awareness of the Dark Zone from his previous life. But these alone are probably not enough. It seems I need to hurry up and improve my proficiency with the Pharaoh. When I transform into a fully leveled Juventus, let alone mercenaries and veterans, even the crooked-mouthed Dragon King would have to sit down before me. I'll sign up. After careful consideration, Jeang Yang made up his mind. Yeah, don't worry, bro. With us two S-class talent agents leading you, there won't be any problems. Zhang Qi said jokingly. You even included me. Knox. Jeang Yang gave Zhang Qi a flick on the forehead. Ouch. Starting today, you two will be following along with me to learn about awareness. Jeang Yang said seriously. Yes. Nanxiang quickly responded upon seeing Zhang Qi being beaten. Yinxing, the main urban area. Skyscrapers stand tall. Skyscrapers reach for the sky. On the wide roads, the endless stream of vehicles resembles a flowing painting. If this place is likened to the heart of Yinxing, then this street is the pulse of that heart. An H-shaped glass skyscraper, radiating technological sophistication, stands like a dazzling lighthouse, exuding endless charm. At the very top of the building, 4 large platinum characters stand out prominently. White Dove Group. White Dove Group, top tier. A young man in a suit and tie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of wine. He was about 185 centimeters tall, with a straight posture and thick, black hair. He wore a tailor-made dark suit, perfectly tailored. On her wrist was an expensive designer watch, the diamond-encrusted part sparkling. Those long, narrow, phoenix-shaped eyes peered through the glass, surveying the city's layout, ablaze with neon lights. Spherical ice cubes gently clinked inside the glass, producing a crisp sound, while the malty aroma of whiskey filled the air intoxicating and delightful. "Chairman, you called me." A middle-aged man in a suit walked over gently and bowed slightly. He was dressed simply and appropriately, in a dark suit with a white shirt underneath, and his black leather shoes were polished to a shine. Her sparse hair was neatly combed back, and fine lines were already visible at the corners of her eyes. Through her gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes revealed a hint of wisdom and shrewdness. "How's the team doing?" The man addressed as chairman did not turn around, but instead admired the mellow wine in his goblet. "The poaching issue has been resolved, and both elite teams are fully prepared," the middle-aged man reported. "Grey Wolf is indeed a talented person, but I don't like his personality." "You mean?" The middle-aged man raised his head slightly. "If he doesn't perform well in this competition, then kick him out." As he spoke, the chairman downed his drink in one gulp. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "How are the other teams doing?" The chairman finally turned around, walked to the table, and continued to pour wine. "The members of the second and third tiers are steadily improving their skills, and we've also recruited a batch of promising newcomers this month." The middle-aged man smiled obsequiously as they made eye contact. "Yes, this is a crucial juncture. We must go all out." Clear. Chapter 29, The Hunter Team. Farm. Enhanced lockdown zone. Under the blazing sun, sunlight spills onto the golden wheat fields, and a gentle breeze causes the wheat to ripple like waves. The smoke from the beacon tower filled the air, like a dark cloud obscuring the blue sky. On the roof of the South Wheat hut, a simply dressed soldier held a Mosin-Nagant rifle and gazed toward the hotel. The gaze swept past the wheat field and arrived at the motel, where the air still reeked of gunpowder. Inside Motel 202, a special agent wearing BT-6 Level 5 armor and a 03 heavy helmet is observing Nanmai's movements through the window with a gun. The weapon is a fully modified August with a dark, one-piece black finish. His codename is Firefox, and he's the captain of the God of Hunt squad. Firefox's scope scanned the grasslands of Nanmai and quickly locked onto its target. A clump of grass near the location of the Nanmai tractor was swaying irregularly. Dee-dee-dee-dee. A burst of fire was fired from a distance, and blood splattered in the grass as expected. Southern Wheat tractor, target eliminated. Firefox reported on the tactical headset after the kill. "Here's Ian. Someone's coming from the direction of the grain. One's dead, and the other's hiding in the backyard. Over." Immediately afterward, a teammate's report came through the GS2 headset. "Received. Ian, hold your position. We'll be there soon." Upon receiving the message in his tactical headset, Firefox holstered his gun and headed towards the backyard. Grey Wolf received. Cool Breeze received. Two team members, one in the kitchen on the first floor and the other in the main guest room on the second floor, also quickly got to work. First floor kitchen. The Grey Wolf, also dressed in 5 different outfits, opened the small door leading to the basement and observed the activity inside the grain hut through the 4 rows of windows. His weapon was a high-spec short-barrel Pharaoh, equipped with a red dot sight and a 30-round magazine. The armor is made of relatively lightweight 926 composite material, and the helmet is the N95 with a built-in commander's headset. The second floor is for both hosts and guests. The task force codenamed Cool Breeze also began its operation, arriving at the laundry room where 2 blue-collar workers were dressed. They crouched by the window, peering out and aiming their guns at the people below. A closer look reveals that he also has 5 sets of protective gear, a Delvin Pan-Can field body armor, 5 armor, an FA assault helmet, and GS2 headphones. The first to discover the enemy's presence was Ian, who was in the small house in the backyard. At this moment, he is in the small house with the white suitcase, lying on the top bunk, using the narrow window to aim and preview. Just now, 2 figures ran into the backyard. He killed one of them, and the other ran into the small house in the backyard. He also wore 5 sets of equipment, a Chelsea tactical body armor, 5 layers, FA assault helmet, and GS2 headset. The weapon is a fully modified F2000. A sniper rifle shot suddenly rang out over the farm, adding to the already tense atmosphere and creating fear. Inside the laundry room, the Cool Breeze, its light dimming, rose and fell directly to the ground. Axe. Fiery Fox, who was running around the hotel, frowned. As the saying goes, when the EX rings, gold pours in. What exactly happened just now? Everyone, report the current situation. Firefox immediately asked in the headset, sensing that something was wrong. Report. Nothing unusual here with Ian. The gunshot was coming from my 2 o'clock direction. I am Grey Wolf. The gunshot came from my 4 o'clock direction. I suspect Feng Liang has been killed. Cool breeze, cool breeze. Please reply if you receive this. Firefox roared into the microphone. Damn it. Feng Liang didn't reply, so he must be dead. Judging from the direction of the gunshots reported by the two, the sniper was most likely on the high platform in the direction of the green belt. The person heading towards the grain is probably in cahoots. This shot changed the original scenario of 4 people ganging up on one enemy. This is Ian. Gunfire is coming from the southern blockade line. It's very close. Requesting backup. Grey Wolves are here. The people in the grain hut have thrown a grenade. I'm dealing with them. Gunshots are coming from the direction of the beacon tower. Someone has taken out the patrol team near the guard post. As the team captain, Firefox was having a headache. The situation of the reinforced blockade was still changing rapidly and fraught with danger. I originally thought the number 1 seat in the hotel would be a good spot, but now it seems like a hot potato. They are now surrounded by enemies on all sides. The entire hotel is fraught with danger, and they are right in the eye of the storm in Xiangnan. Firefox was still on the first floor of the hotel. He went to the radio and used the window to prop up the gap in the backyard. Sizzle. Sizzle. But 2 plumes of smoke quickly filled the gap, and a stun blast exploded in front of it. Geo. Dee dee. Despite the obstructed vision, Firefox fired several shots through the smoke, hoping to kill as many enemies as possible. Ugh. After the smoke cleared, the 60-round drum magazine was emptied, and a corpse appeared at the gap. However, Firefox, who had regained his hearing, immediately sensed something was wrong, because 2 more footsteps had already rushed into the small house in the backyard. Bang, 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 bang. On my face, Ian's voice dropped after a few words. Our gaze shifts to the Grey Wolves. The enemy inside the grain hut threw out smoke to block the view, then climbed up the mesh fence on a large weapon crate, flipped over, and jumped into the basement. Thump, 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 thump. Pharaoh. They're inside. After firing a few shots into the smoke, Grey Wolf headed towards the basement. He approached the wooden weapons crate, and, judging from the footsteps, the other party had reached the central area of the basement, around the table with the bridge bombing plan drawn on it. Anticipating the opponent's position, the Grey Wolf opened fire through the wooden door. Thump, thump, thump. Is who? The golden bullet pierced through the fragile door panel, tracing a horizontal trajectory in the air. I heard screams. The other person must be crippled, but not dead yet. The Grey Wolf skillfully approached the door, and the moment it opened, it also shrank back to the left side of the door. Bang, 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 bang. Sure enough, the other side had already set up their scouts at the doorway and fired a burst of preemptive shots. However, due to the Grey Wolf's preemptive dodge, the entire attack missed its mark. RPK. Grey Wolf quickly took out a snapshot from his ammunition rack, dodged towards the door, and fired the snapshot. At the same time, the opponent's offensive grenade was thrown from the other side, its parabolic trajectory landing precisely at the Grey Wolf's feet at a powerful angle. Boom! The firecracker exploded first, and the opponent had prepared to dodge in advance and did not fall to the ground. The Grey Wolf quickly retreated, leaving the damage range just as the attacking mine was about to explode. Boom! The attack grenade exploded, shaking the entire basement. Grey Wolf then scoped in and, seeing that the opponent hadn't shown themselves to engage in a gunfight, he was certain that the opponent was badly wounded. Holding the Pharaoh, the Grey Wolf charged straight ahead. Thump, 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 thump. After running a couple of steps, I scoped in and fired at the pre-aim point. Peeking out from the left and right of the 2 exits, I locked onto the only possible location of the enemy. Inside the small room in the basement with bunk beds. Boom! A maneuver was made to avoid the opponent's cannonball. The Grey Wolf approached, crouched down by the door, peeked out, and fired an M62 round. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. With the enemy dealt with, the Grey Wolf immediately went to support the battlefield above. There were 2 feet directly above him. They had just taken down Ian. He first threw out a stun grenade, preparing to charge when the opponent's ears rang. But at that very moment, Firefox's command came through the headset. Chapter 30 codename, Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, retreat. Come back and rejoin me. We can fight this time. Grey Wolf has a buff on him. He had previously used an endurance strength potion and a regeneration strength potion. Now that the opponent's attention is drawn to the dead Ian and Firefox, he sees this as a good opportunity to attack. Geo, Grey Wolf, what are you doing? I can't reach you there. If you die, it's all over. Firefox's command rang in his ears, but Grey Wolf ignored it and charged out, taking advantage of the enemy's ringing ears. It would take him less than a second to run up to the cabin from that spot. The two enemies suffering from tinnitus were completely unaware that someone was pressing their face against theirs. Thump thump. Ugh. Grey Wolf dodged and opened his scope, his eyes immediately meeting those of an enemy walking towards him. A glance that feels like an eternity. At this moment, time seems to have slowed down many times over. The enemy wielding the M4 aimed and fired immediately, but they were certainly not as fast as the Grey Wolf who had already pre-aimed. Thud! The first M62 shot hit his arm. It also disrupted his aiming motion with the gun. Thud! The second M62 shot was even more accurate, piercing straight through his head, which was covered by a KSS helmet. Crimson blood splattered from the back of his head, and the enemy fell to the ground. Meanwhile, another enemy was just searching for Ian's equipment in the room with the suitcase. Upon discovering the enemy, he immediately pulled out a grenade and pulled the pin. The Grey Wolf's ears twitched, and it immediately leaped forward. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. The opponent was finished off just as they were about to throw a grenade. Then he quickly jumped backward to avoid the grenade's blast radius. Boom! Grey Wolf, how are you? Firefox, who was inside the hotel, jumped down from the balcony of room 202 to come and help. 1 against 3. Target achieved. After completing this, Grey Wolf reported through his tactical headset. Grey Wolf, do you know what you're doing? Fiery Fox's reprimand, though late, came nonetheless, his anger undiminished. Remember your place? I'm the captain. I'm sorry, Captain. Grey Wolf responded indifferently, squatting in the corner, loading bullets with a blank expression. Firefox knew now was not the time to reprimand, as there were still enemies to be dealt with. Someone's at the hotel's main entrance. Grey Wolf's ears twitched, and he headed towards the basement. This time he must obey my orders. Front, left, rear, right, fire alternately. Fiery Fox emphasized as he followed behind Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf's response remained indifferent. The enemy did indeed enter through the gap in the main entrance. Judging from the footsteps, one was in the second-floor toilet and the other in the kitchen. The small door leading from the basement to the kitchen had been closed by someone. Let me handle this. Fiery Fox stopped the Grey Wolf from charging. He stepped forward alone, and the moment he opened the door, he ducked to the left. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Victor 9. The enemy's pre-firing shots all missed. Sizzle. Retreat. He's pulled the pin. Firefox heard the sound of the pin being pulled, and the two retreated to the ground. Boom. An attack exploded above, and both players were bleeding. I'll throw a bouncing grenade. Firefox returned to the door and pulled the pin against the wall in front of him. The Grey Wolf stood behind the Firefox to prevent it from charging at them. Firefox fired 2 MK2s, but the effect didn't seem very noticeable. The opponent didn't reveal any movement. I'll do it. If he were Victor, he could just charge straight in. Grey Wolf stepped forward. Hello. Ignoring Firefox's advice, Grey Wolf went to the door, peeked out, and opened the scope. Sure enough, the other party was crouching down next to the long weapon box. However, the Vector 9's bullets are most likely dum-dum, and even if they are 7N31, they are not as high as the Grey Wolf's M62 burst damage. He only needs to hit the opponent once or twice, but the opponent has to penetrate his helmet first. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Just as Grey Wolf had predicted, the opponent used dum-dum bullets, and not a single shot penetrated the 95's head. Take him down. With the enemy dead, Grey Wolf went straight to the first floor to gather information from upstairs. Grey Wolf. Obey orders. Fiery Fox reminded him through gritted teeth. I know. Grey Wolf felt around for the enemy's ammunition pouch and replenished his grenades. Leave the one upstairs to me. Firefox went to the stairwell and threw a grenade upwards. Boom! Then, facing the main guest room, he threw a precise firecracker the instant he jumped up. Boom! At the host's side, in the instant he jumped up, he saw half of the enemy's body, holding a long sniper rifle. To avoid the firecrackers, the other side retreated towards the main guest room, and Firefox and Grey Wolf took the opportunity to rush up to the second floor. He's a sniper, and he's very likely the one who killed Feng Liang's ex. Grey Wolf's eyes seemed to hold an immense amount of information as he spoke with certainty. I'll handle it. Firefox is very experienced in dealing with snipers, especially indoors. He went to the corner of the main and guest corridors and, without revealing his position, threw his medicine bag out of his magazine. The medkit was pierced by the golden bullet the moment it was thrown, and he quickly peered out and opened the scope. But the opponent was also an experienced player. After firing the shot, he simply dodged and retreated the moment Firefox peeked out. Dee. Damn it. This burst of fire was in vain. The plan failed, and Firefox retreated. He's over by the sofa, where the long weapon case is, Firefox reported. Roger that. Instead of charging, Grey Wolf went to the window and threw a stun blast towards the end of the corridor leading to room 203. Sizzle. Crackling sounds. The grenade slashed through the glass, its arc passing through the gap, delivering the stun grenade to the location of the red medical kit. Geo. Taking advantage of the opponent's tinnitus, the Grey Wolf charged. He made a big jump just before reaching the corner of the sofa. As expected, the opponent stood against the wall on the sofa, and this sniper shot was even more accurate, but because Grey Wolf jumped, it hit his leg. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Although the Pharaoh's hip shot was unpredictable, he still managed to take him away without serious injury. White Dove Group, a certain floor work area. The walls were painted a light off-white. The tiled floor was clean and bright. The whole space was spacious and bright, and the ceiling lights emitted a soft light. The room is neatly arranged with a row of desks and comfortable ergonomic chairs. Each desk is equipped with a high-performance computer. Soon, 4 adult male figures appeared in the 4 empty chairs. All 4 men were very strong, one of whom had a tan face with deep wrinkles. He is Firefox, the captain of the God of Hunts team. The man sitting next to him had sharp, piercing eyes, a much paler face, and looked significantly younger than the 3 men beside him. Codename, Grey Wolf. Firefox, report the situation. A deep voice came from a loudspeaker in the upper right corner of the room. A closer look reveals that a high-definition camera is hanging on the other diagonal of the ceiling. This is Firefox. This week's live fire exercise is complete. 2 dead or wounded, 8 killed. Firefox lowered his head and reported the situation into the microphone in front of the table. He paused, then reluctantly began. Among them, Grey Wolf killed 5 people, ranking first. Chapter 31 registration for the Big Golden Cup. Nanxiang followed the Zhang brothers home and officially began the registration process. Wow, your table is even a dark zone model. Nanxiang looked at the sand table tactical table in the living room, touching and rubbing it over and over again. The sand on the table can freely change shape, including those marking items. Haha, this computer is the best. It can play Snake and Tetris. Zhang Qi turned on the computer, which in addition to the basic functions that a normal computer should have, also included several classic minigames. Let's register first. Jeang Yang called the 2 over and opened the dark zone panel. Please enter. Team name, 2 to 7 characters. Team size, 2 to 4 people only. Team leader, member, total payment. What should we call our team? Zhang Yang Bondiret. How about we call it New Century? Nanxiang suggested. You've been watching too many boy band leaders, haven't you? Zhang Qi thought the name New Century didn't sound good, at least not imposing enough. If you ask me, we should call him the leader of the New Century boy band. Zhang Qi always follows the principle of the longer the better when choosing a name. Sigh. Zhang Yang gave up. It seemed that he still had to rely on himself to come up with a name. Let's just call it that. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yang typed in the team's name. Team name, brand new version Carmona. Team size, 3. Team leader, Zhang Yang. Members, Zhang Qi, Nanxiang. Total payment, 1,500,000 Cohen coins. Pay the fee. Zhang Yang collected the Cohen coins from the email and then had Zhang Qi release the lion, thus gathering the 1.5 million Cohen coins. After registration, the specific rules and time of the competition were also displayed. Rules. Registered teams will enter a dedicated matchmaking pool, where all opponents will be participating teams from the same city. The competition consisted of 5 rounds, and the team with the highest total value from those 5 rounds advanced to the provincial finals. The preliminary round map will be one of the following randomly selected maps: Enhanced Farm, Enhanced Valley, Enhanced North Mountain, or Enhanced Military Port. Killing an agent in a match adds an extra 50,000 Cohen credits. Time, 8 a.m. on March 20th to 12 p.m. on March 24th. Today is March 14th, and the first match is in 6 days, which means we have a week to prepare and practice. Jeang Yang carefully studied the competition rules and formulated a preparation plan. To be honest, a week seemed far too short to him. Not only did he need to familiarize himself with so many maps, but he was also dealing with upgrades. Judging from Nanxiang and Zhangqi's current level, it's simply impossible for them to evolve into masters in just 1 week. Therefore, most of the pressure naturally falls on him. However, it is still easy to raise the pharaoh's proficiency to the maximum level within a week. From today onwards, we will only engage in enhanced attacks. Jeang Yang made the decision after careful consideration. Accumulating practical experience is the fastest and most stable way to become stronger. Enhance? No way. I've only ever played with the basics once. Nanxiang was startled. Before meeting Jeang Yang, he was just an unlucky nobody. No way, bro. As for Zhangqi, needless to say, he had only played the Dark Zone once and didn't even know how to use healing items. If we die once, we won't be able to play for a whole week, right? Nanxiang discovered the biggest problem. That's right, if we just die once, we can go straight to the official competition next time. Zhangqi also realized that such forced growth was simply unrealistic. Ouch! Jeang Yang slapped his forehead, realizing this wasn't his previous life. In this life, the special agent can only die once a week. Otherwise, his game awareness wouldn't be so far behind that of his original world. Sai, I'll create a team. You guys come with me. Jeang Yang said helplessly. Now he only had one last option left. Training ground. Fortunately, in this life, the training grounds can be entered in teams. Jeang Yang instructed Zhangqi and Nanxiang to prepare their combat equipment and then enter the training ground of the Dark Zone instance together. Brother, how's this set up? It'll really annoy the enemy. Nanxiang finished setting up his equipment and showed Jeang Yang his Dark Zone panel. Let me see. Jeang Yang glanced at him, a black line appearing on his forehead. Old-fashioned steel helmet, security bulletproof vest, 926 light ammunition pouch, high-end T-85. What's the difference between you and a wanderer? Jeang Yang paused, then said irritably, the match uses an enhanced map, so the equipment value must exceed 80,000. 80,000? Zhangqi was surprised and took out his fingers, as if calculating how many squid skewers he could buy. I know, Nanxiang said with a sullen face. That's why I never fight. I'll do it. Jeang Yang went to the dark area panel on the south wall and helped him operate it. How come your warehouse is only 0.8 M? Didn't I help you make a lot of money last night? Jeang Yang opened the warehouse and found it was full of garbage. Matches, lighters, metal lighters, tape, nuts, corrugated pipes, plexiglass, CPU fans, batteries, wrenches, awls, magnets, insecticides, toothpaste, syringes, notebooks, Dark Zone intelligence. Apart from an old backpack, the rest of the room was filled with 11 rows of junk and junk guns. Fortunately, there are 3 rows of memory modules at the bottom, which make up for the last bit of the build's appearance. Jeang Yang put the memory sticks on the market, setting the price at 4,500 when the average market price was 2,800. Brother, won't we be able to sell them like this? Nanxiang said worriedly. No, memory modules have the fastest price cycle of all purple-colored components. My daily earnings are as high as 5,000 plus and as low as 1,900. I usually enter at 2,000 and exit at 4,500. The sales period is 12 hours, so don't worry. They'll all be sold out by the time you wake up, Jeang Yang said experiently. In his previous life, he made money by buying and selling memory sticks, accumulating over 10 million in profits. Of course, he was also arrested twice during his trading trips. Oh, just as Nanxiang nodded, Jeang Yang opened Vincent's interface. Hey, what are you doing? Nanxiang asked anxiously. Jeang Yang was recycling his precious trash at a low price. No, my Dark Zone intelligence. Jeang Yang was very quick. He even sold out the secret information about the Dark Zone, which was only available to each person. Ah, fool. Cohen coins plus 60,000. The heart that had been hanging in the balance finally died. Master, what are you doing? Nanxiang was on the verge of tears. His account was ruined. You must remember, games are just a part of life scenery. Jeang Yang began his speech. mimicking the broadcaster he had been born in his previous life. Chapter 32, Jeang Yang's Birth. Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, I'll definitely help you make a fortune and escape with millions. Jeang Yang looked at the Cohen coins on the south wall, adding them to what he already had. He now had 400,000 coins in storage. It's time to get a good set of equipment. 926 composite bulletproof vest, 03 heavy helmet, DK8 face mask, GS2 headphones. 400,000 gone? What? Jeang Yang was also surprised. The price of 5 heads has tripled in this lifetime, which is really upsetting. Let me see. Jeang Yang continued to open the warehouse on the south wall and searched inside. Soon, he discovered that inside the old, double-layered bag, there was a vase and a demon pig. Woohoo! Jeang Yang's eyes lit up. No. After being begged for mercy by Nanxiang, Jeang Yang smashed the vase at Vincent and also killed the wild boar worth 50,000 yuan and gave it to Vincent. Fool. Cohen coins plus 500,000. Ugh. Nanxiang was completely heartbroken and lay sprawled on the soft blue sofa, utterly despondent. He played Dark Zone for half a year, squandered all of his family's pension money, and all he got was this vase. The demon pig was obtained by completing tasks before. Zhang, why aren't you saying anything? I'm already like this. Seeing that Zhang didn't come to comfort him, Nanxiang spoke up. It's okay, little leopard. Daddy's just gone on a trip. He'll be back soon. Don't cry, don't cry. Unexpectedly, Zhang also stared at his warehouse with tears in his eyes, stroking a golden leopard through the panel. All right, everyone, cheer up. You've all seen how much we've lost for this game. We have to get it all back. Jeang Yang said indignantly. Stop with the guns. Go experience it. Only by becoming stronger ourselves can we say goodbye to them. Born! Zhang and Nanxiang exclaimed in unison. With the issue of the coin scam resolved, the next step is to address the weapon issue. Zhang and Nanxiang both have a set of level 5 equipment, so it's time for them to choose a good gun that suits them. What makes a good gun? It can be used at both long and short ranges, has good ammunition, and boasts a fast and stable rate of fire. There's no clear definition of a good gun. The best gun is the one that suits you best. The two also opened the weapon interface in the market and selected their favorite weapons. Brother, how about I play this? Zhang found an F2000 and thought it looked cool, mainly because of its fast rate of fire. Zhang Yang noted. The F2000 is extremely stable and its hip-fire capability is top-notch, making it very suitable for beginners like Zhang. Master, how about I play with this? Nanxiang pointed to a pharaoh. It can fire sniper rifle bullets. You can't control it. Jeang Yang shook his head. This life is not a game. All the guns are much harder to control, not to mention the pharaoh, which he couldn't control even in the game in his previous life. He himself still has to rely on his talent. All right, I'll play this one. Nanxiang picked up a P90 with an absolute rate of fire, the king of close-range foot-cutting. Okay, sure. Zhang Yang noted. The P90's level 0 ammo deals more flesh damage than the Dumbfist, and its rate of fire is also faster than the Vector 9. Even when facing the G18C, it is by no means at a disadvantage. It can be considered a Tier 0 foot removal gun. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. The rate of fire is too fast, and the margin for error is high. Bullets and guns are not cheap, and magazines are also expensive. Go ahead and modify it. I'll make up the difference if you don't have enough bullets. Jeang Yang still has a lot of Cohen coins in his warehouse, which he can lend them some high-level bullets. Okay, give me a bullet. Nanxiang said with a grin. Bro, should I use the 995 or the A1? Zhang blinked innocently after modifying his gun. Let me check the price of 995. Jeang Yang opened the market and found that 995 was even more expensive in this life, costing 3,000 per shot. You play A1, Jeang Yang said decisively. With grenades, medicine, and everything else ready, the three enter the training ground. The training ground is situated on an open area, surrounded by iron plates more than 3 meters high. The metal structure is surrounded by tanks and lush trees, resembling a secluded military factory. The wooden table in the center is simple and durable, with a smooth surface coated with a layer of varnish, reflecting the soft light of the sun. The wall was neatly inlaid with rows of ammunition boxes filled with bullets. Their metal casings gleamed in the sunlight. Various firearms were displayed on the table, their metal surfaces reflecting a cold luster. Each gun had been meticulously maintained and exuded a unique killing intent. At the other end of the training field, wooden human-shaped targets, adjustable distance moving targets, and fixed targets stand quietly, serving as loyal companions to the special task force in training shooting skills. The moving and stationary targets are ingeniously designed, allowing for adjustments to distance and speed to simulate different combat scenarios based on training needs. Come on, let me first teach you to familiarize yourselves with firearms, and we'll practice shooting in a straight line. Jeang Yang was a veteran in his previous life, so he simply followed the firearms tutorials from the army and guided them step by step into the basics. First, you need to understand how a gun is made up. 20 minutes later, SpongeBob SquarePants timeline, 20 minutes later. Jeang Yang talked until his throat was dry, and his hands-on teaching finally yielded results. Zhang Qi and Nan Chang had a thorough understanding of the gun structure and how to use it. They gripped their guns properly and began practicing shooting at the targets. All right, you can practice shooting on your own now. Go ahead and practice. I'm going to have something to drink. Jeang Yang took out the taurine from his ammunition pouch and gulped it down. Remember to stay in a straight line, okay? Received, Nanxiang replied earnestly. Only after this learning experience did he realize how many mistakes he had made before. Yay, training begins. Zhang Qi was full of energy and anticipation, having yet to experience the cruelty of war and the hardships of training. Chapter 33, Oil Gadmo. Dee, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the setting sun, the fixed target was covered with black marks from bullet holes, and the target rings gradually became invisible. Inside the training field, the two special agents were sweating profusely, while in the shade of a nearby workbench, Jeang Yang crossed his legs and drank a refreshing taurine. Concentrate. Why is the trajectory unstable? Is it shifting left and right or drifting up and down? Find a reason yourself. Jeang Yang spoke casually while sitting, occasionally closing his eyes to rest. Damn, I am exhausted. Zhang Qi plopped down on the ground, ready to go on strike. He took out some cucumber-flavored potato chips he had prepared beforehand from the magazine and started snapping them up. Ha, still oh yeah? You can't oh yeah anymore, can you? Nanxiang had played in the dark zone for half a year longer than Zhang Qi, so his physical strength was naturally higher than Zhang Qi's. Although he is sweating a lot, his basic movements are still correct. Oh yeah, there's no way I can finish it all. Zhang Qi stubbornly insisted. Even though he was covered in sweat and his face was pale, he still ate while shouting his slogan. Jeang Yang, who had almost fallen asleep, also woke up from his chair. What's going on? Why are you still resting? Keep training. Jeang Yang scolded, brandishing his gun. Time was of the essence for the competition. My younger brother is just too naughty. I have to push him a bit so he'll know his limits. It's only been less than half an hour since the shooting started, and the intensity is already very low. Brother, you look like a medieval farmer. Look how dark my face is. Zhang Qi said mournfully, the tune of Yuga Demu echoing in his mind. Zhang Qi, I know you're tired, but now that you've signed up for the competition, you have to train hard. Jeang Yang couldn't help but try to comfort his younger brother when he saw him so frustrated. Hey, let me tell you a story that I will never forget. Jeang Yang recounted a story from a novel he had read. The protagonist of the story is named Yi Dong, and he has the ability to summon minions. But his first henchman died in that incident. Jeang Yang spoke for a full 5 minutes, the story mainly revolving around a henchman named Baldy. Because he was too weak, he died on the battlefield, forever parting ways with his boss. So this story tells us that we should shed more blood in peacetime and less tears after war, Jeang Yang said earnestly. I know this story too, so my QQ name is Bald Jackson. Nanxiang's eyes also welled up with tears. The pale sunlight shone on his rough face, making him look like a heroic martyr who had completed a revolution. Zhang Qi was convinced. He was truly convinced. I'll practice, okay? Zhang Qi placed the potato chips on the workbench, then picked up the F-2000 and fired at the fixed target. Dee. After nearly half an hour of recoil control practice, his bullet trajectory was now focused on a straight line, and that line was getting shorter and shorter. Not bad. Jeang Yang picked up Zhang Qi's potato chips and praised them as he ate them. Not to mention Baldy and Zhang Qi. He himself also loves cucumber-flavored potato chips. Next, I'll teach you how to use throwables. Jeang Yang licked his fingers, wiped them on the back of his pants, and took a grenade from his magazine. Today's lesson is not difficult. We will learn from the instantaneous explosion. Instant explosion. The two looked at each other, both swallowing hard. First, we need to know why we need to practice instantaneous bursts. The explosion of a grenade usually takes between 2.5 and 4 seconds. When the enemy discovers the grenade, they will definitely dodge and avoid the blast radius. Jeang Yang took out an 2 Malawian kwacha's grenade and showed it to the two of them. Instantaneous explosion, on the other hand, causes a grenade thrown at the enemy's feet to explode immediately. The grenade's effectiveness was maximized by giving the enemy no time to react. Oh! After the two nodded, Jeang Yang immediately pulled the pin and threw the 2 Malawian kwachas at their feet. Damn it! The two sprang up from the ground and dodged to the other side with Jeang Yang. Boom! 3 seconds later, the 2 Malawian kwachas exploded, turning the original ground into a black mess. The air was thick with the pungent smell of gunpowder. The two men frowned and covered their mouths and noses with their hands. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Qi looked at Jeang Yang in shock, once again doubting the authenticity of his brother. Master, what are you doing? Nanxiang seemed to understand Zhang Yang's intention, but still spoke up jokingly. Stop being so effeminate and speak properly. Zhang Yang scolded. Oh, the south wall bowed its head. You see, if a grenade is thrown normally, no matter how accurate it is, the enemy will still have time to react and escape. This once again demonstrates the importance of instantaneous detonation. Jeang Yang said magnanimously, as if he hadn't thrown the grenade at all. Next, you'll practice pulling the pin and squeezing the grenade. Hold it in your hand for 1 or 2 seconds before throwing it. What if someone dies? Zhang Qi trembled. He truly regretted signing up. I'm Fine. Nanxiang had been playing in the Dark Zone for half a year and wasn't opposed to this training. He knew that if he wanted to become stronger, these were the paths he had to take. Zhang Qi, even he can overcome the south wall. Zhang Yang winked, hinting to Zhang Qi to be braver. Okay. Zhang Qi also put aside his temper and started practicing. He knew that his happy life was gone forever, and now time was of the essence. He couldn't let himself hold the team back. I can do it. Zhang Qi mustered his courage and pulled the bolt off the attacking grenade in his hand. He silently counted down. 1. Wait, isn't the attack mine 2.5 seconds again? Zhang Yang couldn't remember, but it was too late. Boom! Ugh! Zhang Qi fell asleep immediately, turning into a charred corpse. Omit. Nanxiang walked over cautiously, looked at Zhang Qi, who was emitting black smoke from his mouth, and uttered in English. Oh dear, now I really look like a black person. Jeang Yang slapped his forehead. Fortunately, there's no limit to the number of deaths that can occur on the training field. In other words, Zhang Qi can die here countless times for free, and it won't affect next week's match. Jeang Yang opened a panel and signaled Zhang Qi and the team to re-enter the game. Hurry up. Oh, after a brief exchange in the void, Zhang Qi reappeared on the training ground, and the charred corpse had vanished. Sigh. Zhang Qi walked dejectedly to his training position and pulled the thrombus again. The light in his eyes had faded, and he muttered softly, Yoga Dimu hate Jerry. Chapter 34 Training Camp. When his gaze fell on the south wall, he was a little scared the first 2 times, and, after holding it for a second, he quickly threw it away. Through repeated attempts, he gradually overcame his fear. Go! After silently counting to 2.5, Nanxiang threw the 2 Malawian kwachas in his hand into the air. Boom! The grenade exploded perfectly in mid-air, the gray blast cloud flawlessly. Nice, it worked! Nanxiang was very excited. He quickly shook Jeang Yang, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and even showed off to Zhang Qi next to him. Oh yeah, there's no way to throw them all away. Nanxiang wiggled his butt, then turned to report to Jeang Yang. Master, I did it. Oh, Zhang Yang asked slayabili. He had just dreamt that he was opening confidential documents in the main guest room. But before the confidential information could be placed in the secure container, this thing woke itself up. How annoying. You've mastered it? Let me see. Zhang Yang was still very happy to hear the good news of Nanxiang's success. Show it off. Zhang Qi, though somewhat unconvinced, also took out a bottle of milk, ready to drink it while watching. Hey, here it comes. Nanxiang took out 2 Malawian kwachas and silently counted as he pulled the pin. Now, he confidently opened his eyes and threw the 2 Malawian kwachas, timing it perfectly. However, the 2 Malawian kwachas was thrown too high and hit the wooden walkway on his head before bouncing back. Boom! Ugh times 3. Dust settled sparsely on the wooden corridor, and the entire training ground was utterly silent. In Jeang Yang's home, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the sofa. Jeang Yang. Oh. Zhang Qi. South wall. / degree infinity degree /. 20 minutes later. Very good. Actually, you all have quite a lot of talent. Inside the training field, the sun was almost setting. The 2 special agents, dressed in identical 9th Street uniforms, moved their guns in perfect unison. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Sizzle sizzle. Nanxiang's eyes were resolute and focused, and the warm sunlight slanted down on him, highlighting his agile figure. Zhang Qi, standing to the side, was the same, except that his eyes were slightly crossed. Very good, concentrate. Jeang Yang held his gun, occasionally firing a shot into the air, constantly urging him on. 20 minutes later, the 2 special operatives have switched from firearms training to knife training. One man, holding an entrenching tool, stood in a horse stance with a serious expression. I learned this entrenching tool, fighting technique, in the army. Listen carefully. I'll only explain it once. Get your entrenching tools ready. Trattino. Zhang Qi and Nanxiang walked with firm and powerful steps, each step sounding as if they were stepping on a steel plate. Their arms swung, and the weapons in their hands drew graceful arcs in the air. Their movements were coordinated and synchronized, as if they were robots sculpted from a template. Trattino. Time flies like an arrow, and the angle of the pale sunlight keeps tilting. The light shone on the scabs on the face covered with sweat and dirt, and pierced the determined, wide-open eyes. Although physically exhausted, my spirits remained high. Very good, full marks. Jeang Yang clapped his hands, and the 2 special agents also collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Looking up, the night sky resembles a deep blue painting, with stars twinkling like diamonds. They were either bright or dark, large or small, densely covering the entire sky, like countless dazzling gems inlaid on boundless black velvet. Wow, Zhang Yang sighed softly. It was the first time he had ever seen darkness in the training field. The training grounds in my previous life had time limits. You had to quit after a while, so it's no wonder I can't see them anymore. Look at the stars. Nanxiang lay on the ground, his limbs spread out in a starry sky, gazing at the vast starry sky, his consciousness drifting towards the distant heavens. In this tranquil night, the stars seem to be silently telling the secrets of the universe. Some of them shine alone, like a solitary traveler. Others form a spoon pattern, adding a touch of mystery and poetry to the night sky. Do they have worries too? Do they also blow up their teammates? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah. There's no way to count them all. Zhang Qi lay down on the ground. He really wanted to just lie down here and sleep, with the starry sky all he could see when he opened and closed his eyes. Why are you guys lying outside? Jeang Yang climbed over the platform in front of the shooting target and came to the human-shaped target. The game in his previous life had invisible walls, which is why he only remembered he could come over now. Jeang Yang simply lay down on the ground as well. This angle was indeed the most comfortable position to look at the sky. Starlight spills across the earth, draping everything in the night with a silver veil. The human-shaped target and the moon complement each other, making the night even more enchanting. On this open land, the only sound is breathing. Outside the training ground, the wrecked tanks gleamed silver in the moonlight, the shadows of the trees swayed, and the scene was as serene as a poem. They couldn't remember when they logged out of the instance, and the 3 of them went to sleep at Jeang Yang's house. The night ends and the day dawns. Ring ring, ring ring. Jeang Yang was finally woken up by his 8 a.m. alarm clock. As for why he had to get up so early, it was all thanks to the mission assigned by the system. The mission only had 2.5 days, and 1.5 days have already passed. Today is the last day, and Jeang Yang has no choice but to take action. Sigh. Opening the Dark Zone panel, he suddenly felt like he was catching up on homework on the last day of winter break. All 8 weapons need to reach a 60% proficiency level, and I've only completed 2 weapons so far. Brother, Zhang Qi and Nanxiang walked over sleepily while Zhang Qi was tidying up the warehouse. You're awake too? Your alarm clock is too loud, Zhang Qi complained. It's because your house isn't soundproof. I could hear noises from next door last night. Nanxiang rubbed his eyes. Huh? What did you hear? I heard something like, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. As children, You shouldn't listen to things you shouldn't hear, Jeang Yang said earnestly. I'm almost 13. Nanxiang yawned. That's right, bro. We're not 2 or 3-year-old kids anymore, Zhang Qi said dismissively, heading towards the restroom. I'm going downstairs to buy some breakfast. Today we're officially starting the map-making process. The picture below? Master, please think twice. I'm only 13 years old. Upon hearing that a picture was to be taken, Nanxiang immediately grabbed Jeang Yang's leg. You're not 2 or 3-year-old kids anymore. Jeang Yang grinned and closed the door. He said it was just to scare them, like showing them the picture below. Jeang Yang knew the importance of survival, so he wouldn't take them into the enhancement area. But I still want to explore the regular maps, and I can also do some system quests. Jeang Yang went downstairs to the steam bun shop and bought 6 meat buns. Boss, 6 meat buns, lots of meat, no skin. Chapter 35 Naval Port. The 3 of them quickly finished breakfast. When Jeang Yang announced that they would only be playing normal maps, the 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then what equipment should we bring? I'm requesting to send my World War II veteran set into battle. Nanxiang excitedly asked. We'll practice with 5 sets of fully modified guns, just like yesterday's training ground, Jeang Yang said without hesitation. Only by becoming more familiar with good equipment can you fully realize its value. What great things can you achieve if you only ever play with T-79S? What a waste. I'm using my A1 bullet to shoot at a dummy. Zhang Qi still couldn't bear it. 1 bullet could make 10 skewers of squid. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Use A1 bullets. If you secretly switch to something else, Jeang Yang said with a slight smile, rolling up his sleeves. I understand. Zhang Qi lowered his head. Come on, I can't wait. Nanxiang quickly adjusted his mindset, put on yesterday's gear, and got ready to go. He had already begun to imagine himself outmaneuvering his enemy and wielding his entrenching tool with impressive skill. Ouch! Jeang Yang smacked him on the head, interrupting his daydreaming. Get ready quickly. Oh. The 3 of them immediately got to work and began changing into their best gear. This time, Jeang Yang switched to his best BT-6 level 5 armor, keeping his helmet and headphones the same. To improve mission efficiency, he carried both a BM-59 and a VSS. The VSS is not a modern version, but a standard version. In the game from the previous version, the standard version had a higher hip-fire accuracy. With the addition of a blue-purple laser pointer and a flashlight, the gun is now fully modified. The gun is not equipped with a scope and is primarily designed for hip-fire. Jeang Yang had barely used the BM-59 in his previous life, so he simply equipped it with a 20-round magazine, a 1/4x scope, and an MG3 flash hider. This gun isn't powerful, but it's the only carbine that can fire M61 rounds. Jeang Yang went to the market and saw that M61 bullets in this life were 4,000 Cohen coins per bullet, so he only bought 20 bullets. Equipment ready, time to take the next picture. Choose the regular military port map. It's small and densely populated, making it suitable for grinding proficiency. Start up. Pool. Buzzing. The Dark Zone instance entered the loading screen, and the 3 figures suddenly disappeared from their original positions. East coast of Kuala Yap, a naval port. After the ravages of war and the passage of time, this once bustling and vibrant place is now nothing but wisps of smoke. High-rise buildings stand tall, their exterior walls peeling and revealing the internal steel bars and concrete framework. These high-rise buildings were once iconic structures of the naval port, but now they symbolize ruins. At the top of the old department store, 6 large red characters on the sign still stand out. Vincent Shopping Center. A hole was blasted into the 3rd floor, revealing 2 rocking chairs. The hole was dark and gaping, like a blind eye gazing upon this desolate world. The alleyways are intricate and crisscrossed, resembling a small maze. These alleyways, once the only way for workers to get to and from get off work, are now overgrown with weeds and piled with rubble and discarded items. On the tabletop of a bench under a parasol, long weapon cases were laid out. The wreckage of a car bearing the letter K sat parked on a street corner. Empty shell warships lay like giant beasts on the sea. Everywhere, sandbags of the same height were piled up beside the grassy platforms, and the monotonous graffiti painted on the walls became the last splash of color on the administrative high walls. The air was filled with desolation and deathly silence. There was no human habitation, no sound, only the sound of the wind and the crashing waves against the shore. Looking at the dimly lit room and the blue-collar workers lying quietly on the chairs, Jeang Yang immediately recognized the place where he was born, the third floor of the department store. Set up positions at the start. There was no insurance to brag about at this spawn point, so Jeang Yang immediately went to the balcony, stood on the edge of the hole, and looked towards the sea and the main entrance of the administration building. Jeang Yang opened the scope and held his breath, focusing intently. There's a chance he'll be kidnapped in either of these locations. Kidnapping someone born by the sea or in a harbor who wants to establish a government building. Listen up, you two. Jeang Yang kept talking even as he set up his gun. Open the mini-map on the panel. I'll briefly explain the spawn points of the naval port. Remember as much as you can. Yes. Yes, sir. First of all, there is a spawn point in the very center of the map, Shorewind Harbor, where you can start the game without needing protection. But be careful of people who spawn on the first floor of the department store and throw grenades through the small windows. Next are stall number 1 inside, the Purple Curtain Apartments, stall number 2 at the auto repair shop, stall number 1 in the backyard of the post office, and stall number 2 on the path leading to the Purple Curtain Apartments next to the post office, and next to the Tulip Apartments. Jeang Yang listed all the spawn points in General Harbor one by one. You wouldn't know unless you were told, but there are actually more than a dozen specific spawn points in the naval port. Then Jeang Yang explained in detail all the strategies for setting up positions after birth. He didn't talk about the best routes for getting into insurance, since you can only know the specifics by personally leading them through them. Moreover, Jeang Yang did not want them to become the kind of gamblers who only had money in their eyes. The reason he died most of his previous lives was that he loved touching insurance policies too much. In fact, often, using the time spent on insurance fraud to find counter-strategies can yield more unexpected results. There's no insurance for the Grand Gold Cup supplies competition either. Even if you manage to get your hands on something, you might not be able to bring it out. But killing someone is a real 50,000. As they were talking, a fully equipped Special Forces member appeared in Jeang Yang's BM-59 scope. He was wearing a KSS helmet and holding an entrenching tool. He must have just finished showing off his exemption from insurance at Anfengyang and was crossing the road at that moment, heading towards the main entrance of the administration building. Bang, 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 bang. Jeang Yang only had a 38% proficiency level with the BM-59, but he used 61mm rounds, and the man died after a few shots. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Look, you have to smoke when you take this road, or you won't even know how you died. Jeang Yang changed a magazine, demonstrating by example. Oh, the two nodded at the same time, understanding. Just then, gunshots rang out from the direction of the restaurant. Oh, there were shots fired in the restaurant. Jeang Yang put away his gun and switched to his VSS. Brother, should we go over there? Zhang Qi asked nervously. Why isn't someone going? Jeang Yang's original plan was to go wherever the first shot was fired. With all 5 sets of equipment fully equipped, this is definitely a map-clearing operation for a regular military port. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. Walking along the path from the department store to the restaurant, you can hear intense gunfire and explosions coming from the direction of the restaurant. Chapter 36, Zhang Qi's First Blood. This is intense. Nan Xiang heard the gunfire and felt a long-lost excitement, gripping his P90 even tighter. Zhang Qi was somewhat frightened and followed closely behind the two. He would occasionally glance at a corner behind them, afraid that someone might suddenly jump out. It's almost over. Let's finish off the remaining enemies. Jeang Yang gathered a batch of information. To prevent people from being carried out of the second-floor windows and inside the restaurants and hotels, Jeang Yang blocked the second-floor windows with a smokescreen. Sizzle. He held the cigarette in his hand for a second and a half, then threw it, and it drifted into the air. Hiss. Nanxiang smiled knowingly. This cigarette would just seal off the second-floor window. Let's go. Jeang Yang, having applied the endurance booster, was the first to charge. He opened the door and dodged out. No bullets were fired from inside the door. He leaped into the kitchen inside the door, where there were only 2 still warm corpses on the floor. The enemy is almost wiped out. I can hear footsteps upstairs. Sizzle. Hiss. They're probably spraying pesticides. Jeang Yang then lit 2 cigarettes in the lobby to make sure he wouldn't get hit by the people in the second-floor corridor. There are 2 staircases, one on the left and one on the right. I'll go up from the left, and you 2 can go up from the right. Jeang Yang gestured simply. Yes. The 2 nodded. Sizzle. Geo. Charge. Jeang Yang threw a stun grenade towards the second floor, and then the three of them moved at the same time. Thump, thump, thump. As their feet touched the wooden stairs, Jeang Yang and the other two felt their adrenaline surge. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. One dot. The moment he came up the south wall, he saw a special agent lying on the ground and immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of flesh bullets from his P90. Bang, bang, bang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. One dies. Jeang Yang was face-to-face with an enemy the moment he came up. The opponent crouched behind an office drawer and fired first, but the bullet did not penetrate Jeang Yang's BT-6 armor. Instead, Jeang Yang's VSS killed the opponent. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang then crouched down, peered into the corner inside, and, finding no one there, headed towards the restaurant and hotel. The key room wasn't opened, and the restaurant seemed deserted. Jeang Yang looked down through the sealed-off old staircase next to the hotel. There was a cashier there, and he wondered if anyone was hiding there. After looking around for a while, Jeang Yang climbed down from the fence, looked around with his gun, but found nothing unusual. There's only one place left to queue for: the nameless old building across from the restaurant. In the game from the previous life, the balcony of that old building could be used to access the second floor of the restaurant, a common spot for ambushing people. The south wall is on guard around the perimeter. No one is allowed to loot the loot box without my order. Yes. Zhang, come with me. Jeang Yang ordered Nan Chong to guard the restaurant, while he and Zhang headed to the old building. Sure enough, after arriving at the foot of the old building, Jeang Yang heard an unusual sound. There might be someone there. Jeang Yang looked up first to make sure the other person wasn't directly overhead, then gave Zhang a gesture to enter. Zhang's lips parted slightly. He hadn't expected Jeang Yang to send him on his own. But after Jeang Yang repeatedly gestured for him to go in, he gave an okay sign with his hand and then nervously walked in. His hands, gripping the gun, trembled slightly, clearly showing fear. But he mustered his courage, and while silently moving, he looked up at the building. The next moment, a dark gun barrel was revealed above the spiral staircase. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Ping-ping. A tense Zhang immediately fired his gun, while Jeang Yang outside also activated a quick explosion technique on the rooftop. Boom! Not knowing the situation upstairs, Zhang naturally dared not charge forward. Zhang, you can do it. But Jeang Yang's voice came through the earphones again. You have 5 sets of gear and a fully modified gun. Don't be afraid. Jeang Yang's encouragement boosted Zhang's confidence. Charge! He gritted his teeth and immediately rushed upstairs. Meanwhile, the enemy upstairs, hearing the blast, stared dumbfounded at the slightly deformed gun barrel. Having watched Boonie Bears, he wasn't sure if the gun was still usable, so he simply took out his secondary weapon. A Desert Eagle. He had watched quite a few TV dramas, and, at close range, a pistol might not be weaker than a rifle. Meanwhile, hurried footsteps could be heard downstairs. He positioned himself at the corner of the stairs below, constantly aiming. Soon, Zhang, charging forward, came into his line of sight. Bang, 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 ping, 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 ping. Without exception, all 3 shots fired by the Desert Eagle bounced off the level 5 Type 03 helmet. Zhang rushed up as well, and the two faced each other across half a flight of stairs. Zhang quickly scoped in, pulled the trigger, and the gun rose slightly as bullets poured out. Bang, bang, dee-dee-dee-dee. Ugh. The enemy was shot and fell to the ground, his Desert Eagle falling to the ground as well. Zhang then went upstairs and looked around. Only after confirming that there was no one upstairs did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, the target has been eliminated. Zhang reported joyfully, his back already soaked with sweat. The feeling of killing an enemy for the first time was indescribable. The long-term tension finally relaxed, and the exhilarating sense of impact in my hands was unforgettable. It was as if the fighting genes of the primitive era had been awakened, and the blood in my whole body became incredibly hot. Phew! I knew you could do it. Jeang Yang's heart had been pounding just now, and he was also praying that Zhang would win. If Zhang is eliminated, his next real-world application will be a competition. But if he's not allowed to experience gunfights, he won't be able to grow. Fortunately, he successfully took the first step. Once you get the first kill, things get much easier. Nanxiang, Zhang, you can loot the bag now, Jeang Yang instructed in the earpiece, while he himself loaded 2 guns. Next step, prepare to storm the administration building. As is well known, the administrative building has the highest concentration of mechanics in the entire naval port, especially when watching boy band videos. There are wanderers everywhere, plus a large number of patrol teams and boy bands. There may be no fewer than 30 male scooter operators in the small administration building. Don't lick the trash. Focus on replenishing medicine and grenades, Jeang Yang briefly instructed. Yes. Our gaze shifts to the south wall. There were 4 bodies in the restaurant, 2 upstairs and 2 in the kitchen. Because it's a regular map, 2 of the characters are in level 3 gear, and 2 are in level 4 gear with 6B23 armor. The guns are all rubbish. A half-modified MP5, a Bear AKM, a half-modified UZI, and a half-modified AK-74N. The bullets were all level 3 or lower. Zhang Qi's loot was also quite ordinary. A fortress armor set, a level 3 helmet, a modern SKS with a stock, and a Bear Desert Eagle. Brother, the bullets in his SKS magazine are level 4. Should we take them? Zhang Qi asked into his tactical headset. Jeang Yang once said during training not to pick up low-level bullets below level 4. 7.62 times 39. Jeang Yang vaguely remembered that the SKS's level 4 rounds were pretty good, worth more than 300 yuan a round in his previous life. Take it. Okay, I'm done licking. Zhang Qi came down from the building, his bag almost empty. Nanxiang, carrying a large bag, also rushed over from the restaurant. Let's go to the administration building. Jeang Yang loaded the 50-round magazine, and the 3 of them set off together. Chapter 37, Marching into the administration building. The 3 walked past Vincent's department store, following the edge of the map. Jeang Yang planned to go up the stairs here and go straight to the rooftop of the administration building. Thump, thump, thump. Brother, is the sea right to our right? Zhang Qi tried to look over the wall to catch a glimpse of the scenery outside. But to their right, a 3-meter-high military wall stood tall, solid and sturdy. Okay, Jeang Yang nodded. Just keep going forward, there's a barbed wire fence ahead that you can see. Jeang Yang saw through Zhang Qi's intention. When he first played the military port map, he was also very curious about the scenery outside. The 3 walked a few more meters, and sure enough, a barbed wire gate appeared to their right. Looking out through the barbed wire fence, an empty dock comes into view. Wow! Zhang Qi's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but look at the huge warship. The warships were majestic and imposing, their black hulls reflecting the sunlight and shimmering against the sea, creating a spectacular sight. The azure seawater gently lapped against the steel deck of the dock, shimmering and crystal clear. Seagulls soar in the distant sky, bringing a touch of ease and harmony to the desolate naval port. Even though this place has become a military base, it still boasts beautiful natural scenery. Let's go. Jeang Yang patted Zhang Qi's Type 03 heavy-duty helmet. Zhang Qi's curiosity was satisfied, and his eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. They've started fighting again, it never stops. Jai's voice. As I was walking along the road, a guy appeared in a haystack ahead. Didi. Ugh. Jeang Yang was aiming his gun at the target when Jiga fell to the ground first. Looking back, I realized it was the south wall that had done it. In that instant, they exchanged a knowing smile. You dare come here? Upon reaching the bottom of the spiral staircase, Ji's voice echoed from the top of the stairs once more. Sizzle. Eek. Jeang Yang looked up and saw that Brother Ji had been shot twice and taken away. Looking back, Zhang Qi patted his chest triumphantly. Jeang Yang smiled slightly, feeling very gratified. Clang, clang, clang. Sound of footsteps. The 3 of them quickly walked up the stairs and soon arrived at the rooftop of the administration building. Inside the thick walls, a massive administration building rises from the ground, exuding an imposing presence. The building adopts a European architectural style with simple and smooth lines, showcasing the solemnity and majesty of the naval port. Inside the administrative walls, sunlight shines obliquely through the greenery onto the military tents, creating patches of golden light. On the rooftop of the administration building, one can enjoy a panoramic view overlooking the entire defense camp below. Bang, 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 bang. Boom. Gunshots rang out throughout the administration building, accompanied by occasional explosions and tremors. This is really lively. Jeang Yang became excited again. He had to max out his proficiency level today. Come on, let's do the acupuncture. Receive. At Jeang Yang's command, Zhang Qi and Nan Chong simultaneously planted the endurance strength agent. The three of them moved in one smooth motion. Even their movements of throwing the syringes were synchronized. Let's do it. Jeang Yang rushed down the stairs and arrived at the third floor of the administration building. This is a room without insurance. Let's check if the insurance is still valid. Just around the corner ahead, a special agent suddenly appeared, rummaging through the body of the man who had killed him. Food is the most important thing for people. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang immediately fired his gun, and the special operative went straight to sleep. The exemption from protection has been lifted. Besides the body of one special agent, there are 2 android corpses on the ground. There should be other teammates on the third floor as well, Jeang Yang thought to himself, listening to the dense footsteps. There are still many machine operators inside the administration building and outside downstairs, including the first and second floors. Judging from the running footsteps, the other party was roughly in the direction of the naval headquarters. Follow me. Jeang Yang came to the corridor through the small door, first peeking out and observing. Sizzle. Then they launched an attack towards the end of the corridor. Boom! Charge! The moment the thunder roared, Jeang Yang also leaped out. There are many rooms on both sides of the corridor, so it's not practical to arrange them one by one. Nanxiang and Zhang Qi followed behind Jeang Yang, taking turns supporting the entrance to the naval headquarters at the end of the corridor. Sure enough, just as the 3 of them were halfway there, a head popped out of the naval headquarters. Dee. Not dead. Zhang Qi fired quickly, but the other party also pulled back, and only one shot hit, but didn't penetrate. It's alright, he'll die soon. Jeang Yang cut the bolt and threw it into the doorway. But the moment Lei threw it out, the door was slammed shut by the people inside. Holy shit! The lightning bolt bounced back from the door, and Jeang Yang immediately fled backward. Boom! Jeang Yang was crippled by his own rebound grenade. He opened the panel, which showed 3 black bars and all red bars. He's coming out, Nanxiang shouted. At the same time, 2 enemies rushed in from inside the door. Sizzle, sizzle. Down 1. The south wall had a pre-aimed point set up, and the P-90 swept down one of them. But it wasn't over yet. A second enemy had already pointed his gun at Jeang Yang. Bang, 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 bang. Sizzle. I'm down. Jeang Yang needed time to turn around, and he was shot down by the other party after firing only 1 shot. Is it for pedicures or an M4? HP flesh bomb? A strange thought flashed through Jeang Yang's mind. Zhang Qi quickly fired, taking down the second enemy. Dee. The 2 enemies who rushed out fell to the ground, but footsteps could be heard that there was still 1 enemy inside the command post. I'll set up my gun. Fearing that he would rush out and finish off Jeang Yang, Zhang Qi quickly fired a preemptive shot toward the door. Dee. I'll save him. Nanxiang rushed over and inserted a needle into Zhang Yang's arm on the ground. Be gentle. Zhang Yang whimpered, feeling both pain and deep emotion. Splash. When his S-level healing talent was activated, he felt a strange divine power coursing through his body, and wherever it went, any disease or injury disappeared without a trace. 3 seconds later, Jeang Yang not only recovered from his fall, but also regained full health. Open the dark area panel. It's completely white. Feeling great, Jeang Yang was radiating energy as if he had inexhaustible strength. Leave it to me. Jeang Yang pulled up the shattered DK-8 mask, his eyes seeming to blaze with fire. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Naval Command headquarters, he threw a Pythagorean theorem-based ricochet grenade into the building. Thump, thump, thump. Boom! Lei's landing point was inside, positioned to reach the doorway. After forcing the opponent to reposition, Jeang Yang rushed straight in. Bang, 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 bang. As Jeang Yang entered the room, he bent down, maintaining a half-squatting posture while continuing to move at the same speed. Ping, 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 ping. The enemy's bullets hit the cover, but mostly grazed overhead. This is a combat skill that only soldiers can achieve, but for Jeang Yang, it's as simple as eating and drinking. Unable to get any preemptive shots, the enemy had no choice but to hide in the secret storage room behind them. Jeang Yang fired a firecracker into the room, then went to the door. Boom! In the instant following the explosion, he dodged and fired a hip shot. Sizzle, sizzle. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The 4-man squad was wiped out. Chapter 38 Brothers, We're Rich. Just before Jeang Yang finished killing someone, Zhang Qi and Nan Chang followed from behind. "Brother, how are you?" "It's all right, they're all dead." Jeang Yang turned around and simultaneously administered a regenerative strength injection. "You scare me to death. What would we do if you died?" Zhang Qi said worriedly. He was really anxious when Jeang Yang fell to the ground. "It's easy to fall down when you're in the lead. That's normal." That's what he said, but Jeang Yang still didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. "You just happened to throw a grenade, and the other party just happened to close the door. There are still people downstairs." Nankiang awaited Zhang Yang's instructions. Intermittent gunshots could be heard outside the building, clearly indicating that someone was clearing out Brother G. "Prepare the bullets first, no rush," Jeang Yang nodded. "If the other party is real, they will come sooner or later. Rather than sending the three of them to find the enemy, it's better to let the enemy come to us. Let me see what kind of equipment they have." After loading the bullets, Zhang Qi began to search the corpses in the secret storage room. Jeang Yang glanced at the second-hand insurance. Power cords, clocks, GPUs, solid-state drives. So many purple ones. Zhang Yang frowned it. Although they were electronic safes, this was just an ordinary military port. Most likely, the other party discovered Jeang Yang and his group's arrival and hid these few valuable items in the insurance beforehand. Why hide it anywhere else but inside the insurance policy? Jeang Yang put the purple item into his bag. "They're here." While the two brothers were groping around, Nanxiang also set up a gun in the corridor outside. The other person strode up the stairs, completely unprepared. Sizzle, sizzle. Wow. Sizzle, sizzle. Ugh. The wall was repaired and patched up repeatedly, and the other party only said one sentence throughout the whole process. "I'm going." Meanwhile, that person's teammate was on the second floor and started throwing grenades towards the south wall. Sizzle. Boom. "We're here." Upon discovering that fighting had already broken out outside, Jeang Yang and Zhang Qi rushed over from the naval headquarters. Upon discovering the large number of people on the third floor, the enemies on the second floor immediately lost their courage to charge. "You bunch of old fogies, I'm truly fed up." "You're born," the enemy shouted, and then fled down the stairs on the other side to the first floor. "You think you can just run away after insulting people?" Honestly, Jeang Yang didn't mean for sure that Liu and the others would come to him. They delivered themselves to his doorstep. He immediately rushed to the second floor and chased after the other party along their escape route. Sizzle. After being hit twice, the opponent ducked into a corner. At this moment, Jeang Yang's VSS proficiency has reached 59%. He can recall the exhilarating moments when he fights alongside this weapon as soon as he closes his eyes. And a hand and the gun are gradually becoming one. "You can't escape," Jeang Yang shouted as he chased after him. "I can escape." To everyone's surprise, the other person replied, and then threw a grenade at his feet from around the corner. Jeang Yang naturally heard the sound of the bolt being pulled and slowed down. Boom! Jeang Yang waited for the grenade to explode before continuing his pursuit. But it was too late. The other person's figure passed through the gate and entered the general store in Shorewind Harbor. "Damn, you actually got away." Jeang Yang found a 6B23 bulletproof vest and a 6B4 level 3 helmet on the stone pavement. Looking surprised, he turned around again, and sure enough, there was a half-modified MDR lying quietly on the ground at the corner where the explosion had just occurred, with a medium-sized hiking backpack next to it. Discarding their armor and weapons, Jeang Yang finally understood why he had run so fast. They're even abandoning their equipment in order to evacuate. "Brother, we're here." Nanxiang and Zhang Qi arrived late. They weren't very familiar with the terrain of the naval port, so it was normal for them to lose track of each other while running. "It's all right. He's already run away. I don't see how long he can live without a gun," Jeang Yang said with a sneer as he picked up the MDR. "Go back and loot the loot box." "Uh-huh." Shorewind Harbor, a general store. Phew. Finally, I've shaken them off. In a dimly lit room, a special agent wiped the sweat from his face, panting heavily. A closer look reveals that he has no equipment at all, except for a lone 926 light ammunition pouch. "I am exhausted. I've been working professionally at naval ports for 2 years. You think you can catch me? Wait another 2 years. The game time is now halfway through, and he knows that the evacuation point in the sewers must be open. You guys keep fighting, I'm getting out of here." He opened a small door, went down the stairs, and headed towards the sewers. There's a tree shadow. Unexpectedly, A gunman suddenly appeared at the corner of the sewer. He stood there holding a gun and shook his arm. Brother G. Bang. Ugh. Hey guys, we're rich. Administration building, 3 floors. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Nanxiang frantically showed off his spoils, thoroughly enjoying himself. A high-spec M4 with a 60-round drum magazine, filled entirely with M855 bullets. The other one is an RPK-16, also with a 60-round magazine, using level 4 BP ammunition. The rush tactics are outdated. The outdated ones are for FA commanders. No. Fold the MPX first. Zhang Qi was also brainstorming, as if blue light and shadow were swirling his mind. Jeang Yang then went to various corners of the administration building to eliminate the remaining AI opponents. I can smell his fishy odor. Sizzle, sizzle. Ugh. Huh. Who's there? Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Soon, Jeang Yang's BM-59 and VSS reached 60% proficiency, and the mission was half completed. That's great. He could feel a deep connection to both guns at the same time. That wonderful feeling was even better than the AK-74N and Pharaoh back then. Bro, we're done licking. I can't possibly spend it all. As Zhang Qi and Nanchang Chao emerged from the building, the entire military port map fell silent. Chapter 39, King Reuben's Sanctions. It's so quiet. Is no one here? Nanxiang was still a little unsatisfied. The confidence that good equipment brought was truly different. There are only 9 minutes left in the dungeon, and by then almost everyone will have finished and left. This world has no disguises, and military ports are one of the few places that lack distinctive features. Perhaps Jeang Yang would never let his guard down, even when the countdown was down to its last few seconds. Brother, this is for you. Zhang Qi buried his head in his bag, fiddled with it for a while, and then took out an antique-looking record player. Wow, you've learned to be filial to me now. Jeang Yang didn't stand on ceremony. There was still half space left in the 926 bag, so he took it directly. I still have 2 stamp albums. When Zhang Qi was checking the supplies, he always checked the backpacks first, which resulted in all the gold coins from those people ending up on his person. Master, where do we evacuate to? Nanxiang opened the small map on the panel and found that there was an evacuation point at Tulip Apartments, the helipad, and the sewers. Aside from the sewer, which can be walked on directly, the other 2 require some special conditions. I need a sailor's whistle. I need to go to the tent to call a helicopter. Zhang Qi looked at the panel and muttered to himself. Let's go down the sewers, and I'll teach you how to drain the sewers while we're at it. Jeang Yang was too lazy to walk a long way, since both Nanxiang and Zhang Qi were extremely overweight. Okay, in this area of the sewers, there are mainly 2 houses. One is our current general store, and the other is a small dark room near the helipad. Jeang Yang explained as they entered the general store. The 2 nodded and benefited greatly in the next minute. As the 3 walked out of the grocery store, they were surprised to find a special agent's corpse lying at the entrance to the sewer. Brother, there's a corpse here. Zhang Qi was the first to discover it, immediately dropping his backpack and switching into combat mode. Jeang Yang also became alert subconsciously, but felt that the corpse looked somewhat familiar. No armor, no head, no gun, no bag. It only carries 1 ammunition pouch. Isn't that the guy with the knife who ran away? You 2 keep watch around for me. Jeang Yang gestured to the 2 men to be on guard, while he went to the corpse and fumbled for his ID tag in his pocket. In this life, you will have an identity card, which will automatically appear in your pocket after death. Unlike his previous life, this life's identity plaque has no value. It can only be used as a memorial and a marker of death. The exceptionally talented Lazy Sheep was eliminated after being hit in the head by Reuben King's SA-85M. Good. Jeang Yang couldn't help but clap his hands. This special agent had finally escaped his clutches, but he couldn't escape Brother G's punishment. He was killed by Brother G, so there shouldn't be anyone left. I'll clear the sewers and then leave, Jeang Yang said calmly. The 2 nodded. Sizzle. Boom. Jeang Yang first threw an offensive grenade at the entrance, and after confirming that no one was on the small platform below, he went inside and threw grenades at both ends. The ordinary naval port was normal, and no rats were found in the sewers. There's no one here, fatty. Let's get out of here. The 3 stood inside the red smoke, and the countdown began. Oh yeah. Zhang Qi was waving his entrenching tool one moment and then suddenly retreated the next. Fool! Jeang Yang's item was worth 220,000 yuan. Zhang Qi's was worth 380,000 yuan, and Nanxiang's was worth 350,000 yuan. Squid skewers, there's just too much to eat. Zhang Qi couldn't believe that he had earned the equivalent of 38,000 renminbi in just one game at a regular military port. You could probably buy the whole squid stand for more than enough. That was awesome. Nanxiang moved the spoils to the warehouse and then took them to the market. Yes, everyone did very well today, Jeang Yang said with a simple compliment. Most importantly, they all gained a lot of practical experience, which improved their skills and awareness. With more matches like this, they'll likely become even more adept at the Grand Gold Cup resource competition. Alright, we can't rest yet. Let's get our gear ready and play another round. Jeang Yang also wanted to rest, but he hadn't finished the system tasks yet. Today is the last day. I have to get it done no matter what. The two brothers lay sprawled on the sofa, their bodies limp. Brother, I'm out of strength. If I'm out of strength, I'll just give up easily. Zhang Qi slumped on the sofa and started pretending to be dead. You can decide for yourselves. Anyway, there are only a few days left until the competition. If you don't want all your previous efforts to be in vain, Jeang Yang said calmly. Hey, what's with this competition? Nanxiang, as usual, started acting crazy. Okay, fine. Zhang Qi emptied his backpack and began preparing ammunition. Master, why do you use different weapons in every game? Nanxiang discovered a blind spot. Jeang Yang had rarely used the same gun since they started playing dungeons together. Mastering different firearms is an essential skill for any expert. Jeang Yang didn't mention the system, but his explanation made some sense. Gealtense, arpe Cohen sex, vss, bm femni, efil, peniti, usos, oix. Jeang Yang has completed 4 of the 8 firearms. Only FAL, P90, USAS, and AX remain. This time, Jeang Yang brought the AX and chose the USAS as his close-range weapon. Chapter 40 Infinite Rewind. Which map should we choose? Since we're already using snipers, let's go for Beishan. Jeang Yang changed the map mode to the normal Beishan. After resting for a few minutes, Nanxiang and Zhang Qi quickly finished packing their equipment. This map is quite large, and it might be difficult for you to familiarize yourselves with it. But that's okay, just do your best, Jeang Yang instructed. Are you ready? Alright, start. Jeang Yang adjusted himself to his optimal state and pressed the match button. Fool. Buzzing. Inside the Beishan Hotel, the two special agents met in a room without security. Bang, 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 bang. Sizzle, sizzle. Ugh. A special agent stepped onto the stage with a darkened gaze, his figure returning to the real world. Damn it. A burly man with a full beard swept everything off the table with his hand, then slammed his hand on the table. Get rich. Get rich. Get rich. Brother, the upgrades are too hard. They're all full sets of 5. The man next to him was younger, looking to be only in his mid-20s, and as thin as a bamboo pole. Why? Another free kill. Can't I even get a level 5 bullet, right? The bearded man nearly smashed the table with his fist, each blow accompanied by a loud thump, thump. Brother, don't get carried away. Let's just call it a day for this week, the skinny man kindly advised. No, give me my bank card. The stubble-faced man picked up a lighter from the ground, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Brother, we really don't have much money left. Does my word no longer carry any weight? Sigh. Helpless, the skinny man opened his wallet and took out the last bank card from the hidden compartment. This contained 100,000 renminbi, their last savings. But in front of their brother, it was nothing more than 2 sets of full-on clothing. Recharge my account, half for my account, and the other half for yours. The bearded man started operating on the dark zone panel. A few years ago, the two of them were just low-level bricklayers on a construction site in Yanqing. However, after the dark zone dungeon was released, brother Luo Yin also discovered a business opportunity. At first, he just wanted to give it a try, so he used some pocket money to build a set of World War II veteran equipment, as shown in the picture below. But in his first game, he got a master bedroom key and a gold Rubik's Cube. It wasn't until he discovered that a single golden Rubik's Cube was worth a month's salary that he began to realize what kind of world he was in. Heaven. What truly led him to resign and embark on this path was the awakening he experienced while performing a task that day. He was walking normally on Animation Road when he was shot in the arm by the Mytion sniper god, and his body suddenly glowed. S-rank talent, infinite rewind. If someone dies once a week, they won't dare play anymore. Because if they keep playing and die, they'll be gone from this world forever. Once his infinite rewind is activated, it can trap him at the point before his death count. Literally, he can die infinitely in the Dark Zone instance. However, the talent has a 24-hour cooldown. That means he can only die a maximum of 7 times a week. It was 6 more times than everyone else's one time. Although all equipment will be lost upon defeat in battle. But infinite rewinds also mean he has the ability to escape attacks. Back when everyone was still clueless, the importance of understanding the game was self-evident. After countless successful attempts at running the knife, his gaming skills improved by leaps and bounds, leading him to decide to quit the game altogether. With Jeang Yang, whom they had taken in at the construction site, the two began to explore the Dark Zone instance. The most incredible thing about this talent is that anyone who teams up with him can also enjoy the benefit of unlimited rollbacks. 50,000 evacuated, 100,000 evacuated, 200,000 evacuated. They fell completely in love with this way of making money, and their bank account balances kept growing. Today, he and Jeang Yang are already amateur masters who only play enhanced maps. Brother, we still need to eat tomorrow. How about we play a normal map to relax? Jeang Yang suggested tactfully. They had already suffered 4 consecutive losses in the enhanced version this week. That's true. After finishing a cigarette, Luo Yin was noticeably calmer. The death I just suffered wasn't due to a problem with my equipment, but rather because I was too hasty. Without any prior arrangements, all they thought about was showing off their insurance, and they comforted themselves with wishful thinking that nothing would happen. Alright, the enhanced Beishan is too strong. Let's play a normal Beishan to relieve some stress. Luo Yin was determined to get back up wherever he fell. He made up his mind. He was determined to flatten Beishan today. Infinite rollback. Luo Yin's figure emitted golden light, and the team in the dungeon also lit up. This means the rollback was successfully initiated, and we can proceed to the next screenshot. Let's get a full set of basic equipment, and the gun has to be fully modified. Luo Yin declared threateningly. Damn it. Jeang Yang also entered the gun modification page and started fully modifying the H4. 3.5x scope, 60-round drum magazine, blue-violet laser pointer, flashlight, carbine stock, carbine but pad. Soon, an H416 worth over 200,000 yuan was produced. Meanwhile, Luo Yin also modified a fully upgraded AEK, spending 170,000. You can't skimp on bullets just by 995. Luo Yin said, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Brother, it can't be that bad. This is just an ordinary Beishan. Jeang Yang tentatively asked. Oh, then they won. Luo Yin slapped his forehead, forgetting that this was a relaxed game. Although it was a relaxed round, he still used 7.62 by 39 AP level 5 ammunition. It's not expensive. In this lifetime, it's only 1,500 per shot. Fool. They bought a bunch of grenades and syringes, and the two were ready. Luo Yin's account had only 10,000 coins left, while Jeang Yang's account had only 30,000 coins left. Go! But Luo Yin ignored him and pressed the start button. Fool. Buzzing. Chapter 41, Ordinary North Mountain, Golden Lion Statue. The towering snow-capped peaks, majestic and magnificent, stretch endlessly with their white snow covering them, forming a unique backdrop for the northern mountains. Nestled amidst mountains, a magnificent hotel comprised of 4 buildings sits here. The 4 buildings are arranged clockwise and connected to each other by carefully designed corridors. Looking south past the hotel, a magnificent dam lies across the landscape, resembling a giant dragon winding its way across. The dam blocked the rushing river, creating a tranquil lake. The lake water is emerald green, like a mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and blue sky. Heading south again, a viewing platform stands on the cliff, resembling a giant eagle's nest. The thick glass curtain wall reflects sunlight, shimmering with dazzling light. Wastewater treatment plant, mountain climbing service area. The pine forest covering the mountain, along with the scenic buildings, outlines a unique landscape of Beishan along the winding mountain road. At the foot of Building B, 3 fully armed figures gradually solidified. Position number 1. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to be in the best position on his first time playing Beishan. Follow me. Jeang Yang mustered his strength and gestured for the two to follow. Receive. Zhang Qi and Nanchang also started acupuncture together, a gentle breeze brushing their cheeks and ruffling their hair. Upon arriving at the wall of Building B, the familiar figure of the machine guy came into view. Another person has gone and never returned. Dee. Eek. What do you do? A headshot with an AX using a 2/7x scope. Ugh. Try to remember our route, including the safe locations along the way. Jeang Yang had specifically bought the North Mountain key before the trip, and now he was taking them to familiarize themselves with the safe route. Receive. No problem. Entering Building B, Jeang Yang climbed over the bar counter, opened the small door, and arrived at the manager's office. This is the manager's office in Building B. Jeang Yang inserted the key. Oh. Upon entering the key room, Jeang Yang unlocked the safety lock. In a short while, there are 4 squares. Paracord CPU. Let's go. There are 8 insurance policies in the hotel. We need to be quick, Jeang Yang said as he ran. Upon arriving on the second floor, Jeang Yang inserted the key and opened the reception room. It's best to feel for the safety here while lying down, just in case there's a sniper from building, Jeang Yang said as he turned on the power switch. The first 2 bars flashed. Repair manual, blower, coin pit, coin pit, coin pit. Zhang Qi nodded as he squatted down and touched the coat next to him. Did you take out the key? No. Since there's no key out yet, there's not much to look forward to. So Zhang Yang immediately headed towards B203. A red card was issued. A red card? Zhang Yang was shocked. It had to be his lucky brother. The first time I pulled out the main guest room card. The second time I pulled out the red card. Will we have to pull out blue and yellow cards next time? Just then, Zhang Yang also heard distant gunshots coming from Building D. Abandoned shack? There's a spawn point in the second position this round. In order to protect the player who is not protected, Zhang Yang has to save time. Touch the south wall of the insurance company. Zhang Qi, come with me. Opening B203. Zhang Yang turned and walked towards Building C. Ugh. Nanxiang excitedly walked to the insurance company, rubbing his hands together. Deliver the goods. 6 squares. Soundproofing cotton. Plop, plop, plop. Sound effect of pooping. While still in the stairwell, Zhang Yang and Zhang Qi heard the sounds of a human-machine interface. There will always be some people who are self-righteous. Eek. Proficiency +1. Use the X again. 1 shot to the head and you're done. You can open this insurance. Zhang Yang opened the door to lounge room number 2 and headed towards the private lounge room. All right. Zhang Qi excitedly put away his gun, walked to the exquisite safety, and rubbed his clean little hands together. There's a mainframe here? Let's touch this first. Zhang Qi liked to save the things he was most looking forward to for last, so he touched the military-grade mainframe on the table first. Zhang Yang had already arrived at the door of the private lounge. He inserted the key with practiced ease, entered the private room, and activated the electronic security. In a short while, it was almost full, and the last 4 bars even flashed. Is it time to ship? Impact-resistant hard plastic, cement, coin tampering, stamp album. Plop, plop, plop. Sound effect of pooping. Grab it now with free insurance. Zhang Yang didn't pick up anything and headed towards the free insurance shop next door. At that moment, the footsteps of one of the special agents in Building D gradually increased in volume. Judging from the earpiece, the other party had already arrived on the 3rd floor. Zhang Yang, having caught the footsteps, stopped in a narrow corridor and quietly closed the wooden door in front of him. Turning left at the wooden door in front of him would lead to the warranty-free area, but Zhang Yang had a new plan. Sure enough, the footsteps from the direction of Building D grew louder and louder, and the other party quickly entered the security-free room. In a short while, upon hearing the sound of the other party releasing the safety lock, Zhang Yang immediately rushed out. Holy crap! Ugh! Just as the enemy released the safety, Zhang Yang suddenly rushed out and ambushed them, pulling the trigger and firing a barrage of shots. Is it your insurance that you're touching it? Zhang Yang was very satisfied with the arrival of the person and immediately opened the insurance-free window. There's only one space. Chip processor. This person was knocked down just now. Their teammates are probably still in Building D. Zhang Qi, Nanxiang, prepare to assemble. Zhang Yang was preparing to gather his men to wipe out the enemies in Building D. Brother, I've got the goods. I've got the goods. But Zhang Qi's shout suddenly came from the earphone, the microphone blasting so loudly it almost burst my eardrums. Golden lion statue. I've summoned the lion. Zhang Qi shouted excitedly. Good heavens. Nanxiang suddenly felt like ants were crawling all over his body. Not bad. Hide the golden lion statue for now. We need to prepare for battle. Jeang Yang said seriously, getting back to the main topic. My younger brother is indeed O, but why does he have to be O when there's no safety box? If I die today, I'll have to give away both the red card and the golden lion. Okay, I'll hide right now. Zhang Qi was very excited, looking around for the lioness's hiding place. But the lion was too big, and there was no place in a room like a safe to store it. Oh well, let's just put it here. In desperation, Zhang Qi had no choice but to place the lion under the wooden table and surround it with 2 military-grade computer towers. Okay, get ready for battle. After hiding the golden lion statue, Zhang Qi excitedly headed towards Jeang Yang's direction. I'm here. Turn left, yes. Neither of them were very familiar with the map, so Jeang Yang gave instructions through the headset for a long time before finally getting everyone together. Master, we've arrived. Sure, there's someone downstairs in D208. Jeang Yang held his breath and spoke calmly. Chapter 42, Sewage Yuan. What is D208? Zhang Qi and Nanchang were completely baffled. It's all right, you'll find out soon enough. Jeang Yang inserted the regeneration strength agent and carefully discharged it down the stairs. As he walked down, he also saw the other person's exposed chicken feet. As expected, Jeang Yang smiled to himself. The other party was in D208 and had even revealed half of his shoe. Jeang Yang immediately activated the snap pop and blasted it towards D208. Sizzle. Boom! Then he leaped out and fired a preemptive shot into the doorway. Nobody here? It's over. After discovering that there was only an ordinary shoe at the entrance of D208, Jeang Yang knew he had fallen into a trap. A firecracker flew from the direction of D202, cut through the gap in the sky, and exploded at Jeang Yang's feet. Boom! Jeang Yang, the 5th black-clad enemy, knew the enemy was about to charge and quickly set up his aiming point. We're here! Zhang Qi and Nanchang, who were right behind them, also rushed over to provide support. Dee-dee-dee-dee, sizzle-sizzle. Zhang Qi and Nanchang both heard the other's footsteps approaching and immediately fired their preemptive shots. Jeang Yang also fired based on his intuition. Half of his body flashed out, firing a preemptive shot at Jeang Yang. Bang bang! Jeang Yang, his face completely red from the gunshot wound, collapsed to the ground after being shot once. The other man, caught in the crossfire of the 3, was also killed with a headshot. Ugh! The enemy fell asleep immediately, but the 3 knew the battle was far from over. In the blink of an eye, another 2 Malawian Quatches flew through the gap in midair. No! Zhang Qi shouted instinctively and rushed forward. I'll save him! The south wall behind him suddenly lunged forward, injecting the medical medication into Jeang Yang just as the lightning was about to strike. The lightning struck the ground, but it was still more than a second before it exploded. In that nearly 1 second, Nanxiang did not run away, but forcibly rescued Jeang Yang, who had fallen to the bottom. With the help of his talent, Jeang Yang can be fully revived in just 3 seconds. The treatment lasted only about 2 seconds. Although Jeang Yang hadn't fully recovered, he had recovered 66% of his health. Just as he stood up, the 2 Malawian Quatches exploded beneath their feet. Boom! Jeang Yang fell to the ground again. Ugh, fortunately, they were both wearing 5 sets of protective gear with masks. The 2 whimpered and were still alive. Damn it! Zhang Qi knew he was the team's only hope, and if he tried to save them now, they would definitely use the same trick again. Charge! Zhang Qi had only one thought in his mind, to charge the enemy. Damn it! Holding the F-2000, Zhang Qi pulled out from behind cover, but the enemy had already set up a position at the entrance of D202. Bang! 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 In that instant, time seemed to slow down several times over. The opponent's weapon was an AK-74N, firing level 4 BP rounds. The first shot was fired, leaving a golden trajectory in midair. It hit Zhang Qi squarely on the upper chest. Swoosh! S-rank talent, absolute blunt wound. The second shot followed immediately, hitting Zhang Qi's unprotected arm. Swoosh! S-rank talent activated, still a blunt injury. The third shot hit him in the lower chest. Swoosh. 4 bullets hit 5 armor plates, but failed to penetrate. The 3 shots did not give the enemy a significant advantage. Meanwhile, the F-2000, with its even faster rate of fire, began firing its golden A-1 missiles. The opponent was wearing Spartan Level 4 armor. The first 3 shots failed to penetrate, but the 4th, 5th, and 6th shots did, and the enemy collapsed, coughing up blood. Bang, bang, bang. Dee 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 dee. Ugh. Zhang Qi jumped over to the white suitcase, checked to make sure no one was there, and then quickly ran back to rescue the 2 people. Unexpectedly, Jeang Yang and Nanxiang had already risen up. How did you get up? Zhang Qi asked in disbelief. I suddenly remembered that I could save myself. Nanxiang grinned. After saving myself, I also saved my master using normal methods. At this moment, Jeang Yang was half paralyzed on the ground performing surgery, his face pale and bloodless. This 6th brother was truly impressed. Who would have thought that the other side would use shoes as bait to mislead the enemy's judgment? Jeang Yang learned his lesson. He'll bring an extra shoe next time, specifically to use it to deceive the enemy. Bang! Just then, gunshots rang out again in the distance. Brother, there's been a gunshot in Building A. Zhang Qi looked towards Building A with a worried expression, his brows furrowed. 8 minutes ago. North Mountain Edge, Tunnel Highway. The road winds its way along the cliff face, with old fences less than half a meter high along the towering precipice. At the end of the road, an ancient rock wall stands, cutting the tunnel in half. Beside the abandoned armored vehicle, 2 fully armed, somewhat bulky figures gradually took shape. Damn it, the end of the world. Shenzhen spat and complained irritably. It's all right. Let's go to the sewage area and turn off the safety first. Watch out for enemies in the direction of North Village. Luo Yun loaded his ammunition and swallowed 2 special painkillers. Okay, I'll go straight for the needles. Chen Jun revealed a Rolf-like smile. It feels great. Wastewater treatment plant. Ha ha, coal boss. The exemption is mine. 2 special task force members carrying knives were running on the road from Baitsuan to the sewage. Look what this is. The coal mine owner, who was 2 meters behind, took out a bottle of taurine from his ammunition rack. What? You. Coal mine mother, you're cheating. The special task force, which had been in the lead, was exhausted and panting, gradually slowing down. The coal mine owner, who had drunk taurine, overtook him with incredible speed. Haha, the insurance exemption is mine. Bang bang. Ugh. But to everyone's surprise, the coal mine owner fell asleep the next moment. The special forces behind them were clearly stunned. Judging from the gunshots, the enemy was on their right. Is there a sniper? He wanted to hide behind the small house next door, but the long run had already exhausted him. Bang 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 bang. Eek. The special agent also went to sleep immediately. All dead, Chunjin confidently holstered his gun on the distant hillside. A fully upgraded H4 was fast, ruthless, and accurate. Okay, I'll go check the insurance. Seeing that his men had dealt with the enemy, Luo Yun rushed straight into the sewage treatment plant. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. But then, an unusually rapid series of footsteps suddenly rang out. Be on guard. Boy group's voice. You're fighting an expert. Boy band voice. A boy band. Luo Yun's heart skipped a beat. Juventus, with its dirty secrets, was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 43, The Double Gold Game. Fortunately, this is just a regular Beishan, and both Chunjun and I have 5 fully modified guns. Taking them down shouldn't be a big problem. Chunjun, be careful, they're beating Juventus. Luo Yun entered the first floor and stood close to the wall. Judging from the footsteps, Fred and his group were at the door of the key room on the other side. I've found you, boy group voice. Luo Yunming hasn't even shown his face yet, but Juventus has already begun to lock him in. Bang bang bang. Bullets shot out continuously from the corner ahead, dense as rain. Sizzle. Luo Yun immediately threw 2 smoke grenades towards the second floor. There's a grenade. Boy band's voice. Hiss hiss hiss. When the boy band encountered the projectile, they indeed stepped back. Help me guard the first floor. Chen Jun rushed over, and Luo Yun spoke urgently. Okay. Standing at the corner, Luo Yun and Yuan made a quick move. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Suppressive fire. Boy group voice. You're finished. Boy band voice. While Chun Jun was drawing the attention of the boy band, Luo Yun also managed to reach the second-floor security office. Something's not right here. He thinks there might be something good in it. In a short while. Shipping out. 6 squares? Car batteries. Damn it. Luo Yun hated this feeling of being cheated. He wanted to wipe out all the boy bands in the sewage. Luo Yun went around to the other end from the second floor and charged straight out to fight the rest of the Juventus players on the first floor. Thump, thump, thump. He was completely red and black the moment they met. But his reaction was also very quick. Bang, 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 bang. The gun's trajectory was designed for headshots, with almost every shot hitting the head. Against 3. 3 Juventus players died, while Fred and Juventus players on the other side were also taken down by Chun-Jun without serious injury. It's really locked. Chun-Jun inserted the regeneration strength agent and found that his armor was already off duty. Now, not only have he lost his hands and feet, but even his son Kunkin, who is meant to carry on the family line, has suffered considerable injuries. I've got him under control. You guys go around him. Boy group voice. Sizzle. Hiss. There seems to be a lone Juventus player outside. I'll go clean it. You open the key room. Luo Yun calmly instructed. Given Chun-Jun's current injury, he might be defeated by Juventus. Luo Yun jumped outside and opened fire after spotting the target. Bang, bang. Ugh. All boy bands are dead. Holy crap, a vase. Just then, Chun-Jun's slightly excited voice came through the earpiece. Vase. Absolutely genuine. The drop rate for regular maps is this high now. Chun-Jun was happy, but also somewhat incredulous, as they hadn't gotten a single gold item in 4 rounds of the enhanced version. Let's just evacuate. I'm still not entirely at ease without a safe container. Chun-Jun held the vase, looking at it again and again. No, this round is very likely to be a big win. Luo Yun narrowed his eyes and asserted as he loaded the bullets. Charge the hotel. I have a feeling there's a lot of gold inside. Brother, there's been a gunshot in Building A. Zhang Qi looked towards Building A with a worried expression, his brows furrowed. Let's go. Jeang Yang finally finished the surgery and walked from the corridor of Building D towards Building A while loading the bullets. Because it was just an ordinary Beishan, Jeang Yang went there with the same mindset of clearing the map. The gunshots were quite far away. The other side must have just crossed the bridge of helplessness. Upon arriving at the balcony on the second floor of Building A, they indeed spotted the enemy who had just climbed the slope and was about to enter the main gate. I see it. Zhang Qi, positioned in the best gun-bearing position among the 3, immediately fired. Jeang Yang and Nanxiang did not fire because their line of sight was obstructed. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Swoosh. There were 2 enemies. One had already entered, and the other had been shot 3 or 4 times by Zhang Qi, but still hadn't fallen. Not dead. Zhang Qi couldn't believe his eyes. I confirmed several times that the bullets in the magazine were indeed A1 level 4 rounds. Could it be 5 sets? The distance was a bit far, and Jeang Yang couldn't see very clearly. However, the only thing that could keep A1 alive, even after a whole magazine, was the 5th rank armor. Leave these 2 in Building A to me. Jeang Yang, who was loading bullets from the back, became cautious, as 2 20-round drum magazines were already prepared. Yes, the 2 brothers understood and silently stayed behind Jeang Yang, ready to be ordered at any time. It's unusual for 2 players to appear in a normal map with full sets of 5 gear. Jeang Yang frowned slightly as he recalled the 5 masters he had encountered at the farm last time. He walked to the corridor near Building B, raised the AX in front of the glass window, and placed it directly against the door of the Building B reception room. Damn it! The 6 guys in Building A completely ruined my armor. Chun-Jun's armor was already at 0 durability, and he reluctantly inserted a regeneration strength agent. It's alright. Let's see if there's any left over from the insurance. Luo Yun didn't take it seriously. In his view, the ordinary enemies of Beishan were all fools. Even with some technical skill, they can still achieve equipment suppression. There are many key-operated rooms in Beishan, and most people don't have all the keys to Beishan. Following this line of thought, there must be some rooms that haven't been opened yet, and Luo Yun plans to search for them one by one. Brother, what about the rats in Building A? Chun-Jun was still shaken, feeling that something was off. You should be able to handle this little problem. After all, it's just an ordinary Beishan. Luo Yun spoke casually, and after discovering that the manager of Building B had been fired, he went to the reception room. Okay. Although Chun-Jun was off work at 5 o'clock, he was still very confident in his skills. With a fully upgraded H4 in hand, what is there to fear? Let those rats see what a real master is. But just as Luo Yin opened the door to the reception room of Building B, a terrifying, death-defying sound rang out, accompanied by a straight golden bullet hurtling towards him. Damn it! Luo Yin stumbled, narrowly avoiding the gunshot. Turning around in disbelief, I saw a small black hole in the wall behind me. Gurgle! Luo Yun's eyes widened in horror, and he swallowed hard, a rare occurrence for him. With his ability to infinitely rewind, he played nearly 1,000 Dark Zone dungeons. His past experience told him that this was the AX-50. Big sniper. Is there a sniper rifle in Building A? Lying on the floor of the reception room in Building B, Luo Yin dared not get up blindly. Jeang Yang also had some doubts. Not dead, Jeang Yang had aimed very accurately and was confident that his reaction time was sufficient to fire. Did I start it too early? The other person didn't come in immediately after opening the door. Brother, how are you? Chun Jun, who was about to head to Building A, was startled by the sound of the sniper rifle and quickly asked about his brother's condition. There's more than one in Building A. There's also a sniper. You should come back. Let's work together. Luo Yin smoked the smoke from his feet until the room was filled with smoke before crawling out from the ground. Sniper, having followed his older brother for many years, Chun Jun had played no fewer than 100 Dark Zone dungeons. Every year in a material competition, the two brothers are the pinnacle among grassroots players. He didn't believe the person opposite him was better than him, unless they were the club's professional team. But this kind of team is clearly not found in ordinary Beishan. Let's go to the third floor of Building C first. Luo Yin didn't forget about insurance. After all, the Grand Gold game was a rare opportunity. Chapter 44: Losing isn't scary. What's scary is not daring to lose. Luo Yin sealed off the smoke and went with Chun Jun to the third floor of Building C. They've gone to the third floor. Jeang Yang knew that this enemy was no ordinary foe. He played 5 sets on a normal map and even dodged my AX shot. Does that mean the opponent is also talented? Master, let's go after them. Nanxiang, in full swing, was eager to try. Brother, we outnumber you. Zhangqi was also very confident and changed to a new magazine. Let's go. Jeang Yang led the way, with Zhangqi and Nanxiang following closely behind. Reaching the staircase leading from the second floor of Building B to the third floor of Building C, Jeang Yang threw in 2 Malawian quaches into the upper window. This grenade can be used to blow up the room with a high-level weapon crate, preventing it from being used by 6. Boom! After the thunderclap, Jeang Yang swayed on the stairs, pretending to charge. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, gunshots rang out. It's H4, someone setting up a ladder at the top of the stairs. You guys back off and wait for my message at 203. After much deliberation, Jeang Yang decided to fight alone. Zhangqi and Nanchang have almost used up their talents. If something unexpected happens later, their training at the Grand Golden Cup will be ruined. Having already possessed extensive experience in the Dark Zone from his previous life, he also had an excellent military physique. More than enough to deal with the 2 top players in this life. Zhangqi and Nanchang were both puzzled, but they did as instructed. 2 enemies can master handle it. Nanchang retreated, still somewhat worried. Brother can definitely do it. Zhangqi knew Jeang Yang's strength. Back in the farm, he was the one who cleared the map directly. Their skills were only average to begin with, and they had basically used up their talents in this match. Being next to Jeang Yang only made him feel more restricted. Bang, 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 bang. The other party was crouching in lounge room number 2, positioned to the stairwell, and kept firing preemptive shots. H4. Jeang Yang used the stairwell railing to throw a bounce grenade to the third floor. As expected, the other party moved and retreated to a position inside the private room. Boom! As soon as the thunderclap exploded, Jeang Yang rushed up to the third floor. Pressing his body against the wall, Jeang Yang's eyes were focused and sharp. With his eyes closed, he could almost see through the wooden wall in front of him the enemy, who was setting up guns at the door of the private room. At that moment, an enemy was indeed crouching at the entrance of the private room, holding a gun. That was Chun Jun. Luo Yin, meanwhile, was sitting at another corner, a confident smile playing on his lips. With both men holding guns at the same time, if Jeang Yang dared to expose even a little bit of his weapon, he would be doomed. Luo Yin didn't make a sound from beginning to end, and a few fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His silent breathing was very gentle, Each inhale seemed to be gathering strength for the next action. His fingers unconsciously pressed against the trigger, his knuckles turning slightly white. On the other side, Chunjin half-squatted at the doorway outside the private room, blocking the view and using only a narrow gap to pinpoint Jeang Yang's impending appearance. He leaned forward slightly, his whole body entering a state of high alert, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. "They're setting me up," Jeang Yang blinked. "Let's take a look from a distance." Jeang Yang slipped away from the wall, and in that instant, he met the eyes of the two men who were holding guns. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Yun and Chun Jun, who had already set up their aiming points, quickly opened fire. Even though Jeang Yang managed to pull himself back in less than half a second, he was still hit twice in the right arm by bullets. "He's crippled, charge." Luo Yun knew Jeang Yang was crippled and immediately rushed over. "I have a full set of 5 armor pieces and a fully modified gun. Can you kill me instantly?" Jeang Yang's USAS also unleashed the fury of the Balu bomb ahead of time. Luo Yun confidently leaped at the corner, but still took damage from the 8 deer bullets, which knocked him to the ground after just 2 shots. Holy crap, Luo Yun hadn't expected the other party to be USAS, since he hadn't heard the gunshot at all before. "I'm here." Chun Jun rushed over as soon as he noticed something was wrong. After learning that Jeang Yang was a pedicurist, he only showed his upper body and peered into the camera. Bang, bang, bang. Upon discovering that the other party was only showing their upper body, Jeang Yang immediately ran down the stairs, and Chunjin's bullet hit half of the target. However, since he was A1, he basically didn't wear Jeang Yang's 5-piece armor. But in Chun Jun's eyes, Jeang Yang was already severely injured after being shot twice. After hesitating for a moment, he still rushed down. But Jeang Yang's preemptive shot hit the stairs, which startled Chun Jun, who was about to go down. He wasn't sure. "Save me first, save me." Luo Yun lay on the ground, barely alive, groaning in pain. All right. Chun Jun decided to rescue Luo Yun first, since the enemy was too badly injured to dare to charge forward. "I'll save you." As soon as Chun Jun inserted the needle, Jeang Yang's charging footsteps echoed from below the stairs. Not good. He immediately pulled out the needle and fired a preemptive shot toward the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. But Jeang Yang was just lying. He didn't actually rush down the stairs. After a detour, we returned downstairs to spray pesticides. "I'll save them." Chun Jun continued to dive down, but the footsteps of the charging troops sounded again. Damn it. Chun Jun continued to hold the position and fired a preemptive shot towards the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. Jeang Yang kept feigning an attack, refusing to charge or let Chun Jun rescue him. Because his weapon was designed to cut off feet, it was not only difficult to attack, but he was also likely to get his head blown off when he charged in. Jeang Yang was also helpless. "I'll save you." "Holy shit. I'll save you." "Holy shit. You motherfucker. When will this ever end?" Chun Jun couldn't take it anymore, and Luo Yun, who was lying on the ground, couldn't take it anymore either. His chest was repeatedly stabbed and pulled out, causing blood to flow everywhere and his eyes to gradually turn white. At first, it would make a sound when pricked, but now it doesn't react at all no matter how many times it's pricked. Dead? Chun Jin panicked and quickly patted Luo Yun's cheek with his left hand, which was used for acupuncture. Snap, snap. "Is he still alive?" Chun Jin asked, while confronting Jeang Yang to confirm Luo Yun's condition. But unexpectedly, these 2 slaps killed Luo Yun, who was still breathing. "What the hell? Big brother, don't scare me." Chun Jin panicked even more when he saw that Luo Yun was not responding, and slapped him several more times. Snap, snap. "Big brother." Snap, snap. "Big brother." Chun Jun cried out, tears streaming down his face. He was the one who had caused his brother's death. Oh no, it's the enemy. It's this enemy who neither charges nor hesitates, constantly baiting for gunfire. You just wait. With Luo Yun dead, Chun Jun had nothing left to worry about. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall a famous saying from an old friend of his. Losing isn't scary. What's scary is being afraid to lose. Chun Jun felt all the red blood cells in his body transporting oxygen, and his adrenaline surged wildly. His eyes shone brightly, his mind was clear, and he felt better than ever before. After replacing the Dramet with a new one, Chun Jun rushed down the stairs. Finally, Jeang Yang kept deceiving, waiting for the enemy to rush down, because when the enemy rushes down from above, their feet are the first thing to be exposed. Eek. Chen was eliminated. They're all dead. After dealing with the enemies, Jeang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This tactic of luring the snake out of its hole has never failed. When facing a numerical disadvantage in unfavorable terrain, cleverly feigning weakness to allow the opponent to reveal a weakness is undoubtedly a good tactic. Jeang Yang fled immediately after sustaining minor injuries, intending to create the illusion for the enemy that he was severely wounded. When the enemy thinks they are crippled, they are more likely to make impulsive attacks, thus exposing more weaknesses. Jeang Yang only needs to seize upon one of those weaknesses. This can be considered a tactic and also a psychological game. Is it over? B203, its tiny head peeking out like a rat on a south wall. It's over. It's all over. Zhang Qi skipped and jumped out, frantically showing off Changzhen supplies on the stairs. Oh my god, a fully upgraded H4. Oh my god, a level 5 helmet. Jeang Yang felt a mix of emotions. This was his brother. If any random teammate dared to fawn over him like that, Jeang Yang would catch them with a pokeball. I'll lick the one upstairs. After glancing at Zhang Qi and then at Jeang Yang, Nanxiang immediately set off. Hey, you two, leave some for me. Jeang Yang, who was spraying pesticides, couldn't take it anymore. It's just 2 sets of 5. Is it really that big of a deal? Wow, I've got a fully upgraded AEK. Holy crap, a vase. Taptivaran sing armurad baiklas. Fatias capas. Holy crap, a vase. Zhang Qi shouted. Flowers. Jeang Yang smiled dismissively. Then his smile froze. A vase. A vase. Zhang Yang's lips parted slightly as he quickly went to the stairs to check. Let me see. In this person's backpack, besides 2 purple items, there were only vases. Zhang Qi was slightly displeased. Honestly, they don't even pick up more litter. In Zhang Qi's opinion, this person clearly did not know how to be frugal. What was the purpose of such a big bag? Wasn't it just for carrying things? It's just a pretty face. Jeang Yang took the vase and held it in his hands. The bottle is engraved with exquisite patterns, has a beautiful metal handle on each side, and a delicate solid gold base at the bottom. Under the light, it reflects a faint golden luster, showcasing its luxurious and extravagant nature. A vase! Nanxiang heard the sound and came downstairs to see. Having played the Dark Zone dungeon for half a year, he was certainly aware of the existence of the big gold, but the big gold was not something he encountered often. Wow! Looking at the golden vase, Nanxiang didn't understand why the 2 people still came to the hotel. Wouldn't it be better to just evacuate? Oh, right, my lioness. Zhang Qi's brows relaxed, and he hurriedly ran towards the 3rd floor. This hand is a double gold. All right, we still haven't shown off the corpses in Building D. This game is really going to be a huge win. Nanxiang suddenly remembered that there were still 3 corpses in Building D, and hurriedly ran towards Building D. What if the corpse in Building D also had a large amount of gold on it? It disappeared over the south wall in a flash, running incredibly fast. This evacuation will probably cost at least 500,000 per person. Jeang Yang put the vase in his backpack, and then went to various insurance companies to retrieve the small purple flowers that he hadn't picked up before. Meanwhile, at the south wall, they were also taking stock of their spoils. The first person has 4 sets, a fully durable KSS-2 helmet, a commander's headset, a worn-out Spartan helmet, and a B6 tactical ammunition hanger. The weapon is an MP5. When the stock is folded down and the magazine is removed, it only takes up 2 slots. The second person was wearing GS2 headphones and had a 3-pack, but his weapon was excellent. He was using a high-end AR-57 and firing level 3 ammunition. The third one is also a set of 4. SEK level 4 armor, IND 200 helmet, commander's headset, and B6 tactical ammunition hanger. The weapon is a high-spec M4A1, equipped with a carbine stock pad, 1/4x scope, 60-round drum magazine, triangular foregrip, green laser pointer, and M855 ammunition. As for backpacks, they have a Rush tactical pack and 2 old pocket packs. The south wall is now being encased. Since going into dungeons with Jeang Yang, Nanxiang's backpacking ability has improved rapidly. The Rush case is old, and the old case is used to hold B6 tactical ammunition. Load items from the smaller compartments into the magazine racks. Remove the magazine from the fully modified AK, which only occupies one row, and put in the backpack. Place the high-spec M4A1 in the secondary weapon slot. A few minutes later, his 44-slot coffin bag was completely full. Zhang, Master, there are 2 more commander headsets and level 4 helmets here. Could you please take them? Nanxiang was already completely overweight, but luckily he had brought a blue needle with him. I can't carry any more, brother, you go get it. Zhang was already carrying 69.69 kilograms, and he was panting as he spoke. Okay, well, all the purple insurance premiums were collected, and Jeang Yang's 926 was now half full. He went to the second floor of Building D and started showing off the supplies. Wow, these are so fat. Even though they've already been licked clean, these corpses are still quite valuable. 2 MP5 drum magazines, each with 50 rounds, filled with dum-dum bullets. 2 white bags for 400 each, and used yet, and 5 or 6 grenades. The 16-slot B6 tactical ammunition rack can also be used as a cover. The AR-57's quick-release laser pointer, angle grip, and 50-round magazine can all be detached. There were memory sticks, soundproofing cotton, and even a military radio on the ground. Includes 2 commander headsets and a KSS-2 helmet with full durability and a level 3 face shield. It smells so good. Jeang Yang fiddled with it for a while, and his 926 backpack was almost full. Opening the mini-map on the panel reveals that you can evacuate from the armored vehicle. All you need to do is hand over 2 identification tags. Regarding identities, Jeang Yang was more interested in the 2 sets of 5. Let's see who you are. Carrying a 68 kilograms load, Jeang Yang arrived at the 3rd floor of Building C. Pick up the identity tags of the 2 people one by one. Chen Jun was unfortunately eliminated by Jeang Yang using USAS. Luo Yun was unfortunately eliminated after being slapped on the head by Chen Jun. A slap? Jeang Yang was stunned. What exactly happened upstairs? Could it be that these 2 don't get along well? Brother, let's get out of here. There are only 7 minutes left, Zhang urged. It's all right. We can evacuate from the hotel. We'll meet at the armored vehicle on the mini-map in 3 minutes. Jeang Yang instructed into his headset. The reason it was 3 minutes later was because Jeang Yang hadn't finished his proficiency task yet. Received, the 2 replied, then went to scrape the ground and familiarize themselves with the hotel layout. Who's there? Ugh. Someone's here. Someone's here. Ugh. They've started fighting again. It never stops. Eek. Proficiency +1. Soon, Jeang Yang finished completing the remaining proficiency tasks for both weapons. The 3 of them had already arrived at the back of the armored vehicle. Jeang Yang handed over his identity card, and a countdown appeared in red smoke. It's so bulky. Nanxiang drooled as he looked at his backpack. It was 3 layers of bags, a total of 96 kilograms of supplies. He just wanted to ask, who else? That's it. Zhang opened his backpack and couldn't help but admire the lioness inside. A vase. This was the first time Jeang Yang had ever received a vase in this life, and he held the vase and kissed it repeatedly. Pool. Evacuation successful. Jeang Yang's value is 780,000. Zhang Qi's value is 850,000, and Nanxiang's value is 800,000. The average cost of evacuation is 800,000 per person. Jeang Yang has completed 3/4 of his task. At this rate, the mission can be completed in just 1 more round, and the mysterious workbench can be obtained. Brother, can we rest now? We're really too tired to fight anymore. Zhang Qi slumped on the sofa, looking at the dark zone panel in front of him with a hint of reluctance. Yeah, our warehouse is full. We need to sell some things first to free up some space in the backpack. Nanxiang had had his fill of fighting and didn't want to move anymore. His expression was both tired and satisfied. If he could, he would want his warehouse to remain in this moment forever. All right, you guys take a rest. The Dark Zone dungeon is extremely physically demanding due to its realism. Jeang Yang knew they were genuinely exhausted. He didn't want to do anything, but the deadline for the task wouldn't wait for him. You guys go and rest. I'll start a game myself. Zhang Yang Yanet. Okay, brother, take care of yourself. Zhang Qi prepared to go out to buy some good food. Master, take it easy and be mindful of your limits. Nanxiang was naturally with Zhang Qi. They had been craving the snacks outside for a long time. Moderation. Jeang Yang felt that the sentence was strange, but at first glance it didn't seem to have any problem. Let the fighting begin. Jeang Yang put the supplies from his backpack on the market, prepared the ammunition and medicine, and then repaired the armor. Of the 8 weapons, Only the Pharaoh and P-90 remain. Since both weapons are well suited for close-quarters combat, Jeang Yang chose the regular farm weapon. Time waits for no one, so Jeang Yang started the game after changing the key. Pool. Buzzing. Chapter 46, I sold my goods. Born on the grassland near the outpost at the edge of the farm, Jeang Yang took painkillers, inserted red needles, and began the procedure. There was a guy on the right front, and I took him down instantly. Thud. Proficiency +1. I jumped over the wall to the right, and sure enough, people spawned in the direction of the giant stone wall. A 3-person team, all fully equipped. They're here. The other party probably hadn't noticed him, and Jeang Yang instinctively pulled himself back into cover. Because he took a detour from the edge of the map, the 3 idiots didn't notice Jeang Yang and rushed to the grain, wanted to show off the insurance inside. I just cleared out, Brother G. Didn't you feel something was wrong? Zhang Yang frowned. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. Thump, thump, thump. Jeang Yang peeked out from behind cover and fired, instantly taking down one of them. Proficiency +1. Wow, it's so light. Pharaoh's proficiency is still not high enough, currently only 39%. The violent shaking and upward tilt of the camera made Jeang Yang break out in a cold sweat. This Pharaoh's long-range shooting had absolutely no accuracy. They managed to steal from 3 different backs at once, but only managed to steal from one. If it were an AK-74N, the entire enemy team would be dead. Holy crap, my brother's gone. The remaining 2 had already entered the trading station. One stood guard at the door with trepidation, while the other went upstairs to open the key room as if nothing was wrong. You're showing off even when there are other people around? Mario, the second brother, scolded through his headphones, seeing how nonchalant his third brother, manhwa, was. The eldest brother has already returned to the warehouse. If he could watch the battle, he would definitely curse the third brother to death. Let's pray for a successful shipment. But manhwa's attention was entirely focused on the insurance, and he didn't listen to a word his second brother said. 4 compartments. 6 compartments. Shipped. Impact-resistant hard plastic, titanium alloy plate, ready to take off. The enemy is coming. Mario's hand, gripping his gun, was already slightly sweaty as he sensed Jeang Yang's approaching footsteps. I cursed this brother who loved to steal insurance countless times in my heart. Jeang Yang, who had sneaked downstairs, was dumbfounded. Was the person upstairs an idiot? Isn't the titanium alloy plate a defense? Does impact-resistant hard plastic count as shipped? All right, let's throw out a bomb first. Following standard tactics, Jeang Yang threw an attack towards the second-floor safe room. Sizzle. Boom. A thunderclap boomed, and the entire building shook. Didn't hit anything? Jeang Yang didn't care. He had the advantage of superior equipment, so he just went for a full-scale attack. Upon reaching the doorway, facing the stairs, opened the door, and then performed a side jump. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, Mario, who was holding the door, fired a shot in advance. Jeang Yang, pressed against the door, probably already knew the other person's location. The moment his small hand appeared, he threw out a firecracker. Boom! A scream came from the stairs. Jeang Yang dodged again, turned on his flashlight, and peered into the scope. Thump thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. After taking down one in a second, Jeang Yang continued his charge. Judging from the footsteps, the person should be inside the safe. He peeked into the stairwell and, finding no sign of the other person's straight stance, jumped and looked to the left. If there's no one outside, then they must be inside the safe. Inside the safe room, manhwa was drenched in sweat. No way, I finally got a gold one. I have to take it out. He silently vowed to himself, then hid behind the computer desk. Manhwa, wearing a rat head mask and level 4 armor, held his Vector 9 rifle firmly against the doorway's lower body. Jeang Yang also leaped and dodged past the door. Sizzle. In the instant of the jump, several Damamins were launched from inside the door. A rat. Jeang Yang felt a chill on his feet. In that brief moment, he thought he saw the rat hiding behind the main unit. Sizzle. Jeang Yang pulled the bolt and immediately extinguished the lightning strike. Upon hearing the sound of the bolt being pulled, the other party immediately ran out from behind the main unit. Not good. This distance is too close. If the other person gets right up to my face, I'll be dead for sure. In a moment of desperation, Jeang Yang threw the grenade under the sofa by the door and quickly retreated towards the rooftop, preparing to switch to his gun. Trying to run away. Hearing Jeang Yang's fleeing footsteps, Ma Zhuang gave chase. Sizzle sizzle. Jeang Yang was shot twice and took cover on the rooftop outside. Boom! The attack mine exploded near the sofa, and Ma Zhuang narrowly avoided it. Don't even think about running. But as soon as he rushed out of the room, Jeang Yang, who was crouching next to him, opened fire. Hello, Lu Benwei's voice. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Ugh. The fully modified P-90 unleashed a torrent of fleshy bullets, and Ma Zhuang, standing upright, collapsed to the ground and fell into eternal sleep. Proficiency +1. Good heavens, Jeang Yang exclaimed, still shaken. It had to be a P-90. After observing the area, Jeang Yang found there were no more special agents nearby. Having cleared out the players, he would now begin dealing with the Machine Brothers. Another person has gone and never returned. Thump thump. Eek. Proficiency +1. You dare to cause me trouble. Thump thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. In just 2 minutes, Jeang Yang had defeated all the AI opponents in Grain. Including the players killed, Pharaoh's proficiency has reached 48%. As his proficiency increased, Jeang Yang became more and more adept at using the Pharaoh. Switching weapons, aiming, and firing dozens of shots in quick succession are all more coordinated and stable. After circling the grain once, Jeang Yang also started looting the bag. The first enemy unit killed downstairs had the best gear, Spartan armor, an IND helmet, and a partially modified AK-102. The one who died outside the safe was a rat-headed guy, wearing level 4 ammunition and armor, and carrying a Vector 9. The Special Forces equipment on the stairs is quite ordinary, with 3 layers of armor and 3 helmets, but the firearms are powerful, a VSS with a 30-round magazine. The VSS doesn't have a scope, but it has a quick-fire laser sight installed, which looks pretty cool. But look at the bullet again, SP5, level 3. I'll keep it for you. Jeang Yang picked up the VSS and removed some valuable parts from the original AK-102. Pull out the bullet. It's a level 3 M855. After folding his Victor 9 and organizing his backpack, Jeang Yang continued towards the Greenbelt. For someone as experienced as him, playing on a regular farm was relatively easy. Jeang Yang walked on the road after leaving the grain field, the sunlight shining down warmly and comfortably. The lake water on the left is clear and transparent. A gentle breeze blows, creating ripples that cause the tips of the grass on the shore to sway. Jeang Yang breathed in the fresh air to his heart's content, feeling refreshed and invigorated. While inspecting the firearms, Jeang Yang hummed a little tune, and when he encountered Cohen, he simply took him away. Did I hear that right? Thump thump. What are you doing? Thud. Proficiency +1. Before I knew it, Pharaoh's proficiency had reached 52%. Jeang Yang then turned from the main road onto the cliffside highway, heading straight to the hotel's backyard. Da-da-da. The sounds of an M3A1 and a double shot can be heard from inside the hotel, making it easy to guess that a guy is exchanging fire with a guy named G. A motel is a place for travelers to rest. How can there be gunshots? Jeang Yang, who was admiring the scenery, frowned. It seemed it was time to make a move. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Workbench. After inserting a red needle to confirm that no one was setting up a spot in the laundry room, Jeang Yang entered through the gap in the backyard. Da-da-da. Upon arriving at the main guest room on the 2nd floor, they found corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. Some were special agents, others were drones. As for how to distinguish between human-machine robots and special agents, Jeang Yang relied on the identification tags on his waist. Is someone on the 1st floor? After quietly checking the area and finding no one on the 2nd floor, Jeang Yang was about to head downstairs when he spotted a large bag at the bottom of the stairs. A big backpack? It was a large yellow hiking backpack. Jeang Yang's subconscious reaction was that someone was fishing. He crouched down and walked quietly, gradually looking towards the 1st floor, but after waiting for a while, no one came up. After confirming that it was safe to move around, Jeang Yang opened his backpack. What comes into view is an IND level 4 helmet, a 50-round drum magazine for an MP5 player, and some machine oil. The backpack was packed full, and there was also a leather backpack inside. Open the leather backpack, and inside is an N94 that only occupies 1 row, and it's even wrapped in an old pocket backpack. Inside the old bag were a folded MP5 player, a 6-slot RPK-16, and some other high-value items. Oil drums, bulletproof plastic, oak chips, writing tablets, semiconductor chips. That's rare. Finally, I've met a master who doesn't pick up trash. Just as Jeang Yang was about to put the items away, another sound came from the kitchen. Bang, 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 bang. Ugh, the owner of the backpack? Is it not over yet? Or is it already over? The gunfire gradually subsided, and the hotel fell silent. Jeang Yang knew that the owner of the backpack was about to return. Woohoo! Jeang Yang simply squatted down behind the corner of the stairwell and remained motionless. Brother, you're amazing. You wiped out 4 opponents in the hotel all by yourself. You're my god, came the voices from the first floor. It's not me who's strong. It's my 18-year-old self, another arrogant voice followed. If I'm so handsome that you're impressed, all I can say is, I'm so sorry. Thump, thump, thump. 2 people, judging from the sound, they're coming up the stairs. Jeang Yang set up his aiming point. He was determined to give them a surprise this time. Come on, let's brainstorm. Put this here, and then put the ammunition rack here. One of the special agents went upstairs first and opened his backpack without any warning. Jeang Yang silently moved away from the corner and pulled the trigger of the P90. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Holy crap, the man was knocked down instantly, clearly startled. Sizzle, sizzle. Ugh, proficiency +1. He quickly finished the job and rushed downstairs. Bro, the guy I just met had a spirit level. He couldn't sleep at all. Before his teammates downstairs could react, Jeang Yang was frantically showing off his bag with his back to him. Without giving him any chance, Jeang Yang opened fire. Sizzle, sizzle. Oh. Proficiency +1. Searching an entire city is not as worthwhile as waiting for one person. The 2 men killed all the hotel special agents and looted almost all of the hotel supplies. These supplies now belong to Jeang Yang. Yeah, I just couldn't sleep. Jeang Yang opened his backpack, and there really was a spirit level inside. This can be considered an act of justice on behalf of heaven. One of them is a skilled gunner, and the other is a veteran player. Both are equipped with excellent level 4 gear. Jeang Yang quickly organized the supplies and put them all into his 926 large bag. I was immediately overweight, but thankfully they thoughtfully provided needles. I have to say, being the 6th player in this game is incredibly lucrative. After organizing the supplies, Jeang Yang headed south, hid the bag, and continued searching for Brother G. Soon, Jeang Yang had explored almost the entire farm map and finally raised his proficiency with P90 and Pharaoh to 60%. Great, mission accomplished. Jeang Yang arrived at the warehouse and evacuated when there were only 2 minutes left. Pool. Successful evacuation, with 520,000 yuan worth of goods brought out. The value of a large gold piece. This is the life of Pu known in this lifetime. Jeang Yang can only say it's awesome. Ding, the firearms proficiency quest is complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious workbench. Finally, Jeang Yang had been waiting for this workbench for a long time and was particularly looking forward to its capabilities. A cube-shaped workbench appeared on the exclusive system panel, resembling the one in the game Minecraft from my previous life. Above the workbench is a 9-square grid, and the sides display various firearms from the dark area. Fully modified Pharaoh, fully modified H4, fully modified AX. Within the 9-square grid, accessories such as laser pointers, grips, and scopes constantly appear and disappear. Jeang Yang opened the workbench, and a series of synthesis recipes appeared in front of him. The first line of the recipe caught his eye. Rainbow needles, consuming 10 stamina boosters, 10 muscle boosters, and 10 regeneration boosters can synthesize 5 rainbow needles. Rainbow needle. Upon insertion, you simultaneously gain the enhancement effects of 3 injections, plus additional sedation and hearing enhancement effects. All 5 effects last for 900 seconds. 900 seconds, which is 15 minutes? Jeang Yang's lips parted slightly. That's almost half the length of a match. Isn't this too much? But as Jeang Yang continued reading, he realized that he had been narrow-minded. You can synthesize a gilded talent absorption needle by consuming 10 rainbow needles. Talent absorption needle. During the effect of the injection, if an enemy killed has an awakened dark zone talent, it will be directly absorbed. Each injection can absorb a maximum of 1 talent, and the effective time is 300 seconds. Talent absorption? Jeang Yang knew that the number of special agents in this world was huge, and there were definitely quite a few people with dark zone talents. If one can continuously absorb the hidden talents of others, Wouldn't one gradually approach invincibility? But upon closer examination, it is quite difficult for this injection to achieve the desired effect. First of all, the probability of encountering a talented person is already very low. In addition, the duration of the injection is not long, so there is no guarantee that the injection will still be effective before the kill. And the production cost is ridiculously high. 10 rainbow needles. 5 rainbow needles require 30 strength agents to synthesize, and 10 rainbow needles require 60. Jeang Yang opened the Dark Zone panel and looked at the price of the enhancement injections in this life. Enhanced Regeneration Needle, 10,000 Cohen coins. Enhanced Muscle Needle, 5,000 Cohen coins. Enhanced Endurance Needle, 15,000 Cohen coins. The 3 types of injections together cost exactly 30,000, and 20 of each would amount to 600,000 coins. Jeang Yang found it hard to judge whether it was worthwhile to exchange 600,000 pit coins for a very small chance of obtaining the Dark Zone talent. Are there any other things that can be synthesized? Chapter 48, Synthesizing Rainbow Needles. Jeang Yang continued scrolling down and found that many of the crafting recipes below were still in a dark gray, unlocked state. It's mostly illegible. It looks like there's a bullet formula or something made from artillery shells. System, how do I unlock these recipes? Jeang Yang asked, Buzlet. Ding, some will unlock automatically after a certain period of time, while others require specific conditions to be met, and then the host will be guided step by step to unlock them. Okay. Jeang Yang nodded. Currently, the only craftable recipes are Rainbow Needle and Talent Drain Needle. Although they were expensive, Jeang Yang couldn't deny that they were good things. If used correctly, these things can truly defy fate and change one's destiny. After selling the earned supplies, Jeang Yang spent some money to unlock new selling locations. Now I can sell up to 50 items at a time, and the amount of pure coins in my warehouse has reached 2.45 million. In just a few days, Jeang Yang made a fortune of millions, and that doesn't even include the money from Nanxiang and Zhangqi's warehouse. Come on, let's make a rainbow injection and have some fun. Jeang Yang spent 300,000 yuan to buy 10 of each of the red, blue, and green injections. Place it on the workbench and synthesize it. Whoosh! 30 different colored syringes were quickly concentrated, and after a flash of light, they became 5 colored syringes. Rainbow needles. Looking at the exquisite syringe in the panel, Jeang Yang immediately put the syringe into the ammunition rack and started a training session. Upon entering the training ground, Jeang Yang took out a syringe from his ammunition rack. The rainbow needle is approximately 10 centimeters long and about 6 millimeters in diameter. The glass casing of the syringe is crystal clear, allowing a clear view of the liquid inside. Starting from one end of the syringe, 5 colors blend together to form a beautiful rainbow. The needle is tightly connected to the syringe shell, giving it a high-tech feel. After a brief appreciation, Jeang Yang tied it to his finger. Sizzle. After receiving the rainbow injection, vision immediately becomes clearer and more open, and the ability to distinguish colors is significantly increased. Not only that, but his hearing ability has also been greatly enhanced. Jeang Yang can even sense the slightest movement of the wind or grass more than 10 meters away when he closes his eyes. Regeneration, perseverance, excitement. Jeang Yang seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Even if Usain Bolt came, he would be willing to compete with him. Jeang Yang gently scraped the skin off his fingertip with an entrenching tool. Not only did he not feel any pain, but his platelets also quickly coagulated, healing the wound within half a second. Is this the power that transcends mortals? Jeang Yang's eyes widened, and he even had the illusion of cultivating immortality. Reborn as a Superman in the Dark Zone. The Dark Zone. My superpowers are more than you can use. Jeang Yang has decided that he will write down his story and compile it into a novel in the future. Yi Dong can write about the leader of a boy band, and Jeang Yang can write about the whole nation breaking through. Having had his fill of the training, Jeang Yang left the training ground. Back in the real world, the fatigue from playing several rounds of Dark Zone matches came over me. Jeang Yang leaned back on the sofa and gradually fell asleep. Snap, snap. Snap, snap. Brother. The competition is about to start. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Jeang Yang gradually regained consciousness. The 2 people in front of him were Zhangqi and Nanxiang, and Zhangqi gave himself a few big slaps. Zhang Yang, If you don't discipline him for 3 days, he'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. Zhang Qi's younger brother is simply a traitor. Has the match started? Jeang Yang asked. No, there's still 1 day left. We just saw you sleeping on the sofa all day to make sure you were still alive, Zhang Qi explained jokingly. Jeang Yang looked down and realized that he was covered with a blanket. The time on the phone was clearly the day before the start of the Grand Gold Cup competition. Time flies so fast. Jeang Yang was still a little groggy from sleeping. Master, you've been hitting too much. I've told you to take care of your health. Nanxiang brought over a bowl of hot water and gave it to Jeang Yang to drink. What's the plan for today? Are we still going to raid the Dark Zone? Zhang Qi was eager to try. Jeang Yang can't stop today. Although the system task has been completed, his proficiency with Pharaoh hasn't improved yet. What maps haven't we familiarized ourselves with yet? Jeang Yang sat up from the sofa and rubbed his neck. Valley, Nanxiang answered quickly. Valley, Jeang Yang rubbed his eyes. The Valley map is also one of the maps in the preliminary rounds of the Grand Golden Cup, so it's still necessary to take Zhang Qi and the others to familiarize themselves with it. The main reason is that the competition is coming up soon. It's next Monday, and today is Sunday. In other words, the 3 of them will have 1 chance to die for free. Why don't we just blockade it? The lockdown zone is more intense, and the drop rate is also higher. Come on, get your gear ready. I'll take you to the next map. Jeang Yang opened the Dark Zone panel and started operating it. Considering the high cost of rainbow needles, Jeang Yang decided to save them for the competition. I bought some essential keys for the Valley, and everything was ready. The 3 were still equipped with level 5 sets and fully modified guns. They selected the map, Valley Blockade Zone. Jeang Yang pressed the match button. Pool. Buzzing. Meanwhile, inside an enhanced fortress in another Dark Zone instance. Bang 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 bang. Thump thump thump. Inside the fortress, intense gunfire erupted continuously. Outside the 6th room, a fully equipped special agent was skillfully throwing grenades inside. He is the captain of the Hunter God Squad, Firefox. Boom. Dee dee dee. Ugh. Ugh. As soon as the thunder roared, Firefox rushed in and used a fully modified August a headshot and killed 2 agents in front of the door. 2 other people were hiding behind the door. Firefox threw a firecracker at the door and then detonated a bouncing grenade. Sizzle. Bang 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 bang. In a gap between grenade throws, the enemy leaped out from behind the door and opened fire. Firefox moved to the side and rear, perfectly avoiding the line-stealing attack. Then switch weapons, peek out, and aim down sights. Dee 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 dee. Ugh. After eliminating the enemy, he rushed in and used a high leap and hip shot to kill the enemy hiding behind the door. Dee 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 dee. Eek. Firefox here. The entire 6th branch is dead. The full force of the 6th branch was wiped out in an instant, while Firefox's condition only dropped slightly. The entrance to the tank room on the other side. The gate had just been pulled when the Grey Wolf rushed in through the middle gate. Bang bang bang. The short tube aging process, like a sharp sword, slayed 2 people. They discovered that the last enemy was behind the wall in the distance. After throwing 2 high-angle grenades, the Grey Wolf strode away. Climb up the wooden crate next to the wall, stick your head out, and kill the enemy behind the wall. Bang bang bang. Ugh. The Grey Wolves and tanks here are all dead. Chapter 49 Valley Blockade Zone. Fortress ahead, gas station. A special agent wearing a KN field body armor vest and an FA assault helmet arrived outside the gas station's perimeter wall. He was Liang Feng, one of the members of the Hunter God Squad, and he was holding in 14 Malawian kwachas equipped with a flashlight. A folding staircase leads to the 2nd floor, where it is pitch black and only a few footsteps can be heard. Sizzle. Liang Feng threw 2 attack missiles into the 2nd floor doorway, then observed from outside the 1st floor area. Boom. Thump thump thump. Sure enough, a figure peeked out from the 1st floor, and Liang Feng reacted quickly, opening fire immediately. After circling the 1st floor, a cool breeze rushed up the stairs, making a habitual detour in front of the door, just in time to avoid a firecracker. Boom! Then I peered out and scoped in. The enemy inside the flashlight fell straight to the ground. He leaped in, and there was a body next to the freestanding suitcase and the red suitcase. It's cool here. The gas station is cleaned up. Liang Feng reported into his headset, then began to search for supplies on the corpse. Inside the fortress, the air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, staining the originally gray earth crimson. Some of the corpses still had AK-74NS glowing with blue laser light in their hands, and blood seeped from the 6B-23 armor, dripping onto the ground. The armory, which had been bustling just minutes before, was now as silent as a graveyard. Here's Ian. He has a gemstone necklace for the life and death arena, but no other insurance. Ordinary Beishan, viewing platform. Brother, what should we do? Chun-jun, looking distressed, fumbled for the electronic safety lock, but there was only a mechanical hard drive inside. They never expected that 5 sets of equipment would fail in the fight against the Ordinary Beishan, but taking advantage of Luo Yun's infinite rollback ability, the two of them came to Beishan to pick up trash again today. If we want to make a comeback, we can only take it slowly. Luo Yun was also very annoyed. Sure enough, the thing that the fully equipped man was most afraid of was pedicures. What are we going to do about tomorrow's competition? We even spent so much money to register. While picking up trash, Chun-jun complained, if we can't raise the 80,000 combat readiness points, we'll be forced to forfeit. Damn it. Luo Yun clenched his right fist, tears of regret streaming down his rough face. Now that the two of them are penniless, they have to pick up even toothpaste that they used to look down on. He vowed that if God gave him another chance, he would definitely stay calm and not be reckless. Brother, the cable car is almost here. Chun-jun had checked it all. His medium-sized hiking backpack was bulging. Okay, I'll come after I finish looting the last weapon case. Luo Yun's bag wasn't full yet. If he could, he'd rather never pick up toothpaste in his life. In front of Luo Yun was a long weapon case leaning against the wall, which he would normally not even glance at. With a creak, the weapon case was opened. Luo Yun never imagined that this long weapon case, which he would never have given a second glance to, would change his life. After fiddling around for a while, I found out it was an M3A1, but there were 4 slots after the M3A1. Upon seeing the true form of the 4 items, Luo Yun blinked in disbelief. Target localization module. Would a gold item worth approximately 450,000 be found in this long weapon case? Could it be that God really heard my heartfelt words? Chun-jun, we can play the game. We can play the game. Luo Yun picked up the target positioning module and excitedly ran towards the cable car station. What? It's shipped. It's shipped. The target location module has come out of the long weapon crate. Luo Yun exclaimed excitedly, taking 2 big steps at a time. 450,000 is not enough for 2 people to get a good set of equipment, but it is enough to raise 80,000 for combat supplies, or even to get 4 sets of slightly better equipment for 2 people. Target positioning module. Chun-jun couldn't believe it either, but reality was just that sudden. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Luo Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. After experiencing the ups and downs of the Dark Zone, his mindset was also adjusted. Don't worry, this competition will definitely rewrite our destiny. Luo Yun quickly entered the cable car station, and the two waited for evacuation inside the cable car. Luo Yun's awareness of the Dark Zone was already advanced, and he believed that as long as he played steadily, he would definitely be able to get a lot of good stuff in the Grand Gold Cup material competition. Keep in mind that the drop rate in the resource race is 10 times higher than that in the regular map. If the evacuation is successful, the supplies can be taken out with them. Furthermore, those supplies also equal points. Once you reach a certain ranking with enough points, you can advance to the semifinals. Luo Yun wasn't very lucky last year. He encountered Yinxing's most powerful escort almost every time. Even so, his total score almost secured his place in the semifinals. I believe that as long as I have a bit of luck this year, I'll be set. Valley Lockdown Zone. Towering mountains surround this land like guardians. Along the coastline, waves crash against the rocks, their spray changing from light blue to patches of white foam. A luxurious villa stands here, its simple yet grand exterior blending harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. Near the villa, roaming soldiers wearing leather jackets and headscarves had fierce expressions. On the hillside of the distant beachhead camp, 3 or 5 figures in full gear gradually solidified. Woohoo! Position number 1. Jeang Yang didn't expect his luck to be so good today. He hoped that his luck would be just as good during the material competition. Brother, this map is huge. It's almost as big as Beishan. Zhang Qi exclaimed as he opened the Dark Zone panel. It's alright, just follow me. Filled with anticipation for the gold hunting adventure, Jeang Yang put on the endurance booster. Brother, are there any spawn points around here that we should be aware of? Nanxiang asked earnestly, gazing at the unfamiliar territory. Although he had played Dark Zone for half a year, he mostly played farm and didn't know much about the valley map. The nearby spawn points are the port on the right and the broadcasting station on the left. And here, Jeang Yang marked a location on the map, near a village in a valley. Oh, Nanxiang nodded thoughtfully. There's a tree shadow. Thump thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. After killing the man guarding the front door of the villa, Jeang Yang led the 3 men through the gap in the gate and into the villa. Follow me, and remember the location of the insurance. Stepping onto the wooden stairs, Jeang Yang arrived at the first insurance-free room. Without any hesitation, I turned on the bedside safety. In a short while, shipping out. Chip processors, ranging telescopes. It's all right, there's still 3 insurance policies. Jeang Yang turned and ran towards the corridor, while Zhang Qi retrieved the little purple from the insurance policy. The villa originally had 5 insurance policies, but after the map was changed, it only has 4. The earliest garage insurance policies actually had a fairly high failure rate. Don't run, I've got you. After crossing the aerial corridor, Jeang Yang arrived at the second exempted position, where the god of war, who was guarding the exempted position, had been waiting for a long time. Thump thump. Ugh. After being shot by a shotgun, half of Jeang Yang's body was red. Shipping out. Jeang Yang opened the warranty-free window. In a short while, a gold-plated phone. Chapter 50, the key to the planning office. Here you go. Jeang Yang handed the gold phone to the south wall behind him, then climbed over the railing and jumped to the storage room on the first floor. At that moment, gunshots also rang out from the direction of Pinot Broadcasting Station. Ignoring him, Jeang Yang inserted the key. This is the storage room. In a short while. Give me a big gold one, Jeang Yang shouted as he touched the metal. 4-panel comic? Stamp album. All right, the last safety device is in the master bedroom upstairs. It's the electrical safety device with the highest failure rate, Jeang Yang explained as he walked up the stairs. Oh, Zhang Qi nodded. Brother, it seems someone is coming. No rush, let's check the last safety first. Jeang Yang inserted the key and opened the master bedroom door. The interior furnishings remained unchanged, exactly the same as in the game from the previous life. Jeang Yang released the safety pins, while Nanxiang and Zhang Qi opened their coats and high-end weapon cases. Send the goods to me. Jeang Yang was extremely eager, but when the insurance was opened, it wasn't even in the format for shipping. A grandfather clock and 3 stacks of coin shards. The shipment's out, bro, look. Zhang Qi, who was touching his coat, suddenly widened his eyes. He pulled out a peculiar-looking key from inside his coat. The key had a big K around it, which he had never seen before. This is the key to the TV station. Jeang Yang took it and prepared to examine it carefully with his naked eye. But in the end, I still couldn't figure it out, so I opened the item description in the Dark Zone panel. TV station planning key. Holy crap, what an amazing lucky guy. Jeang Yang had to admit, his younger brother was a pure and simple lucky guy. 1 touch and you get a key. If I ever have a keepsake, it has to be the Lucky One's keychain. The Lucky One's keychain. An old gold keychain strung with the most valuable keys from each map. Brother, I got a shipment too. There's a flashlight in the weapon crate. Nanxiang excitedly exclaimed. Not bad, not bad. Jeang Yang realized he had a bad reputation and decided that when the supplies competition came, he would try to let them handle the supplies as much as possible. Brother, the enemy is here. After handing the key to the planning office to Jeang Yang, Zhang Qi was the first to walk out of the master bedroom. Okay, get ready to move. Jeang Yang and Nanchang followed closely behind, gathering information through the windows on the second floor of the villa. Downstairs, a meticulously arranged garden is filled with various native plants and flowers, which sway in the breeze and emit a fragrant aroma. The long, narrow corridor serves as a natural cover, obscuring what lies behind it. There's one in the garage. There's probably another one on the rock behind the hill. Jeang Yang quickly figured out the situation after listening to the sounds and determining their locations. Zhang Qi, you stay on the back hill, over there where the helicopter evacuation point is. Be careful, there might be enemies behind that rock. Received. Zhang Qi immediately carried out the order. Jeang Yang planned to take out the enemies in the garage first. Reach the window at the end of the corridor. Through this window, you can spot the enemy emerging from the garage. Jeang Yang scoped in and pre-aimed, waiting for the enemy to appear. Bang, 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 bang. The enemy cleared out the machine gunners in the garage, but they didn't rush the main building. Just then, gunshots rang out again from the distant valley village. Another team? South wall, you come and hold it up here. I'll go take a look over there. Okay. Jeang Yang instructed them to go to the first room that was exempt from insurance, where the windows could cover the main entrance. Soon, an enemy came into view on a small hill in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Jeang Yang has reached 62% proficiency with Pharaoh, but he still struggles to hit enemies more than 100 meters away. The red dot's sight jerked slightly, and only one shot hit. Damn it! Jeang Yang knew that this mistake had completely alerted the enemy. Not only will enemies be more cautious when entering through the main gate, but enemies in the garage will also know their location. From the perspective of the south wall, the enemy in the garage flashed by. Oh no, master. The people in the garage are about to attack you. They're downstairs right now. The other party was too fast. Nanxiang didn't have time to react. Okay. Jeang Yang arrived at the spiral stairwell and stood on the handrail. From this vantage point, people downstairs can't see clearly. It will be dark for a while. If the other party comes up the stairs, they're doomed. Sizzle. Boom. The enemy threw 2 projectiles from the first floor towards the second floor, but Jeang Yang had moved to the stairwell in advance and was not harmed at all. Soon the enemy charged. The moment he appeared on the stairs, Jeang Yang's Pharaoh opened fire. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The enemy fell asleep immediately. Before Jeang Yang could even catch his breath, the sound of smoke billowing from the direction of the gate came from. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jeang Yang immediately went to the window, but the doorway was filled with white smoke, and he couldn't see anything. We should probably get thermal imaging done next time. Jeang Yang is getting richer and richer, and some ideas that he didn't have in his previous life are gradually coming to mind. The enemy rushed in through the main gate, and Jeang Yang returned to his old position, preparing for a scene reminiscent of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were very close together, and it sounded like there were 3 people. This time, the enemy was more cautious. Instead of rushing up the stairs, they threw 2 smoke bombs into the stairwell on the first floor. Jeang Yang felt strange, and a bold idea began to sprout in his mind. Thermal imaging? He immediately retreated towards the master bedroom, intending to meet up with Zhang Qi and the others first. But the corridor ahead had already been blocked off. As soon as Jeang Yang appeared, gunfire from the first floor began to come at an angle. Brother, Zhang Qi is dead. There's a sniper rifle on the back hill. In the master bedroom, Nanxiang brought the bad news through his earpiece. Dead. It wasn't surprising that the opponent was a semi-automatic sniper, but this was Zhang Qi's first time being eliminated in the dark zone. A surge of anger rose within Jeang Yang, and his brows furrowed inward. South wall, this round is a bit dangerous. Listen to my instructions. Although Nanxiang was on the second floor of the villa, he was already lying on the ground. Ever since Zhang Qi was shot in the head, he hadn't dared to stand up. Nanxiang, do as I say. Hide in the master bedroom first. Good. Gunshots rang out from outside the villa, and Nanxiang knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Close the door, then stand on the safety latch and use the open wardrobe as cover. Jeang Yang's mind raced, and various pieces of information from his past life flashed through his mind. Receive. Just stand guard at the door, and no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Okay, so what are you going to do? Don't worry about me. Jeang Yang continued to position himself at the top of the stairs, pre-firing shots into the smoke on the first floor. Thump thump, thump thump, sizzle. Only after Entu Malawian Quach's grenade arced into the smoke did Jeang Yang leap out of the stairwell. Boom! Bang 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 bang! Thump thump thump. Footsteps and gunshots echoed from all directions, and the sweat clinging to their clothes and their pounding hearts created a tense atmosphere. Zhang Qi, opening his left palm, Jeang Yang's clear eyes reflected the key with the letter K on it. Chapter 51, The Evil in the Smoke. Logically speaking, Zhang Qi, possessing the talent for absolute blunt force trauma, should not die easily. It can only be said that the sniper squad in the back mountain is really something, plus Zhang Qi doesn't know much about the terrain of the valley. Thump thump thump. Footsteps came from the stairwell, and Jeang Yang stood beside the white suitcase, holding it tightly. Before he could even see the figure running out of the smoke, a burst of bullets had already hit him in the chest. Bang, 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 bang. What? Jeang Yang immediately shrank back and retreated into the bedroom. The trajectory of the bullet through the smoke is truly thermal imaging. The evil spirit in the smoke. Jeang Yang placed a 400 yuan bet, and the enemy rushed up the stairs. 2. Jeang Yang immediately maneuvered to the left, arriving at a small room with a red cloth on the table, and set up a pre-aiming point towards the room he had just been in. The other person poked their head out and started shooting. It was a 5-piece set with an N95 helmet. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The Pharaoh's M61 bullets are ruthless. One shot to the head is all it takes. The other enemy approached from the other side, near the white suitcase. Jeang Yang quickly ran back to the free-of-charge room. The next moment, the red cloth room where he had been standing had been bombarded with firecrackers. 1, 2, 3. After throwing 3 firecrackers in succession, the enemy finally charged forward, and then smoke was used to block the narrow corridor. Sizzle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Damn it. The other side was using thermal imaging, and engaging in gunfights within the smoke gave Jeang Yang no advantage whatsoever. Jeang Yang circled back to the stairwell and rushed down to the first floor. Judging from the trajectory of the bullets fired from the first floor to the second floor, there was an enemy on the first floor holding the second floor stairwell. As soon as Jeang Yang came down, he was face to face with the other person. Bang, bang. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The opponent was using an RPK-16. Although Jeang Yang successfully killed the opponent, the durability of his BT-6 level 5 armor dropped to 38. The 3-person team has one last member left, the thermal imaging guy on the second floor. Seeing that all his teammates have been sacrificed, he was hesitant to charge forward rashly, while Jeang Yang would not allow the battle to drag on for too long. A stun blast was thrown towards the second floor. Jeang Yang then threw 2 footstep generators at his feet. Then they rushed straight up to the second floor, using firecrackers to clear a path as well. Sizzle. Boom. Boom. The 2 firecrackers have reduced the risk of the opponent's straight rack, and the 2 big steps on the first floor are enough to affect the opponent's judgment. Seeing the smoke dissipate from the second floor, Jeang Yang jumped up. The other party was indeed inside the free room, but his eyes were fixed on the downstairs. He even stood on the table in front of the window, trying to take out the enemy downstairs. One-eyed dragon. The red dot in Jeang Yang's scope had locked onto his head. He only turned around the moment he heard Jeang Yang shout. Thud! Ugh! The one-eyed man fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. What a one-eyed man! Jeang Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the T7 thermal imager on the other person's face. He rushed to the body and removed the helmet. IND, level 6 helmet. 926 composite level 5 armor. Jeang Yang's first jacket was off-duty, and he changed into his 5th jacket without any hesitation. Including the helmet and T7 thermal imaging, it takes over the body as well. From a moment the thermal imaging device was put on, the entire field of vision turned into black and white, making the corpses on the ground particularly conspicuous. Feels great. Jeang changed to a new Pharaoh magazine and headed towards the south wall. Hey, you stinky sniper from the back hill. Here I come. This is the master bedroom by the sea right now. There was already a corpse outside the south wall's door. The person was about to enter the bedroom when the south wall captured him. But at this moment, 2 enemies are still eyeing the master bedroom. Little brother, you can't escape. You're out of luck. One of the enemies chuckled, then threw a tear gas canister into the master bedroom. Ha! Don't you dare come out, or you'll die. Tear gas filled the room, quickly enveloping the entire master bedroom. Nanxiang coughed violently, his eyes stung, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Cough, cough. Why are you stealing my insurance? Ah, it chipped. A gemstone necklace. Get it back to me. Get lost. Oh. I hate this person. You're just a nobody, and you're acting all high and mighty. You didn't kill them, so why are you stealing my supplies? This is the dark zone. I'm here to make money. Then why don't you go and fight it yourself? Whatever you want, I'm getting out of here. Give it back to me. Get back to me. The bedroom was filled with gas, and the tear ducts on the south wall were completely out of control. Sad memories keep replaying in my mind, and the pain I feel now is exactly the same as it was then. Cough, cough. The yellowish haze gradually faded from view, and at that moment, new noises came from outside the door. Holy crap! Thermal imaging! The enemy who had been chuckling earlier exclaimed in surprise. Thump thump thump. I am falling. I am falling. Thump thump thump. Ugh X2. Nanxiang, how are you? I'm here at Nanxiang. Through the blurry vision, a figure resolutely rushed into the poison gas chamber. The south wall. Cough cough. Get it back to me. In a gloomy vision, Nanxiang's 5 senses gradually faded, and his eyes closed. South wall. South wall. Only one sound was constantly stimulating his eardrums. I'll save them. South wall. Wake up. Wake up, please. Slap slap. 2 slaps. Master. Nanxiang woke up to find himself lying in bed, next to a high-end weapon case and a safe. This is the master bedroom? Nanxiang regained consciousness. His entire body was racked with pain. Quickly use your talent to heal yourself. Why didn't you use your talent just now? Jeang Yang asked anxiously from the side. The moment he saw the south wall collapse, his heart sank. Those people are real beasts. When they couldn't take the lead by force, they resorted to tear gas. You must understand that this is not the previous life. In this life, special agents can truly feel pain. Ordinary people, without professional training, can't withstand tear gas. Besides, the master bedroom is so small, and those 2 beasts even closed the door. I'm Fine. Thank you, master. Nanxiang rallied, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and gave himself a treatment injection. With his S-rank talent activated, Nanxiang instantly returned to full health. It's good that you're all right. Jeang Yang went outside and started counting his spoils. Inventorying the spoils was a pretense. Checking the identification tags was the real purpose. Only after confirming that the sniper who killed Zhang Qi was the one he had killed did Jeang Yang truly feel relieved. Zhang Qi, I've avenged you. Next time, I'll let you experience what it's like to be a one-eyed man. Gripping the planning room key tightly, Jeang Yang muttered to himself. Master, are you calling me? Oh, it's nothing. Jeang Yang then remembered that one-eyed dragon was Nanxiang's nickname. Chapter 52, the Grand Tournament, is approaching. Millions evacuate. Brother, what's that on your head? Nanxiang had never seen a T7 thermal imaging camera before. Head-mounted thermal imaging. We got a bit of money now, so we'll give you and Zhang Qi a chance to experience it. Zhang Yang explained it happily. Brother, this restricted area is too dangerous. Nanxiang was a little downcast. Should we compete for supplies or strengthen the blockade? Zhang Yang Siget, they're having such a hard time even in a lockdown zone. So how can they be confident if they implement an enhanced lockdown? Just then, the photos of the guy in the garage downstairs and at the main entrance also refreshed. I'll go clear the machine. You loot the bag first. Jeang Yang didn't forget to grind his pharaoh proficiency. His pharaoh skill was key to victory. Nanxiang recalled the near-death experience just now, and how cool his master looked rushing into the room. Once downstairs, Jeang Yang eliminated the 2 machine operators. Proficiency +2. My pharaoh proficiency has reached 70%. As his skill level increased, the pharaoh in his hands became more and more compatible with him. He was gradually able to sense the various components inside the gun and mentally deconstruct the various structures of the entire gun. Even the various processes each bullet undergoes inside the gun during firing and the trajectory tracking after it is fired. It seems a little different. Jeang Yang had a strange feeling and immediately began his experiment on the wall 50 meters away. Nanxiang, I'm practicing my shooting downstairs. Jeang Yang gave Nanxiang a heads up beforehand so as not to cause any misunderstanding. The previous short-barreled pharaoh shot from 50 meters away was slightly unstable. Jeang Yang remained calm and composed and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets mostly hit the same spot. Although the gun shook slightly, it had very little impact on the shooting. How about trying another 100 meters? Jeang Yang retreated another 50 meters, a distance that was beyond the range where the red dot could be accurately aimed. But Jeang Yang still wanted to give a try. Bang, bang, bang. The trajectory rose as expected. But when Jeang Yang got closer after firing, he saw that the bullet hole in the wall was almost a straight line. Oh my god! Jeang Yang's lips parted slightly. Although he can't compare to his elder brother from his previous life, he's already a demigod. How about trying hip firing? Jeang Yang planned to fire without aiming down sights. In reality, This would make it very difficult to achieve accurate shots. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Jeang Yang fired shot by shot, starting slowly from 5 meters away. He quickly became familiar with the trajectory of the bullets and gradually found his feel for them. So, Jeang Yang kept testing until he was almost 15 meters away. He also finished testing 2 spare magazines containing 80 rounds each. Now, within 15 meters, his chances of accurately headshotting someone without using the scope have reached over 90%. How fantastical it is that bullets can travel towards one's own thoughts. Jeang Yang can now confidently say, "I am invincible within 15 meters. Do whatever you want." "Brother, that's enough licking." Nanxiang's voice came through the GS2 headset. "There are still supplies at the first free housing facility," Jeang Yang responded. "Yeah, I saw it. I've already looted all of Zhang Qi's gear," Nanxiang replied. "Okay, I'm here." 5 minutes had passed since he finished practicing his shooting. Jeang Yang returned to the building and started looting supplies. I have to say, this team is really fed. Besides the thermal imaging that Jeang Yang had licked, the other 2 older brothers were also quite luxurious. The RPK-16 on the first floor is fully modified and estimated to be worth 110,000. With the stock folded, it only takes up 6 slots. The head armor is all level 4. The backpack is a leather backpack that you can use as a cover. The body at the bottom of the stairwell was the first person killed who came from the garage. He was probably in the same group as the 2 people in the back hill. A low-spec MDR, a 1 ammo, Spartan 4 armor, and a rat helmet. The backpack contains a stamp album and stamps. Further up, on the second floor, there were 2 corpses. Jeang Yang had already licked one halfway. It was the one with the 5 armored, 6-headed thermal imaging camera. His backpack was also a 926 large bag, and his ammunition loadout was for the FA commander. The cartridge case also contains large blue needles and large red needles. The other person had an N94 worth 60,000 yuan, which Jeang Yang removed from the magazine, taking up only 1 slot. Wearing an N95 level 5 helmet, the mask was already broken. The level 5 samurai armor had also lost half its durability. Since he couldn't carry any more level 5 armor, Jeang Yang only took a helmet. After a brainstorming session, I finally finished putting on the 86.23 kilograms package. It smells so good. The countdown on the map has 8 minutes left. It's time to evacuate. South wall, let's go. Jeang Yang inserted a muscle strengthening injection and barely managed to stand up from the ground, then inserted an endurance strengthening injection. Nanxiang knew Jeang Yang was overweight, so he deliberately walked ahead to clear the way. The evacuation point was at the steel bridge. The 2 crossed the eastern farm and finally evacuated 4 minutes later. Pool. The evacuation was successful, and Jeang Yang brought out goods worth 1.2 million. The value of the south wall is 350,000. The main difference was that Jeang Yang seized a T7 thermal imaging camera and the key to the planning office given by Zhang Qi, while Nanxiang took almost all of Zhang Qi's supplies. Brother, as soon as he returned to the real world, Zhang Qi began to cry. That lousy sniper, I'm really impressed. It's all right. Nanxiang brought all your equipment back for you, and I've avenged you too. Seeing his younger brother's defiant expression, Jeang Yang couldn't help but laugh. From today onwards, I will never let that scoundrel of a man live under the same sky. Zhang Qi raised one hand, speaking with righteous indignation. All right, that's enough for today's battle. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's match. After carrying 80 kilograms of supplies for several hundred meters, Jeang Yang was truly exhausted. Furthermore, he gained some more proficiency points during the evacuation, and now his Pharaoh proficiency is 73%, which should be enough. By the way, Master, I heard that the Grand Golden Cup is broadcast live every year. Live streaming. Yes, whether you played in the Dark Zone or not, you can see the Grand Cup matches through your Dark Zone panel. Nanxiang introduced. This was done by the official team behind the Dark Zone instance, and their purpose should be to promote the Dark Zone instance. Most people have a certain degree of resistance to the unknown. By using the competition to let the public know about the Dark Zone, some people will become interested and enter the Dark Zone instance to try it out. I see, Jeang Yang nodded. It seemed that his actions would be seen by everyone in Yinqing. If they advanced to the provincial and national competitions, wouldn't it be broadcast live across the entire province and the whole country? Who knows, I might become famous. Jeang Yang immediately went online to check, and found that there were indeed quite a few celebrities in this life who became famous because of the Dark Zone. Liu Yangyang, Baiji, Ran Waxiang, Zhang Kongwang. There are countless similar celebrities. They are now extremely wealthy, either having founded top clubs and become behind-the-scenes owners, or serving as head coaches at top clubs. Will I start my own club in the future? Jeang Yang was full of anticipation for the future. Chapter 53, The God of Hunting and Eagle Eye. The night ends and the day dawns. Monday, March 25th. Today is the first day of the Grand Gold Cup material competition, and the first official competition will start at 8 o'clock in the morning. 7:30. Training ground. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Thump thump thump. Sizzle sizzle. Fully modified F-2000. Fully modified Pharaoh. Fully modified P-90. Jeang Yang and his two companions, armed with guns, crouched behind sandbags and fired at the fixed target in front of them. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of sweat. After this period of training, Zhang Qi and Nanxiang's accuracy has improved considerably. Jeang Yang's Pharaoh is already a demigod. All right, take a break and get ready for the official competition. Jeang Yang wiped away his sweat, signaling the end of training. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were back in Jeang Yang's living room. Jeang Yang opened the panel and entered the Grand Cherokee interface. The interface prominently displays the countdown to this competition, and all the registered teams are listed in order. Half Moon. Taurine is not acidic. Secondhand smoke from Ajax. Gotta Hunts. Brand new Carmona. Dreams come true. More than 20 teams in Yin City will compete in a resource-based match within the same matchmaking pool. Brother, this Hunter God Squad is the team from the White Dove Group, and they were also the top scorers last year. Nanxiang quickly discovered the Hunter God Squad. The White Dove Group must have more than just this one team, right? Zhang Yang Asket. Yes, last year they also placed 1 or 2 teams in each of the other cities in Jiangnan province. In the end, a total of 3 teams advanced to the provincial competition. 3 teams. Jeang Yang was slightly surprised. He had previously conducted research and found that the number of teams that could compete in the provincial competition was extremely limited. In a province, there are no more than 20 teams in total. And 3 of these teams belong to the White Dove Group. It's easy to imagine how influential the Beige Group is within the province. But for some reason, Beige only arranged 1 team in its own city this year, Nanxiang said, puzzled. Yes, Yin City is basically White Dove's territory. Half of the club teams here come from the White Dove Group. Zhang Qi also looked up a lot of information after registering. Perhaps they think this God of Hunters team is a sure thing. Jeang Yang knew that each city usually only had 1 or 2 teams advancing. If Beige is absolutely certain, there is indeed no need to place too many teams in Yin City. We're new here this year, so we don't need to set our goals too high. Jeang Yang paused, then slowly began the national championship. Zhang Qi turned around in surprise. Master, are you dreaming? Nanxiang waved his hand in front of Jeang Yang, trying to determine whether Jeang Yang was conscious. Just kidding. I'm new here, so I'll just take it one step at a time. Jeang Yang looked out the window, gazing into the distance. That was the direction of the city center and also the headquarters of the White Dove Group. Let's double-check the rules and get the equipment ready in advance, Jeang Yang ordered. Yes, the 2 brothers nodded. The Grand Gold Cup competition will officially begin at 8 a.m. 23 teams will be matched simultaneously, and the map will be one of the following random maps. Strengthen the farm, strengthen the valley, strengthen the northern mountain, strengthen the naval port. Each map is matched with 5 to 6 teams, and points are awarded based on the value brought in. Killing a special agent earns 50,000 points. In this mode, you automatically carry 6 master keys with a 10% increased drop rate. Also, no one can use safe boxes. Soon, it was 7:58, and Jeang Yang, as the team captain, entered the exclusive matchmaking pool. What kind of map will it be? Nanxiang asked impatiently. I'm so excited. Zhang Qi rubbed his hands together. Pool. Buzzing. Map loading. At the same time, the match viewing entrance appeared on the dark zone panel of everyone in Yin City. This portal will synchronize the match process and allow users to freely choose which map, team, or even the perspective of a special agent to view. In addition to the special mission perspective, you can also enter Ghost mode to view the map from the perspective of a completely transparent spirit. Ghost can fly freely within the map. Yinsure Weibo, trending topics. Top 1. The Dark Maggot contest is back, and its global popularity is unprecedented. Top 2. Dark Maggots equals poison. A 13-year-old child went astray into a dark area, and the parents cried out in vain. Top 3. Professor 118, a well-known figure in the dark, made a statement claiming that if he didn't have the money, he could rent out his idol Nulti T1. White Dove Group, top tier. Inside a high-end, luxurious office, a young man sits in an office chair, looking at his computer. The walls are adorned with exquisite oil paintings, and the table is neatly arranged with files and folders, as well as a high-end computer and other office equipment. The sofa is made of soft, genuine leather, making it very comfortable to sit on. The coffee table is decorated with exquisite vases and artworks, adding to the elegant style. The large floor-to-ceiling windows cover the entire wall, offering a panoramic view of the city's most bustling cityscape. Natural light streamed into the room, illuminating the successful man's back. Chairman, Miss requests an audience. The door was gently opened, and the secretary, slightly bowing, spoke from the doorway, awaiting instructions. Let her in, the man said succinctly. Yes. The secretary left, and a pretty woman walked in. Brother, Yin City is our territory. Why did you only send one team? Her name is Tang Muwei, and she is the younger sister of Tang Xinhan, the chairman of Beige Group, who is standing in front of her. Relying on family connections and his own abilities, he is currently the head coach of the White Dove Group. Every year, the teams that advance from Yin City are all ours, so I think we have no competitors left. Tang Xinhan's eyes always seem to be filled with worries, and he only responded calmly to his sister's accusations. What if the Hunter God squad fails? There have been precedents for this before, Tang Muwei asked anxiously. Chapter 54. The Purple Curtain of Smoke, the First Battle. Yin City is, after all, a prominent city in Jeang Yang province and the headquarters of the White Dove Group. If the teams that advance here aren't from the White Dove Group, wouldn't they become a laughing stock in the industry? Don't worry, their pre-match training statistics are out, and they far surpass the other ace team, Hawkeye. Tang Xinhan turned his head to look at the computer on his desk. The top displays the competition data for each of the White Pigeon teams. From kill count to damage dealt, all sorts of data were analyzed, even down to the amount of medicine and grenades used. Gray Pigeon has been pressing forward relentlessly. We will also seize the quotas from other cities in Jeang Yang province. Tang Xinhan's face not only showed the vigor and ambition of a young man, but also a mentality and shrewdness that did not belong to his age. Gray Pigeon. Upon hearing this term, Tang Muwei bit her lips slightly. The Gray Dove Group was established much earlier than the White Dove Group, after the turmoil caused by the Dark Zone in this world had gradually subsided. Its establishment was backed by established capital. As soon as they were established, they poached players from various clubs at high prices, turning the underground market in Jeang Yang province upside down. With the support of the capital behind it, Gray Pigeon's power grew extremely rapidly and soon became a large group comparable to White Pigeon. The White Dove was recently embroiled in a poaching scandal, with many of the skilled fighters it had trained being poached by the Gray Dove. The original 3 ace teams were disbanded and reorganized, becoming the current Hunter God and Eagle Eye. The old Purple Curtain apartment building connects to the Tulip Apartments and the auto repair shop. The silent corridor still bears the shadow of war, and the air is filled with a faint sense of desolation and the smell of wasteland. The brick wall in the backyard is mottled, and the cracks from the blast are still conspicuous. The second-floor window is broken, with only the window frame standing there forlornly. Although the war has ended, the lingering smell of gunpowder and gunpowder in the air has not dissipated for a long time. Splash. On the first floor of the Purple Curtain apartment, 3 fully armed figures gradually solidified. Simu numero uno. Looking at the blue and white walls in front of him, Jeang Yang immediately recognized that this was the supermarket on the first floor of the Zimu apartment in the military port. Follow me. Jeang Yang immediately turned left and went upstairs, heading towards the area where the insurance was waived. There's an insurance policy on the 3rd floor of the apartment building, and there's also an insurance policy in the key room of 302. Received. This is the first official match, and both brothers are giving it their all. It's already an upgrade, and the drop rate in the resource race is still 10 times higher than in the original mode. The 2 insurance policies on the 3rd floor have a very high success rate. Who's there? I have no grudge against you. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. DDDD. Eek. Upon arriving at the third-floor corridor, the two brothers carefully set up the surrounding area. At this moment, gunfire has already broken out at Shorewind Harbor, including from the direction of the post office. Go through this door and turn right into the small room. The bedside table is there, and it's not covered by insurance. Jeang Yang opened the door, but instead of going in to search for treasure himself, he handed over the great task of tomb raiding to the lucky Zhang Qi. Okay. Zhang Qi ran inside to check the safety mechanism. Nanxiang followed Jeang Yang across the corridor obstacles and arrived at the door of room B302. As Jeang Yang inserted the key, he also heard gunshots in the distance. Same as above, the bedside table in the small room inside. Jeang Yang succinctly explained the location of the safety device, letting Nanxiang feel it. Receive. Nanxiang immediately ran in. Jeang Yang returned to the end of the corridor and used the small window on the third floor to set up the location of the helicopter landing pad. Pharaoh's skill level is already very high. If the enemies in the post office, including those in Shorewind Harbor, dare to swagger out, Jeang Yang is confident that he can take them away. No achievements. 1 small purple coin and 3 stacks of pit coins. Zhang Qi's report came through the earpiece, his tone slightly disappointed. Mine too, for little purple ones in a row, and 1 4-square scam. Nanxiang looked at the cement inside the insured container and gave it the middle finger. It's okay, you guys continue to search the supplies in the apartment. If no one comes in, we'll leave in the last 5 minutes. The Dark Zone matches are different from those in PUBG. They're not just about fighting and killing. Developing a sound strategy and successfully evacuating with supplies is the key to success. Before the battle, Jeang Yang modified the Pharaoh scope to a 1/4x scope, since he could control the pressure anyway. After observing through the small window for a long time without any results, Jeang Yang also became somewhat puzzled. The initial gunfire lasted for a while and then stopped. Logically, several teams should have started fighting right at the beginning. Why is it so quiet? Did everyone go to the administration building? Just as Jeang Yang was about to put his gun away, 2 more shots rang out from the construction site. Are they all in the restaurant? Just as Jeang Yang was wondering, the GS2 headphones keenly detected a faint sound of footsteps downstairs. There are people downstairs. There are people on the 2nd floor. Leave them to me. Jeang Yang told Nanxiang and Zhang Qi to stay on the 3rd floor, and then headed up to the 2nd floor. Who are you? GG's voice. As they got closer to their target, they realized that the other party was Noah from room C202. This guy is an Easter egg on the naval port map. He appears sometimes. When he appears, C202, which was originally the key room, will automatically open. Thump thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. After Noah was killed, a flurry of footsteps came from the direction of Tulip Apartments. Thump thump thump. 1, 2, 3, 4 full formation. It's here. Jeang Yang held his breath and replaced the drum magazine containing the M61. Zhang Qi. South wall. Someone's coming downstairs. Jeang Yang called to his teammates and also moved to a new position. The enemy is getting closer and closer. This will be their first battle on the enhanced map, and also the first battle in the Grand Gold Cup resource race. The enemy's advance split in 2 from the Tulip Apartments, heading towards the auto repair shop and the backyard respectively to encircle them. The 3 met on the 2nd floor, and Jeang Yang quickly devised a strategy. Zhang Qi, you stand here on the steel frame on the 2nd floor against the south wall. Be careful to use your talent to heal Zhang Qi as soon as he gets injured. Receive. Zhang Qi and Nanxiang nodded solemnly and tossed their backpacks into the corner. Zhang Qi possesses an innate talent for inflicting absolute blunt force trauma, preventing him from being taken down in a single shot. Furthermore, the south wall's absolute healing ability can extend Zhang Qi's condition once more. Peeking out from the steel frame on the 2nd floor, one could just reach the enemy coming from the backyard path. As for the enemy in the direction of the auto repair shop, Jeang Yang was confident in dealing with them. The battle was about to begin, and Jeang Yang put his backpack on the ground. Looking in the direction the enemy was about to approach, Jeang Yang took out a colored syringe from his ammunition pouch. Chapter 55 New Items Never Before Appeared. The Grand Golden Cup officially began, and tens of thousands of people quickly flocked to watch each map of Yen City. Those who hadn't yet chosen a map were also engaged in heated discussions in the main spectator hall. Mondstadt's dramatic Wendy. It's finally starting. Time to open my treasured 82 chips. Laughs. Shadow, a military enthusiast. For us military enthusiasts, this is a gunfight extravaganza. Cheers. Little Tomato. Which match should I watch? Why isn't Yi Dong in it? Thumbs down. Chin Ching Ting Yu. Last year's champion was Hunter God, and this year we'll definitely see Hunter God clearing the map and dominating. The Extinction Spirit. Holy crap. I heard there are new items appearing at the naval port. Dark Zone newcomer. New gadget? Really? Exploding TNT. Let me see. Jay takes off his glasses. White Dove Group. How's the traffic right now? Tang Xinhan asked, rubbing his temples as he sat at his desk. Our Hunter God map has the highest popularity, ranking first with 20,000 online players. Other maps only have less than 10,000 viewers. Secretary Lin looked at the data panel and smiled proudly. Yeah, after all, Hunter God is a team that has entered the provincial competition. Tang Xinhan was not surprised by this, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. This also means that the teams sent by Gray Pigeon this year are not very popular, and popularity is generally proportional to the strength of the teams on the map. Wait, the popularity of the naval port map is soaring. It's already reached 15,000. Secretary Lin's eyes widened, his gaze slightly skewed. How was that possible? Are there any strong teams on this naval port map? Tang Xinhan also perked up. Could it be that Gray Pigeon has designs on Yen City this year? No, that's not it. I saw people in the hall saying that new items have appeared in the naval port. A new item? Tang Xinhan became interested upon hearing this, exited the valley map where his own Hunter God squad was located, and went to the enhanced military port map to take a look. A few minutes ago, enhanced the map of the naval port. Hello everyone, I'm Little Maggot. I'm a top-notch AI commentator from Dark Maggot. Little Maggot, will be providing commentary for this entire match. Today's match takes place in the reinforced naval port blockade zone. You know, the naval port is a small place with many people, so it's very easy to run into each other and start fighting right at the beginning of the game. Okay, the members have been selected. Tulip Apartments, Shore Breeze Harbor, Restaurant, Construction Site, Post Office, and Purple Curtain Apartments have all accepted applicants. Which team will face off in the first match? Little Maggot's voice was strong and clear, which heightened the tense atmosphere in the naval port. Comments, just look at this dungeon. You'll only feel bad if you play it. Comment, exactly, I love watching those fully armed people get killed for nothing. The dream come true from Shorewind Harbor was the first to use smoke and rush towards the administration building, leaving one person behind to clean up Shorewind Harbor security clearance. They're really well trained and have a clear division of labor. The tiny AI flies overhead, observing from a godlike perspective. The brand new version of Carmona at Purple Curtain Apartments has also begun the process of testing the waters, but two special agents keep running into obstacles, seemingly unfamiliar with the map. The people at the restaurant and the construction site have spotted each other, but they're all keeping their guns at a distance, and the situation is deadlocked. Oh, the I'll Raid the Gold U6 group from Tulip Apartments decided to storm Purple Curtain Apartments after 2.5 minutes of silent observation. Let's fight. Let's fight. The Little Maggot AI, always eager for a good show, was afraid that the special forces on the naval port map wouldn't engage in combat. Okay, as you can see from this God's Eye view, the I'm Raiding the Gold U6 team has split into two groups, preparing to surround the brand new Carmona in the apartment. Meanwhile, the brand new version of Carmona has also quickly deployed its strategy. Wait, what's this? What did this contestant named Jeang Yang take out? Colored syringes. Am I seeing things? Do Dark Maggots have this stuff? The chat was filled with comments like, huh? The comments section was filled with comments. Is it scripted? Comments. Hey, this is a bot. How could it possibly have scripts? Approximately 10 centimeters long and 8 millimeters in diameter, this colorful syringe will give Jeang Yang unprecedented fighting energy and willpower. Sizzle. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Jeang Yang's vision became clearly colored. With an expanded hearing range, the enemy's exact location can be accurately pinpointed. They're here. Jeang Yang held the pharaoh in his hand, placing it beside the door. Thump, thump, thump. 1. Thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The first enemy had just peeked out from around a corner when Jeang Yang shot him in the head and took him away. Immediately afterwards, Jeang Yang caught the sound of the bolt being pulled from the other side, immediately moved to the side and come to the small door in front of the laundry room. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The enemy was still bombarding the spot where Jeang Yang had fired his gun when Jeang Yang took them out with a single burst of fire. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, also gained a considerable advantage by taking advantage of his talent. As the enemy charged, they deliberately looked towards the steel frame on the second floor and opened fire immediately upon seeing Zhang Qi. But it certainly wasn't as fast as Zhang Qi, who had set up a trap beforehand. Dee-dee-dee-dee, bang bang. The first enemy was taken away, and the second enemy tried to fight back. Although he was hit in the head, Zhang Qi retreated unscathed. He pulled out the magazine of the M110 with a puzzled look. It was clearly filled with M62 rounds. Could the opponent be wearing a level 6 helmet? The enemy, refusing to believe it, took out a pre-prepared magazine containing 10 M61 rounds from their ammunition rack. Meanwhile, an offensive mine had already been thrown out of the second floor window. Instant explosion. Boom. He tried to dodge, but there was no time to react. While his ears were ringing, Zhang Qi poked his head out again and successfully launched a sneak attack. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Ugh. The enemy died under the armored vehicle next to him. The entire four-man team was wiped out. But it wasn't over yet. A flurry of footsteps could be heard coming from the alleyway, facing the post office. Watch out for the backyard. Jeang Yang, still under the influence of the rainbow needle, prepared on the first floor. Zhang Qi cautiously peeked out, attempting to kill a few more enemies. Hiss. But this team was clever. Once they reached the backyard, they simply laid out smoke and advanced. Brother, I can't reach them when they lay out smoke. Zhang Qi shrank back, feeling flustered when he heard footsteps close by. It's all right. I'll hold the line on the first floor. You guys guard the stairwell, Jeang Yang replied calmly. At the same time, he seized the opportunity and threw firecrackers through the gap in the backyard. Sizzle. Boom. Boom. After losing 2, the enemy's offensive momentum was clearly slowed down, and their morale was also weakened. Not daring to enter the first floor rashly, they could only throw grenades inside. Sizzle. Seeing the parabola flying overhead, Jeang Yang had no choice but to retreat all the way back to the entrance of the supermarket. The enemy swarmed in after the thunder. Bang, 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 bang. The moment they entered, the enemy fired preemptive shots into every corner of the first floor. Chapter 56, I really didn't open it. Jeang Yang remained positioned in the passageway ahead, attempting to kill one enemy before retreating. In a stairwell in the middle of the corridor, there was a south wall, and Zhang Qi secretly setting up a trap. With their sneak attack and cover, Jeang Yang's successful escape was not a problem. The enemy was exposed, but he leaped from the sofa like a shadow. Thud! The height was too high, causing Jeang Yang to miss a shot, and his position was exposed, so he quickly retreated. Charge! An enemy was about to press his advantage when he was stopped by the captain beside him. As if he had a premonition, the captain dodged and threw a firecracker towards the top of the stairwell on the right. Boom! The south wall of the stairwell, which had been secretly propped up, suddenly turned completely dark. Although he didn't know how he had been exposed, he quickly retreated to the second floor. I'll save you. Zhang Qi was standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. He went up the south wall, turned left, and stuck a needle into his own abdomen. He recovered incredibly quickly. As expected, charged to the second floor first. The enemy successfully anticipated the sneak attack on the south wall and knew that Wu Hei would rush up immediately. Thump, thump, thump. For large footsteps rushed towards them simultaneously, and Zhang Qi's heart jumped into his throat. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Bang, 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 bang. Ugh. Zhang Qi positioned himself at the top of the stairs, and the F-2000 fired A-1 missiles wildly, but it was like scraping a cupping itch. The enemy reacted quickly, firing in pairs at the south wall on one side and at Zhang Qi on the other. The first few shots that hit Zhang Qi were blunt force wounds. Zhang Qi killed one enemy with a slingshot, but he was also shot and fell to the ground. Just as Nanxiang's health was fully restored, the enemy charged in. P-90 fired and took down one enemy, but was then taken down by the enemy behind him. Ugh, damn it. Why is he so muscular? The original 4-person team was reduced to only 2, and the captain, who had survived by sheer luck, was completely baffled. Even though he had already swallowed a firecracker, he still needed to be shot 4 or 5 times before he died. This guy's pretty tough too. He reacted so quickly to the 5 sets to the left. He should have been able to turn the tables and kill them, another member said, pointing to Zhang Qi's corpse. He also turned completely red from 3 black spots, received a regeneration needle, and began surgery on the spot. This is weird. Could it be a Dark Zone talent? The captain frowned, his brow furrowed inside his N95 helmet. You administer the medicine first. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings. He knew there was still one enemy alive, who had probably already sneaked up to the 2nd floor via the other staircase. That was indeed the case, but Jeang Yang didn't reach the 2nd floor, but the 3rd floor. He was now crawling in the shadows on the 3rd floor, gradually approaching the top of the 2 people. There's a large gap between the 2nd and 3rd floors at this location. Jeang Yang can steal from the enemies on the 2nd floor from directly above. Meanwhile, the 2 enemies were completely unaware of this. One was undergoing surgery, and the other was still wondering whether Jeang Yang was hiding on the 1st or 2nd floor. It's here. Jeang Yang finally climbed directly above the 2 of them, quietly squatted down, and peered down. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. 3 headshots took down the enemy undergoing surgery. Another enemy reacted quickly, but also fell into a disadvantageous position during the gunfight. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang. Ugh. Proficiency +1. Jeang Yang's left arm was blackened, and all the enemies were killed. The rainbow needle quickly restores health and repairs wounds in other parts of the body. Jeang Yang also performed STO surgery. Little maggot. A fight broke out at Purple Curtain Apartment. Jeang Yang killed 2 enemies in a row. That was a brilliant move. The chat was filled with comments like, wow, this guy's got skills. His reaction time is amazing. Comment, stranger. The live chat was filled with comments like, Doc's Rubik test. The chat was filled with comments like, wait, what exactly was that needle he just used? I've been playing Dark Zone for a year, and I've never seen it before. Little maggot. Our gaze shifts to the backyard. Wait, the headshot wasn't even through the armor. Zhang Qi's Type 03 heavy helmet blocked an M62 bullet for him. Comments, huh? Piggy hero big mouth emoji. Times in. The chat was filled with comments like, headshot and he didn't die? Or, am I blind? Comments, is this blunt force trauma? The chat was filled with comments like, his physique is too strong. He can't finish the stream. Peeking out again, a quick explosive attack, grenade followed by suppressive fire, took down the last enemy. Little Maggot explained, this brand new Carmona team is incredibly strong. They wiped out a full squad with 0 damage at the start. Comment, 03 heavy helmet. Yeah, that's really powerful. Oh, the post office is big gold. I'm here couldn't sit still either. He rushed over at the sound of gunfire, arriving just in time for the tail end of this wave of battle. Time is running out for the brand new Carmona. How will they cope? Upon arriving in the backyard, the 2 teams started feeding each other grenades. The comment section was filled with comments like, he didn't even get blown up himself? What a bad review. The comments section read, he should take the blame for his own mishap. Little Maggot, big gold, I'm coming, was fierce, charging straight in, and even doing a side jump while standing on the sofa. The chat was filled with comments like, activating battle mode, electronic music. Jeang Yang's attempt to hold the point failed, and he retreated a bit. But Nanxiang is still there. Holy crap. That was a direct prediction. 5 black men from the south wall. 4 of them charged straight in. The live chat was filled with comments like, ha ha ha. Comment, south wall. I didn't miss it either. Surprised. Little Maggot. It's over. Nanxiang and Zhang Qi are no match. Now brand new version Carmona has only 1 player left. Where is he? He's on the 3rd floor. Maggots. He's turned into maggots. These are a unique creature of the dark maggots. They're usually found on farms and at TV stations. I never thought I'd see them in a naval port. Jeang Yang is still crawling, without making a sound. Little Maggot said, getting more and more agitated as he spoke. Oh no, the Jean, I'm here, and the others haven't noticed at all. They're still in surgery. Ah, Zhang Yang circulate. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. I declare that maggots are the strongest creatures in the Dark Zone. The comment section was filled with 6,666. The comment section read, Jeang Yang showed the same smile as Ed Stafford. Just then, gunshots rang out from the helipad, and the helicopter tent was torn down. Upon opening the panel, The map already displayed a countdown to evacuation in less than 2 minutes. There was no time to mourn for Nanxiang and Zhangqi. After finishing his surgery, Jeang Yang quickly headed towards the end of the third-floor corridor. Each kill is worth 50,000 Cohen coins, so Jeang Yang naturally wants to kill as many as possible. Upon reaching the window, there were indeed 2 fully armed special agents carrying large bags, heading from the tent toward the tail of the helicopter. But before Jeang Yang could fire, they were killed by a bullet coming from the direction of the post office, and the 2 of them fell asleep immediately. There are other experts. Jeang Yang, carrying the corpse, prepared to wait for the opportune moment to strike. However, the other party, as a seasoned veteran, also possessed extremely high professional qualities, and the smoke arrived before the person did. The 2 corpses were enveloped in thick smoke, making it impossible for Jeang Yang to defend himself. Damn it! Relying on his memory of the corpse's location, Jeang Yang fired several shots blindly. Bang, bang, bang. The distance wasn't too far, and the shots were very steady, hitting almost the same spot. But Jeang Yang didn't know if he had hit the enemy, until a pop-up window appeared on the system panel. Proficiency +1. Chapter 57. Jeang Yang and Yuan. Did you hit him? No one ran out of the smoke. Skill level doesn't lie. After the smoke cleared, a corpse was indeed found on the ground. No, I really didn't open it. What else could Jeang Yang say? He was in a situation he couldn't explain himself, no matter what he did. Little maggot, our gaze shifts to the other side. Dreams Come True has shipped. Captain Dream is not false. Found a golden lion statue in the secret storage room. Comment, standing lion. Flying. The chat was filled with comments like, this is a bomb, throw it away. They split into 2 groups. 2 of them planned to retreat first to preserve their capital, while the other 2 members went to kill people. Dream Not False and Note Daydreaming have arrived at the helicopter tent. The first group of planes didn't get towed, so they're getting ready to use the helicopter. But things are not good. A guy from a construction site just happened to come to the post office. His name is Snow Swordsman. He's currently rummaging through the drawers in the post office's key room. Damn it, Snow Swordsman just came out of the key room. Dead. The fully upgraded H4 used 995 bullets. Dream Not False and No Daydreaming went straight to sleep. What a pity. The rest of the Dreams Come True team are on their way. But Snow Swordsman has used smoke and is going straight to loot the body. Hey, Jeang Yang on the 3rd floor of the apartment just happened to see this. He was about to come and fight, but there's smoke. This is going to be tough for him. Bang, bang, bang. Wait. He went straight through the smoke. Zhang Yang eliminated Snow Swordsman. The chat was filled with comments like, huh? Comments, Piggy Hero's big mouth, times in. The chat was filled with comments like, it's completely transparent. The comments section says, not turning it off counts as turning it on? You guys are just jealous. Little maggot, this Jeang Yang is so talented. Why are they in such a hurry to evacuate? Could they have already shipped the goods? Jeang Yang couldn't help but wonder as the other party was coming from the direction of the administration building. I immediately went downstairs to check my backpack. Thump, thump, thump. Coming down the stairs and looking at the corpses scattered all over the 2nd floor, Jeang Yang felt a mix of emotions. Zhangqi and Nanxiang were just ordinary special forces, so it's not surprising that they died in the high-intensity, reinforced blockade. However, seeing their sacrifice still stirred some emotions in Jeang Yang's heart. Fortunately, the Grand Gold Cup competition uses a separate, isolated matchmaking pool, and there is no rule that only allows 1 death per week. Just as I reached the auto repair shop, gunshots rang out from the direction of the administration building. Someone's coming. They've started fighting again. Bang, 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 bang. Dee dee dee. Ugh, ugh. After the men near the tent were cleared out, 2 footsteps arrived one after another. Teammates. Jeang Yang immediately stepped quietly and slowly peered outside. Only 2 people were ambushed just now, but the teams in the supply race are basically full. It's not hard to guess that the teammates of the 2 who were first eliminated have arrived. Jeang Yang arrived at the door of the auto repair shop and peeked out slightly to observe. The view was limited here, and only 2 figures could be seen walking by. Then came the sound of smoke billowing from ahead. Licking the cigarette, and then licking the bag? Jeang Yang simply laid down on the ground and transformed into maggots again. Found it, it's here. As long as it's still here, Hurry up and get the plane. Uh-huh. As he drew closer, Jeang Yang could vaguely hear their conversation. Pulling an airplane? Did you get my permission? Jeang Yang was the one who killed the people, so the supplies naturally belonged to Jeang Yang. Try and steal my bag? Maybe in your next life. One person remained inside the smoke, while the other, seeing the surroundings were so quiet, quickly came out and ran towards the tent. Jeang Yang, lying behind the sandbags on the ground, successfully gained a field of vision. He crouched down quietly, aiming his gun at the tent. Hello. Thump, thump, thump. The moment the other side pulled the plane, the M61 shotgun was used to shoot the feet. I'm down 6, brother. The other person was still shouting, even after falling to the ground. Jeang Yang immediately turned around, poked half his head out, and blindly scanned the smoke. Thump, 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 thump. The smoke flew out in a parabolic arc, and Jeang Yang immediately jumped back. Boom! It doesn't matter if he didn't sweep them up. Jeang Yang went into the tent and finished off the enemies first. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Proficiency +1. The Pharaoh's proficiency has been steadily increasing, reaching 80%. The smoke had dissipated, and the other party rushed over, trying to take down Jeang Yang. Thump, thump, thump. The two were very close, within 15 meters. Jeang Yang pulled out of the tent, and, without using the scope, fired a hip shot that blew the head off. Thump, thump. Ugh. The enemy fell asleep immediately. Hello everyone, this is Little Maggot. You are currently watching the preliminary round of the Grand Gold Cup supply race. And this round's map is the reinforced military port blockade zone. The comment section was filled with, "We can't get enough of it." The comment section says, Jeang Yang forgot to turn off this. After Jeang Yang used the smoke grenade, he prepared to loot the bag. But the other 2 members of the Dream Come True team from the administration building also arrived. They will face off against Jeang Yang in the final showdown. Both Dreaming in a Dream and Dreamer's Dream are fully equipped with 5 sets of gear, one with a fully modified M4 and the other with a fully modified August. Oh, they're one step ahead of Jeang Yang. They've already started sealing off the area. Both of them moved quickly. One was rummaging through his backpack, and the other was looking at his ID tag. Oh, Dream Within a Dream. Found the golden lion statue. As expected, what belonged to our own team ended up in our hands in the end. But Jeang Yang is getting closer and closer. Good heavens, he's turned into a maggot again. The live chat read, a large-scale documentary, The Diamond Pattern Rattlesnake. The chat was filled with comments like, squeak, squeak. Jeang Yang hasn't made a sound. Will he succeed this time? In the dream of the dreamer went to set up the tent. The 2 of them didn't want to linger in the fight and wanted to retreat directly with the golden lion. Oh my god, the dark maggot arena doesn't require eyesight. How come he didn't see Jeang Yang? Jeang Yang crouched down. He's about to launch a sneak attack. Success. Jeang Yang Lu has arrived. He's not fighting alone. He's not alone. Dream Within a Dream reacted quickly. He immediately collapsed inside the smoke. Oh my god. Jeang Yang swept the air and retreated. He then removed the dream of the dreamer. Dream Within a Dream has taken action. He threw away his backpack, confidently switched weapons, and wondered if his fully modified August would give him the answer he wanted. Jeang Yang actually did the Emperor's dry duck. Oh my god, he shot from the waist. Hip shot to the head. How is this possible? Isn't that the short-barreled Pharaoh? Little Maggot's eyes were opened again by AI. The 2 were a full 10 meters apart. Comments. Is this not on? Fly-in. The chat was filled with comments like, I've tried the Pharaoh's hip fire. It's impossible. The chat was filled with comments like, wall vision plus aimbot. The chat was filled with comments like, you will be cursed by the Pharaoh. The live chat commented, isn't this just pure Juventus? The live chat read, Jeang Yang Juventus. Chapter 58, is this Pharaoh authentic? White Dove Group. Tang Xinhan, who was watching the game, was stunned and stood there. Is this Pharaoh authentic? The secretary asked slowly. Luck. There are no scripts in the Dark Zone dungeon. Tang Xinhan couldn't believe it either, but that was the only conclusion he could draw for the time being. He was very lucky. The bullet just happened to hit his head. Then how do you explain that wave that went through the smoke? They were over 100 meters away, and all the bullets hit the same spot. They even killed the enemy inside the smoke. Are you trying to say that was just luck? The secretary's sense of the Dark Zone was crumbling. Tang Xinhan remained silent. This contestant named Jeang Yang had successfully caught his attention. White Pigeon Training Room. How is this possible? Tang Mui was watching the replay of the match repeatedly. However, as a head coach, she wasn't watching her own player's game. Instead, she was watching the replay of Jeang Yang's match. The two clips of Jeang Yang killing someone through smoke and shooting someone in the head with a hip shot are playing on a loop. With only 7 minutes left on the map, the fighting has been completed and the retreat has been completed. The entire naval port fell completely silent, and Jeang Yang quickly began looting the supplies. First, find a large bags and large ammo pouches, and while you're at it, roughly note down the high-value items in each bag. There were 15 corpses in total. 2 of them belonged to Zhangqi and Nanchang. This wave of licking is simply too much to finish. But Jeang Yang refused to believe it. After all, he had muscle-strengthening agents at his disposal, and the naval port was small, so he only needed to wait for the last 3 minutes to pull the limit brakes to retreat. He didn't need to walk too far, which greatly increased the time he could spend looting. He can loot 15 supplies in 7 minutes, which means he can only look at each supply for less than 30 seconds. This doesn't even include the time it took to pull the plug and detonate bullets, or the time spent searching for the bag. Back in the apartment, the more Jeang Yang licked his head, the bigger it got. FA Commander's ammo pouch, 926 large bag, fully modified AR-57 with flashlight, FA assault helmet, and level 5 heavy armor with level 2 leg armor. This is only the supplies for the first corpse. These people almost all had 5 sets of weapons, and all of their firearms were worth more than 70,000. Fully modified G-18C, MPX M110, H4. Jeang Yang simply picked up only firearms and level 5 helmets. For guns that take up a lot of space, disassemble the parts that are worth more than 10,000. Guns that take up little space can be folded up and put in a bag. Diamond ring, gold cup, key 201. Due to the tenfold drop rate in the resource competition, most of these people have 1 or 2 small gold items in their backpacks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jeang Yang had never licked so happily in his life. Too fat. In the last 3 minutes, Jeang Yang reluctantly went to pull the switch and then continued licking the 5 bags near the tent. Stamp album? It's not worth not picking it up. RAM and hard drive? I won't pick it up, that's too cheap. Hand grenade? Sorry, no thanks. The gold watch, I'll take it. A 1 rounds? Don't use them. 995? Knock, knock, knock. The gold bracelet, I'll take it. Bullion? Take it. Antenna? No way. Take the brooch. Laptop? Barely managed to get it. Da-da-da-da-da. Jeang Yang pulled the limit switch. Time was down to the last minute. The helicopter had already begun to land, and the rotors suddenly whipped up a strong wind, swirling up trash and pieces of paper from the ground. Persistence is victory, just 2 more packs. Jeang Yang was already numb from licking them. If it weren't for the muscle-strengthening agent, he would have been crushed by the golden mountain on his back long ago, currently carrying a load of 89.65 kilograms. Thankfully, it can still hold some. In order to loot the supplies, Jeang Yang had already discarded all the medicines and tactical items he had on him, including Hong Yang supplies. Upon reaching the last bag, Jeang Yang was the first to open the backpack. 6 squares? Golden lion statue. Holy crap, Jeang Yang almost lost his balance. He immediately threw away his laptop and a 95 level 5 helmet from his bag and replaced them with the 6-slot golden lion statue. After fiddling around for a while, losing the brooch and game console, he finally picked up the laptop. But thinking about it carefully, the level 5 helmet in this life is 3 times more expensive, not the 50,000 or 60,000 it was in the previous life. Jeang Yang decisively threw away his laptop and picked up the N95 camera. There are only 15 seconds left in the countdown. We need to wait 10 seconds at the evacuation point. Jeang Yang rushed in, just in time for the last second. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, pool. Successful evacuation, with goods worth 2.55 million. Hello everyone, this is Little Maggot. After killing the restaurant crew and the other 3 people from the construction site, they left through the evacuation point next to the administration building, handing in 2 ID tags. Now Jeang Yang is the only player left on the entire map. He started looting the bags. What a pity, there's not much time left. There are 15 bags in total. I'm sure we won't be able to loot them all. Wow, Jeang Yang's looting skills are amazing. He clearly memorized the locations of all the corpses. His route is very clever, allowing him to loot all the way without backtracking. What is Jeang Yang doing? He's actually starting to discard the grenades he's carrying. It seems there's too much gold to fit in all of it. Let's take a look at his packs. 2 old ones are laid flat on top of the 44-slot coffin pack. Inside the old ones is a rush, and inside the rush are 2 horizontal commander's ammo pouches. The firearms were basically all disassembled with the best parts, and the ammunition was also reduced. Damn, he's not even interested in the level 4 BP rounds. He only picks up level 5 bullets. Oh dear, I'm so fat. It's the last minute. Jeang Yang won't get so carried away that he forgets he needs to evacuate, will he? The chat was filled with comments like, "Hurry up and get out of there. Those 2 bags are empty." With only 50 seconds left, will he find the golden lion statue? He noticed, and Jeang Yang stumbled, dropping his laptop and a 95 camera. Comment: speed is impressive. The comment on the screen read, "Notebook. You can see a person clearly in 3 seconds." The live chat displayed, and 95 helmet. So, he picked up the laptop again, but lost it again, and put on the 95 helmet instead. Comment: laptop, clown. The live chat was filled with comments like, haha. Wow, they even mischievously timed it for the last second. A last-minute evacuation. Congratulations to Jeang Yang's team, the brand new version Carmona, for bringing home a product worth $2.55 million. Finally, after the evacuation, Jeang Yang's figure reappeared in the real world. "Brother, you're amazing." Zhang Qi hugged him tightly. "As expected of my master, even the bag is so smooth." Nanxiang exclaimed excitedly. After they were eliminated, they returned to the real world to watch the game. After witnessing Jeang Yang kill someone through smoke and perform a spectacular hip-fire headshot, he transformed into Tarzan. Don't be too happy yet. There aren't many of us to begin with, and the value I bring out by myself is simply not enough. Jeang Yang remained relatively calm, constantly monitoring the value rankings displayed on the panel. Soon, the total value of all the supplies brought out by each team in the first supplies competition was tallied. First place, God of Hunters, 4.25 million. Second place, Dawn, 3.61 million. Third place, Taurine Without Acid, 3.1 million. Sixth place, brand new version Carmona, 2.9 million, including task force kill points. There were over 20 teams in total, and most of them didn't leave after the first match. Jeang Yang's brand new version Carmona ranked 6th. This ranking might be very high for ordinary people, but for Jeang Yang, it was a failing grade. He wants to advance to the provincial competition, and based on past performance, he needs to rank at least in the top 2 in Yin City to have a chance. Chapter 59, Crawling Training. The gap is still too big. Looking at the ranking of the teams that brought out the supplies, Jeang Yang sighed helplessly. There were 6 rounds in total, and in the first round, someone else pulled out more than 1 million. Through this competition, Jeang Yang gained a clearer understanding of how difficult it is to advance. It seems that not only must we successfully evacuate, but we must also ensure the evacuation of many people. If Zhang Qi and Nanxiang were still alive in the last game, they could have at least evacuated with 4 million worth of supplies. However, after playing so many games, Jeang Yang also discovered a blind spot. This version of the Dark Zone is more realistic, and there is no uniform stamina bar in terms of physical fitness. A player's physical strength in real life will be synchronized into the game and enhanced accordingly. This also means that you can improve your physical fitness in the dungeon through your own training. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Qi suddenly had a bad feeling. Master, what's wrong? Nanxiang sensed that Jeang Yang's gaze was a bit off. It was cold and carried a murderous aura. The next match is tomorrow. Starting today, you'll all come with me to the training ground for grueling training, Jeang Yang said calmly. Devil training? Jeang Yang and Nanxiang looked at each other in bewilderment. They had only ever seen these 4 characters on television, and when it actually happened to them, they found it hard to accept. How many devils are there? Nanxiang tentatively asked. With a shift in perspective, the 3 of them had already arrived at the training ground. Since physical fitness is the same in the game and in real life, Jeang Yang simply set up his training in the game's training ground. Jeang Yang's grueling training program was divided into 2 parts, Rattlesnake and Still Motionless. The first training exercise, codenamed Rattlesnake. You lie on the ground and practice crawling silently. At first, make sure your movements are correct and try not to make too much noise. As their coach, Jeang Yang began to give them special training. Crawling into shadows is an essential skill for every battle-hardened special agent. No matter where you are or what kind of predicament you encounter, crawling is a great way to make tactical moves. With the right tactics, it's even possible to turn the tide and win from a disadvantageous position. Zhang Qi and Nan Chong are not required to have strong combat capabilities, but they must at least be able to protect themselves. This way, Jeang Yang would have a chance to evacuate with their million-dollar fortune. Zhang Qi was a little confused, but he still did as he was told and lay down on the ground. The anticipated, grueling training was like going through fire and water, and, at the very least, it would leave one exhausted and miserable. But this training doesn't seem to be very difficult. Okay, Nanxiang had absolute trust and obedience towards Jeang Yang and immediately did as instructed. Furthermore, his movements and postures were far more standard than Zhang Qi's. Good, that's it. Slowly crawl forward. Jeang Yang encouraged them while guiding their movements. Unexpectedly, the first thing I cultivated was not the kind of fighting machine born for killing in the movies, but a feature of the game in my previous life, the diamond-spotted rattlesnake. Jeang Yang's plan was simple. As long as the two of them did the right things in the early stages, they could gradually speed things up later. Since the crawling speed in this life can be improved through training, Jeang Yang must push their crawling speed to its limit. Thud! A golden 80mm bullet struck the ground to Zhang Qi's right. Hey bro, you scared me. Zhang Qi was startled by the sudden bullet. Look at Nanxiang's actions, and then look at yours. Crawling forward. Where are your hands placed? Jeang Yang said sternly. If Zhang Qi wasn't given a good talking to, he would definitely slack off. Oh, Zhang Qi mimicked the south wall's movements, murmuring softly in a voice only he could hear. Yugademu. The two quickly learned the standard crawling motion, with Jeang Yang behind them, using bullets to urge them to speed up. Thud! Hurry up, speed up. Thud! Zhang Qi, speed up. Wow, what are you doing? Zhang Qi cried as he crawled, crying as he crawled. Soon, only Zhang Qi's cries and Pharaoh's gunshots remained on the training ground. 10 minutes later, next project, stay put. A qualified veteran, oh no, a soldier, must have extremely strong self-discipline. On the ever-changing battlefield, you might be lying in a ditch, on the grass, or even in the mountains. At this time, no matter what ants or insects crawl on you, or any slight movement of the wind, you must remain absolutely still, waiting for the best opportunity to fight. MHM. The two brothers nodded. Lie prone with your gun, eyes focused on the target in front of you. Hold this position for 10 minutes. Move even slightly, and you'll be penalized with a pokeball. Jeang Yang toyed with firecrackers in his hand, tossing them into the air and catching them steadily as he walked, explaining the rules as he went. Zhang Qi and Nan Chong immediately lay prone on the ground with their guns in hand, not daring to move an inch except for their eyelids. Sweat quickly trickled down my cheeks, leaving them sticky and incredibly itchy. Zhang Qi could hardly contain himself. His face trembled. Brother, I'm your own brother. Even my own brother can't be touched. Jeang Yang immediately gripped the bolt of the firecracker tightly. Zhang Qi ultimately held back. Nanxiang wasn't having an easy time either. His armpits were itchy, causing his body to sway and twist uncontrollably. South wall, this is a warning. Jeang Yang noticed this astutely and reprimanded the person. As a veteran, Jeang Yang possesses extremely high combat skills. He had already endured the suffering of this itchy feeling when he first joined the army and practiced military posture. Bye. Just then, the system in Jeang Yang's mind beeped. Ding! System mission, specialized training. Draw a random weapon and upgrade it to maximum proficiency. Mission completion reward. Mysterious blueprint, X1. Task completion time, 12 hours. Mission failure penalty, minus 10% proficiency in all weapon types. Ding! Claim now. What is the mysterious blueprint? Jeang Yang was naturally extremely excited that the system mission had finally arrived. Ding! The mysterious blueprint corresponds to a mysterious workbench, unlocking a new crafting recipe. So I'll take it. Jeang Yang rubbed his hands excitedly. This task isn't difficult. It only requires leveling up the proficiency of one weapon, and he happens to have half a day to do it. Ding! Successful claim. Random weapon draw in progress. Ding! The weapon you need to max out your proficiency with is the AX-50. Axe? No problem. As a veteran player, Jeang Yang naturally understood the power of AX. As the saying goes, when a EX rings, gold pours in. Even the best-equipped 6-piece suit in the Dark Zone can be taken down with a single shot by an AX. If Jeang Yang could improve his AX proficiency to the extreme, wouldn't he be able to directly use hipfire? Shooting AX normally definitely requires a high-powered scope and meticulous aiming. However, considering that Pharaoh's 80% proficiency level already puts him on the verge of becoming Uvinus, AX's potential is definitely not low. In addition, the AX itself has a longer range and more powerful bullets than the Pharaoh. The strength they unleash later on will definitely not be much weaker than that of the Pharaoh. Chapter 60, The Fallen White Dove. Jeang Yang had already raised his proficiency with the AX-50 to over 60%. That gun is still in Jeang Yang's warehouse. From now on, you two will supervise each other and take turns practicing. I'm going to practice some shooting in real combat. I'll be checking on the results tonight. Jeang Yang gave some instructions to the two trainees. Receive. Yes. Then Jeang Yang left the training ground, put on his equipment, a Pharaoh and an AX, and entered the training ground. That old man is finally gone. The moment Jeang Yang left, Zhang Qi quickly started scratching his back. Summer is almost here, and the sun inside this dungeon is scorching hot, making your back sticky with sweat. Zhang Qi, we can't slack off. We really need to train hard. Nanxiang was scratching his own armpit, but he still spoke earnestly. He felt guilty when he thought about how he and Zhang Qi had given up. If they hadn't died, the team's ranking wouldn't have fallen so far behind. If they can only maintain this ranking, the rewards they receive will not even be as high as their initial registration fee. That's true. Zhang Qi understood as well. Now the die was cast, and the die had to be cast. They had no choice but to give it their all. Then let me scold you first. I also want to experience what it's like to be a farmer. The scene suddenly changed in the next second. Zhang Qi, holding an F-2000, grinned and pointed it at the south wall. Hey, don't go off the rails. The south wall began its crawling practice. Zhang Qi, mimicking Jeang Yang's actions, stood behind the south wall and continuously fired at Jeang Yang's feet. Didi, hurry up, hurry up. Yugadimu. Pool. Buzzing. Jeang Yang was born in a warehouse, next to residential houses. He immediately ran towards the spawn point where people might spawn. This time, the objective is clear: kill without flaunting loot. No one spawned in the warehouse ruins below, but gunshots rang out from the red house area. Last week was such a terrible week, my teapot. It's okay, I'm just here to have fun with this game of the punk hound. Let them see what a dimensional reduction attack looks like. The two special agents were born in the red house, and both had 5 full sets of equipment. One of the special agents was using a fully modified M4, with 4 different colored lasers on the gun. The guide rail is also equipped with fancy magnification lenses, with a large circle in the middle and small circles on both sides, which at first glance looks like Mickey Mouse's head. The other special agent was armed with a USAS. Confident that this was his peak, he had used this gun to kill countless fully equipped men. A quick prick, and the map is cleared. The two were clearly special agents who frequently tackled high-level maps, and they came to Penang to relax since it was Monday. What are you doing? Bang, 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 bang. Ugh. They ran towards the villa, and just as they finished cleaning the smear on their faces, they heard Jeang Yang's footsteps beside them. Thump, thump, thump. Jeang Yang dashed across the road with no cover in sight. Someone's there. Thud. Ugh. The first special agent spotted Jeang Yang, but immediately fell asleep. Thud. Ugh. The special agent next to me had just finished getting his acupuncture treatment and fell asleep as soon as he turned his gaze away. How'd he die? A sniper rifle? The two, now back in the real world, couldn't believe it and immediately started watching the elimination replay. Hey, we even share an elimination replay. The two were surprised to find that because their deaths were so close together, their elimination replays were exactly the same. In the scene, Jeang Yang hears gunfire from the red house and rushes towards it alone. The moment the special forces appeared on screen, the Pharaoh in his hand seemed to fire a shot automatically from his hip. There was still more than 30 meters between them, and Jeang Yang's body was still swaying rhythmically. With a casual hip-fire shot, he accurately headshot another enemy, and in the next second, he fired again, blowing the head off another agent. The whole process was incredibly smooth, as if it had been destined all along. A cheat code. Holy crap, I'm going to post this on the forum. This user with the ID Jeang Yang is definitely cheating. No, My equipment is worth 500,000. Damn it, you beast. The other person had already broken down. He had even used his savings of many years to buy that full set of level 5 gear. I was hoping to earn enough to buy a house in a month using the Dark Zone, but now I'm left with nothing but my underwear. Our gaze shifts to Jeang Yang. Proficiency +1. Proficiency +1. Fully equipped, Jeang Yang had already gotten used to the current pharaoh. It was very useful and had a Juventus-like feel to it. Let me see what your backgrounds are. Jeang Yang had initially thought that the person Punon killed would be rich, but he was still stunned when he searched the body. Fully durable KN field armor, near new and 95 helmet, 926 advanced tactical ammunition pouch, fully modified M4, and large mountaineering backpack. 5 full sets of equipment. This was an unexpected surprise. Jeang Yang then looked at the other corpse. 926 composite body armor, 03 heavy helmet, GS2 headset, B6 tactical ammunition pouch, fully modified USAS, 926 large bag. Wow! Jeang Yang exclaimed in amazement at the luxurious equipment. Never mind, take them all. He originally didn't want to lick their boots, but he had no choice. The supplies were delivered to his doorstep. After quickly looting the equipment, Jeang Yang headed towards the villa. There was no one in the villa, so Jeang Yang simply looked at the insurance policy and a nebulizer inside. Next, Jeang Yang arrived at the South Wheat Field and continued his search for his target. 4 AI opponents. Use Yex to deal with them. For players, use Pharaoh to take them out. Proficiency +1. Thud. Proficiency +1. Although he was in the South Wheat Field, Jeang Yang occasionally pointed out the North Wheat Field. Today is a great day to rank up. A great day. In North Wheat Field, a World War II veteran is fiddling with blue-collar work clothes. Shipping out. Damn it, it's matches again. Thud. Ugh. The veteran fell asleep immediately, his body returning to reality. What happened? Beacon Tower. Jeang Yang used AX to take down one bot with a single shot. The special agent from the stable in the distance ran onto the wooden bridge, and Jeang Yang immediately switched weapons and used Pharaoh's punishment. Thud. Ugh. The other person was jumping around in the air 1 second, and then fell asleep the next. Proficiency +1. Soon, Jeang Yang's proficiency with the AX reached over 85%. He removed the scope and began to try using the AX for hip fire. What do you do? Eek. Proficiency +1. Go ahead and do it. He actually hit the target. Jeang Yang couldn't suppress the smirk on his face. As his proficiency increased, he then attempted to go even further. Huh? It looks like something's flying in the sky. Jeang Yang fired a shot into the air, and the pigeons in the sky were shot down. My God! Holding the AX in his hand, Jeang Yang felt that this weapon was different, or rather, Jeang Yang was different. Soon, similar incidents began to occur frequently, and the Dark Zone forums were in an uproar. Shocking. A new sniper god has appeared on the farm. He teaches everyone a lesson with his AX sniper rifle without a scope. Who let Juventus, the team that's been tainted by corruption, go? Even the white doves in the sky have been shot down. Attached is a picture of a white dove falling from a wheat field in the south. Chapter 61 Talent Absorption Needle. Ordinary farm, grain trading station. They don't know their own limitations. Eek. Proficiency +1. Ding. AX50 proficiency has reached 100%. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Great. Jeang Yang was overjoyed and quickly made his escape with only 2 minutes left on the map's countdown. Once the AX50 allowed hip firing, Jeang Yang stopped using the Pharaoh. After taking off my backpack and killing my way around the farm map 3 times, I finally managed to get my AX50 proficiency to 100%. The horizontal and vertical recoil is just right. Extremely high accuracy. Hip fire extremely high. Human-computer interaction is maximized. Now, Jeang Yang can sense all the parts of the gun with just a gentle touch. From this moment on, this weapon has become connected to him on a spiritual level. The level of perfect harmony between man and gun depicted in TV dramas is probably no more than this. Evacuate. Shouldering his pack, Jeang Yang walked towards the red smoke. He returned to the real world. Pool. Successful evacuation, with 780,000 yuan worth of goods brought out. Claim your reward. The monetary value is no longer important. The main thing is the system's reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mysterious blueprint. The new recipe for the workbench will be automatically unlocked in 24 hours. Another 24 hours? Jeang Yang's lips curled into a smile. Never mind. Let's sell the supplies first. Jeang Yang took the items he brought out to the shelves and collected the in-game currency from the mail. Upon checking the warehouse's value, it had already reached 11.3 M. Total assets reached over 10 million, which is over 1 million renminbi. Jeang Yang plans to first synthesize rainbow needles in batches and even synthesize the expensive talent absorption needles. Besides the generous rewards, there was another reason why Jeang Yang was so eager to advance to the provincial competition. Gain talent. In the Dark Zone instance, there are definitely quite a few people who possess advanced Dark Zone talents. The problem is that the probability of encountering such a match in normal matches is too small. Were you more likely to encounter them? Without a doubt, the most rewarding competition is the one with the best resources. Jeang Yang and his two companions had a huge advantage in the resource competition because of their talent. And they are certainly not the only special forces that rely on their talents to gain an advantage. In the later stages of the resource competition, there will naturally be more and more special units with advanced talents. When the time comes, as long as Jeang Yang inserts the talent absorption needle, he will have a greater chance of acquiring the talent. Let's do it. Jeang Yang opened up the market and began purchasing 3 types of enhanced injections in bulk. The price of Endurance Strength Agent is around 15,000. The price of Regeneration Strength Agent is around 10,000. And the price of Muscle Strength Agent is around 5,000. Pool. Buying one of each of the 3 would cost 30,000. So buying 10 of each would cost 300,000. Jeang Yang bought 60 of each. Pool. The existing pure currency has dropped directly from 7.34 million to 5.54 million. Next comes the synthesis. 10 vials of each of the 3 types of injections can be combined to make 5 rainbow injections, and 60 vials would make 30 rainbow injections. Splash. When the syringes are placed on the workbench, after a flash of light, colored syringes appear. 10 rainbow needles are combined to form a single, gilded talent-absorbing needle. Jeang Yang used 20 rainbow needles to synthesize 2 talent absorption needles. The remaining 10 rainbow needles were kept for their own team's use. Splash. The colored syringes disappeared from the workbench, replaced by 2 syringes that shimmered with a golden luster. It is 9 centimeters long and 6 millimeters in diameter, making it thinner and longer than a rainbow needle. The injection, synthesized at the cost of 600,000 Cohen coins, is truly exceptional. This is the talent absorption needle. Jeang Yang's eyes lit up. Looking at the gilded injection on the panel, Jeang Yang couldn't wait to put it into his ammunition rack and enter the training ground. Inside the training field, Jeang Yang took out the talent absorption needle and examined it in his hand. The surface of the syringe has a high-tech feel, and it gleams with a faint golden light when exposed to sunlight. The needle is extremely fine, made of high-strength alloy, and has a sharp blade at the tip that can easily pierce the skin. The entire syringe emitted a faint, exotic fragrance, making one irresistibly drawn to the mysterious power within. Let's try inserting it. Jeang Yang couldn't resist and inserted the talent absorber. Sizzle. It still hurts a little, but there wasn't much of a change after the needle was inserted. No change. Jeang Yang was puzzled, so he took out the Pharaoh and started practicing shooting. Same as always, trying to find the feel for hip-fire shooting. Jeang Yang didn't use the scope. He started shooting at the fixed target in front of him. Jeang Yang's current proficiency with Pharaoh has reached 89%. Within 50 meters, he can make bullets move according to his thoughts. The effects of this injection might only be felt after killing someone. Having not yet experienced the effects of the talent absorption agent, Jeang Yang left the training ground. It was getting late, so Jeang Yang sent a message to Zhang Qi on the control panel. It's time to test the results of their training. Enhanced farm motel. Thump thump thump. Bang 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 bang. Suppressive fire. Boy group voice. Thump thump thump. You're finished. Boy band voice. A special agent wearing 926 composite armor and a 95 helmet was standing by the stairs at the entrance of 202, flashing out and firing at the male group that was constantly rushing towards them. His weapon was a fully modified 14 Malawian kwachas, and golden bullets were steadily fired from the muzzle, piercing through Jackson's head. Normal people would try to avoid encountering a boy band while in a power-up, but he calmly faced the gun without fear and even had the idea of soloing them. Jackson, who was charging ahead, had already turned into corpses, and he pressed his advantage, throwing grenades in the direction ahead. Sizzle. An arc-shaped parabola swept across the second-floor corridor. Take cover, grenade. Boyband voice. Boom! The entire hotel was shaken the moment the two Malawian quatches exploded. He leaped forward, ready to kill Jackson, who had retreated into the room. Chapter 62, Dawn Team. Bang, 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 bang. You can't escape. Boy group voice. Jackson's firepower remained fierce, firing preemptive shots at the doorway. The task force continued to pave the way with mines, then peeked out and opened fire, taking down Jackson inside. Boom! Thump, thump, thump. Eek. Ugh. The entire boy group was eliminated. His gaze shifted downwards, and the corpse beneath his feet was none other than the farm's boss, Ajax. This Aya is such a loser. The special agent skillfully began to touch Aya's backpack. Heartthorn, how are you doing? The captain's greeting came through the tactical headset. Everything went smoothly, Shinji replied simply. Then her eyes lit up. Great. Aya gave me a red card. Shinji put the red card into the security box, then went to open the main guest room. The gaze shifts to the captain who spoke. He is currently on the beacon tower, holding up the southern wheat field. Meanwhile, the team that was born in the villa happened to arrive at South Wheat Field, preparing to go up to the second floor of the cabin to show off their supplies. Bang, 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 bang. With almost no shaking within the 1/4x scope of the fully modified RPK, the two fully armed special agents were killed in the blink of an eye. 2 were dead in Nanmai, 2 left. Requesting backup, the captain commanded into his headset, then moved to a new position. He was wearing brand new BT-6 armor, a 03 heavy helmet, and a Type 3 assault rifle ammunition pouch. His RPK-16 was still emitting white smoke. His name is Yehisa, and he's the captain of the Dawn team. He is known for his very stable RPK. The Dawn team is one of the ace teams of the Gray Pigeon Group. The members of this team were all top figures in the underworld of various counties and cities in Jeang Yang province. They were assembled by Gray Pigeon at great expense and became the main force of Dawn. This time, the group arranged for them to participate in the competition in Yin City, with the aim of defeating Bai Ge. Once they secure the qualifying spot for Yin City, Gray Pigeon will have a significant advantage in the provincial competition in Jeang Yang province. Roger. Operation Night Tiger in progress. The member codenamed Night Tiger has already circled around to North Wheat. He stood atop a pile of wooden crates, his AX equipped with a thermal imaging scope, aimed at the first floor of the South Wheat hut. With a loud bang, inside the thermal imaging site, a red figure fell asleep on the first floor of Nanmai. 1 dead. Night Tiger continued to observe, gun in hand. I'm charging in. Yehisa planted green and red needles, circling the cover as she approached the South Wheat hut. The enemy is indeed a 4-person squad, but the last one is nowhere to be found. He jumped up and searched the area, finally spotting the enemy in a tent next to the hut. Sizzle, sizzle. Bang, 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 bang. Although Ye was ambushed, she reacted quickly, crouching down and firing from her waist to take down the enemy. Ugh. A fully upgraded RPK in his hands is like a divine punishment descending upon the world. Report. All the grain is dead. At that moment, Longi's message came through the headset. Their team was first born in stable number 1. 1 went to reverse the grain trellis, 1 went to rush the inn, 1 reversed the southern wheat trellis, and 1 went straight to the northern wheat trellis. Now only the loading and unloading area and warehouse are left to be addressed, and the map clearing process is nearing completion. The Dawn team, composed of an all-star lineup, is undoubtedly strong. In the first round of the supplies competition, they also evacuated all their personnel. However, in that match, they were playing in the enhanced North Mountain area. Because they spawned on the edge of the map, they only encountered 2 teams. The total amount of supplies evacuated in the end was not as high as that of Hunter God. Hunter God is, after all, a veteran team with extensive experience in clearing maps. Their team, on the other hand, is newly formed. Night Tiger, go check out the loading/unloading area. The rest of you, start looting. Once you're done, come with me and get out of here quickly. Captain Ye gave the order to loot and retreat. Received, ×3. Gods of hunting, your good days are over. Ye Xia gripped the muscle needle in her hand and said to herself, right now, All the members of the Dawn team are in top form, and he is looking forward to facing off against the strongest team in Yin City, the Hunter God. It would be best to take them down in one fell swoop, and let the whole province feel the pressure from the Gray Pigeon group. Training ground. Thump thump. Hurry up, thump thump. Enraged, Jeang Yang kept firing at the ground, while the two crawling figures moved rather clumsily. They sneak food the moment I'm not around. Are the snacks in this dungeon really that delicious? When Jeang Yang entered the training field, he discovered that the two brothers had already eaten several bags of potato chips while he was away. I was wrong, bro. Drive slower, or it might go off. Zhang Qi lay on the ground, filled with regret. I should have refused when my brother invited me. Master, it's all Zhang Qi's fault. He's the one who harmed me. I was so hungry at the time, I really couldn't resist. Nanxiang pleaded for mercy as he crawled quickly along the wall. The main thing is that after you finish eating the potato chips here at the training ground, you can leave and then come back. In theory, they can eat as much as they want. And once they leave, the feeling of fullness from the potato chips disappears, but without any increase in fat and sugar. The pleasure they get from the potato chips remains the same. I was just testing you, but I didn't expect you to be so easily tested. Zhang Qi explained indignantly. Thump thump. Stop arguing, speed up. We'll have an extra half hour of practice today. No. Nanxiang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yuga Dimu, Zhang Qi sang a little tune as he climbed. After half an hour of intensive training, the two of them showed a significant improvement in their crawling speed. As the last rays of the setting sun shone on the training field, Jeang Yang finally nodded in satisfaction. That's enough, you can rest now. It is believed that today's training will improve their ability to survive to some extent. With their inherent S-level talent, they should be able to hold their own in the resource competition. Time flies, and soon it was the morning of the second day. The second Grand Gold Cup material competition is about to begin. Spectator Hall. Hello everyone, I'm a giant maggot. I'm a little maggot. After the first round of competition, there is a significant gap in points between the first place team and the last place team. Yes, it's a difference of more than 4 million. Alright, today's players have entered their dedicated matchmaking pool. Which star teams will clash next? Let's take a look at the matching results. The first match is on the enhanced farm map, where a total of 5 teams will meet. They are Luo Yun and Chun Jun, 6 Grids Insurance Promotion Team, Dawn, Brand New Version Carmona, and Agent. Chapter 63, The Conflict Between Strong Farmers. Jeang Yang's equipment for this match consisted of a fully upgraded BT6 Level 5 armor, a 0-3 heavy helmet, GS2 headphones, a fully modified Pharaoh armor, and a fully proficient AX50. Zhang Qi and Nanchang were wearing 926 advanced composite Level 5 armor, 0-3 heavy helmets, and GS2 headphones. Zhang Qi's F2000 is fully modified. Due to the increase in Cohen coins, one of his 60-round drum magazines has been replaced with M995 bullets. Nanxiang's weapon is still a fully modified P90, with a total of 450-round magazines, all of which are level 0 foot-cutting bullets. He firmly believed that the powerful 6 set of enemies would ultimately be punished by foot shaving. Although we haven't encountered any enemies with 6 sets yet, we'll definitely encounter them in the future. In this all-out effort, all 3 used their largest ammunition attachments, the 926 Advanced Field Chest Armor, smoke grenades, offensive grenades, 2 Malawian Quatches grenades, footstep sounders, stamina boosters, regeneration boosters, muscle boosters, special painkillers, STO, surgical kits, STO, first aid kits. After the ammunition bay was full, some supplies were put into the backpack, including spare ammunition. Here, this is for you. Jeang Yang gave 1 rainbow needle each to Zhang Qi and Nanxiang through a team-based borrowing arrangement. Holy crap, what is this? Zhang Qi realized that this thing needed further examination. I've never seen this kind of needle before. Even Nanxiang, who had been playing in the Dark Zone for half a year, was a little puzzled. He couldn't find this colorful needle in the medical category of the market at all. These are rainbow needles. You don't need to know where they come from. You just need to know that they can make you several times stronger. Jeang Yang made a bold promise and repeatedly instructed the two to keep it safe. Yes, yes. The two nodded solemnly. Brother, we actually made over 3 million in our first game. That's amazing. Luo Yin was very excited. Although they had fallen on hard times, they were not far from returning to their former glory. Yeah, we need to stay calm this round too. Same old tactics, lie down for a few minutes at the start. Chun-jun was organizing the warehouse and working on the equipment when he spoke earnestly. He's no longer the cocky, gun-wielding tough guy he used to be. He has learned to play it safe and slow down to reflect. The race starts in 5 minutes. I really hope I can run into someone who plays White Dove. Night Tiger leaned lazily against the sofa, his arms outstretched, revealing his strong muscles and tiger tattoo. The people of White Dove are not pushovers either. Even if they encounter us, victory is not guaranteed. Yehisa spoke calmly, her sharp eyes fixed on the gray dove portrait in front of her. Boss, where did Shinji go? He came out of the bathroom, shirtless and wrapped in a towel, admiring his bronze skin in the full-length mirror. He said he was going to buy cigarettes 10 minutes ago. You should be back soon. Yihu glanced at the gold watch on his left wrist and replied simply, Isn't his cigarette here? He picked up the cigarette pack on the round table, shook it, and found there were still many inside. Thump, thump, thump. Just then there was a knock on the door. Hello everyone, this is Little Maggot. You are now watching the Grand Gold Cup material competition, the second round of the preliminary rounds in Yin City. The map for this game is the reinforced farm blockade zone. Among them, the most attention is focused on the Dawn team. They're currently ranked second in the material competition, and they are also one of the ace teams from Gray Pigeon Capital, a rising star in our Jeang Yang province. The Dawn team was born at the edge of the world, at a checkpoint in the direction of the grain. The grain in the next position is the agent. One of them reversed the order, while the other three headed straight for the stables. The anti-pilot task force is called M249, and he's currently holding an M110 flashlight. What does that mean? And with the laser pointer, is he going to hip fire? No one is in the hotel's first spot, but 3 teams have spawned on the other half of the farm. Brand new version Carmona is in Villa number 1. Luo Yun and Chun-jun is in Villa number 2. 6 Grid's insurance promotion team is in North Wheat number 1. The 6 Grid insurance promotion team ran straight towards the hotel. The first to clash should be the Grains Dawn and M249. There's also a brand new version of the Carmona Villa and Luo Yun and Chun-jun. Nanxiang and Jiangxi went to the second floor of the villa to show off their supplies, while Jeang Yang, armed with a Pharaoh gun, positioned himself in the stairwell window on the second floor. The live chat was filled with comments like, Juventus is ready. Comment, judging from the accuracy this time, we can tell whether the last one was a coincidence or not. Luo Yun and Chun-jun were extremely cautious, slowly climbing into the red house. Wow, they fought so well last time. Why are they playing it safe this time? Jeang Yang hadn't managed to set up anyone, but the guy in the red house fired a shot at Luo Yun. That was it. Jeang Yang realized something was wrong and immediately went downstairs to arrest him. Sizzle, sizzle. Damn you, you idiot. Luo Yun fired a burst of VSS, killing the guy outside the window, but it seemed like a patrol team had spawned nearby and was slowly making its way here. Damn it. Chun-jun was helpless, but had no choice. Now that their location had been exposed, he could only try his best to kill the annoying Brother G. Where is everyone? Assemble over here. They're at it again, never stopping. Sizzle, sizzle. Eek. Ugh. For the sake of concealment, both Chun-jun and Luo Yun used fully modified VSS in this match. This gun not only comes with a built-in silencer, but its close-range combat capability is also exceptional. Meanwhile, Jeang Yang had already slowly approached from the first floor of the villa. The journey to capture people was extremely dangerous. Not only did they have to be wary of the people in the red house, but they also had to be careful of the enemies in the warehouse. In his previous life, Jeang Yang would not have made such a choice. But this life is different. Jeang Yang has SSS talent and a grander ideal. To close the gap in resources, he has to kill and plunder. He has no choice. Sizzle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Jeang Yang spread smoke all the way to the red house and inserted the rainbow needles at the same time. Jeang Yang is still very cautious, laying down smoke all the way. Wait, what's this? It's appeared again, a colored syringe. The little maggot's eyes widened, and at the same time, the number of online viewers for this match skyrocketed. The number of people has surged from the original 5,000 to over 10,000. At this rate, it will break 10,000 in less than a minute. Chapter 64. Is a good fight a death sentence? The Totoro outside the exploding Sky Gang's gate. A new item has appeared again. Yan Xingxian. Could it be the dangerous needle that appeared in previous versions? Every day in the abyss, this Jeang Yang seems to be a weirdo. Everyone pay attention to his actions. Gigi doesn't eat tomatoes. Does playing well mean you've already won? Chun Jun and Luo Yun guarded the red house to the death, but Jeang Yang still discovered their whereabouts. The moment the injection was inserted, Jeang Yang's vision became vivid with color, and his powerful hearing amplified his senses, allowing him to detect the movement inside the room. There were two people, one squatting in the corner behind the door on the first floor, and the other in the room next to the scratch-off lottery booth on the second floor. Is this the power of the rainbow needle? Jeang Yang didn't expect the hearing enhancement from the rainbow needle to be so useful, and he immediately started pinching lightning. Sizzle. The Pythagorean theorem. Jeang Yang threw the two Malawian kwachas in the door the moment it opened, then closed the door again. Boom! Luo Yun, who was inside the door, was completely dumbfounded. He tried to run, but it was too late to dodge. Ugh. Upon hearing a sound, Jeang Yang rushed downstairs. Luo Yun. Shenzhen called out to Luo Yun over the walkie-talkie, but no sound came through the earpiece. Damn it. He went up to the top of the second-floor stairwell, stepped on the sports bag on the table, and stood straight up the first-floor stairs. Tanuki is a real fox. Chicago, funny. Luo Yun has been fed a lot by Jeang Yang's predicted grenade, and now only Chunjun is left in the Luo Yun and Chunjun group. He chose a straight stance. Can he hold it? Little Maggot excitedly commented. Jeang Yang is here. He spotted Chunjun above him in a flash and immediately pulled back. Damn it, Chunjun was too slow to fire, and now his position has been exposed. Why does Jeang Yang seem to have a prophetic ability? Perhaps this is the wisdom of an experienced player. Jeang Yang retreated and started pinching the lightning bolt. This move must be based on the Pythagorean theorem. Chunjun retreated to the scratch-off lottery room, dodging grenades while also setting up a staircase there. Boom! Jeang Yang's keen hearing allowed him to pinpoint Chunjun's exact location, and knowing he was still on a rack, he continued to throw cigarettes towards the second floor. Sizzle. Hiss. What? Jeang Yang chose to lay down smoke. He wasn't wearing a forehead thermal imaging camera. What's the purpose of this? Jeang Yang charged forward, but it was a feint. He tricked Chunjun into firing a burst of level 5 ammunition. It's over. Jeang Yang really rushed up now, but the entire second floor is filled with smoke, and nobody can see anyone else. Thump thump, thump thump. Sizzle. Ping ping. Amidst the billowing white smoke, Jeang Yang listened intently to the footsteps. Since I can sense the other party's approximate location from outside the building, it shouldn't be difficult to determine the other party's exact location from this distance, right? Sure enough, Jeang Yang's exceptional hearing gave him the answer. Here, Jeang Yang, holding the AX, immediately hip-fired in one direction. The bullet sliced through the chaotic smoke and dust, hitting Chunjun precisely in the chest. Ugh, Chunjun fell asleep immediately, his body returning to reality. What? Chunjun had no idea how he died. Holy crap, this is outrageous. Luo Yun, standing next to him, was also dumbfounded on the verge of tears. Watch the replay. The meticulous Chunjun immediately started watching the replay, and when he discovered that Jeang Yang was using an AX and was using hip fire, he was completely unprepared. Damn! Get rich! Get rich! Get rich! The chat was filled with comments like, Shadow stream. On the scene, I am that AX. The comments section is filled with comments like, aren't you even acting? Comments, Zhang Yang. Chunjun fired a burst of fire blindly, but missed. Jeang Yang opened fire. Jeang Yang used the EX-50, hip-fired, and took Chunjun away. Even the little maggot became somewhat incoherent during this part of the explanation, unsure of what it was saying. Okay, let's focus our attention on the grains. The little maggot quickly switched perspectives and appeared above the grains. M249 was hiding on the rooftop of the second floor of the grain store, waiting to ambush a locksmith. The Dawn team played very steadily this game, carefully navigating the map. Night Tiger went to get insurance. He intentionally came out onto the rooftop to make arrangements. Ugh. Wow. Yihu's reaction was amazing. He took down the M249 with a quick shot. If we offer insurance, will this wave of sales go through? 2 4-panel boxes. Oh my god, paracord, stamp album. Dawn team looted the supplies briefly and then advanced towards the greenbelt. They seem to be playing a steady strategy this time, with all 4 players positioned very close together. And the 6th Grid Insurance promotion team, which ran towards the hotel at the start of the game, has also arrived at the hotel. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Eek. The soundproof Lion brand boasts free warranty, and now they released a car battery. I drove my car, referring to a car toilet, on the 201st floor and got an 8-slot gold battery with a dedicated battery pack. Captain, don't play the Golden Lion. You've opened the home/away game. Oh no, a golden lion has been painted on the table. Proficiency +0. Come and loot the bag. Jeang Yang jumped over, only to find that the enemy was already dead. Since AX50's proficiency was maxed out, the system notification for killing someone has changed to proficiency +0. That's good. It's immediately clear whether the enemy is dead or not. Come on, Zhang Qi shouted into his headset. Master is awesome, Nanxiang exclaimed excitedly. The south wall just opened a master bedroom and found an old-fashioned typewriter. Zhang Qi found a key to the master bedroom of a seaside villa in the drawer. Seriously, the drop rate in this resource competition is really high. Nanxiang was overjoyed. Be careful of the area. I don't know if there are any other people around. Jeang Yang stood by the window and looked toward the warehouse. After watching for a long time, he only saw a guy swinging his arms. Proficiency +0. Jeang Yang opened the scope and took him away directly. Oh my god, 5 sets. Fully upgraded V-sets. Upon arriving on the first floor, Zhang Qi quickly got into the zone and began looting. Damn it, leave me some. How could you just take the whole ammunition pouch? Nanxiang was still fumbling around when Zhang Qi snatched the entire FA multifunctional ammunition pouch. Nanxiang, come lick the loot on the second floor. Jeang Yang wasn't interested in the supplies and left the spoils on the second floor to Nanxiang. Okay. Nanxiang hurriedly went upstairs and started showing off his bag. We're going to have another fight, so be careful with your loads. Jeang Yang said, loading bullets while looking around. Receive. Chapter 65, The Great Gene Defense War. 5 minutes into the game, Jeang Yang has defeated Luo Yun and Chen Zhen. The agent team is still gathering supplies at the stables. The team leader, Fee Sculpture, got a teapot without any warranty. A teapot slowed their advance on the inn, and the whole group is now hesitant, unsure of which direction to take. Our gaze shifts to the inn. The captain has activated Don't Summon the Golden Lion, and a golden lion has appeared on the table. Oh my god, 2 golds! A vase in the power supply room. Their team produced 2 large gold items, but the use of safety boxes is prohibited in the preliminary round of the resource competition. What a coincidence! The Dawn team has already arrived in the hotel's backyard. Night Tiger is still using thermal imaging AX, observing the windows of the laundry room and toilet on the second floor from the platform in the backyard. Yeno Hyori, Kokoro, and Ryui are all on fire. It looks like they're preparing for a full-scale attack. Report. Nothing found in the toilets and laundry room. Night Tiger's thermal imaging scope was completely dark. Received. After receiving Yihu's reply, Ye Xia began to smoke. The 3 of them used the smoke as cover to rush to the backyard, then went around to the left and arrived at the basement. Great, we've already won half the game. Dragon Wing is playing USAS this round, and once inside, he will be unstoppable. Yehisa gave a gesture to move forward, and the 3 of them crouched down as they moved forward in the basement. Captain, they've gone into the basement. The car toilet in the kitchen had already heard the footsteps in the basement. Screw that small door shut. We're coming right away. Captain, don't release the Golden Lion, was still thinking about where to hide the Golden Lion and the vase. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to hide the 2 large golden lions in the large weapon box in the second floor bathroom. Just as he reached the large weapons crate, a massive golden bullet pierced his skull. When the EX rings, gold pours in. It's over. Don't want to release the Golden Lion got sniped by Night Tiger on his way to hide the Golden Lion. Cohen, who sings and dances. Ha ha ha. I can't sleep. That stupid idiot. With 2 gold coins gone, I can't sleep at all. The majestic Golden Lion, who will take me away, laughs. Captain. Soundproof Lion, since something was wrong after realizing it couldn't contact its captain. The captain was clearly on the second floor, where there were no enemies. If they still died like that, then there's a high probability that there's thermal imaging outside. Everyone be careful. There's thermal imaging outside. I'm going upstairs to get the Dakin. Titanium alloy module. You go support the car toilet. As the vice captain, Soundproof Lion calmly arranged the tactics. Yes, the titanium alloy module was already in place on the first floor, along with the car toilet, forming a small door leading to the basement. There might be someone in the kitchen. Yehis's sixth sense told him that something was wrong upstairs. One person died on the second floor. But good news also came from Night Tiger. Night Tiger, can you see the kitchen on the first floor from there? Dragon Wing was eager to try and couldn't contain himself. I can't see anything, there's a wall, and the only small window is completely dark. Night Tiger was observing, but he was also a little afraid that the enemy might come from the stables. There had been gunfire there just now, which was not a good omen. Fine, I'll charge in first. Long, he couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed up to the first floor, opened the door, and jumped to the side. Boom! Sure enough, there was someone in the kitchen, and there's more than one. The moment the door was opened, not only did a golden bullet fly in, but a firecracker also flew in. Sizzle. Come on. Long E threw out two Malawian Quachas grenades, and the two people in the kitchen quickly retreated. Watch out, car toilet. Retreated to the kitchen of the high-end weapon box. Holy shit, the titanium alloy module retreated to the other side of the bar where there was a radio. This positioning allows the two to create crossfire. Jump. I'll do it. Seeing that he had succeeded, Long E rushed out and fired at the car toilet at the kitchen door the moment he rushed out. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Holy crap, the car toilet was knocked down. Ugh. However, Dragon Wing was also taken away by the titanium alloy module on the other side with a Pharaoh headshot. Following closely behind, Yano Hai flashed and then quickly turned its head, firing at the titanium alloy module, as if it had taken ecstasy. Holy crap! Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Thud! 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 The titanium alloy module fired several shots, but without exception, Yano Casa dodged them all by swaying her head from side to side. The moment she realized that she hadn't been hit in the head, she knew that she was going to die. Bang, 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 bang. Ugh. Ye Casa used a fully upgraded RPK to defeat her opponent, while Kokoro behind her also used a fully upgraded Siscon to finish off the fallen car toilet. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. Dawn team charges in. Dragon Wing dodges the pre-fire and the firecracker, then eliminates car toilet. Old Wong from the next village. Is this your house? Bernard Martin, your house. But he was also killed by the titanium alloy module with a headshot, though Yano Hai and Heartthorn were still behind him. Wow. Yano Hai transformed into a magic user, effortlessly swatting the titanium alloy module left and right. Comment. In 1974, the first time fighting in Southeast Asia. The chat was filled with comments like, sit down, electronic music. At this point, only Soundproof Lion remains of the 6 Grid Insurance promotion team. He's still crawling twisted and dark on the second floor, trying to find the location of his captain's corpse. Looks like they know there's thermal imaging outside. Oh no, the situation is escalating. The stable's agent team is also heading towards the inn. They've already reached the Greenbelt. The brand new version of Carmona has arrived. Zhang Qi pulled a blue card out of his office drawer in Namai Hut. Brother, what is this? Zhang Qi walked down from the second floor with a slightly disappointed look. I initially thought it was a key when I saw a flashing light, but it turned out to be just a small card. Wow, a blue card! Jeang Yang exclaimed upon seeing the blue card, calling him incredibly lucky. His younger brother was also extremely lucky. The entrance to the Combat Command Center. This is worth more than a gold mine. After playing around with the South Wall for half a year, he still doesn't know much. It seems that Zhang Qi really has some talent in this area. Bang, 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 bang. The hotel is really lively. Although they had acquired many good items and the team was already quite strong, Jeang Yang's competitive spirit remained undiminished. I haven't used Pharaoh in a long time, and my little hands are itching to use it. Chapter 66. 4 teams meet, hotel battle for supremacy. Check their backpacks for any big gold. Ye gave a brief instruction before heading to the second floor. Even if the enemy team is at full strength, they are now down to just one person. The drop rate in the resource competition is already very high, And with 4 insurance policies in the hotel, it's impossible for them not to get the items. As they went up to the second floor, a burst of bullets swept toward Yika's face. Sizzle, sizzle. He immediately circled around to the stairwell and then took out a firecracker. These are little maggots. The soundproof lion has crawled up to the side of the large weapon crate in the toilet. Wow, I found 2 big gold lions and I don't want to get a golden lion backpack too. But all his teammates downstairs are dead. How can he possibly escape the combined attack of the 3 members of the Dawn team, all alone? The comment section read, The Great Gold Defense War Doge. Comment, Welcome to the epic documentary, Those Years Without Insurance. The chat comments read, Battle Spirit minus 100, Survival Instinct plus 200. At the same time, Yehisa also arrived on the second floor. Soundproof Lion actually chose to be a straight rack guy. You have to understand that there's no insurance in this mode. He's not some fearless warrior. Ouch, it didn't penetrate. It's a Vector 9, firing dum-dum bullets. Yixia just threw the cannon. The soundproof Lion Yo-Yo has already crouched down and slid all the way to the hotel's backyard in the few seconds that Yika threw the grenade. He ran way too fast. He hid in the little dark room in the backyard. In the room with the white suitcase. Oh my, I was so scared, I was sweating bullets. Lazy sheep. A man of exceptional talent and wisdom. Hint, you can breathe. The majestic golden lion put me down. Yeikyo is very cautious here. Although she heard a fading footstep, she didn't rush in for some reason. He seems to be listening to headphones. It looks like something's wrong with Night Tiger. Report, requesting backup. Night Tiger ran frantically through the backyard, grenades being thrown high from behind the wall at him. Boom! Boom! The artificial bombing zone created by the agents team directly turned Night Tiger completely red. He retreated until he reached the dilapidated ruins beside the cliffside highway. The person is missing. RPO stood by the wooden fence, holding an M4 and observing his surroundings. At this moment, Night Tiger was hiding in the ruins below, not daring to make sound. Shall we go down and take a look? Annihilation had sharp eyes. Something was very wrong down below. No need. Our goal is to storm the hotel. We've already veered off course. Another voice came from above, followed by several receding footsteps. They're gone. Yehu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was safe, and slowly walked out of the ruins. Damn it. Night Tiger was badly injured and quickly put on his medicine pack. Thump, thump, thump. Ugh. But unexpectedly, a burst of bullets swiftly struck behind him, and Night Tiger fell asleep immediately. This is Little Maggot. Night Tiger has been forced into the ruins. He dares not let any of his guards slip through, or he will die. The 3 members of Sculpture Feast arrived in the sky. They seemed to say something, and RPO and Annihilation went to the hotel first. Good heavens, I didn't expect Sculpture Feast to be the 6th one, lying motionless on the ground. Night Tiger thought they had left, so he went out to apply medicine, but was immediately carried away. The comment section reads, Night Tiger, sweating soybeans. Comment, Night Tiger, clown. Oomph. After taking down Night Tiger, Sculpture Feast also headed towards the inn. Judging from the teapot that came out of the stable, this is definitely a big win. There must be a lot of gold in the inn. Don't miss this opportunity. Night Tiger, please respond if you hear me. Yexia couldn't contact Night Tiger and immediately sensed something was wrong. Gunshots were also heard from the southern wheat field. There's a sound. Thud. Eek. What are you doing? Thud. Ugh. Jeang Yang's pharaoh only needed to nod slightly for a machine gunner to fall to the ground. At this moment, the number of comments on the screen increased rapidly, and the number of viewers for this map also began to rise wildly. The chat was filled with comments like, huh? The live chat was filled with comments like, Juventus has arrived. Comments. Hip fire from 50 meters away? Are you making a movie? This, no. Little Maggot was speechless again. Jeang Yang is, too, talented. Brother, what's the next tactic? Zhang Qi, his blood boiling, quickly asked about the tactics. That's right, we can't wait. Nanxiang was also very excited. You two hide in an MI hut and wait for my good news. This time, Zhang Yang decided to let the 2 of them hide first. He wanted to see if he could clear the image by himself. Here, all the good stuff is for you. I'll leave it here. Zhang Yang tossed out the valuables from his bag. If I die, you guys wait for the last few minutes and make an extreme evacuation. If I survive, I'll call you to loot the supplies, Jeang Yang solemnly instructed. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Qi was clearly unwilling. This, I understand. Nanxiang was a little unhappy, but he still agreed. Although they wanted to join the fight, they had learned their lesson from the last time. Nanxiang, however, would absolutely obey Jeang Yang's orders no matter what. Don't worry, your time to shine will come. Jeang Yang inserted the rainbow needle, and his vision immediately became bright and clear. With his heightened senses, he headed alone towards the inn. From now on, the hotel has only one owner, Jeang Yang muttered to himself as he inspected his weapons. That is me, Jeang Yang, Juventus. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. The fighting in the hotel was fierce, with gunfire heard everywhere. Jeang Yang arrived at the southern blockade line, and first glanced at the balcony of room 202. Nobody here. After confirming it was safe, he continued along the small steel frame at the edge of the map and entered the hotel's backyard. These are maggots. Jeang Yang told his teammates to wait in Nanmai and went into the hotel backyard alone. The soundproof lion, hiding in the backyard hut, is in danger now. Yaekatsu has gone up to the second floor and is touching the second-hand insurance policy in the main guest room. I wonder what he thinks about the 4 missing compartments. Hawthorne also searched the corpses on the first floor, but found no trace of the gene. The live chat reads, dedicated battery pack. Aren't I Dakin? Aren't I Dakin? Speaking out loud with an emoji. Let's see who Jeang Yang will run in a first when he enters the hotel. Little Maggot said expectantly. Someone's there. Jeang Yang's powerful hearing told him that there was a small dark room in the backyard, inside the white suitcase room. Here comes, bro. Jeang Yang entered the backyard and stopped in front of the white suitcase-like room. She opened the door and jumped back. No sound. Even though the other side didn't fire a shot or throw firecrackers, Jeang Yang still knew there were people inside. Sizzle. Jeang Yang took out a tear gas canister and threw it inside. Hiss hiss hiss. Damn it. Cough cough. The soundproof lion choked and wiped away tears. Jeang Yang blocked the doorway, intending to kill him when he came out. Not coming out? Easy. Jeang Yang jumped back to create distance and threw another stun grenade. Geo. Taking advantage of the opponent's tinnitus, I made a big jump into the air. Sizzle sizzle. Before Victor 9 could finish off Jeang Yang's AX had already opened fire. Ugh, as expected, the other party was hiding behind the door and was taken away by Jeang Yang's perfect prediction. Live chat. Flick shot? Awesome. Comment. Stranger. Fuen. Comment. Urine test. Fuen. Hiding here. Could it be that they found something good? Jeang Yang was about to take out his bag to check when gunshots rang out from the other end of the hotel. Bang 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 bang. RPO tried to enter the hotel through the greenbelt, but the cigarette wasn't properly sealed, and Ye no Hiroshi took it away through the second-floor window. Little Maggot said excitedly. But his teammate Annihilation has already arrived on the first floor. They're about to meet Hawthorne in the kitchen. The remaining 3 teams will compete in the final battle inside the hotel. Who will emerge victorious? Chapter 67 Teammates Like Pigs. You are now watching the preliminary round of the Grand Gold Cup material competition. I am Little Maggot. The soundproof lion in the backyard was eliminated by Jeang Yang. RPO was also killed by Ye no Hiroshi. The Annihilation has arrived on the first floor. Meanwhile, the belated Fee sculpture is still on the high platform in the greenbelt. He just picked up Night Tiger's gear. Now he has that AX with the thermal sight. With 3 teams gathered at the hotel, who will emerge victorious? Our gaze first falls on the first floor, where Annihilation and Hawthorne are about to meet. The two are cheek to cheek. On one side is a fully upgraded M4, dealing 995 damage. On the other side is a fully upgraded Syscon, dealing M62 damage. Bang 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 bang. Thump thump thump. Annihilation fired the first shot, and Hawthorne dodged and hid behind the door. Annihilate the diggers. It exploded. The Hawthorne panel is completely red. Retreat to the kitchen at the back. Annihilation. Charge. War God leaps. Oh no. The god of war is sleeping. Hawthorne uses her sister complex to turn the tables and kill him. As expected of a member of the second-ranked team in Yen City, he remained calm and composed even when severely injured. This story also teaches us that we should never jump like a god of war. But Jeang Yang on the other side also went from the house in the backyard into the basement. Although his footsteps were small, they were still caught by Hartthorn. Will Jeang Yang choose to charge straight in? Jeang Yang hesitated, but it seemed he was hesitating about which gun to use. After hesitating for a moment, I still chose the short-tubed Pharaoh. His Pharaoh is considered by netizens to be the Juventus of our time. Shinji is blocking the doorway, which is currently open. If Jeang Yang slips through, he'll be doomed. How can we break this deadlock? Straight frame guy. Jeang Yang knew this was a good opportunity after hearing that the fight on the first floor had ended. There's only one person on the first floor right now, and the winner is most likely crippled. At this point, you can just go for the bomb. Sizzle. Sizzle. Jeang Yang threw 2 bounce mines at the wall in quick succession, and then peeked out to throw a snap pop. Boom! 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 Shinji kept retreating, but also constantly finding a position to block the doorway. Is it a sister complex or an M4? Jeang Yang had just gathered information, and with his enhanced perception, he knew that the other side must still be setting it up in some corner. There shouldn't be any thermal imaging, right? Jeang Yang thought to himself, and then put away his cigarette as a precaution. Sizzle. Hiss hiss hiss. Smoke quickly filled the room, and Jeang Yang took advantage of the situation to run out. With enhanced perception, Jeang Yang was still able to roughly determine the enemy's location. He has an absolute advantage inside the smoke. At that moment, Jeang Yang seemed to understand why Juventus players love to use smoke grenades. Hiss hiss hiss. Jeang Yang threw out a total of 4 smoke grenades. Upon hearing footsteps, Shinji fired a burst of fire blindly. Bang bang bang. Ping ping. Swoosh. Jeang Yang quickly hid behind a pillar and confirmed that the enemy had retreated to the room with the pool table. Meanwhile, another person came down the stairs from the second floor to provide reinforcements, turning the situation into a 1-on-2 battle. Because the entire room was filled with smoke, Jeang Yang couldn't see the grenade's trajectory. He only keenly sensed the sound of the bolt being pulled, knowing that the 2 other people were throwing grenades at him. Let's give our all. Jeang Yang immediately rushed towards the room with the pool table and opened fire into the white smoke from the doorway. Bang bang bang. Boom. Hartthorn was shot in the head by a smoke grenade during the gap when she was peeking out with a grenade. Hai saw this and quickly retreated upstairs. Boom. Amidst the chaos, Jeang Yang was blasted red all over by a lightning bolt that suddenly exploded from nowhere. However, the Rainbow Needle's super strong recovery ability was also fully demonstrated at this moment. On Jeang Yang's dark area panel, the deep red quickly turned into light red, and then the light red visibly turned into white. Here comes the little maggot. Yika has also come down to support Kokoro. That's incredible. Jeang Yang wasn't afraid at all. He went against the grain. He blindly swept through the smoke and killed Hartthorn. The live chat was filled with comments like, first they used smoke, then they shot him in the head, a textbook Juventus tactic. The chat was filled with comments like, you're fighting an expert. Comment, hey upstairs, I'm the ace doge. Jeang Yang didn't even apply the medicine, and then went upstairs to chase after Ikasa. Ye no hero, go upstairs, turn off the laser, and block the stairwell in front of you. Jeang Yang reached the bottom of the stairwell. He was now almost completely out of ammunition. At least in terms of tactical equipment, there's very little left. As soon as Xiao Chu finished speaking, Jeang Yang touched the ammunition rack. He instinctively reached for the grenade, only to find that the tactical items in his ammunition rack were down to just 2 kick-type grenade launchers. Ye no Ko, seeking stability, retreated to the restroom. Holy crap! Ye no Ko was killed by the Phi sculpture on the high platform outside. The weapon is an AX with a thermal imaging sight. Now the pressure is on Jeang Yang. He must be completely bewildered. Thermal imaging? The moment he heard the AX gunshot, Jeang Yang's heart skipped a beat. The fear of being dominated by snipers in his previous life game had not yet dissipated. Jeang Yang quietly went upstairs and immediately lay down. Sure enough, 2 corpses were found in the toilet. Let's look at the identity card. Jeang Yang fumbled for the identity card. Ye no Hai was replaced by Sheng Yin's sculpture, using EX50. The body was still warm, and bloodstains stained his BT-6 armor. There was a corpse in the distance. Jeang Yang then climbed up to check his ID card. Unwilling to release the Golden Lion, was eliminated by Night Tiger, using the AX-50. They're all AX. Is this what strong agriculture is all about? Jeang Yang broke out in a cold sweat. He had neither Zhang Qi's absolute blunt force injury nor Nan Chang's ability to save himself. Once you get targeted, you're doomed. Dead. The feast sculpture aimed for a long time, but the figure was no longer visible in the thermal imaging scope. The previously bustling motel suddenly fell silent. A gentle breeze could be heard in the air, accompanied by the smell of gunpowder mixed with the stench of blood. Sweat soaked his armpits, and his gun gloves were smeared with mud and grime. It's gone? Or is it hiding? The feast sculpture stood for another 2 minutes, until only 9 minutes remained. There are a lot of corpses in this game, and it might be a big gold-gathering game. If we stay any later, it will be too late to loot the supplies. The feast sculpture holstered its gun and lit a cigarette out of the second-floor window of the hotel. Sizzle. Hiss hiss hiss. White smoke filled the air, perfectly blocking the view from the toilet window. Jeang Yang held his breath, knowing that the sniper outside was about to come over. The feast sculpture could no longer restrain itself, as time was running out, and it needed to consider the final collection of supplies. But he didn't know that there was another maggot on the second floor of the hotel, a maggot that could play with pharaohs. Jeang Yang crouched at the toilet entrance, blocking the stairwell, intending to kill the feast sculpture when it came up. But it's clear that the feast sculpture is still being very cautious. Jeang Yang fainted a few times on the second-floor stair railing, but did not fire. The comment section was filled with, "Little Blackie." Comment, "Isn't this my pigeon's dance?" The feast sculpture is here. Little Maggot's heart jumped into his throat. Jeang Yang flashes in and instantly snipes. Ugh. Victory. Congratulations to Jeang Yang's team, the brand new version of Carmona, for achieving the final victory. The map has been cleared now, and they're the only team left on the entire map. Let's see how Jeang Yang's teammates are doing at the Nanmai cabin. Oh my god, these two are asleep. It'll probably be a while before Jeang Yang's microphone wakes them up. The comment section was filled with, "Incredible. Fuan." The chat was filled with comments like, "You're invincible, kid." The comment read, "About my teammate falling asleep in the strong farmer. I guess this is what it means to win without lifting a finger. You just lie down and win." Little Maggot's tone was slightly gratified. No wonder he's such a terrible teammate. Chapter 68. The 3 great gold items can't be taken away. Zhang Qi. Nanxiang. Please respond if you hear me. Jeang Yang asked into the earpiece, somewhat apprehensive. Zhang Qi. Nanxiang. Respond if you hear me. These two are dead again? When did this happen? Huh, it's dawn. Zhang Qi woke up from the sofa on the first floor of Nanmai, still sleepy. I remember that I was competing with Nanxiang to count sheep, and the first person to lose had to call the other person dad. I think I counted to 117. Zhang Qi. Ouch. Zhang Qi was startled and sat up abruptly from the sofa. Come and loot the bag. Jeang Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Zhang Qi's voice. Tens of thousands of people watched this match. Not to mention presenting their best selves. How come these two can still sleep? Jeang Yang was already thinking about how to punish them. But putting all that aside, I still managed to do it. Although not many people were killed, it was enough. There were just the last few in the hotel. Judging from the number of bodies nearby, the hotel should be empty. All that's left is to conduct a simple search. Nanxiang, Zhang Qi, keep an eye out for the special agent's corpses on your way here. Pick up as many as you can this round. Keep looting until the last 2 minutes, then get out quickly. Receive. Yes. Jeang Yang gave instructions through the earpiece and began searching, exploring almost the entire hotel. So many corpses in the kitchen. He silently noted the location of the corpses in his mind, then returned to the second floor. The main guest room has been opened. Is there anything in the insurance? Filled with curiosity, Jeang Yang opened the second-hand electronic safe. The first 4 slots are empty, followed by impact-resistant hard plastic, memory sticks, rangefinder telescope, Triassic. It is a full-level insurance policy. A 4-space blank. Jeang Yang scratched the back of his head. It must be an old-fashioned typewriter. The chat was filled with comments like, "It's Jean." The chat was filled with comments like, "Something's not right, there's something wrong." The chat was filled with comments like, "No virtual conversations allowed." Master, is the inn empty? After waking up, Nanxiang felt a pang of guilt. He looked around warily, still unsure of the current situation. "Yes, they're all dead," Jeang Yang replied simply. "If there is someone there, his superhuman senses will detect it. Not to mention far away, Jeang Yang can guarantee that there is no one near the hotel." Yeah, let's start looting. Knowing that no one was at the hotel, Zhang Qi completely let loose and swaggered around on the highway. Woohoo hee hee. He skipped and hopped to the backyard of the hotel, showing his true colors as a primary school student. The live chat was filled with comments like, "Today's a really extravagant day for visiting graves. A really extravagant day." Seeing Zhang Qi head towards the backyard, Nanxiang also headed towards the main gate. He went straight up to the second floor, intending to first show off the supplies in the restroom. Imanos expert. Zhang Qi hopped and skipped to the backyard of the hotel. After a quick scan, he discovered the body in the room with the white suitcase. A big bag. Zhang Qi's eyes lit up. "Let me see. Strange, none of them are in the insurance policy." Jeang Yang searched through all the key rooms in the hotel and finally returned to the kitchen. Could it be here? Jeang Yang began to feel around the corpse's backpack. There were no large gold ones, but there were small gold ones, one per pack. Automotive batteries, specialized battery packs, hydraulic spreaders. Oh, what a pity. Jeang Yang was still slightly disappointed that he couldn't find a gene and began to sort out the supplies. Wow, a golden lion statue. Zhang Qi's microphone suddenly exploded at this moment. Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise. Wow, a vase. Holy crap. Teapot. Even the weed on the south wall started to erupt in cheers. Wait, what the hell? Zhang Yang's sense of security crumbled. Give me all the bags I packed. Master, this identity card shows that you didn't kill him. Nanxiang chuckled. However, the identification tag clearly stated, Zhang Yang used AX to headshot and kill Fi's sculpture. No, Zhang Yang was about to speak when Nanxiang interrupted him. It's all right. Your disciple will still give it to you, Nanxiang said jokingly. Your disciple doesn't hold grudges. Zhang Yang ignored it. As long as it fell into the hands of his own people, that was fine. The drop rate in this resource gathering competition is indeed high. I encountered a big gold gathering game in the second round. With the addition of 3 large gold medals, the total value of this 3-person evacuation is at least 5 million. Zhang Yang started looting the bag. The first corpse's identification tag read Dragon Wing, and it was eliminated by the titanium alloy module, using a pharaoh to hit its head. He is wearing 926 high-grade composite armor and an RSP heavy tactical helmet, which is a slightly self-contained level 5 helmet, worth 120,000 in this lifetime. The weapon was a USAS, firing 8 deer bullets. The FA multifunctional ammunition pouch can be used as a cover, and the backpack is also very large, with a 44-compartment capacity field mountaineering backpack. Zhang Yang fiddled with the USAS parts for a while, then threw them away. This gun was considered a good gun in the past, and it was indeed not cheap. However, in a competition where almost everyone had 5 sets of full gear, it became an inconspicuous presence. In this mode, if you survive to the end, the ground will be littered with fully modified guns. Sure enough, Zhang Yang soon discovered a fully modified M4 worth 120,000. The corpse next to him was the one he had killed before, holding a fully modified sysgun worth 230,000. The gun has 2 flashlights and a blue-violet laser. The gun is very heavy and has a strong metallic feel. There's more than you can spend. Starting from the next round, Zhang Yang's spare magazine can also be loaded with M61 rounds. There's no way around it. I'm just too fat. He couldn't suppress the urge to smile, even from the other side of the wall. A fully modified AX worth 260,000, and it even has a thermal imaging sight he's never seen before. The most bizarre thing is that there is still nearly half a set of spare ammunition in the level 5 armor plate. This is an AX level 6 round. Its value is no less than that of a 7.62 by 51 millimeters M61. In addition, the armor is a level 5 warrior heavy chest armor, which not only takes up 12 slots, but also has 16 slots of space inside. Oh my god, he even has a fully modified H4. Nanxiang noticed that this person was dual-wielding weapons, probably because one of the guns was stolen from someone else. A fully modified H4 costs 200,000 in no time, and with 1 bullet, you can get an M995. Hiss. He pulled the trigger by the south wall, and his whole body trembled. You can't spend it all. You simply can't spend it all. Chapter 69, The Shareholders Behind the Scenes. A total of more than 1 set of 995 bullets, all of them used up. He was so engrossed in licking the south wall that he even wondered if he was dreaming. Zhang Qi was also very pleased. The 2 gold bars brought him joy for the entire day. While licking the bags, he didn't even want to waste a single bottle of Red Sun. Drink it all, drink it all. Zhang Qi held a bottle of Hanyang in each hand. Glug glug. With the refreshing Red Sun in his stomach and the pleasant feeling of his strength returning, Zhang Qi felt this was the happiest moment of his life. Oh dear, Jeang Yang, who was in the kitchen, frowned deeply. He couldn't take it with him. He simply couldn't take it with him. The fact that he had a fully upgraded Siscon and a fully upgraded M4 put him in a dilemma. Keep in mind that Jeang Yang brought 2 guns with him when he entered the map. A fully upgraded Pharaoh and a fully upgraded AX are absolutely essential and cannot be lost. Jeang Yang was filled with regret. Zhang Qi, come and loot the bag. Jeang Yang could only helplessly call out into his earpiece. Okay, coming right away, came Zhang Qi's reply through the earpiece. And give me the gold too, Jeang Yang added. Huh, then I think I'll just not come. Zhang Qi paused. What did you say? Jeang Yang's voice came through the earpiece. I'm gonna go to the toilet very quickly. Why are you using the toilet in the dark zone? Hold it in. Yugadimu. The 3 of them licked the food in the hotel for more than 7 minutes. In order to avoid wasting any, their brain cells were almost burned out. After a brainstorming session, the average weight carried by the 3 of them reached 90 kilograms. There are 1 minute and 40 seconds left, so hurry up. Jeang Yang first unloaded his backpack and went to the southern blockade line to pay the money. Then the 3 of them slowly walked towards their evacuation. Master, you're amazing, Nanxiang exclaimed on the way to the evacuation point. Look who your brother is. Zhang Qi proudly gave himself a thumbs up. Snap! Ouch! Jeang Yang gave Zhang Qi a direct slap on the head. But the pain from hitting the Type 03 heavy helmet was excruciating, and Jeang Yang closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting how hasty he had been. Haha bro, if it hurts, just say so. Zhang Qi had anticipated this, and made sure to wear his helmet tightly to guard against Jeang Yang's sudden brain injury. Just you wait, Jeang Yang said through gritted teeth, as he was not currently under the effects of pain relief. The 3 entered the red smoke and withdrew as the countdown began. It smells so good, Nanxiang exclaimed. Wow, I can't possibly spend all. With Zhang Qi's cheer, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. Pool. Evacuation successful. Jeang Yang brought out a value of 2.56 million. Zhang Qi brought out items worth 3.55 million. The south wall revealed a value of 3.25 million. Team. Brand new version Carmona. Points plus 9.36 million. Killing a task force grants plus 250,000 points. Total points across both games. 12.31 million. These are maggots. Zhang Qi truly lives up to his reputation as a lucky charm. He actually discovered 2 major gold medals that Jeang Yang had missed before. Comment. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. The feast sculpture teapot has also been discovered at the south wall. Now the brand new version of Carmona. Team is truly going to rise to prominence. The 3 of them kept licking until the very last minute, then made a quick getaway from the hotel. Let's see what they brought out. Congratulations to Jeang Yang's team, the brand new version of Carmona, for winning a total of 9.36 million. Xiao Chu was so excited his voice almost cracked. He broke the record for the highest value ever brought out of Yin City. 9.36 million. 9.36 million. Will the brand new Carmona version surpass Hunter God to become the #1 team in Yin City? Let's look forward to the upcoming total value rankings. The comment section is filled with cheers. It's finished. Hooray. Comments on the live stream. Wow, so many people. There are over 30,000 people watching this show. Finally finished, I'm exhausted. Nanxiang leaned against the sofa, feeling completely drained. My backpack has become a bottomless pit. If this continues, I really won't grow taller. Zhang Qi once suspected that his shoulders had been pressed and left with marks. Thump. Ouch. You still have the nerve to say that after taking a nap. Jeang Yang's brain-damaging words came late, but he hadn't forgotten about this. Master, Nanxiang was about to explain when Jeang Yang slapped him. Thump. Ouch. And you too. It's one thing for him to sleep alone, but you actually fell asleep too? This is a competition with tens of thousands of people watching. Thump. Ouch. At your age, knock. At your age, knock. Can you sleep well, knock? I was wrong, master. Nanxiang's head swelled up with a big bump. Now, enter the training ground. Jeang Yang ordered. Training ground. Nanxiang and Zhang Qi each carried a 50-compartment coffin bag, filled with heavy items such as cement, artillery scopes, titanium alloy plates, and special battery packs. The two men, carrying large bags, trembled uncontrollably. They held guns in both hands, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Master, father, stand still. Hold on for 10 minutes, and then we'll go eat, Jeang Yang said sternly. If you don't discipline them for 3 days, they'll be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. If you don't punish these two kids properly, they'll really get into trouble. With Jeang Yang and his team's departure, the current rankings have been updated again. First place, brand new version of Carmona, 12.31 million. Second place, God of Hunters, 10.05 million. Third place, Taurine Not Acidic, 7.1 million. Eighth place, Dawn, 3.61 million. Wow, they went straight to first place. Jeang Yang didn't expect this result. He had thought his team would at most secure third place and strive for second. It seems that Dakin plays a very important role. Dawn, which was originally ranked second, has fallen to 8th place due to this mishap. Changwon City, prime location. The magnificent architectural complex is arranged in a well-organized manner, with towering skyscrapers and classical buildings complementing each other, showcasing the fusion of modernity and history in the city. White clouds drifted over the city, and a magnificent skyscraper stood tall on the bustling central street. Gray Pigeon Group headquarters. What happened? How could Dawn's results be so bad? Crackling sounds. A middle-aged man's rough voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a glass shattering. Could it be that they ran into the God of Hunters and couldn't beat him? Another discordant voice followed. This is the venue for Gray Pigeon's highest-level meeting. Everyone present is dressed in leather shoes and exudes the air of a businessman. They sat on high-end leather sofas, each with a beautiful secretary pouring them drinks. They're the shareholders behind Gray Pigeon Capital, and also the unsung heroes who reap the benefits behind the scenes. Chapter 70 will not be an accident. Report. It has nothing to do with God of Hunters. We haven't even encountered God of Hunters yet. This is what Gray Pigeon Manager, who is in charge of receiving investors, said in a humble manner. Didn't you encounter Hunter God? The investors looked at each other in bewilderment. What they were really concerned about wasn't the performance of the Dawn team, but rather the stock price of Gray Pigeon after this battle. The original plan was to send an elite team to Yin City to stir up trouble. Ideally, they should be able to replace the champion of Yin City's God of Hunters and secure a spot in the next round. In this way, Gray Pigeon's reputation will be fully established, and its stock price will naturally rise. However, the shareholders did not expect that Dawn, Gray Pigeon's ace team, would fall in obscurity without even encountering God of War. So who eliminated Dawn? One investor became interested, since, in theory, ordinary teams shouldn't be able to make much of a splash in a resource competition, let alone eliminate the powerful Dawn. We investigated, and there were many factors that contributed to the loss of that match. But there was one team that not only killed members of our Dawn team, but also managed to evacuate the entire team. A complete evacuation. Although investors didn't know much about the dark side, they still had some basic common sense. The difficulty of achieving a full evacuation in such a challenging map mode is unimaginable. Currently, only the Hunter God team has extensive experience and precedent for a complete evacuation. What's the name of that team? One investor asked, leaning forward from the sofa, clearly intrigued. A brand new version of the kimono. The manager reported, hands behind his back, pressing a button on the remote control. On the huge LCD screen in front of them, there was a picture of a special task force waiting to be evacuated from the southern blockade line. The image on the LCD screen was clearly a screenshot from the competition video of this round of material procurement, showing 3 fully armed special task force members. One of the special agents was tall, with his eyes closed and his left hand tightly covering his right, as if he was enduring pain. The other 2 were shorter, with somewhat youthful faces. They looked at the taller man next to them and chuckled. A brand new version of Carmona. An investor read out the team name in dialect, feeling that the words sounded somewhat familiar. What do you mean, a primary school student? An investor with round-framed glasses asked in surprise, speaking in his local dialect. They wouldn't be connected to White Dove. would they? Another shareholder in a gray suit asked seriously. I don't know. The White Dove Group probably wouldn't accept such young agents. These two look like they've just turned 12. The manager zoomed in on the picture, showing Zhang Qi in the south wall in close-up. Although Zhang Qi was wearing a Type 03 heavy helmet, you could still vaguely see his gloating expression through the visor. We'll know once we see what happens to the two teams in the next match, the manager continued. All right, now that the bad news is over, let's talk about the good news. How did the teams from the other cities fare? The female shareholder sitting on the far right swirled her wine glass and spoke slowly and deliberately. She wore black stockings, crossed her legs, and her almond-shaped eyes exuded an arrogant and sophisticated aura. Yin City, White Dove Group. How was this possible? Just who is this team? Tang Xinhan never expected that his team would actually rank second even after everyone had evacuated. This is only the second game. Judging from previous years, these are the crucial games for widening the gap with others and securing the #1 spot. Fortunately, he is much more mature now than before, and he won't get angry because of sudden changes. Report, Miss is here. The secretary knocked on the door. Go in. Tang Xinhan seemed to have found the key to breaking the deadlock. His sister had a deep understanding of the situation in the dark zone and might have already found a solution. Bro, you should have seen the latest team rankings, right? Tang Muwei strode in from outside, and the two siblings began to talk about the matter without saying a word. What do you think? Tang Xinhan composed himself and spoke calmly, like an outsider. I investigated the members of the new version of Carmona. One dropped out of high school and is 17 years old this year. The other two are elementary school students who just turned 12 this year. Their tactics are bizarre, especially Jeang Yang's many combat scenes, which seem to be cheating. To understand Jeang Yang, Tang Muwei watched all of his battle videos repeatedly for several hours. But you and I both know that there's no way to cheat in the dark zone. Therefore, I suspect he might possess some kind of powerful dark zone talent, much like our group's Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf, what about that special task force? He's not some special task force. He just has his own opinions and judgments. But that's no excuse for disobeying orders, Muwei. If you hadn't pleaded for him every time, I would have fired him long ago. Tang Xinhan's tone became noticeably stern when the Grey Wolf was mentioned. What he wanted was not an absolutely powerful expert, but an absolutely obedient one. If the people under his command cannot be used for his own purposes, he would rather destroy them. Let's not talk about him for now. This player named Jeang Yang is far more talented than Grey Wolf. Dang Mui Fdawen. How strong is he? I remember Grey Wolf once said that he has S-level talent. Tang Xinhan didn't believe it. There couldn't possibly be that many highly gifted individuals in the world. If Grey Wolf is S rank, then the highest rank should be more than S rank. Jeang Yang's talent can only be higher. Tang Muwei said coldly. So, could he be someone sent by Grey Pigeon? Tang Xinhan, it doesn't seem like it. He killed a member of Dawn. Tang Muwei shook her head. But you think he's just an ordinary person? Without any background? Tang Xinhan asked slowly. Would you believe that? Tang Muwei asked rhetorically. Of course I can't believe it. Tang Xinhan stood up, somewhat agitated. A small team of ordinary people easily surpassed his professional team that he had trained for many years. He will never accept such an absurd fact in his life. I want to contact them and see if we can recruit them to our side, Tang Muwei said calmly. This is the best solution she can think of right now. The preliminary rounds aren't over yet. These two teams haven't even met, have they? Tang Xinhan said dismissively. What do you mean? Tang Muwei asked back. Getting her brother to admit defeat was truly a difficult thing. The resource competition has 6 rounds in total. I don't believe these two teams won't meet in the same matchmaking pool, Tang Xinhan insisted. When they meet, the winner will definitely be our God of Hunters team. Given that Dawn has already fallen so far behind, Yin City's qualification spots. Tang Xinhan stood up, turned around, looked up at the winding scenery of the entire city, and straightened his clothes. There will be no surprises. Chapter 71 Victory Celebration Banquet. After the 10-minute punishment, Jeang Yang and the other two returned home from the training ground. Ugh. Nanxiang collapsed onto the sofa, his current state no different from that of a dead man. Brother, I swear, I'll never sleep in the game again. Zhang Qi had truly learned his lesson this time. Master, I also swear that I will always be vigilant in the game and never let my guard down for a second, Nanxiang said weakly. It's good that you know you're wrong. Cheer up, it's only just past noon. Jeang Yang glanced at the clock on the wall. To celebrate our temporary first place, let's relax for the rest of the day. Relax. Zhang Qi couldn't believe these words came from his brother's mouth. Given my personality, I should let them continue playing in the next map to increase their combat experience. Really, master? Nanxiang didn't expect Jeang Yang to bring this up. After all, he was extremely disciplined and demanding before and after each round of the material competition. What? You don't want to? Jeang Yang asked back. In his view, one should train hard when it's time to train and play hard when it's time to play. There are still 4 more rounds of the resource competition. It would be too inhumane to not rest at all during this period. Besides, getting the first book is a good thing. Having earned so much money, it's time to spend it appropriately. Willing. Master is the best. The 2 brothers were instantly full of energy, and even the half-dead south wall came to life from the sofa. Let's go. Brother, we haven't had lunch yet. Let's just grab something quick downstairs. Then we'll go for a buffet dinner tonight. Jeang Yang said simply. A buffet. Nanxiang had never eaten a buffet before and was immediately filled with anticipation. That's great. Zhang Qi jumped up excitedly. The 3 of them soon went downstairs, ate something quickly, and then boarded the subway. Jeang Yang planned to take them to the city center for some fun, and the most convenient mode of transportation would naturally be the subway. Ding! Wanching Plaza has arrived. The subway announcement rang out, accompanied by a dialect with the same meaning. Brother, what are we going to do today? We definitely need to change into some nice clothes before we play, Jeang Yang said, pointing to the clothes he was wearing. Zhang Qi's clothes were all from 2 years ago. They were not only worn out, but the patterns on them had also faded considerably. Master, do I have one too? Nanxiang asked, peeking out from the south wall. Of course, we all have one. Jeang Yang was even wearing his high school uniform. Because he was short of money, he hadn't bought any new clothes for several years. Now that we're starting out, we naturally need to gradually improve our quality of life. With a shift in their gaze, the 3 arrived at a very bustling commercial street in the city center. Jeang Yang led the 2 of them to go shopping. Adidas is for losers. I want to buy this brand. Zhang Qi shouted as he saw the English sign on the roadside. This is Adidas. Oh. Nanxiang, what do you think of this one? Jeang Yang picked out an outfit and put it on. It doesn't look good. Nanxiang shook his head. How about this one? Jeang Yang changed into the same style in a different color. It doesn't look good either. Nanxiang shook his head again. Then tell me which one looks better. Jeang Yang thought it was pretty good. Did this guy, Nanxiang, even have any taste? That dress is nice. But Nanxiang's attention wasn't on that at all. He pointed to a beautiful woman in the distance. Thump. Ouch. Jeang Yang's sudden outburst made Nanxiang look away. Where's Zhang Qi? Jeang Yang noticed that Zhang Qi was missing. There were many people in this place, and it was easy to get lost. He hoped that Zhang Qi might not be lost. I don't know. Nanxiang shook his head. The 2 turned around and found Zhang Qi entertaining himself not far away. He was dressed head to toe in new clothes and was even wearing a stylish hat, enjoying himself immensely. Some are armed with guns, some are prone on the ground, and I'm holding a sharp weapon. Zhang Qi. In a flash, the 3 of them had changed into brand new clothes and appeared in a high-end buffet restaurant. Hello. Is it 480 yuan all you can eat here? Jeang Yang asked as he approached the front desk, checking the price of the buffet. Yes, scan the code here. The receptionist smiled slightly. Okay, it's the 3 of us. After Jeang Yang paid, the 3 of them went inside led by the waiter. Upon entering the restaurant, you are greeted by a spacious and bright hall, with walls inlaid with glittering gold decorations. Under your feet is a soft red carpet, which feels incredibly comfortable. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and enchanting light. The restaurant's tables and chairs are all made of high-end mahogany, and the exquisite carvings and delicate textures showcase the restaurant's pursuit of quality. The table was set with spotless white napkins and cutlery, and every detail revealed the restaurant's professionalism and dedication. Is this what a high-end restaurant is like? Nanxiang had never been to a place like this before, and he was overwhelmed by what he saw. In addition to the luxurious decor, a piano was placed in a corner of the restaurant, where a woman in a white dress was playing music. This music is so white, Nanxiang swallowed. A vase. Jeang Yang even spotted a vase teeming with maggots among the ornaments nearby. Brother, the golden lion statue. Zhang Qi pointed to the distance, where a golden lion statue was perfectly replicated. But these are clearly not the main point. The food is. There are 4 or 5 long rows of tables in the middle of the restaurant. Giant king crabs, freshly sliced salmon, Boston lobsters, all kinds of seafood and expensive meat are displayed there for free. On the other side, there are sizzling grilled meats such as tomahawk steaks and whole roasted lamb, making one's mouth water. They even have Haagen-Dazs. Zhang Qi's gaze was drawn to the free ice cream on the other side. Zhang Qi, this is a high-end buffet. Let's start with the lobster and abalone. Jeang Yang said irritably. Oh, Zhang Qi nodded, then ran towards the Haagen-Dazs self-service freezer. Wow, unlimited Coke. Nanxiang also went to the self-service beverage area to try some drinks. A sip of Coke, a sip of Sprite, and then a sip of Mirinda. Zhang Yang sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. He went to the seafood section alone and began to select his seafood. Large oysters, large lobsters, bird's nest, shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, all of them, please. They lingered for a full 3 hours before finally leaving the buffet. I'm so satisfied. Zhang Qi had achieved Haagen-Dazs freedom and felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Brother, where to next? Nanxiang asked, still early. Next stop, an escape room. Jeang Yang had made plans in advance. There was a very famous escape room nearby. With a shift in perspective, the 3 of them had already entered the store. Brother, look, the secret of the deceased. Zhang Qi quickly spotted a topic. Oh, Jeang Yang picked up the promotional poster and saw that the map was actually an escape room themed around the dark maggot Rikamona TV station. Chapter 72 Radio Tales. Radio Ghost Stories. The Terrifying Homo Erectus. Why is Rolf addicted to drugs? Why is Bernard's team remaining motionless? The TV station has been mysteriously hacked, and strange things are happening one after another. You will become Kurt's investigation team and go to the TV station to find out what's going on. Important asterisk, do not turn off the power. Do not turn off the power. Do not turn off the power. Strange rules and regulations of the TV station. Jeang Yang became interested. In a game of my past life, due to certain bugs, there were indeed instances where the boy band stood motionless, like scarecrows. Interesting, let's play this. Zhang Yang did you det? Master, I'm a little scared, Nanxiang said nervously. It's okay. If you get stuck, you can contact me anytime via walkie-talkie. A friendly staff member spoke up. He was a slightly chubby, square-faced man. It's all right, you two stay behind me. Jeang Yang patted his chest reassuringly. Are there only 3 of you? There are 500 people in one car for this event. The square-faced man confirmed. No problem. Jeang Yang is now worth tens of millions of yuan, which is several million RMB. Playing a 500 renminbi escape room game is really not expensive. Hiss hiss hiss. Zhang Qi rubbed his little hands together. Although he was scared, he was more excited. If it really is about recreating the TV station in the dark zone, wouldn't I also be able to familiarize myself with the map? Well, get ready. You can come in a few minutes. The square-faced man led Jeang Yang and the other 2 to an empty room and then gave them a walkie-talkie. To enhance the immersive experience, Jeang Yang and his 2 companions locked their phones and other personal belongings in a safe and changed into the Kurt Squad's level 4 camouflage combat uniforms. 5 minutes later, the game began. Boom! The gate in front was opened, resembling the central gate in a game. It's so dark. The 3 of them went inside, finding it completely dark. Jeang Yang turned on his flashlight and shone it as he walked. The interior furnishings are no different from those of the dark maggots in my previous life. It's the entire central control room. At that moment, the broadcast began to tell its story. Huff, huff. The enemy has been located. Surround them. Engage them in encirclement. Spread your wings, move out. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of running footsteps came from all around in the darkness, and they grew closer and closer. What's going on? Nanxiang grabbed Jeang Yang's left arm. Run. Zhang Qi spotted the approaching enemy and immediately started running. Watch out for the steps. Jeang Yang shouted, but it was too late. Ouch. Brother, what do we do? There are no warnings, and suddenly a bunch of people are chasing us. Zhang Qi complained as he ran. Let's shake them off first, and while we're at it, see if there are any usable items nearby, Jeang Yang said calmly. 2.5 hours later. I was so scared. I finally made it through. Nanxiang was covered in sweat as he came out of the other gate of the control room. As expected, we need to use the tear gas from the central control system to defeat them. Jeang Yang was experiencing the exhilaration of surviving a close call. His guess had indeed been correct. The main problem is that we haven't been able to find the gas masks. Who would have thought they were in the backpacks of those Homo erectus people? Zhang Qi was also terrified. Those 2 hours were the darkest moment of his life. That actor who's standing upright like Bernard is so dedicated. I was almost touching his crotch, and he didn't move at all. Nanxiang said, "Damn, no wonder he hit me so hard." Zhang Qi exclaimed excitedly. This kid Nanxiang is no good. When that announcement, "It feels great," came on the radio, I was absolutely terrified, Nanxiang said, patting his chest. The code is reckless idiot. Who would have thought? Zhang Qi felt that this escape room was not suitable for him at all. Throughout the entire process, he relied on Jeang Yang or the staff for guidance. And he almost died at Bernard's hands twice. Haha, it's because you guys have never played TV before. It's alright, it's getting late. Let's go back and get some rest. Jeang Yang offered words of comfort. In his opinion, this escape room experience was of good quality, and the experience was quite immersive. The three of them were walking towards the subway station. A blue Porsche Benz sped past the three of them on the street. Wow, it's Porsche. Zhang Qi pointed to the departing car. Master, will we be able to drive a car like this in the future? Nanxiang asked with a hint of envy. Of course. Jeang Yang now has a little money, and he plans to buy everything he needs after the competition, so he can take the two of them for a drive then. Those buildings are so beautiful, Zhang Qi said, looking at the tall buildings lining the street. This is, after all, the central business district of Yen City, and there are basically no unremarkable buildings here. White doves. Jeang Yang's gaze was drawn to a building not far away. That H-shaped glass skyscraper exudes a technological flair, standing like a dazzling lighthouse, radiating endless charm. At the very top of the building, four large platinum characters stand out prominently. White Dove Group. At that very moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the White Dove Group, and a young and beautiful woman got out and went inside. Jeang Yang recognized her at a glance. She was the beautiful woman he had seen on the street near Guichao restaurant last time. She walked into the gates of the White Dove Group, and the Rolls-Royce automatically drove to the adjacent underground parking garage. Brother, I also want to be a boss and have my own building, Zhang Qi said longingly. It said that this entire business district was invested in by White Dove. They rely on the underground area, and their annual turnover is unknown, Nanxiang chimed in. It will happen, it's just a matter of time. Jeang Yang patted Zhang Qi's head. These two lads are young, but their ambitions are quite large. But one shouldn't be overly ambitious, as no one can predict what will happen in the future. Doing his best in the present moment is the only thing Jeang Yang is confident about. In the upcoming Grand Golden Cup, he will also strive for steady progress and aim to enter the provincial competition. Oh right, Jeang Yang suddenly remembered something. There was still a new formula on the mysterious workbench that he hadn't looked at yet. Jeang Yang opened the system panel and arrived at the interface of the mysterious workbench. New crafting blueprints have indeed been updated below the rainbow needle and talent drain needle. The raw materials used in the blueprints also surprised Jeang Yang greatly. Thermal imaging module. What is this supposed to synthesize? Jeang Yang continued reading. Synthesis formula. Thermal imaging module plus gold-rimmed glasses plus DK, 8 bulletproof, face, shield plus titanium alloy, plate equals protective night vision device. Night vision goggles. These goggles offer protection against glare, bullets, and thermal imaging. While expensive, they represent a superior technology that offers the best of both worlds in combat. Bulletproof level 4. Thermal imaging function. Strong. Wow. Jeang Yang's lips parted slightly. It has to be said, this truly makes up for the only drawback of thermal imaging. Generally, you cannot wear a face mask while wearing a thermal imaging camera, as the face is extremely vulnerable. But with this protective night vision device, the problem is perfectly solved. Not only is it lightweight, but after wearing the night vision goggles, you can also wear other helmets and masks. Now your eyes have double protection. Furthermore, the only component with a high cost in terms of raw materials is the thermal imaging module. I'll make arrangements. Zhang Yang did. He would make one himself to try it out when he got home. If it works well, Zhang Qi and Nanxiang could even arrange a set. Chapter 73 Night Vision Protectors. Back home, Jeang Yang opened the dark zone panel to purchase raw materials. The thermal imaging module was previously dropped in the main guest room and is still in the warehouse. You just need to buy the other crafting materials for the recipe. Cool. Okay. Jeang Yang quickly finished buying the items, placed them on the mysterious workbench, and began the synthesis process. Splash. A pair of futuristic, high-tech glasses appeared on the workbench. The overall frame is lightweight yet sturdy, and the surface has undergone a high-precision frosting treatment. The lenses feature a unique multi-coating design, giving them a dark gray hue. It looks pretty good. Jeang Yang also discovered another use for it: fashion. Jeang Yang quickly put on the gloves and then entered the training ground. This time, the perspective was completely different. Jeang Yang saw an almost grayish-white scene. Press the small knob on the right, and the lens instantly becomes transparent, displaying the surrounding heat distribution. Wow! Jeang Yang looked at his hands, which were particularly eye-catching under his gaze. The only difference from the previous life is that the humanoid targets here have no temperature and are gray in the thermal imaging of this life. Sizzle. Boom. When Jeang Yang threw a grenade into the distance, he could see the scorching heat waves churning in the air. Not bad, not bad. The small knob on the right side of the night vision goggles allows you to turn the thermal imaging function on or off at any time. Once the function is turned off, the view in front of you immediately returns to normal. With another twist, you can access the sunshade mode for sunglasses. With another twist, it returns to the previous thermal imaging effect. It seems that it's just these three modes that are constantly being switched. This is great stuff. With it, Jeang Yang will never have to worry about maggots in the grass again, and even his sniping will have a built-in thermal imaging function. Cool. It was getting late, so Nanxiang and Zhangqi went to rest, and Jeang Yang gradually fell asleep on the bed. In tomorrow's resource competition, he will use night vision goggles to dominate the battlefield. The night ends and the day dawns. Kyoto time, 7:30 a.m. Hello everyone, this is Little Maggot. I'm a giant maggot. Half an hour before the match started, tens of thousands of spectators had already flooded into the spectator hall. With the groundwork laid by the previous exciting matches and the continued buzz generated, the hype surrounding the Grand Golden Cup is steadily rising. The mouse who loves playing in the dark zone. I rarely get up early, just to watch the game. Mond Wendy, the drama queen, I didn't sleep at all, laughs. Dongfang Tianin, it's so beautiful. Moa Tongchanga, that's right, I love watching it too. Looking back at the second match, there were a lot of unexpected events, said Xiao Chu, holding the microphone and sitting upright. Yeah, the God of Hunters team, which has always been favored in previous years, has actually fallen to second place. Big Maggot solemnly agreed. The brand new version of Carmona, which replaced the first one, has attracted a lot of popularity. The little maggot then spoke up. What do you think, Big Maggot? I see with my eyes, the giant maggot joked. The new Carmona version is quite complex. Some players are aggressive, some are prone, and some are just lucky, Big Maggot added. Yes, according to statistics, the value of the gold items that their teams, Zhangqi found in the resource competition, even exceeded 2 million. Little Maggot nodded as he read out the terrifying number. The members of the ship version New Carmona team from the last match even fell asleep in the South Wheat Hut. Even so, they still won the final victory, evacuating goods worth more than 9 million, breaking the record for the highest value evacuated and ranking first in Yin City. If that's the case, our God Hunter team will definitely disagree, the giant maggot added. Our Hunter God team has entered the provincial competition 3 times. Each member is a master among masters, and we're the best of the best in the team. It's no use arguing. You'll only know once you encounter it and experience it for yourself. The little maggot was always eager for a good show. The third round of the resource competition is about to continue. Let's see how the final match results will be. Big Maggot said excitedly. Jeang Yang's home. Brother, I'm a little nervous. With the competition about to begin, Zhangqi's heart started pounding again. Master, should we bring tear gas? Nanxiang asked, tidying up his backpack, afraid of forgetting any item. One of those, incendiary or tear gas, is enough. Let's switch to level 5 bullets, Jeang Yang reminded him. 1 magazine for human bullets and 2 magazines for level 5 rounds. Nanxiang looked at the dark zone panel and nodded seriously. Here, I have something for you. Jeang Yang had made 2 more night vision goggles that morning. He was trying to give them to them. It really works. Jeang Yang tried it, and found that this thing could also be borrowed by a team. Brother, what's this? Zhang Qi examined the unfamiliar item that appeared when he borrowed it from the team. These are state-of-the-art night vision goggles. Put them on first, and I'll teach you how to use them once we're in the map, Jeang Yang explained calmly. Master, why do you always have these special items? Nanxiang asked after receiving the items. He had been playing with these glasses for half a year and had never seen them before, including the previous rainbow needle glasses. Well, Jeang Yang hesitated, but Nanxiang spoke up again. I know, it's your talent, Master, isn't it? Oh, that's right. Jeang Yang thought for a moment, deciding it was best not to reveal anything about the system. Is Master's talent also S rank? Why didn't you tell us? Nanxiang pressed. I'll just awaken myself. This is just a surprise for you guys, Jeang Yang replied simply. Really? Now we're all gifted. Zhang Qi rubbed his hands together, feeling more confident about the upcoming battle. White Dove Group. Inside the operations discussion room, the 4 members of the Hunter God Squad had assembled. Before the match started, they were watching a replay of the previous match of the new version of Carmona. Jeang Yang is really lucky, Firefox said first. Exactly. None of the 3 gold medals came from them. If the supplies competition hadn't been uninsured, could the value they brought out have exceeded ours? Feng Liang said dismissively. However, he is indeed quite capable in terms of strength. His combat awareness is very advanced, and he doesn't seem like someone who has just arrived. Why did he only start to show his talent this year? Ian rested his hand on his chin, completely baffled. All 3 were commenting on the brand new version of Carmona team, while Grey Wolf, sitting alone in the corner, kept watching Jeang Yang's Pharaoh video over and over again. Grey Wolf, what do you think? Firefox asked, though she didn't really want to talk to him. After all, we'll be fighting side by side later, so we shouldn't let things get too tense. His Pharaoh is very powerful. But Grey Wolf only paused for a moment before uttering a sentence that nearly made the 3 of them explode. Grey Wolf, this isn't like you. Ian still clearly remembers Grey Wolf saying that the 3 of them weren't strong enough. In his memory, he had never affirmed anyone's strength, including their captain, Firefox. And Grey Wolf himself is indeed exceptionally strong, and his most proficient and favorite weapon is the Pharaoh. His Pharaoh skills were superb, and he even dominated the provincial competition. He actually admitted that Jeang Yang's Pharaoh was very strong. Chapter 74, My Pharaoh, Max Level Proficiency. We haven't met yet, so don't speak too confidently, Firefox said coldly. What he hates most is hearing things that boost the morale of others and diminish his own before a match. If I could, I'd like to try it too. Grey Wolf's eyes gleamed with a rare light. He has never lost a game since he started using Pharaoh. Just then, the door to the operations discussion room opened. The person who entered was none other than their White Dove's head coach, Tang Muwei. Coach, Firefox asked respectfully, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. The match is about to start, and the coach usually doesn't come at this time. I only have one piece of advice. If you encounter Jeang Yang's team, play the most conservative approach. I will be watching you all the way until the battle is over, Tang Muwei said calmly, arms crossed. Don't worry, we'd love to run into them every time, Feng Liang said with a hint of contempt, and even made a gesture of cutting one's throat. The qualification spots for Yin City cannot be compromised. I advise you to take the enemy seriously. Tang Muwei gave a brief instruction and then left the room. Why are they all so optimistic about the new version of Carmona, but have so little confidence in us? Ian sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter. We will prove with our strength who is the boss of Yin City. Firefox, however, didn't take Tang Muwei's words to heart at all. They simply felt that the new version of Carmona was overestimating them. In his opinion, the fact that the brand new version of Carmona was able to temporarily take first place was just due to luck. But such luck won't last long. An unnamed apartment. I underestimated the intensity of the supplies competition, Shinji murmured. My enemy is a madman. He dared to charge even when facing 2 opponents, and I even shot him in the head through the smoke. I'm truly impressed by this 6th brother of the Fee sculpture. Night Tiger never expected his death to be so bizarre. In the end, they even had their weapons taken away and used them to shoot their own people. That wave was definitely my fault. The previous victories were too easy, and I got a little cocky. Long, he reflected. After all, he was the first one to give away a free win. It's not that we lack the strength, but that our teamwork is poor. From now on, Let's pay attention to our formation and try to act in unison. Yika drank the tea and twisted her neck. The three of them said in unison. Kyoto time, 7:58 a.m. Hello everyone. This is the viewing hall for the Grand Gold Cup preliminary round. I'm Little Maggot. I'm a giant maggot. The players have entered the matchmaking pool and are about to begin the matchmaking for the third round of the competition. Let's see which strong teams will face this time. The match results for the first map are in, and they are Dawn, Torai Not Sour, Agent, Dream Come True, and I'll Raid You 6. The 5 teams will compete in the third round of the resource race on the Enhanced Valley map. Okay, the map matching result for the second round are out too, Little Maggot said immediately. They are Hunter God, Tactical Master, Luo Yun and Chunjin, Forest Maggot, and brand new version Carmona. Wow, the current number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard have finally met on the same map. What kind of sparks will fly between them? Little Maggot exclaimed excitedly. Yes, the new version of Carmona and the new Hunter are currently the 2 most popular teams. Their clash is definitely something to look forward to, Big Maggot chimed in. The map for this round is Reinforced North Mountain. The match is about to begin. Let's take a look at their spawn points. The maggot opened its mouth and then entered the exclusive viewing space of the Enhanced North Mountain. I'm here too. Today, the 2 maggots, big and small, will be explaining it to everyone together. The big maggot followed in. The number of players on the Enhanced Beishan map surged rapidly at 8 a.m., jumping to over 50,000. The total number of players in the other 3 maps combined is only around 10,000. The Hunter God team appeared at the checkpoint. They acted in pairs, with 2 heading toward the mountain service area and the other towards the communication station. They actually chose to split into 2 groups from the very beginning. They're extremely confident they want to clear the map. Little Maggot exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, they probably plan to take the service areas one way, then attack the hotel. Another way is to take the communication station, then the observation deck. Big Maggot added. As expected of the Hunter God team, which has entered the provincial competition multiple times, their appetite is set to devour most of Beishan. But whether they'll get their wish is another matter. Let's turn our attention to the other teams. The maggots in the forest were born in the parking lot, and they're striding towards the observation deck. As for Luo Yun and Shenzhen, they were born on a tunnel highway and started their journey into sewage. Tactical Master was born near the dam and immediately headed towards the hotel. But our brand new version of Carmona is pretty lucky too. It was born in an abandoned shack and immediately headed towards the hotel. It seems the upcoming matchup will be between Tactical Master and the brand new Carmona. These 2 teams will be battling it out in the resource-rich hotel. Let's take a look at the first-person perspective of the Tomb Raiders and the Steel Gunners here, the maggot shouted excitedly. Position number 2. As soon as he was born, Jeang Yang recognized the location of the 3 people and immediately inserted red needles. Brother, how do I use these night vision goggles? Zhang noticed that his vision had changed. You guys get the injections first. Come with me. This night vision goggles only require turning the small knob on the right side of the frame. Jeang Yang gave a brief response, then swallowed 2 pills of a potent painkiller. Received. Nanxiang immediately pricked up his needle, knowing that this was a safe spot to try and secure a spot. I see. The night vision goggles were easy to operate, and Zhang quickly figured out how to use them while running. Wow, is this what thermal imaging feels like? He really liked the way the world was just black and white. Since my static vision is 0, having thermal imaging means I don't have to worry about seeing things too clearly when shooting distant enemies. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 of them walked uphill and arrived at the wall of Building D. Huh, someone's here. Jai's voice. Thud. Ugh. Proficiency +1. They've started fighting again. It never stops. Jai's voice. Thud. Eek. Proficiency +0. Before he knew it, Jeang Yang's Pharaoh skill had reached the maximum proficiency level. The horizontal and vertical recoil is just right. Extremely high accuracy. Hip fire extremely high. Human-computer interaction is maximized. He felt as if he and this weapon had fought side by side in countless battles, reaching the pinnacle of what humans could achieve with this firearm. Holding the modified Pharaoh in his hand, Jeang Yang felt an unprecedented sense of confidence filling his chest. At this moment, it doesn't seem impossible for him to use a hip-fire shot to hit someone in the head from 100 meters away. It feels wonderful. Holding the pharaoh in his hand, Jeang Yang actually had the illusion of being ordained by heaven and destined for eternal prosperity. He announced that Juventus, with its purebred heritage, has arrived. Chapter 75, The Gods Who Ruled the Pharaohs in Ancient Greece. Just then, gunshots rang out from the direction of Building B. Oh, Jeang Yang had naturally caught the gunshot. Judging by the distance, they should also be coming from position number 2. Zhang Qinan, you guys go and check the insurance. I'll go and meet them first. Jeang Yang decided to test the power of a fully skilled pharaoh all by himself. Okay, bro, be careful. Keep it up, master. This wasn't Jeang Yang's first time operating alone. Zhang Qi and Nanxiang were already used to it. If Jeang Yang ever crashes or burns, they can always turn into maggots in the shadows. Come on, let's show off the screening room in Building D first. Nanxiang arrived in front of the screening room in Building D. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, went to drive the D208. After unlocking the door, I touched the safety lock directly against the south wall. In a short while, the first 6 bars flashed. Sound insulation cotton, stamp album, wind-up toy car, game cartridge. Plop, 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 plop. Sound effect of diarrhea? Damn it. He didn't even touch the south wall of the remaining military mainframe and immediately went to the 3rd floor of Building C. Come on, let's trade 5 years of being single at Nanxiang for a gold medal. Zhang Qi opened D208 and first offered up Nanxiang's luck in finding love. In a short while, the first 4 squares flashed. Antenna, hearing aid, wristwatch, coin scam, coin scam, coin scam. Plop, 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 plop. Sound effect of diarrhea. Zhang Qi didn't put Z and Xiao Jin into his backpack either. Instead, like Nanxiang, he ran towards the 3rd floor of Building C. The scene shifts to Jeang Yang, who has arrived on the 1st floor of Building B. Hello, everyone. This is Big and Small Maggots. The tactical master has also arrived at the hotel. They also heard gunfire coming from the direction of Building D and chose to split into 2 groups. The tactical AR-30 and the tactical AR-57 went to set up positions in Building A. The tactical VSS and tactical August went to Building B to install insurance. Their weapons, like their names, are all equipped with 5 sets of lightweight gear. And this tactical arrangement is also very reasonable. The VSS and August will fight in close combat, while the AR-30 and AR-57 will provide support from a distance. Wow, Jeang Yang is really confident. He didn't even bother with his safety, and as soon as he heard the gunshot, he rushed towards Building B without stopping. Exactly, it feels like he's eating raw meat and drinking blood. You can tell he's in really hot right now and is eager to encounter an enemy. Tactical August has gone to open the manager's office in Building B. Jeang Yang is getting closer. A bounce-back bomb. Boom. Are you full? No, you're not. The tactical August was simply stunned by the deafening roar. His regeneration booster quickly restored his slightly red skin to full white, and now he's setting up his weapon, ready to return fire at any moment. Jeang Yang actually created space and charged straight in. Tactical August. Peek and fire preemptively. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Thud. Ugh. The little maggot's eyes widened. The giant maggot opened its mouth wide. Mao Ningling Chun. Sit down. Electronic music. Old Wong from the next village. That's amazing. Laughed. Tang Hu Bai. It's not open. Zhang Yang's hip-fire headshot was instantaneous. The moment the tactical August was exposed, little maggot exclaimed excitedly. Tofu who loves stir-fried tofu. August. Can't play anymore. Ending stream. Exploding TNT. What exactly is your relationship with Juventus? Gigi doesn't eat tomatoes. The god who ruled over the pharaohs in ancient Greece. At this very moment, the tactical VSS on the 2nd floor of Building B is opening the Building B reception room. He instinctively leaned down the moment he opened the door and released the safety lock. The first 4 squares flashed. Target positioning module, film stock, handheld fill light, and Camona owl plush toy. Holy crap. Target location module. Target location module. Big Maggot exclaimed excitedly. Although the shipment was delivered, the situation is not optimistic. Jeang Yang is right below him and has just taken out one of his teammates. Will tactical VSS choose to seek revenge? He chose to run away. At this moment, the tactical VSS is running towards the other side of the corridor. Damn, they're opening a key room again, and they're even showing off. Big Maggot didn't expect Tactical VSS to choose such a risky approach. Jeang Yang downstairs didn't come up immediately because he hadn't touched the safety button on the Tactical August yet. He had barely opened the key to the room when Jeang Yang threw his bomb inside. Brothers, let's test the drop rate in the manager's office of Building B today. Jeang Yang spoke into the air, knowing that the onlookers could hear him. To prevent his teammates from taking advantage of the situation, he also threw a Molotov cocktail out the door. Comments. Okay, this is how you test it, right? Comments. Who taught you to test drop rates like that? Comments. Reduce the sauce over high heat. Comment. He's teaching how to arrange the points, lol. Sure enough, other people's insurance is more appealing. The first 2 vertical bars flashed. Golden cup, propane tank, fuel barrel, pick coin. Not bad. Jeang Yang picked up a gold cup. Jeang Yang has produced a gold cup. Little Maggot shouted. Tactical VSS Open B203 flashed once. Golden Q. The Maggot followed closely behind. Our gaze shifts to the 3rd floor of Building C, where Zhang Qi and Nanchang are also frantically looting. Zhang Qi got the insurance waiver. Another antenna. Nanchang went to book a private room in the lounge, while Zhang Qi went to book lounge number 2. Wow, this area is completely filled with max-level insurance. Can we ship it? Sound insulation cotton, cement, car batteries, oil drums, slush funds. Plop, 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 plop. Sound effect of diarrhea. Damn, I give up. Nanchang couldn't hold back any longer. He'd shown off a bunch of insurance policies, but there wasn't a single penny to be won. Wow, the vase. Zhang Qi delivered another item in lounge 2, picking up the gold vase and kissing it repeatedly. Wooden horse, so fun. I love playing it. I want my whole family to play Dark Zone Breakout. Zhang Qi was overjoyed and then put it in his backpack. Ugh. It felt like tens of thousands of ants were crawling inside Nanchang's heart. Either none of them should come out, or they should all come out at once. Seeing Zhang Qi sell his goods is even more painful than seeing him not sell his. The chat was filled with comments like, wow, that's amazing. The chat was filled with comments like, I've watched several rounds, and Zhang Qi gets amazing drops every single time. Comments, stop laughing at the wall. Aren't we the wall in real life? The comments section read, that's so true, Lao D crying. The Tactical VSS has hidden the target location module inside B203's safety device. He whispered to his teammates through his headset, and now they're preparing to advance to the 3rd floor. Big Maggot explained. As expected, the Tactical AR-30 and Tactical AR-57 in Building A made a move, setting up smoke screens in the corridor, preparing to flank Building D from Building A. But have they forgotten about Jeang Yang on the 1st floor of Building B? Jeang Yang carefully checked the area on the 2nd floor and dropped a bomb. Boom! The Tactical VSS spotted the grenade. Instead of rushing to the 3rd floor, it positioned itself at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor of Building B, where Jeang Yang was about to appear. Chapter 76, You're Fighting an Expert. Jeang Yang was very cautious. He dodged and threw a grenade. Tactical VSS quickly retreated and hid in a small room nearby. Boom! Zhang Yang picks out. Zhang Yang jarges. Isn't it dangerous for him to just go straight for it? Tactical VSS, peek, and hip fire. Sizzle, sizzle. Thud. Ugh. I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. The little Maggot's voice was incredibly loud. Ouch. 1 bullet, 1 enemy gone. The giant Maggot's dark zone was also shattered by the shockwave. Is this something a human could pull off? Little Maggot couldn't believe it. Jeang Yang actually had the confidence to use hip fire at such a distance. This is insane. Juventus is possessing him. The Maggot immediately added a 3-second red-eye effect to Jeang Yang in the spectator room. We should add this. Little Maggot added a dragon image effect to Jeang Yang's face, and then a phantom image of Pharaoh's gun barrel growing out of his face appeared. Comment. You will be cursed by the Pharaoh, lol. Comments. Looking for the same cheat. I'm open to any price range. Comment. I feel like my account is going to get banned, Doge. Comment. I think Jeang Yang still has a lot of charm. The comment section was filled with, hey, you're way too overpowered. Captain, please respond if you hear me. Tactical AR-30 frowned, knowing that something had happened to his captain. Damn it, charged straight in. Tactical AR-57 stomped its feet in anger, plunged in a large green needle, and launched a fierce attack on the third floor. Go! The tactical AR-30 plunged its big red needle, transforming into a charging sniper. Master, people have arrived at Building D, Nanxiang reported, and immediately set up a corridor at the stairwell. They're here. Jeang Yang didn't even glance at the body and rushed straight to the third floor. You're fighting an expert. Zhang Qi, who was also on the other side, positioned himself where the enemy was about to appear and spoke in the same manner as the boy band. Elementary school student. Tactical AR-30 found it quite funny. It would be better if the other party didn't speak, because once they started talking, wouldn't they just reveal their position more accurately? Doesn't even know its own limitations. The tactical AR-57 looked disdainful and was about to charge when it was stopped by the tactical AR-30. Ow! Let me do it! The tactical AR-30 used a slingshot to go upstairs, and after finding that no one was on the sofa on the third floor, it went to the corridor. One person habitually dodged the firecracker in the face, then peeked out and quickly aimed. The tactical AR-30's movement was incredibly smooth, with extremely short exposure times, and it even managed to execute a quick scoping maneuver. A golden bullet suddenly streaked through the air and struck Zhang Qi's DK-8 visor on his 0-3 heavy helmet with precision. The bullets are level 6, and the mask is level 4. Ping pong. A golden glint, barely perceptible to the naked eye, flashed by. His talent was activated, and the bullet actually bounced off his mask. Absolute blunt force trauma. One dead. The tactical AR-30, which had retreated, confidently holstered its weapon. Although we didn't see Zhang Qi fall, based on his years of sniping experience, we can tell that the shot definitely hit his face. One more charge. Tactical AR-30 drew his G-18C from his waist, and the two jumped from the stairwell toward the central lobby of the God of War. Tactical AR-30 and Tactical AR-57 are heading straight from Building D to Building C, ready to avenge their captain. You can see that Nanxiang and Zhang Qi have already set up their aiming points. The two are standing behind the pillar, one in front of the other, with only half of their heads showing. They're coming up. I try to locate them by sound, and threw a firecracker at the south wall. But the AR-30 predicted it and dodged it perfectly. Flash shot. A direct headshot. Wait, why aren't they dead? Holy crap, it ricocheted. They charged. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dee 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 dee. Oh dear, I'm gonna fall asleep right away. Nanxiang instantly took down the tactical AR-57, and Zhang Qi crouched down and used his F-2000's hipfire to eliminate the tactical AR-30. It's a real shame that the AR brothers' third match has ended like this. Success in life is only temporary. Failure is the main theme. I hope Tactical Master can continue his efforts in the next 3 matches. I'm here. Zhang Yang Rushet Ofer. They're all dead, huh? Zhang Qi was having the time of his life today. Not only did he get a good shipment, but his S-rank talent was also successfully activated. He swore that absolute injury was absolutely the most useful talent in the world. Awesome. The exhilarating impact also excited Nanxiang. Using a fully modified P90 with level 5 ammo is just different. Before the three could even happily loot the supplies, gunshots rang out again from the southwestern forest area in the distance. Woohoo! Just as the brand new Carmona version had dealt with the Tactical Master, Grey Wolf and Ian from the Hunter God team arrived from the server. They just checked the insurance of the service area, but it was all response messages. Now they're coming to the hotel as planned. Will they be able to clear the map smoothly? Let's take this opportunity to review what else happened on Beishan just now. The giant maggot said, his gaze shifting to the observation deck. Forest maggots arrived at the observation deck first, but the free warranty was sold out. However, our team leader, Diamond Spotted Rattlesnake, managed to get a lion from the cable car station's electrical warranty. It's completely regressed to its ancestral state, howling like a baby. The little maggot chuckled. The communication station only sent out parachute ropes, and Firefox and Cool Breeze also arrived at the observation deck. Oh my, we split up into 2 groups. This is a 2-on-4 situation, but Firefox and Phone Liang are clearly not panicking. Little Maggot said excitedly. Firefox, take the side path and attack the people inside the cable car station. Cool Breeze, attack the 2 in the engineering department and the maintenance free room. Liang Feng peeks out from behind the curtain. Handsome. This burst of fire, every shot hit its mark. Jade Feet sat down immediately. The sister complex mouse retreated to the safe room and is looking for a position. He's actually using a sniper rifle this round. Is it because of the map? The maggot chimed in. A shot was fired, but Liang Feng dodged it, the two maggots said in unison. It's over. The cool breeze slicer has turned into cold breeze, the giant maggot continued. Wait, sister complex mouse got nerfed? Little maggot stared wide-eyed at the appetizing dish in front of him. Comment, docteur? The chat was filled with comments like, what are you doing? Electronic music. The chat was filled with comments like, you stinky sniper, you stinky sniper. Our gaze shifts to Firefox, who first throws smoke towards the entrance to prevent a direct hit. Then we throw the grenade. It's all a set procedure. A huge jump. The I love attacking message on his face is still there. And he's even lying on the sofa. The enemy is right on his face. Dee. Ugh. Oh my god, I was instantly killed. The giant maggot was dumbfounded. This team seems to be just there to make up the numbers. They don't seem to have any real skill. Little maggot couldn't help but complain. The diamond-spotted rattlesnake is on the lowest level, directly controlling the cable car station's gates. But it takes 3 minutes to evacuate from the cable car station, so it's probably too late. He also has a golden lion statue in his bag. If we don't get this right, we won't be able to sleep at all. Firefox is still checking the positions. Just how many grenades did he bring? We can see the diamond-spotted rattlesnake, lying motionless inside the control room. Oh my, Firefox has come in. Bang, 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 bang. Dee. Ugh, I haven't checked it. The maggot shook its head. Sigh, it still died. The little maggot said with a hint of regret. The live chat was filled with comments like, snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling. Comment, that felt good. Comment, now there's one more person quitting the game. Chapter 77 Jeang Yang versus Grey Wolf. Okay, let's take a look at the situation with Luo Yun and Chun Jun. Wait, how did they die? The little maggot zoomed in on the map and realized. Luo Yun and Chun Jun died, sometime later, in the sewage and on the asphalt road outside, respectively. No, they died before they even got a shot. No, we have to see how they died. Upload the video. Big Maggot opened a replay of the two eliminations and switched to God's eye view. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Watch my flank. Boy band voice. Target approaching. Requesting suppressive fire. Boy group voice. You're fighting an expert. Boy band voice. Thump, 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 thump. 3 Juventus players surrounded the white-bearded Fred and fired simultaneously. Dense bullets rained down on Luo Yun. You're finished. Boy band voice. My insurance is waived. Oh my god, I'm so dizzy. Luo Yun was first knocked down, then instantly killed at the speed of light. Is that all you've got? Boy group voice. Oh my god, Juventus is on the list. Realizing something was wrong, Chunjin immediately ran away, but even though he had already run out of the sewage treatment plant, it was too late. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Another group of Juventus players stood crowded on open-air containers. He was still looking toward the dam when Charlie Juventus suddenly turned his gaze and unleashed a powerful shot from the waist of his pharaoh. Thud! Ugh! Chun Jun, who was running away, stood up and fell asleep immediately. He all done. Boy band voice. The chat was filled with comments like goose, goose, goose. Fwyen. Comments. I wonder what it would be like if Juventus and Jeang Yang went head-to-head, Doge. Comment. It should be Jeang Yang. He doesn't seem like he's acting. The comment section said, the difference between the M61 and the BPZ is still quite large. Okay, let's go back to the hotel after a brief recap. Little Maggot wasn't surprised by this outcome and quickly switched back to the hotel's perspective. Grey Wolf and Ian have come in from the backyard, using smoke as cover. They're now on the first floor of Building C, Big Maggot passionately explained. The chat was filled with comments like, God of Hunts. God of Hunts. The live chat was filled with comments like, Jeang Yang. Juventus. Many fans started cheering for their favorite players in the live chat. Brother, someone's here. Nanxiang tried to look out the window, but could see nothing but billowing white smoke. They might have already come in. Jeang Yang knew that it was crucial to pinpoint the location by sound at this moment, so he immediately inserted the rainbow needle. A comment on the screen read, why is it colored? Did the injection come out of the skin? The chat commented, that looks like a danger needle. A hidden item from the Dark Zone dungeon. Comments. Hidden items? Comments. Yeah, it's like those confidential documents posted on forums that you never see normally, but you can actually find them by touching them. The chat was filled with comments like, what? Confidential documents are available on the market for 7.5 million coins. Jeang Yang got another colored injection. It seems to have a huge boost for him. Lil Maggot explained seriously, already used to it. Perhaps this is his dark zone talent, allowing him to create unique items. The giant maggot said simply. You two stay on the third floor and don't make a sound. Jeang Yang instructed the two men, then decided to go down and flush them out himself. Even if he dies, Zhang Qi and Nanxiang can still take down the enemy. MHM. Zhang Qi nodded. Nanxiang also gave an okay sign. After replacing the Pharaoh's magazine with a new 50-round drum magazine, Jeang Yang headed downstairs to complete the scouts. After using it so many times, Jeang Yang finally understood. The enhanced hearing perception provided by the rainbow needle is its most powerful benefit, even though there was a wall between them. As long as Jeang Yang closed his eyes and carefully sensed, he could still determine the other party's exact location through the slightest rustling of the wind. Jeang Yang went up to the second floor and peered into the stairwell. There were two people on the other side, right below me. Their breathing was different from most Special Forces members. It was very steady, as if they had undergone professional training. On the first floor, Grey Wolf and Ian crouched and walked silently. They also noticed the unusual situation upstairs, and their eyes met. The Grey Wolf made a forward gesture with its left hand. Ian moved forward and peeked out from the stairwell. His leather boots almost touched the ground as he walked, minimizing the noise he made. However, it was still amplified several times under Jeang Yang's auditory perception. Jeang Yang set up his aiming point and, just like Jeang Yang, held his breath and focused intently. But contrary to his expectations, Ian was not holding a gun, but a firecracker. Sizzle. Boom. A firecracker exploded in the stairwell. Although the aftershocks did not injure Jeang Yang above, they did cause him to experience tinnitus. During a brief respite from the tinnitus, Ian peeked out. Thud! A glance that lasts a lifetime. Jeang Yang fired too late. The opponent had already successfully retreated. Now that their position was exposed, Jeang Yang did not choose to switch positions, but instead launched a fierce attack. He also threw a firecracker down the stairs, and Ian quickly retreated. Sizzle. Boom. Then Jeang Yang walked to the middle of the stairs and fired a preemptive shot downstairs. Thump thump. Jeang Yang pulled himself back the instant he fired, but a firecracker still exploded at his feet. It's a Grey Wolf. Jeang Yang was bombed and suffered severe burns, resulting in tinnitus. Ian rushed forward immediately, but was shot in the head and killed by Jeang Yang's preemptive shot. Thump thump thump. Yeah. Grey Wolf followed closely behind, but when Ian fell to the ground in front, he quickly pulled back and just managed to dodge a firecracker thrown by Jeang Yang. Boom. Grey Wolf also had tinnitus and immediately peered up the stairs, firing a preemptive shot. Bang bang bang. Jeang Yang wanted to rush down, but upon seeing the trajectory of the 61 bullet ahead, he instantly switched to a new tactic. He pulled back to the second floor and climbed over the railing on the other side. In the weightlessness of midair, Grey Wolf suddenly turned around, and Jeang Yang pulled the trigger. Thud! At that moment, time seemed to slow down several times over. The golden M61 bullet floated out of the muzzle, slightly deviating from its original trajectory and heading towards the Grey Wolf's head. Headshot sound effect. A long bar of blood splattered from the back of the Grey Wolf's head, the blood bar covering the bullet casing, as the entire body collapsed. Zhang Yang landet. Ugh, Jeang Yang fell to the ground. Hiss. Help me. Jeang Yang shouted into the earpiece. They're here. The two brothers rushed over immediately after hearing Jeang Yang's words. I'll save you. Nanxiang's S-level talent activated, and Jeang Yang's condition was fully restored in 3 seconds. These are the two maggots, big and small. Grey Wolf and Ian are preparing to attack. Jeang Yang went downstairs alone, while Nanxiang and Zhang Qi turned into maggots on the third floor. Is Jeang Yang preparing to take on 2 opponents at once? He seems very confident. Comment. Just kidding. He's from Juventus. Now the two sides are separated by only one wall, and they're constantly probing each other up and down the stairwell. Chapter 78, Everyone Stand Up. Ian throws a firecracker. Jeang Yang gets tinnitus. Ian showed his face. Oh dear, Jeang Yang is slow to react, probably because of tinnitus. This is the first time Jeang Yang has missed a shot. Well, after all, Our opponents are quite formidable. Ian and Grey Wolf, both of whom have reached the provincial competition multiple times, possess impressive fighting awareness. Jeang Yang also threw a snap hop, starting the suppression. It was very effective. Ian, who was initially eager to try, immediately retreated. Jeang Yang dodged and fired. Ouch! Grey Wolf's firecracker turned Jeang Yang into a human stump. Ian charged. Jeang Yang fired first. Handsome. The Grey Wolf also wanted to charge, but it anticipated Jeang Yang's firecracker attack. It dodged it perfectly. The situation is not optimistic. Grey Wolves are still at full strength, but Jeang Yang not only has 4 losses, but also 2 wounds. Although his rainbow needle seems to have a healing effect, it still can't heal the 4 black marks and the wounds. What is Jeang Yang doing? He actually jumped off the railing. Isn't he afraid of falling to his death? Holy crap, a shot fired in midair. A direct headshot. The chat was filled with comments like, everyone stand up. Comments. Is this not on? Fwyen. Comments. Pharaoh can be played like this? Fwyen. Ouch. But Jeang Yang also fell and got hurt. He collapsed to the ground. The chat was filled with comments like, it's set. The comment section read, haha, the backlash from cheating. This move was truly unexpected. Jeang Yang's Pharaoh is indeed the greatest Pharaoh of our time. Little Maggot shouted excitedly. Even in his stumped state, he calmly and skillfully completed the feat of taking on 2 opponents. The giant Maggot shouted at the same time. The chat was filled with comments like, type Jeang Yang Juventus in the chat. The chat was filled with comments like 666. The chat was filled with comments like, Jeang Yang Juventus. White Dove War Room. In the empty room, 2 figures gradually solidified. You died too. Ian didn't expect that even the battle-hardened Grey Wolf had fallen. Although I hate to admit it, Grey Wolf is indeed the most powerful player among the 4. How is this possible? This Pharaoh, he can play like this. Back in reality, Grey Wolf fell into deep self-doubt. The edifice, previously built upon thousands of battles fought by the Pharaoh, collapsed with a deafening roar. Am I wrong? Isn't this how Pharaoh's book is used? Isn't the Pharaoh's hip shot difficult? How did he manage to do that? The Grey Wolf's beliefs crumbled, and his vision of the dark zone was shattered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His eyes were vacant, and he mumbled fragmented words. Was that really the Pharaoh? Was he even human? Great, I'm back to full strength, Jeang Yang exclaimed, marveling at the usefulness of the South Wall talent. At the same time, he felt the exhilaration of surviving a close call. This was really close. It almost got shipped. These 2 look like a professional team. Could they be from the Hunter God team? Having played in the Dark Zone for so long in this life, this was the first time Jeang Yang had encountered such a formidable enemy. Bro, you're amazing. You beat 2 opponents in one go again. As expected of Master, Nanxiang and Zhangqi are now much more sensible. Without Jeang Yang's orders, they would never dare to lick the bag without permission and instead remain vigilant at all times. We owe you all a lot for rescuing us this time, Jeang Yang replied simply, then walked up to the bodies and glanced at their identification tags. Grey Wolf was eliminated in the northern mountains by Jeang Yang's Pharaoh attack, which hit him in the head. Ian was eliminated in the northern mountainous area by Jeang Yang's Pharaoh attack, which hit him in the head. Grey Wolf, Ian, as expected of the Hunter God Squad. The nameplates are even gold, legendary identity badges. Jeang Yang put his ID tag into his backpack, intending to use it later to reach the armored vehicle's evacuation point. As the most famous team in Yen City, Jeang Yang knew a little about them. Firefox, Grey Wolf, Cool Breeze, Ian. These 4 are all top-notch escort players, serving for White Dove. If Grey Wolf and Ian have both appeared, then the other 2 won't be far behind. Although he didn't know why the other 2 hadn't shown up, he kept it in mind. Zhangqi, Nanxiang, let's start looting. Jeang Yang didn't want to go anywhere this round. He thought he was already fed enough. Zhangqi had also gotten a big gold item. They should withdraw directly in armored vehicles and call it a day while they're ahead. Receive. Upon opening the map, Jeang Yang frowned when he discovered that the armored vehicle evacuation point wouldn't open until the last 10 minutes. It's all right. I'll kill them one by one. Jeang Yang wasn't afraid at all in indoor combat. Even if there are skilled snipers, they only dare to act arrogantly outside. If the Grey Wolves' teammates want to come for revenge, Jeang Yang can only say that he will welcome them all. Viewpoint, cable car station. Ding ding ding. The observation deck cable car, which had been pulled by the diamond-shaped rattlesnake, had arrived at the station, and a jingling sound could be heard from the cable. Firefox and Feng Liang, who were looting the loot box, remained oblivious. It's cool here. No guarantee we'll run out of stock. The cool breeze quickly finished showing off the backpacks of the two special agent corpses and spoke coldly. Here comes a firefox and a golden lion. Despite the appearance of the golden lion, the firefox remained completely unmoved. Ian, how's the situation on your end? Firefox asked through the tactical headset when he hadn't heard a report yet. Ian? Grey Wolf. Please respond if you hear me. Liang Feng sensed something was wrong and called out again. Something's happened. They've probably run into snipers. Firefox quickly realized what was going on, and only after learning of the two men's deaths did he show a rare display of anger. How so? Feng Liang asked, but he was already prepared. Let's go. Someone died in the hotel. Let's see who the mastermind is. Firefox opened the tactical map and discovered that the two had been eliminated inside the hotel. Both Ian and Grey Wolf are top-notch in close combat. They are also extremely familiar with the terrain of North Mountain, so this situation shouldn't have happened. Could it be a sneak attack by the pedicurists? There have been quite a few rats lately, Feng Liang casually remarked. I don't know, but this is a good opportunity. Firefox came out of the cable car station, the sunlight shining on his face, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What do you mean? Liang Feng asked, puzzled. The Grey Wolves have always been in the limelight, and headquarters really likes to look at the data. The Grey Wolves have finally stumbled this time, and it's my turn to shine. Fiery Fox smiled faintly. He wanted everyone in White Dove to know that he was the strongest member of the Hunter God Squad. As for the Grey Wolf, he's at best a brute. That's true, Liang Feng echoed. Although he had no grudge against the Grey Wolf, it was because that guy didn't understand human relationships. The skill level is impressive, but if they make a mistake even once, it's game over. Let's go. The Firefox stuck in the big red needle and immediately ran into the mountains and forests. Grey Wolf, watch my moves closely and learn from them. Liang Feng chuckled and also inserted a large red needle to continue his journey. White Dove Group. A woman dressed in white is sitting at a desk, staring at the dark panel in front of her. Her fair skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth. The sunlight streaming in through the French windows made her appear even more sweet and charming. Those bright eyes were fixed intently on the video on the semi-transparent panel, a hint of shock flickering in them. Her slightly parted lips and slightly raised eyebrows further suggest the explosive nature of the content she is watching. Jump shot. Tang Muwei couldn't believe that Jeang Yang could pull off such a difficult maneuver. Not only did he kill Ian while he was in a human form, he also shot Grey Wolf in the head with a hip shot in midair. The God of Hunters team still didn't take his words to heart and continued to split into two groups, acting as if they were above the law. If all four people were present, how could Jeang Yang, who had fallen to the ground, have had a chance to be helped up? Firefox and Cool Breeze are now heading towards the hotel. Will the situation take a new turn? Chapter 79 Juventus's powerhouse, terrifyingly powerful. The time on the field is now halfway through, and most of the fights have been fought. Little Maggot reviewed the entire Beishan area and gave a passionate commentary. Luo Yin and Chunjun were taken down by Juventus, who are known for their dirty tricks, the Big Maggot added. Unsurprisingly, the winner of the observation deck victory is our Hunter God. Of course, the most exciting performance was by contestant Jeang Yang. This time at the hotel, he was definitely channeling Juventus. Not only did he kill two top players from the Tactical Masters team, but he also took down two key members of the Hunter God team in one fell swoop. Yes, especially Grey Wolf. This is the first time he's been eliminated in the resource competition this year. He had never lost before. As a rising star this year, Jeang Yang will likely face a fierce bidding war among various clubs after the competition. Based on past experience, Jeang Yang is already worth enough to be among the top-tier henchmen in the Dark Zone. He definitely has a bright future ahead of him. Wait a minute, it seems the Firefox duo at the observation deck aren't planning on leaving. They just finished collecting their loot and are heading toward the dam. No, they're heading towards the hotel. Good heavens, it seems the two members of the God of Hunts team aren't going to let this go and are preparing for revenge. Jeang Yang is also sorting through the spoils here. They're probably preparing to leave in armored vehicles, but the evacuation point won't open for another 10 minutes. The Hunter God team refuses to give up and is ready to face off against the brand new version of Carmona in the final battle. The winning side will also become number 1 on the current supplies ranking in Sion City. The chat was filled with comments like God of Hunts, God of Hunts. The chat was filled with comments like Firefox, Firefox. The live chat was filled with comments like Jeang Yang, Juventus. The chat panel was flooded with comments, and the number of online viewers had exceeded 60,000. The other 3 game maps combined cost only 20,000. DDDD. The 3 men were showing off their supplies at the hotel when gunshots rang out from the direction of the B building's perimeter wall. Brother, they're here. Zhang Qi was happily firing a bullet 1 second, but the next second his expression turned serious. Sigh. Nanxiang also put down what he was doing. He knew perfectly well that if he couldn't win the battles to come, all the supplies he had gathered would belong to someone else. Zhang Qi. Hide a Jean first, Jeang Yang instructed simply, then walk towards Building B. I'll go see what's going on. Jeang Yang loaded the Pharaoh's bullets and fired the rainbow needles at the same time. Slightly turn the knob on the right side of the goggles, and your vision turns black and white. Report, there are feet in Building B. Liang Feng squatted down outside the wall of Building B and listened carefully. I'll use smoke to fire and then feed him a good dose of grenades. Firefox cleared out the bots and then went to the lobby of Building B. Sizzle. Hiss. Jeang Yang is currently at the entrance of the reception room on the 2nd floor of Building B, which is blocking the way on the 1st floor. Firefox and Cool Breeze have arrived. They were very cautious. They used smoke before laying mines. Wow, the trajectory of that lightning bolt is so tricky. Jeang Yang had no chance at all and could only retreat. Boom! Firefox and Cool Breeze entered. One was on the 1st floor, while the other crouched down, preparing to quietly ascend to the 2nd floor. The Cool Breeze explodes on the 1st floor, and an offensive grenade is thrown towards the ceiling on the 1st floor. He plans to use the wall-penetrating damage characteristic of offensive mines to disrupt Jeang Yang. Sizzle. Boom. It's over. Jeang Yang is all red from the explosion. Little Maggot's tone was slightly anxious, but his recovery from the injection was very fast. He was back to full strength in no time, the Maggot exclaimed excitedly. How can Jeang Yang break this deadlock? The guy on the 1st floor, Feng Liang, keeps throwing bombs at him from across the wall. This not only worsens his condition, but also causes him to suffer from constant tinnitus, making it impossible for him to pick up on anything new. Now Jeang Yang is all red again. Firefox is also very cautious. It has been moving silently since going upstairs, without revealing its position. Boom! Holy shit! Jeang Yang's vision blurred from the attack grenade coming from the other side of the wall, and the intense ringing in his ears almost shattered his eardrums. This is bad. Jeang Yang is really annoyed by this attack, and seems to be planning to go downstairs and take care of Liang Feng. Liang Feng anticipated this and blocked the stairwell with smoke. He also threw out firecrackers. Sang Yang Dodget. Holy crap. Jeang Yang fired through the smoke. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. The Cool Breeze has fallen. The Cool Breeze has been replaced. Jeang Yang used his camera to peek through the smoke in the stairwell and took the Cool Breeze with him. The Maggot shouted in disbelief. The chat was filled with comments like, Comments? Is this not see-through? The comments section is filled with, wah, primary school student's voice. These night vision goggles are amazing, Jeang Yang thought to himself, slightly surprised. He had thought the night vision goggles would be useful, but he never expected them to be this good. Compared to a regular T7, this thermal image is clearer and more three-dimensional. Firefox is charging in two. Jeang Yang pulled back to the 2nd floor and opened fire. The scene was incredibly exciting, with the 2 maggots shouting excitedly. Thump, thump, thump. That was close. Firefox shrank back quickly, crouching down to use the cover in front of it and dodging that 61mm bullet. The little maggot's trembling explanation made it seem as if he himself was there, taking Firefox's perspective. But Jeang Yang didn't give him a chance to breathe, and a firecracker hit the bunker precisely. Big Maggot shouted, Boom! Firefox's mask was swept away by the blast wave, his skin was burned, and his internal organs were paralyzed by the explosion. Firefox human stick, the 2 maggots shouted excitedly. Jeang Yang, the Emperor, is charging straight at us without any cover. the giant maggot shouted. Isn't this giving Firefox a chance to turn the tables? Little maggot wondered. Firefox peeks out and scopes in. Thud! Firefox is asleep, the two maggots exclaimed in unison. Wait, no, a hip shot to the head. The maggot never expected that the same famous scene would happen again. The chat was filled with comments like, sit down, electronic music. The comments section read, the Pharaoh's curse. The live chat read, with Juventus power, shatter the darkness. Although the two were only a few meters apart, Jeang Yang's waist shot was clearly a bit of a lock. The gun and his body were visibly shaking violently when he was running. The chat was filled with comments like, Jeang Yang is awesome. The comments section read, a mere mortal dares to challenge the Pharaoh, the true god. The comments section says, hurry to the sewage treatment plant. I'll give you a rocket as a reward. The chat was filled with comments like, he can't hear you. This is the official Dark Maggot livestream. Jeang Yang has pulled off another hat trick. Oh no, he's done it twice in a row. Jeang Yang single-handedly eliminated the entire Hunter God team. Juventus's strength is terrifying. Although the battle was over, the maggot's amazement had not yet subsided. We're here. Nanxiang rushed down from upstairs. Brother, are you alright? Zhang Qi asked with some concern. It's alright. Although Jeang Yang was covered in dust and looked quite disheveled, he was still feeling quite well. The battle was exhilarating. The exhilarating combat is one of the charms of the Dark Zone. With the support of the Pharaoh's power, Jeang Yang felt refreshed and invigorated. Chapter 80 Yin City Rising Star. Who's there? Bang 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 bang. Eek. A guy with an organic body walked over and was dealt with by the guard at South Wall. Let's loot the supplies. There's no one around. Jeang Yang's senses expanded again, and there were no more special agents nearby. Next, it's time for a brainstorming session. White Dove Group, Training and Discussion Room. Firefox, Grey Wolf, Ian, and Liangfeng. The four sat in their respective seats, the atmosphere strangely tense, and no one spoke. That wave going through the smoke was too strange. I don't believe he wasn't wearing a thermal imaging camera, Liangfeng said first. The atmosphere fell silent once again. I'm going to eat. Grey Wolf left the meeting room alone. In his view, it was simply a matter of being less skilled than his opponent. He figured that losing was losing, and he could always try a different approach next time. But Hunter God can't afford to lose. The higher-ups will definitely blame them. The three people in the meeting room are like powder kegs. If nothing unexpected happens, they'll start arguing and shifting blame onto each other immediately. Feng Liang, you were too hasty. It would have been better if you had retreated first, Firefox said first. No, he's going to shoot me in the face. I've already smoked and fired a preemptive shot. Isn't that safe enough? The cool breeze was intensifying. How could this be his fault? Looking at the whole picture, he was the one who died the most unjustly. But you can't even sneak up on someone's backside. Don't you even know to throw a grenade first and then charge? Liang Feng retorted. Should I throw the grenade first? At that point, I definitely need to close the distance. White Dove Group, top tier. We lost the game, Tang Xinhan said on the phone. I specifically instructed them before the match, but it was no use. This group has been winning for too long. Their mentality has changed. Tang Mui's voice came from the phone. With everyone eliminated, the rankings are bound to drop. Tang Xinhan anticipated that this round of Hunter God should teach brand new version Carmona a lesson. But unexpectedly, the opponent defeated all four of them in one go. Let's take it one step at a time. The situation in other cities is also fluctuating. Only Hawkeye is still in first place. Tang Mui said simply and hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. In her opinion, one match doesn't mean anything. As long as the Hunter God still has the strength, he will catch up in the rankings sooner or later. Zhang Yang. Tang Xinhan's eyes flickered slightly as he watched the kill video, replaying repeatedly on the Dark Zone panel. Strengthen the Valley, a spectator area. Beautiful. Yano Yasha took down both Dream Within a Dream and Dream Within a Dream in a flash. The firing line was incredibly fast. This is Old Maggot. You are watching the preliminary round of the Grand Golden Cup. The seaside villa has been captured by Yano Hiro and Yako, and Team Dawn is just one step away from clearing the map. Our gaze shifts to the underground of the small factory. The ground is littered with corpses. Only 3 people remain. The feast sculpture is surrounded by Heartthorn and Dragon Wings. Heartthorn throws a shockwave. Dragon Wing charges straight in from behind. Comment: is this your home? Fuen. The feast sculpture has been eliminated. The person who sniped their captain in the last round has successfully gotten revenge. Strengthen Beishan. Hotel. Fire Fox. Cool breeze. I didn't expect to collect them all so easily. Jeang Yang weighed the 4 gold plaques in his hand, feeling their weight. As the previous winner, he is the biggest competitor for advancement. Jeang Yang's kills undoubtedly gave his team a significant advantage in advancing to the next round. As long as you stay calm and avoid recklessness, and make a safe and secure exit, advancing to the provincial competition shouldn't be difficult. Wow, that's amazing! Today's enemies were all equipped with 5 sets of gear and fully modified guns. Nanxiang was showing off all the way from the 3rd floor of Building C to the 2nd floor of Building B, completely overwhelmed by the sheer awesomeness. Oh my god, an M61 round. Zhang Qi, the owner of the trophy, was completely stunned. All 61 rounds. He pulled out 2 50-round drum magazines and found a set of spare ammunition in the FA multifunction magazine. The M61 ammunition in this life is more expensive than in the previous life, with each round generally costing between 3,000 and 4,000 coins. At the lowest price of 3,000 Cohen coins, nearly 200 rounds of 61 ammunition would be worth 600,000. That's more expensive than a gold medal. There's more than you can spend. Jeang Yang went to check out secondhand insurance, just like always. What he found there was shocking. The insurance policy for B203 even has a target location module. The immense wealth and glory are finally mine. Jeang Yang picked up the target positioning module and kissed it twice. Zhang Qi had been the one shipping the goods before, and he was itching to get a turn. Now it's finally his turn. Holy crap, a golden lion. To his surprise, Zhang Qi found another golden lion statue in Firefox's backpack. Besides the golden lion, there were also plenty of supplies. The body and the backpack were some distance apart, suggesting that the other party must have placed the backpack nearby before the fight. I can't possibly spend it all. Zhang Qi held the lion high and then put it in his backpack. Leave some for me. Jeang Yang only started looting the body of the tactical VSS after reaching it. As for the lion, he'd definitely get it back from Zhang Qi later. A fully modified VSS with a 0-3 heavy helmet, H, Takan 9 ammunition, level 5, GS2 headphones, leather backpack, and 50-round magazine, firing 7N12, level 5 ammunition. In addition to 2 sets of 7N12 ammunition and 2 spare magazines, Jeang Yang even saw a golden Rubik's Cube inside the ammunition rack. Others have pure gold warehouses. You have pure gold ammo pouches, huh? Jeang Yang simply took the entire ammo pouch armor with him. Keep showing off. There's another tactical August on the 1st floor. And 95 helmet, Defender M4 heavy body armor, B6 tactical ammunition pouch, LUC extended tactical backpack, 45 slots. The ammunition pouch was full of grenades and various colored syringes, and there was also a set of M995S in the backpack. Both 60-round drum magazines are also M995. That was close. If Jeang Yang hadn't shot him in the head and taken him away, the outcome would have been very different. The August already has extremely high firing power, and combined with its rate of fire and stability, it can be said that its advantages in all aspects are no less than those of most firearms. Jeang Yang stuffed the gun into his backpack. 2nd floor stairwell. It's full, and there's a vase too. I'm here to find you. Zhang Qi filled his backpack completely, leaving 4 compartments empty. Then go to the 3rd floor to look for the gold he had hidden earlier. Hey, where's my gold? Where's my vase? Zhang Qi's heart-wrenching voice came through his earphones as he returned to the spot where he had hidden his gold. Nanxiang whistled, freeing his hand from cocking the bullet to touch the corner of his backpack. Only after feeling the familiar texture did he nod in relief. Brother, Mighty Jean is gone, brother. Zhang Qi's voice echoed throughout the entire hotel. Wow. The Dawn team has generated a total value of 7.6 million in this match. It looks like their ranking will rise again. The value of the brand new Carmona has reached 7.58 million. In this round, Hunter God suffered a crushing defeat, bringing out 0 value. It seems that the rankings will be reshuffled again. Pool. Evacuation successful. It's over. Fatty. The two brothers return to reality and happily lay on the sofa. Jeang Yang is waiting for the rankings to be released. Their third match brought out a value of 7.58 million, plus 400,000 points for killing special agents, for a total of 7.98 million.